Chapter 501. Hearing this, Han Liyuan instantly looked up at him, with a hint of surprise in her eyes, but it was only for a moment, and then she retreated as he said. She had come into contact with so many survivors, but the man in front of her was the first one to ask her to put her things on the ground, so she was a little shocked. At the very least, being so cautious in the doomsday was enough to make her look at him with new eyes. You know, those men before, seeing that she was a woman and had no weapons, came up to take them directly, and took the opportunity to take advantage of her. Every time, Han Liyuan treated herself as being bitten by a dog and didn't take it seriously at all. After all, in the current apocalyptic environment, weak women are often resources. If she keeps entangled in certain things, she will not be able to survive. When the other party retreated, Qin slowly stepped forward, then picked up the plastic bottle and looked at it carefully. Although he was looking, his attention was always on the woman. As long as the other party made any rash moves, Qin boning knife would be merciless. But fortunately, the woman just stood obediently against the door, crossed her arms and hugged her shoulders, looking at this side without saying a word. After more than 10 seconds, Qin couldn't recognize what it was, but it didn't look like water. He couldn't recognize what it was. Then he put the drink on the ground and said casually, "Okay, don't keep hugging your arms and trying to squeeze out that little groove. I have no interest in you. Since we are talking about a deal, then be normal." After saying this, Qin picked up a nylon bag from the stairs and threw it over. "Put it on. I don't want to communicate with a woman who wears so little clothes." After saying this, Han Liyuan actually blushed a little. She was really deliberately posing like this at this moment, pretending to be cold, deliberately trying to attract Qin. After being exposed by the other party, she didn't pretend anymore. She patted the dust off the bag, then put it on her body, and then whispered, "I smell the smell of your barbecue. To be honest, I haven't eaten fresh meat for a long time. The can of this drink was broken before, so I put it in an empty bottle, but don't worry, it's guaranteed to be expired." Hearing this, even Qin was a little tempted. After all, this thing can no longer be made in the doomsday, and meat can be easily obtained as long as you hunt carefully. So in essence, and from the environment, exchanging meat for drinks is a win for Qin. But he didn't believe what the other party said, and continued to ask, "How long have you lived here?" Hearing this, Han Liyuan slowly began to tell the story according to what the man had told her before, saying that she originally lived with a small group, but the food in the group gradually decreased, and someone proposed to eat other survivors, which she could not accept, so she chose to leave. But because she was a woman, she could only eat by picking up garbage. There were too many zombies and survivors in the city, and she didn't dare to go in, so she went to abandoned towns and villages and hid in them to try to survive. Listening to the woman's sobbing tone, Qin just nodded while listening, without saying a word. After the other party finished speaking, he was silent for more than 10 seconds, and then said, "Turning out all the pockets on your body, and taking off your outer clothes and trousers except for your underwear, I need to see clearly whether you have any weapons. If you mind, you can leave now." After the voice fell, Qin held a knife in his hand, and turned his body sideways, with an expressionless face. Seeing this scene, Han Liyuan waved her hand and said, "It's okay, I don't mind." After speaking, she quickly threw away the nylon bag on her body, and then turned out the pockets of her clothes and trousers. When the man opposite nodded, she grabbed her trousers with both hands and tried to take them off. But Qin turned his head away instantly, and said in a somewhat unhappy tone, "I told you to keep your underwear, you don't understand what I'm saying, right?" Hearing this, Han Liyuan was slightly stunned, and then she remembered that the man opposite seemed to be a little different from ordinary people, at least he didn't look so lecherous. Then she lowered her head and whispered, "Even if you saw it, it won't cost you a piece of meat, I don't really care." "I care." Qin turned his head to look at the stairs on the left, holding the knife tightly in his right hand, and said gloomily, "I give you one last chance, just do what I say. If you act on your own, don't blame me for turning my back on you." Hearing this, Han Liyuan bit her lip, knowing that the other party was not joking, and then she just took off her trousers and coat as he said, and said with a dim look in her eyes, "It's okay." Then Qin took a quick glance and continued, "Turn around." Han Liyuan did as he was told, and a second later the voice came again, "Okay, put on your clothes." Qin didn't want to do this kind of inspection. The other party was a woman, and he didn't want to do it even if he was in the end of the world, but there was no other girl around to do it for him. But in order to avoid accidents later, he couldn't leave any fluke mentality. So there was no other way, Qin chose a compromise. After all, before the end of the world, a lot of people would wear this kind of exposure when they went to the beach to play, and the various bikinis dazzle people. Because he had a bottom line, Qin Yu did not choose to search her body at close range. After a quick look, he turned his head away. If you have the courage to hide the blade, then you can try to see if you can succeed. Hearing his slightly threatening words, Han Liyuan paused slightly, then smiled bitterly, and a thought flashed through her mind. I wish I really had this courage. Just after she put on her clothes and pants, Qin Yu frowned and said, What's wrong with your injuries? Why are there so many bruises? Hearing this, Han Liyuan looked slightly in the direction of the next building, and wanted to say that she was beaten by someone, but she didn't dare. After hesitating for a moment, she whispered, There are quite a lot of zombies outside. I often run to some blind spots. Sometimes the ground slips and I fall. In addition, I can't see clearly at night, and I bump too many times, so this is it. After listening, Qin Yu didn't think much about it. After all, he was not a professional doctor, and he could rarely see the difference between different injuries. If Yi was here at this time, even if she was a few meters away, she would be able to tell at a glance that this was definitely caused by fists and sticks, and had nothing to do with falls. It's just a pity that this little cutie Lin Yi has basically no fighting power, and Chen Yu or Feng Yi are completely reluctant to let her come out to search for supplies. After confirming, Qin Yu walked forward a few steps, came to the door on the right, and then gently knocked on the door, and whispered, Open the door, it's me. Chapter 502. Hearing the familiar voice, Xiaohu quickly stood up and walked over, quickly opened the door, and then he looked behind Chen Yu. The woman's dress was undoubtedly a bit shocking to a teenager like him. Seeing Xiaohu standing there in a daze, Qin Yu moved slightly to the left to block his sight, frowned slightly, and said, Go and watch the meat. Oh, okay. Xiaohu quickly walked to the fire, and realized that he was a little rude just now. Then Qin Yu turned around, looked at the woman and whispered, Take the bottle on the ground and follow me in. After she entered the room, Qin Yu continued to close the door, and at the same time pushed the doormat under the door edge, trying to prevent the smell from wafting out. Qin Yu basically didn't smell the smell of barbecue when he was outside just now, mainly because there are too many corpses now, and it's smelly everywhere, and it's generally difficult to smell other smells. But when he came to the corridor, the meat smell was still somewhat obvious. Then Qin Yu and Xiaohu sat on the bed sheet on the ground again, while Han Liyuan stood nervously beside the sofa, a little at a loss. According to the original plan, she wanted to attract him with herself, but through this brief contact, it was obvious that the man in front of her would not be easily fooled, so Han Liyuan hesitated. Don't stand all the time. You can sit on the sofa, Qin Yu said while eating. Seeing this, Han Liyuan quickly took a few steps to the left and sat down quickly. However, because her pants had holes, her thighs were exposed when she sat down, and Xiaohu would sneak a peek from time to time. Although Qin Yu noticed it at the first time, he didn't say much. Instead, he turned and walked to the bedroom, searched in the closet, and took out a red coat again. He threw the clothes to Han Liyuan, and then he continued to sit down and eat. Han Liyuan was a little confused, but the next second she also found that the boy was peeking at her, and then she reacted, and put her clothes on her legs. Can you give me a piece of meat? After entering the house, the man opposite did not mention what happened next. Han Liyuan couldn't help it, and swallowed her saliva and said. Hearing this, Xiaohu glanced at Qin Yu, and seeing that the other party had no reaction, he did not dare to make a decision on his own. After more than a minute, Qin Yu ate 7 or 8 pieces of meat, took out his water bottle and drank a sip, then wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and said, Open it and drink a sip. Han Liyuan, who was sitting on the sofa with her head down in a daze, didn't hear clearly, so she subconsciously raised her head and said, What? Then she saw the man looking at the plastic bottle in her hand, and then reacted, Oh, okay. After the voice fell, Han Liyuan loosened the bottle cap, and took a small sip directly in front of the two of them. Then she continued to hold the plastic bottle in her hand and whispered, Don't worry, it's absolutely safe. Give it to me. Qin Yu stretched out his left hand to her, and continued to speak expressionlessly. Seeing this, Han Liyuan quickly stood up, and handed the bottle over. After Qin Yu took it, he put his nose close to the bottle mouth and smelled it. Strangely, the smell was a little hard to describe, but it was definitely not like water. Have you finished eating? Qin Yu put down the bottle, turned his head, and looked at Xiaohu and whispered. Yeah. Xiaohu nodded. There are still 4 pieces of meat here, 2 fingers wide, should be enough to change. Qin Yu looked at the woman and whispered. Enough, enough. Han Liyuan quickly agreed. Okay. After saying that, Qin Yu stood up and walked towards the kitchen. Seeing his movements, Han Liyuan asked nervously, What are you going to do? It's no wonder she was scared. After all, there were many knives in the kitchen, and she subconsciously thought that the other party wanted to kill and rob. Hearing this, Chin-yu said as he walked, "If he wanted to harm you, you couldn't enter this room at all." Then Han Liyuan saw that the man took out a pair of chopsticks from the kitchen, roasted them on the fire, and handed them to her. This scene made her a little stunned. At the other party's urging, she took it with red eyes. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, Han Liyuan has not eaten with chopsticks like this for a long time. Most of the time, she just grabs it with her hands. Even when her teammates are unhappy, they will throw the food on the ground and let her eat it mixed with dirt. It can be said that for several months, Han Liyuan has not felt any human dignity. She even forgot that she used to frequent high-end restaurants. Without paying any attention to her, Chin-yu wrapped the fan cover with cloth and brought it to the coffee table in front of the woman, then left after saying a word. "It's cold outside, but there's a fire in the house. You have 10 minutes to finish eating and leave." This sentence once again deeply touched Han Liyuan's heart. She picked up the roasted meat and lowered her head while eating with tears. Due to the dim light, Chin-yu and Xiao could not see anything wrong with her, and just thought she was concentrating on eating. In addition, Chin-yu rarely looked at this woman carefully, and did not notice that her ears were actually starting to turn red at this time. Then, they sat by the fire. Chin-yu capped the plastic bottle and put it at his feet. According to his personality, when he was in the wild in the end times, he would never easily touch the food handed to him by anyone, no matter whether it was safe or not. So Chin-yu planned to take this thing back and ask Lin-Yi if she knew what kind of drink it was. After all, that girl was knowledgeable and might know it. But Xiaohu was a little greedy at the moment. After asking several times, Chin-yu finally got a little impatient and frowned and said, "Drink it if you want, just drink less." "Okay." Xiaohu quickly picked up the bottle, opened it, and wanted to pour it into his mouth. But at this moment, the woman sitting on the sofa suddenly made some important decision and rushed towards the fire. To be precise, the target she rushed to was Xiaohu, who was about to drink the bottle of drink. Caught off guard, the plastic bottle in Xiaohu's hand was directly knocked over by her, and the drink inside also spilled on the spot. The next second, something amazing happened. When the liquid came into contact with water, it did not put out the fire, and even a light blue flame appeared. Even though Chin-yu rarely drank, he clearly understood that this was the effect of alcohol meeting fire. At this time, Xiaohu was knocked to the ground, and the woman's hair was also stained with a lot of fire. Because she was too close to the fire, and the hair itself was easily ignited, the woman was on fire in an instant. Fortunately, Chin-yu was calm enough. He quickly picked up his coat and threw it on the woman, while covering her hair. He picked up the kitchen knife in his right hand and cut off her hair with a sudden blow. Then he grabbed the woman's clothes and immediately tore off the burning parts, and then stepped on the fire to put it out. Chapter 503. White wine itself is not easy to burn when it comes into contact with fire, but Chin-yu estimated that the alcohol content of this wine should be very high, so the fire could not be extinguished. In addition, they chose to spread a bed sheet next to the fire in order to sit on the ground. At this time, alcohol was sprinkled on it. With the blessing of the cloth, the fire gradually grew bigger. Starting a fire is no joke, not to mention that it was late at night. If a building caught fire, it would be clearly visible at least a few kilometers away. By then, not to mention the zombies, even other survivors would probably target this place. The woman also knew that she had caused a big fire at this moment, and she didn't care about her burned arm, and hurriedly followed the other two to put out the fire. But without dry powder or foam fire extinguishers, it was just a drop in the bucket. Seeing this, Chin-yu quickly ran to the kitchen water dispenser, quickly moved the bucket of water that had already gone bad, and then pulled out the cloth on the dining table and wet it with water. "Catch it! Use this to cover the fire." Chin-yu yelled towards the living room and threw the wet tablecloth over. Then he ran into the bedroom and found a few sheets, wet them with water, and then slowly controlled the fire until it was completely extinguished. At this time, the living room was full of smoke, and the smell was very bad, making people cough non-stop. Chin-yu quickly pulled open the curtains and opened the windows for ventilation. Then he walked to the woman who was slumped on the ground, bent down and grabbed her neck, then lifted her up with one hand, and then pushed her against the wall, and said with a sullen face, "You really have bad intentions." The woman didn't try to pry Chin-yu's hand away, but stared at him with wide eyes, with only begging in her eyes. Just when Chin-yu wanted to get rid of her directly, Xiaohu sat on the ground and panted and said, "Brother Chin-yu, she just wanted to save me." Hearing this, Chin-yu growled with a dark face, "I've told you several times, don't shout out your own people's names in front of outsiders. Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey?" Seeing that the woman was getting more and more out of breath, Chinyu glanced at Xiaohu, who was sitting on the ground behind him, and let go of his hand irritably. With a thud, the woman fell directly to the ground, and then lay on her stomach and coughed violently. Cough. Cough, cough. Then Chinyu looked at Xiaohu, opened his mouth, and wanted to say something, but still didn't say it. If the woman hadn't just tried her best to put out the fire, according to Chinyu's methods, he would definitely not bother to strangle her to death with his hands. The moment he put out the fire, the knife under his feet would instantly cut the woman's throat, and he would never show mercy. The reason why he chose to play this scene was to let Xiaohu take the initiative to speak and beg for mercy for this woman. If Xiaohu remained indifferent when the other party tried desperately to save him, it was enough to show that this trip did not bring about the most important change. Because the truth that Chinyu wanted to teach him was also very simple. When the other party wanted to harm them, they did have a way to die, but the other party chose to stop them at the critical moment and began to recover the losses, which also showed that at least they chose another way. In the end times, endless killing is meaningless. Chinyu also wants Xiaohu to understand that many people have taken the wrong path, not because they are that kind of people, but because they are bullied by others and influenced by the environment, which makes them go further and further astray. Chinyu also knew that this woman was not as simple as she said. As the smoke dissipated, Chinyu closed the curtains again. Then he used the remaining chairs to light a fire again, but moved it to the area near the kitchen. Because the woman's clothes were burned before, most of them were torn off by Chinyu. Now she was only left with her underwear, hugging her knees with her hands, sitting alone in the corner. In addition, the window was not closed, and the wind kept blowing in. The woman soon had a runny nose, and began to tremble. Seeing this, Chinyu whispered, "Come here, I have something to ask you." Hearing the shout, the woman looked up and hesitated. Then Chinyu looked towards the bedroom, and nodded to Xiaohu. A dozen seconds later, Xiaohu came out with another piece of clothing, but it was a beige plush coat. Although it was placed in the closet, it was still covered with dust. The woman didn't mind. She said thank you and put it on, then limped over. When she got closer, Chinyu saw that when the kitchen knife chopped off her hair, she threw it directly on the ground because she was in a hurry to put out the fire, and the woman didn't notice it when she was helping, so she must have accidentally cut her foot. At this moment, blood has flowed all over her feet. After the woman sat down cross-legged with difficulty, she pressed the wound tightly with her hands. Chinyu was too lazy to help, just holding the half-full bottle of wine, and asked in a deep voice, "What is this?" Hearing this, Han Liyuan lowered her head and murmured, "It's wine." "Nonsense! How can I not know it now?" Chinyu said with a dark face, and at the same time he put the bottle close to his nose, smelled it, and then wondered again, "Strange, I didn't smell it before, but now the smell of alcohol is so strong." Hearing this, Han Liyuan sniffed and explained, "It's frozen wine. It's winter now, and the outside is a natural refrigerator. It shouldn't just be white wine." Chinyu raised it and looked at it for a few seconds, then put it away from the fire, and then said in a deep voice, "If it's wine, it's okay even if he drinks it directly, unless he drinks half a bottle on the spot, but I told him to drink less before, but you still knocked it over, even if you will be burned by the fire." At this point, Chinyu took another look at the woman's right elbow, which was now charred and the skin looked particularly red. Although the area was not large, if he hadn't reacted quickly just now, it would have been burned more seriously in a few seconds. It can be seen that the woman was completely disregarding her own danger, and was determined to stop Xiu, which made Chinyu confused. Listening to his question, Han Liyuan lowered her head and looked at the flames. After hesitating for a while, she raised her head and couldn't stop crying. "I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. I don't want to hurt anyone, but there's nothing I can do. That man is too powerful. I can't beat him. Every time I resist, I get beaten. I want to live. I don't want to die. I really don't want to hurt anyone." As she spoke, she wiped her tears. At this time, Xiaohu also looked at the woman in silence. But Chinyu just snorted coldly and said, "No matter what you have suffered, this is not a reason for you to harm others. We have no grudges against you, but you still choose to harm us?" Han Liyuan was unable to speak after being confronted by him, and continued to sit there sobbing softly. "But considering that you turned back in time, we have not suffered any substantial harm. As long as you can compensate us with enough supplies, harming us is not impossible to discuss." Hearing this, Han Liyuan hurriedly said, "Yes, we have a lot of food and drinks, and 3 walkie-talkies." Chapter 504. After such a long period of apocalypse, Chinyu is tired of having to kill people to solve problems. So when no one around him is hurt, and the other party does not make the same mistake again and again, he has to learn to gain benefits from another angle. After all, the life and death of this woman will not affect Chinyu in any way, but if he can get a bunch of good supplies from this, it is not bad. Of course, the most important thing is that Chinyu also wants to tell Xiaohu from the side that there is no absolute right or wrong in this world, and everyone's environment is different, and the choices they make will also be different. Moreover, it is the end of the world now. It can be said that the survivors who have lived for a year have more or less blood on their hands, but the difference is that some people are forced to do so. When Chinyu heard the woman say that there was a walkie-talkie, he was also very excited. He had always wanted to find this thing, but he had basically never heard of it. However, Chinyu did not directly believe what the other party said, but continued to ask, "You haven't explained it well, what exactly is this?" Hearing this, Han Liyuan bit her lip and said, "That is not an ordinary wine, the alcohol content is very high, and many unknown drugs are added to it, so the color does not look like water. As long as you say it is a drink, basically many people will believe it." "Medicine?" Chinyu didn't quite understand and asked, "Are you sure it's not poison or something like that?" "No." Han Liyuan shook her head, "It's medicine that can be found in pharmacies. I don't know if you remember that after the outbreak of the apocalypse, pharmacies in major cities are basically the focus of attention." "I know that," Xiaohu said. "When I followed others to search for supplies, I went to these places, and many common medicines were snatched away." "Then do you know why some medicines are not taken away?" Hearing this, Chinyu rolled his eyes, and said speechlessly, "Nonsense, who dares to take the stuff without knowing how to use it correctly?" Han Liyuan's lips were already a little pale, and her eyes began to become hazy, but she knew clearly that this would be her only chance to escape the clutches of the devil, and she must not fall down easily. Then she gently pressed the wound on the side of her right foot, and the pain made her sober up a little, and then continued, "It is true that medicine is 3-point poison. Many people have heard the saying, and we use this principle. Although medicine can cure diseases, some of them have side effects and toxicity. If the dosage is correct and appropriate, it can cure diseases and save lives. However, if the dosage is too high, it is very easy to have adverse reactions or even poisoning. And the key point is that taking alcohol mixed with medicine will make adverse reactions more likely." Finally, Han Liyuan took a deep breath and whispered, "This is why, before the end of the world, you need to take medicine according to the doctor's instructions." After saying that, the woman suddenly turned her head and began to vomit in front of the two of them. This moment scared Xiaohu. He immediately stood up and looked at the ground in astonishment. Chinyu did not move, just frowned slightly. As a strange smell appeared in the air, Xiaohu also asked Chinyu nervously, "What's the situation? Why is she like this suddenly?" Hearing this, Chinyu pondered for a while and said, "It should be caused by the small sip of wine she drank before." At this moment, Han Liyuan was like a stray dog, supporting the ground with her left hand, and vomited several times before she recovered. But she didn't stop, and continued to use her dirty hands to pinch her throat until she vomited out the medicine completely, and then she sat up again with difficulty. After just a moment of looking over, Chinyu turned his eyes away, because he really couldn't bear to watch. "Haha, isn't it scary?" Han Liyuan wiped the dirt from the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand, and then joked. "Well, your face is a little too pale. Every time you carry out such a plan, you will get sick afterwards, right?" "That's about right. Some of the survivors saw that I was a lone woman wearing such revealing clothes, so they dragged me to the bed directly. Afterwards, they didn't doubt me at all and just drank the bottle. But this thing didn't have any effect after drinking it, and then the after effect was very strong. Basically, 70% of people died directly." "What about the rest?" Chinyu asked. "The rest are like now, vomiting half to death, and then someone cuts their neck from behind with a knife. If you meet someone who is alert and asks you to drink a sip first, if you do it too many times, won't you be halfway to the gate of hell?" After this, Han Liyuan was silent for a long time, and then she whispered, "You are right, I have a problem with my stomach now, and I will vomit any irritating food I eat. This may be the retribution from God. Is this the kind of life you want?" Xiaohu, who rarely interrupted, suddenly asked a strange question. Hearing this, Han Liyuan smiled self-deprecatingly. She looked at the fire in front of her and whispered, "Do you mean that I use drugs to harm people, or use my body to deceive people?" "Both." Xiaohu thought for a moment and continued. Then Han Liyuan turned her head to look at the young man next to her, and seeing that he did not make any move, she looked at the young man on the left, shook her head and said, "This choice is not mine. If I don't obey the orders of those men, they will still forcibly occupy me and then control my personal freedom. Basically, I will never have peace in this life. But if I please them on the surface, I will have many opportunities to take their lives in private. You don't need to ask me. I can tell you the truth. I did kill 3 men all in bed. 2 of them were blinded by me, and then I smashed them to death with a stool. Another one had his trachea bitten off by me. After saying this, the man next to him still didn't react. Instead, the young man actually took a few steps back. What's your name? Qin Yu asked expressionlessly. Han Li Yuan, I should be bigger than both of you combined. No need to try to get close to me. Qin Yu added a chair to the fire and continued. Tell me everything from the end of the world to now, and everything about your encounter with your teammates. Don't leave out any details. After she finished speaking, Han Li Yuan turned her head to look at the blood at her feet, and begged, Can you let me bandage my feet first, otherwise I might faint later. Seeing this, Qin Yu nodded. After getting permission, Han Li Yuan struggled to stand up, and at this time, Xiaohu actually went over to help her walk to the sofa. Seeing this scene, Qin Yu also felt a little helpless. The woman looked quite old. Although her appearance and figure were basically unaffected, Xiaohu seemed to be quite tactful towards her, and his hand was also supporting her elbow. What made Qin Yu headache was that Xiaohu did come out of the quagmire of casually ignoring other people's lives, but it seemed that he had stepped into another critical point, that is, it was too easy to let down his guard against strange women. Some people look weak, but that's just an appearance. Chapter 505. When Han Li Yuan sat down, she picked up the knife on the ground and cut the sofa completely. Seeing this, Xiaohu stood aside and did not go forward to help. At this time, Qin Yu looked at it for a while, then frowned slightly and said, This sofa is not clean, aren't you afraid of secondary infection? Hearing this, Han Li Yuan looked up at him, shook her head and explained, Of course, I won't be stupid enough to touch the wound directly with these. After saying that, she reached her right hand into her arms, and after a few seconds, she took out a piece of white cloth, about the size of a palm. Then Han Li Yuan folded the cloth in half, and then carefully pressed it on the side of her right foot, and then carefully tied it several times with the cut sofa strips, and it looked quite good. Then, as if she guessed what Qin Yu was going to ask, Han Li Yuan took the lead and said, He doesn't allow me to wear other shoes, because sandals will look more pitiful in winter, and others will be more likely to sympathize with me. Yeah. Hearing this, Qin Yu just nodded slightly. But Han Li Yuan said to herself, I boiled this cloth in boiling water, and then dried it, and carried it with me all the time, just for situations like today, at least to prevent the wound from getting worse. Then she stood up again, still limping back to the fire. Unlike before, this time Han Li Yuan did not let the boy help her, because she knew that the young man was somewhat dissatisfied with this move. After all, they had only known each other for less than half an hour. After sitting down again, Han Li Yuan took a deep breath, carefully recalled the memories in her mind, and began to tell the story word by word. She spoke very slowly, just as Qin Yu had instructed. She did not hide anything. Just as the 3 of them were chatting by the fire in the room, there was a noise outside. The man had been hiding in the next building, staring at that place from the window, and he felt more and more scared. According to the normal plan, he would show up in about 2 days, because the target would be very weak at that time, and even if he didn't die, he would be skinned. After all, those medicines were not a joke. Taking them carelessly could easily kill people, not to mention mixing them with alcohol, and they basically never failed. But the man still felt a little distressed. He hadn't had enough fun with the woman yet. If she really got sick from eating, it would be a waste. It seems that we still have to think of other ways. At least we can't let her die like this. The man touched his chin, looked at the building next to him, and said thoughtfully, Just when he was a little sleepy, he suddenly saw a lot of flames. It looked like a fire, but because it was blocked by the curtains, the man couldn't see what was happening inside. Although he was very anxious, he did not act rashly. Instead, he took out a bag of expired biscuits from his bag and ate them while watching. When he saw the fire getting smaller and smaller and the curtains were opened, the man quickly hid under the window, fearing that he would be seen by the other party. But this was completely unnecessary, because even if Qin Yu had good eyesight, he could not find the enemy in the opposite building against the moonlight. When the curtains were opened, the man took the opportunity to see that there seemed to be a conflict on the opposite side. The young man looked very angry. This scene also made him start to back down and wonder whether he should take the opportunity to run away. Although he looks a bit strong, in the end, this can only scare some timid survivors. If you really meet a powerful one, it's nothing. All this started after the outbreak of the apocalypse. The man's name is Du Qingyu, also an orphan, who has never seen his biological parents since he was born. However, his experience from childhood to adulthood is completely different from Chinyu. Although they were both sent to different welfare homes, he later took a different path. When he was a child, Du Qingyu was very fat and a little shy. He often didn't like to stay with other children, and liked to squat in the corner to play alone. But over time, he became the target of bullying. As time went by, Du Qingyu was too scared and chose to escape from the welfare home by climbing over the wall when he was 10 years old. At that time, in small cities, the management was loose, and a kind-hearted restaurant owner took him in out of pity. From then on, Du Qingyu worked as a dishwasher. In this way, he could stay in the kitchen all day without worrying about being discovered by customers. After all, if people knew that the boss hired child labor, it would inevitably cause unnecessary trouble. Days passed, and Du Qingyu was gradually reused by the boss because of his hard work. Later, when the boss opened a branch, he also worked as a store manager for a period of time. However, since he had never been to school and could not read many words, he often quarreled with the waiters under him. In the eyes of those young people, the store manager was only 1 year older than them, but he had not even attended elementary school. How could he dare to teach them how to do things? Although they also served dishes, they had at least finished junior high school. As a result, conflicts often accumulated, and the store owner was busy opening branches and had no time to take care of things here. As time went on the day when Du Qingyu was 17 years old, things finally got out of control. The cause of the incident was originally a small matter, but those yellow-haired guys didn't like the store manager, so they deliberately embarrassed him in front of the customers. At that time, Du Qingyu was scolded by a woman in her 50s for a long time, and there were voices of laughter all around him. Finally, he thought that he had been bullied like this since he was a child, so he couldn't bear it anymore, picked up the fork on the table, and stabbed it into the woman's arm. Then he picked up the beer bottle and chopped those yellow-haired guys. This scene frightened many people, and the place was in chaos. After the incident became serious, the police rushed to the scene immediately, and Du Qingyu did not think of escaping. Perhaps at that time, he thought that he, who had not been educated, could not run away even if he wanted to. In the end, according to the law, Du Qingyu was sentenced to 5 years for intentional injury. Coincidentally, he took the opportunity to exercise before the lights went out every night in prison. Although there were not many items, he was able to exercise his body. After all, the food in prison may not be very good, but at least it will provide prisoners with nutritional balance. And the most fatal thing is that, after 4 years in prison, the apocalypse broke out. The appearance of zombies broke all order, and basically no one could stay out of it. The prison itself had fences, which, by chance, blocked the zombies' attack. In addition, there was food in the warehouse, and except for the chaos in the first month, the people inside hid and survived. Chapter 506. It all seemed to be destined by fate. Although Du Qingyu was in prison, he was slowly reforming. He even planned to learn a skill after he was released from prison, so that he could make a living in the future. But the end of the world came and dragged him down again. Many of the people in the prison were not good people. When they found that the prison guards were evacuated one by one, they became more and more crazy. Basically, those who had grudges would seek revenge, and those who had no grudges would also make enemies because of food. There were all kinds of fighting every day. In this environment, Du Qingyu had to pick up a weapon again. If there was no knife, he could sharpen a toothbrush and stab someone's throat. In order to avoid being targeted, he took the stolen food and locked himself in a passage. After staying in the prison for more than 3 months, he looked for an opportunity and sneaked out when the prison started fighting again. At that time, Du Qingyu had just met Han Liyuan. At first, he didn't know what was going on in the outside world. Although there was no electricity and no living people, he was afraid that it was just a regional power outage, so he didn't act rashly. When he heard the woman in front of him looking for teammates, Du Qingyu agreed without thinking, and during this period, he also tried various ways to be nice to the woman, and he lived a happy life. But the good times didn't last long. As he stayed longer, Du Qingyu's violent personality hidden under his smile slowly began to surface. When he fell off the cliff, he knew that the other party wanted to save him, but he just couldn't control his anger and finally lost control. Then he realized that the end of the world was really coming, and the world was completely messed up. Du Qingyu no longer pretended, and step by step targeted other survivors. Anyway, he had hurt many people just to survive. But what he didn't expect was that this time, he would regret it deeply, and at the moment of death, he would completely regret that night, regretting that he shouldn't have climbed over the wall of the welfare home. Time passed by, and after listening for about an hour, Qin Yu and Xiao who basically sorted out the clues and heard the general situation. So every time he beat you, he used a broomstick or fist, and it seemed to have no rhythm, just like venting randomly, right? After hearing the last sentence, Qin Yu asked expressionlessly. Hearing this, Han Liyuan gently touched the bruises on her calf and smiled bitterly. Yes, but he is stronger than me and can beat me to death with random punches, so I don't dare to fight him at all. Then, without waiting for Qin Yu to speak, she smiled again, but it should be different now. Hearing this, Qin Yu stood up, clapped his hands and said calmly, I advise you not to hold too much hope. I have no reason to fight for you. But you need a walkie-talkie, right? Then, Han Liyuan whispered, when I said the words food and drink just now, you didn't react at all, but when the word walkie-talkie came out, you instantly raised your head. But this doesn't make me hurt others. Qin Yu shook his head and said expressionlessly. After the voice fell, Han Liyuan still sat on the ground, not knowing what to say. In her opinion, no one would be able to resist the temptation of walkie-talkies in the end times. After all, phones can't be used nowadays, and this thing is very powerful. After all, with the intercom, it will be much more convenient to carry out other activities or build a base in the future, and the zombies can be better controlled. Qin Yu glanced at Han Liyuan sitting on the ground, then waved to Xiaohu, and then walked towards the window. What's wrong? Xiaohu asked in a low voice after approaching. I will quietly leave and go over to see what the situation is, and try to successfully get the other party's supplies without hurting anyone. After that, we will leave as quickly as possible. Hearing this, Xiaohu was stunned for a moment, then turned his head slightly to look at the woman warming herself by the fire behind him, and continued to ask in a low voice, Then this person. Hearing this, Qin Yu shook his head slightly and said, Of course not, she has a foot injury and has harmed many survivors. Although I just saved you out of conscience, this does not mean anything. At most, I will not take her life. If you really want me to take her with me, it is basically impossible. But didn't you just promise that this matter can be discussed? I didn't say I would accept her. It's just her misunderstanding. In the end times, don't let down your guard easily, and don't save everyone you see. Besides, this person is useless to us. After that, Qin Yu continued to instruct, Okay, you don't need to say more. Next, go find some ropes. If you don't have any, cut the clothes into strips, and tie her hands and feet. After that, I will break a glass when I get the supplies. When you hear the slogan, come down directly. Do you understand? Xiaohu hesitated for a while, and finally nodded as he said. In fact, at this point, he knew very well that although this woman was indeed pitiful, she had killed someone after all. Although it was the end of the world, the question was whether she would really turn over a new leaf. No one dared to bet on it. If he rashly brought her back to the camp, the only ones who would be hurt would be his own people. Seeing that Xiaohu agreed, Qin Yu turned around and walked to the fire, picked up the kitchen knife, and put it on the dining table. Then he said, I'm going to the toilet. Be careful not to let the fire go out. Oh, okay. Han Liyuan responded quickly, but when she looked up, she found that the man was talking to the boy next to him, and then he lowered his head to warm himself by the fire. Walking into the bathroom, Qin Yu looked at the facilities inside and found a box of paper next to the water tank. He simply put it in his pocket and opened the window. The light here was not good, and it seemed a bit dark. It was almost 10 o'clock in the evening. Qin Yu had to solve this matter as soon as possible. After all, he had to find gasoline and drive away tomorrow. No matter how much food there is here, it is not as good as the rice seeds he hid, not to mention the radish seeds. When Qin Yu came back from the abandoned examination room, he knew there was another group of people, so he made the worst plan, which was to hide the most important things. As for why he didn't take them with him, it was because they were too important. If he accidentally lost them, Qin Yu would really regret it. After all, if those two things were successfully planted, they could be used as seeds. Even if the end of the world never ended, he could still lead the people around him, and live safely with these two fixed foods. Of course, the most important thing was that Qin Yu really missed the fragrant rice, so he didn't want to have a fluke mentality. Chapter 507. When Qin Yu left the toilet, Xiaohu came out with 3 t-shirts in his hands as agreed before. Seeing him sitting down and cutting clothes with a kitchen knife, Han Liyuan looked at him for a while, and then asked, What are you doing? Hearing this, Xiaohu whispered while performing hand movements, Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. Seeing this, Han Liyuan didn't say anything more. Although the boy in front of her had only one hand, he didn't look weak, so she didn't think about anything else. Besides, Han Liyuan needs help from others now. She will not go to trouble herself unless her life is in danger. A few minutes later, Xiaohu had cut all the clothes. Because it was not convenient, he could only press the area of his left elbow, then press the clothes with his knees, and then cut with a kitchen knife. When he walked in front of Han Liyuan with the strips of cloth, the latter was also slightly stunned and frowned. "I thought you wanted to make a torch, haha." Xiaohu did not reply, but whispered, "Put your feet together." Hearing this, Han Liyuan hesitated. Although the current situation was not favorable to her, the result was already like this, and she could only choose to trust these two people and hope to change her future destiny. So after just a few seconds of hesitation, she did as the boy said. Then Xiaohu squatted down, holding 4 strips of cloth in his hand, and wrapped them around the ankle area several times, tying her legs together. Then he continued, "Pass your right hand under your right leg, then put it on your left leg, and keep your hands together." This tying posture was also taught to him by Xiaojiu. As long as the other party sits on the ground and uses a rope to tie his hands and left calf together, it is impossible for him to untie it by himself. Moreover, in this posture, the other party cannot stand up and basically has no ability to fight back. Watching the boy tie his hands and finally tighten the cloth strip with his teeth, Han Liyuan smiled bitterly and whispered, "You'd better rinse your mouth with water. There is dust on those clothes, which may make you uncomfortable after entering your mouth." But Xiaohu ignored her, just spit on the ground a few times, and continued to sit. Seeing that time pass by, no one came out of the bathroom. Han Liyuan put her chin on her knees and whispered, "He should have left, right? Aren't you tired?" Xiaohu looked up at her, and then said coldly, "It's almost 12 o'clock. If you really can't, you can sleep for a while. I'm not interested in chatting with you." When Xiaohu heard Chen Yu say that he would find a chance to leave this woman later, he began to change his attitude. He knew in his heart that it was impossible to take this person away, and he was already doing his best to help her. Taking it back would indeed be a hindrance. Apart from anything else, in the current team of Brother Xiao and Brother Chen, basically no one is useless. After asking for trouble, Han Liyuan simply shut up. She looked at the fire in front of her and began to plan how to arrange the future in her mind. After Chen Yu climbed out of the bathroom window, he first threw the knife down, then grabbed the windowsill with both hands, and then jumped directly to the flower bed below. The height of the second floor, and the soil below, this is not difficult for Chen Yu now. Then he hid in the corner, quietly glanced at the window on the 5th floor next to him, thought for a moment, and chose to take a detour to avoid being discovered by the other party. After finding a wall, Chen Yu climbed up the tree, then carefully climbed out, then quietly went downstairs to the man's building, and then continued to climb into the wall. When he approached the entrance area, Chen Yu stopped directly on the spot, frowning slightly. At the gate, there were many glass shards on the ground on the right side, which were particularly obvious under the moonlight, while the left side was very clean. He looked up at the floor above. If the other party used a mirror or other tools to face downward, Chen Yu would definitely be discovered the moment he walked over. In addition, Han Liyuan had described that the man upstairs was very alert and had experience dealing with other survivors. He would usually keep food and drinks under his nose. The man would not touch anything that Han Liyuan had touched. Now in the wild, Chen Yu did not carry a gun, and he did not know whether the other party had this thing, so he would rather spend more time thinking than take a gamble. Although Han Liyuan repeatedly emphasized that she had never seen the man use a gun, Chen Yu's character would only rely on listening half and verifying the other half by himself, and he would not completely believe what others said. After thinking for a while, Chen Yu still chose to step back and think of a way first. It would be best if he could quietly get the supplies without taking anyone's life. Fortunately, this community is a bit old, and the walls have basically not been covered, so it is very easy to climb over. Just be careful of the zombies outside. Coming to the area outside the community, Chen Yu looked around and soon found a zombie. Then he squatted by the wall, picked up a small stone, and threw it at the zombie. Paw! The sound was very small, but the zombie noticed it instantly, and walked towards the sound area with his limbs swaying. Seeing this, Chen Yu walked a few steps over there. As soon as he approached more than 10 meters away, the zombie discovered him as a living person, then opened his mouth, stretched out his 2 hands towards him, and walked towards him at the same time. As he walked, the zombie's mouth was still flowing with juice, which was quite smelly. Chen Yu held a branch that he had cut in advance in his hand. When the zombie approached, he held it with his right hand and quickly inserted it into its temple, and then it fell to the side on the spot. In order not to make any sound, Chen Yu quickly hugged the corpse and dragged it to the corner of the wall. Squatting down again, Chen Yu looked at the corpse in front of him, looked at the object on its left ring finger, and suddenly smiled. Such a big diamond ring, tut-tut. Chen Yu tried to take it off, but because the original owner of the ring was infected with the virus and became a zombie, for some reason, his fingers were a little swollen, and the ring could not be taken off at this time. Looking at the swollen ring finger, Chinyu didn't want to take it by force. If he broke it, and it was all over his hand, he would have to be careful with his hands for the next few days. After all, if he didn't pay attention to the virus, there might be accidents. In front of him was also a female corpse. Chinyu whispered to the corpse, "Sorry, I have a great use for your ring." After that, Chinyu took the knife and carefully cut off the ring finger of the left hand of the corpse, then took off the big diamond ring, blew off the dust on it with his mouth, and confirmed that it was not stained with too much blood. Chapter 508. Looking at the moon, Chinyu saw someone in his mind and smiled. Then he wiped the ring on his body and carefully put it in his pocket. Then Chinyu took the shoes taken from the corpse, filled a shoe with zombie blood, and returned to the wall again. The reason why he chose to come out to get it was because there were no zombies in the community. The big iron gate was always closed. Although it was not locked, the zombies could not open the door to enter. Returning to the entrance of the building, Chinyu carefully moved the pile of glass shards with his feet, and then poured zombie blood on the left area. Although he could walk directly over the pile of glass, Chinyu did not choose to do so. He would rather spend more time to figure out why the other party left the left area untouched. This is also what Alay told him to remember when he set out. If he encounters other survivors, under the premise that a conflict is inevitable, if the other party has set up a warning trap, then the first thing to consider is how to avoid triggering it, and at the same time, he can also find out the principle, which will also help Chinyu in the future. The group of people in the woods before used falling stones to hit the iron basin as a warning. Alay also told Chinyu that as long as one more rope was laid, the enemy would need to spend more time to dismantle the mechanism. It was for this reason that Chinyu wanted to find out what kind of medicine the man upstairs was selling. As the zombie blood spilled, something was wrong soon. I saw 3 fishing lines with a distance of only about 10 centimeters tied to the door next to them. Because of the black blood spilled on it, they are now clearly visible, and then the 3 lines are tied together, and then it seems to lead to the stairs inside. Seeing the scene, Chinyu looked back at the camp where they were staying before, and a trace of anger flashed in his heart. The woman definitely knew that there was a trap, but she didn't say it, but deliberately let Chinyu come directly. If he hadn't been cautious and entered directly from the door, the mechanism would have been triggered, and the man upstairs would definitely receive the signal and run away with the things. In the middle of the night, if the other party was determined to run away, Chinyu would basically chase him for the walkie-talkie, and then the 2 sides would inevitably fight. There were zombies everywhere, and it was dark around. Even Chinyu could not be 100% sure that he could escape unscathed. After all, it was impossible for the survivors, who could survive to this day, to have no means of saving their lives. Even though Han Liyuan said how pitiful she was, she thought that ordinary women might not be able to do this trick of biting the other party's trachea to death with their mouths. Even if they could, it would take great courage to kill them with one blow. But there was no time to settle accounts with the other party now. Chinyu also had to find a way to go upstairs first. Then he confirmed that there were only 3 fishing lines, and then he stepped over carefully. When he came to the corridor area, Chinyu instantly found 3 empty wine bottles stuck on the lines, hanging off the ground. As long as the line at the door was disturbed, the bottles here would fall directly to the ground. In the middle of the night, the shattering sound would instantly be transmitted, so that others would receive the signal. Moreover, this is an old-style community, and there are some sundries piled up in the building. It is very troublesome to run in the middle of the night. After confirming that the lines were only this, Chinyu carefully took off the bottle, then put away the fishing line, took out a few pieces of paper from his pocket, wiped the blood off the line, and then carefully put it away. This thing doesn't need anyone to tell him. Chinyu also knows that it is very useful and can't be wasted. When he slowly came to the 5th floor, Chinyu just confirmed which side the other party was on, and then returned to the 4th floor again. Because he had noticed before that there were also foot mats, and even shoe cabinets in the area in front of the door downstairs, so a plan appeared in his mind. After groping in his shoes for a while, Chinyu found a small object, then took it out, blew off the dust on it, and quickly opened the door. As soon as he opened the door, a zombie suddenly pounced on him, which scared Chinyu instantly. Fortunately, he was quite calm and did not panic. He pushed forward the zombie's chest with his left hand, then quickly pulled out the knife with his right hand and pushed the zombie a few steps inside. With the light from the moon shining on the floor, Chinyu swung the knife and killed the zombie in front of him with a fierce knife, and carefully placed the body on the ground. All this happened in a flash. The zombie didn't roar, and Chinyu couldn't make any sound, so the noise was quite small, and the man upstairs didn't hear anything at all. If it was when the apocalypse just broke out, Chin-Yu would definitely be scared, but after going through so much, these were just appetizers for him. Entering the room on the 4th floor, he patted the dust on his hands and began to check the house. Then he came to a bedroom window, opened it, looked at the water pipe next to it, stretched out his hand and pushed it a few times, and after confirming that it was firm, he grabbed it and climbed up. As expected, the windows on the 5th floor were not locked. Although most living rooms have anti-theft windows, the bedrooms do not, which gave Chin-Yu the opportunity to sneak in. Because of the cloth tied on his shoes, there was basically no sound when he climbed through the window. At this time, Chin-Yu, who was close to the door, could hear the sound of wood burning in the living room. Then he raised his left hand, looked at the watch on it, and waited for the pointer to move slowly. Time passed by. Xiaohu took out the watch from his pocket and took a look, then walked to pick up the chair and walked to the window. According to the communication, he needed to make some noise here in 20 minutes to attract the man's attention. With a bang, the sound of glass breaking came, and the huge sound scared Han Liyuan. She quickly turned her head, and saw that the boy was holding a chair and smashing every window desperately. In the middle of the night, this kind of noise instantly attracted everyone's attention. The man quickly lifted a corner of the curtain, frowned and observed the situation in the building, a little confused. When the voice came, Chin-Yu also quickly opened the door and walked out. Looking around, there was only one figure in the huge living room. It was indeed just as the woman said. Just as the man was about to turn around, he suddenly heard the sound of wind in his ears, and then his neck was tightly strangled by something, and his eyes widened instantly. Du Qingyu was frightened at this time, and subconsciously reached out to grab the rope around his neck, but it was the toughness of several fishing lines put together, which was more solid and tight, and he couldn't pull it out with his hands. Soon, the man in front of him gradually turned red, and the whole person began to lose his movement. Seeing this, Chin-Yu hesitated for a while, but did not choose to kill him, and directly let him go. Although Han Liyuan said that this man had done many evil things, considering Chen-Yu's situation, he had never offended her before, and now she needed to take away all of his supplies. It was already very difficult to survive without food in the apocalypse. In other words, this had already put the other party to death. It seemed that the previous matter had been settled, and there was no reason to take his life now. After all, there were too many bad people in the apocalypse, and he simply couldn't manage them all. In addition, Chin-Yu was really tired of killing, and just wanted to live a good life with Lin Yi in the future. He didn't want to be stained with too much blood, so he softened his heart for a moment. When Chin-Yu let go of the man and was about to find something to tie him up, Du Qingyu, who was lying on the ground pretending to be unconscious, opened his eyes instantly, and then quickly reached his right hand into his arms. Chapter 509. Although Chin-Yu did not kill the man, he was always highly focused and kept an eye on the man on the ground. When the other party's right hand moved, Chin-Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, and then rolled to the side. Bang! The familiar sound of gunfire rang out instantly. The next second, Chin-Yu's left arm and shoulder were grazed by the bullet, and then a burning pain came, and then he picked up the hammer with his right hand and threw it over. Du Qingyu quickly got up from the ground, holding the gun in his right hand and pressing the trigger, hitting Chin-Yu so hard that he couldn't even show his head. Thanks to the sofa over there, Chin-Yu huddled behind it and dodged bullets quickly. Although he had the upper hand at the moment, Du Qingyu did not dare to underestimate the enemy. He knew what kind of person he was. He had never touched a gun before the end of the world. In addition, he had very few bullets, so he was reluctant to practice his accuracy. Now, he could not hit anyone at all. After firing several rounds, Du Qingyu saw the other man hiding, and quickly ran to another small balcony, then turned over and grabbed the rope, and slid down quickly. When the gunshots rang out, Xiaohu from the next building stood up instantly, his face changed drastically, and then he looked at the woman on the ground and asked, "Didn't you say that the other party didn't have a gun?" Hearing this, Han Liyuan wanted to stand up in fear, but because she was tied up, she couldn't do this at all. She still sat on the ground and replied in panic, "It's been a few months, and I have never seen him use that thing, absolutely not, and I don't know why there was a sudden gunshot." Then Han Liyuan hurriedly said, "Could it be that the young man fired the gun?" But Xiaohu didn't answer him, but took the kitchen knife and rushed over to help. Seeing this, Han Liyuan was also anxious. She shouted, "Let me go quickly, I will help you too. You only have one hand, and the other party has a gun. More people means more eyes." Hearing this, Xiaohu stopped where he was, looked at his left arm, then looked at the woman on the ground, gritted his teeth, and said, "You'd better think clearly about who you should help. Now he has no choice." They didn't bring guns this time. When cold weapons meet hot weapons, no matter how powerful Chen Yu is, it is basically difficult to get the upper hand. Xiao Hu remembered what Brother Xiao once said, that the gun will be faster at 7 steps away, and when asked about within 7 steps, Xiao Jiao said 5 words with great sincerity. The gun is accurate and fast. And Uncle will also confirm this later. When the opponent has a gun, don't rush up stupidly, because that is based on the enemy not moving. In actual combat, the enemy often retreats while shooting, and in the end, even if the distance is only 1 meter, the bullet will be fired first. So in the current situation, Xiao Hu also understands that his combat effectiveness is not strong, then picks up the kitchen knife, quickly cuts the cloth strips on Han Liyuan's hands and feet, and then the two quickly run to the next building. Han Liyuan was getting anxious. She really wanted to defeat Du Qingyu through these two people, but if the man had been hiding a gun and relied on it to win, she had to think clearly whether she should choose a good position again. After all, there was only one favorable situation for Han Liyuan, that is, Du Qingyu probably didn't know that she had reached an agreement with the man, and might even think that she was just tied up. As she ran, blood flowed from Han Liyuan's feet again, but she didn't care at all and kept gritting her teeth. If Du Qingyu could die, it would be the best for her. When the two of them just went downstairs, they saw a figure sliding down from the 5th floor holding a rope, but because of his unprofessional posture, he sprained his foot when he was about to land, and limped towards the gate of the community. Then Xiao Hu saw another person appear on the balcony on the 5th floor. Although it was blurry at night, he could recognize it instantly. It was Chen Yu. Then without hesitation, Xiao Hu took the knife and chased the man in front. Chen Yu quickly covered his hands with his sleeves, then slid down holding the rope, and let go of his hands when he was about to land. He rolled forward, his legs bursting with power, and quickly chased after them. Watching the two chasing after them, Han Liyuan's eyes were erratic, then she looked at the trees in the community, stood on the flower bed, stretched out her hand to break off a branch about the thickness of a finger, about 20 centimeters long, and picked up a half-broken brick. Holding the brick in her left hand, and the branch in her right hand, she put it on top to sharpen it, and Han Liyuan, with a gloomy face, slowly chased after them. Due to his sprained foot when landing, Du Qingyu was almost caught up after running for a short time. He had no choice but to rush into the public toilet on the roadside. Not knowing whether the other party had run out of bullets, Chen Yu did not rush in, but stayed outside and checked his shoulder. Although this part was injured again, Chen Yu did not have any emotional fluctuations, as if the injury was not himself. After confirming that the injury was not a problem, he stared at the entrance of the toilet. At the same time, he began to strengthen a belief in his heart, that is, as long as the doomsday is not over, killing cannot be avoided after all. When Chen Yu leaned against the wall to catch his breath and recover his strength, Xiao Hu also ran over breathlessly. "I saw you running in front. Why are you still behind me?" Chen Yu glanced at him and asked in a low voice. Hearing this, Xiao Hu blushed and said, "I saw that his leg was injured, and I remembered the shortcuts I saw in the movie, but I found that he didn't run along the normal route at all. In addition, I was not familiar with this place, so I didn't pay attention for a while, and then I got lost." Hearing this, Chen Yu was also a little speechless, and then he reminded, "Don't run around in areas where you don't know the terrain. If you encounter a group of zombies in the alley, you can only wait to die there, right?" "I remember." Xiao Hu nodded, then he turned his head to look at the public toilet, and whispered again, "The woman before, I think her name is Han Liyuan, she told me that she would find a way to sneak in and attack the other party, so let's find an opportunity to rush in." After the voice fell, Chen Yu raised his eyebrows, and said in a deep voice, "Who told you to let her go?" Xiao Hu quickly raised his left hand and said, "I only have one hand, and I am not proficient in using this kitchen knife. The other party has a gun. I am worried that you will get into an accident, and I thought that more people and more helpers would be more, so I didn't care so much when I was anxious." Seeing this, Chen Yu couldn't blame him. After all, Xiao Hu was probably really afraid that something would happen to him. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "Can she do it?" "I don't know." Xiao Hu shook his head. At this moment, a voice came from the toilet. "Brothers outside, we are all here to survive. Why kill us all?" Chapter 510. "I didn't bring the supplies with me. I used them to exchange for my life. What do you think?" Hearing that the other party had taken the lead in negotiating, Chen Yu replied with a cold face, "I did think so before you fired the gun, but now it's too late." After the voice fell, Chen Yu turned his head and whispered, "Xiao Hu, go to other directions to make a sound, gather the zombies together, and then lead them here, and lead them to the toilet later." "Okay." Xiao Hu nodded, and then ran to another direction. Du Qingyu, who was hiding in the toilet, regretted it very much. He was unfamiliar with the place, and did not dare to run around. The key point was that it was late at night, and he did not know which places had zombies, and which places did not. He had this small pistol when he escaped from prison. He happened to encounter a group of people fighting on the road. One of them fell off the cliff. Then Du Qingyu wanted to go over and take the other person's shoes, but by chance, he saw this gun on the shore. At that time, Du Qingyu had never seen a gun, but he had watched many movies, and knew how to load a pistol and open the safety, but he did not know how to maintain the parts. So from then on, he wrapped the gun tightly in a plastic bag and tied it to his waist all day long. In order to prevent the gun from accidentally going off, Du Qingyu also used wood to block the trigger position to avoid accidents. No matter who he met, as long as his life was not endangered, he would never use the gun. He even brought the gun into the bathroom when taking a shower, which is why Han Liyuan was completely unaware of it. Seeing that it was useless to discuss with the outsiders, Du Qingyu also backed out. He knew how many bullets the pistol had. He had fired several rounds before, but now he only had 2 rounds left. Although it looked like there were only 2 people on the other side, with his shooting skills, he would probably need another 10 rounds to kill one person. Just as he was thinking about how to escape, the toilet window was suddenly pushed open, and then a person climbed in. Who? Du Qingyu held the gun with both hands, and asked after being startled. It's me. Han Liyuan said quickly. They were chasing you, and I found a chance to slip out, thinking of coming to help. After saying that, seeing that the man did not shoot, Han Liyuan quickly jumped down. As soon as she landed, Du Qingyu suddenly slapped her and cursed. Fuck! How did that man know I was here? He even sneaked over and asked, Did you tell the secret? With a snap, Han Liyuan was dizzy from being slapped. It was very dark inside the toilet. She couldn't help but fall to the left, and then her right foot missed, and instantly stepped into the pit below. This is a public toilet that has been built for many years, and it is still a dry toilet type. Because it is a small town, it has never been renovated. At this moment, Han Liyuan also knew what her right foot had stepped on. Although it was the end of the world, the filth underneath had basically dried up a lot, but there was still a lot of feces underneath. Resisting the nausea, Han Liyuan pulled her foot out and lay on the ground, covering her face and saying, We made a mistake. The other party was not 2 people, but 3. They lived here for a while, and originally left 1 person in the house. We were discovered when we entered. Although the gun was pointed at her head, Han Liyuan did not panic. It is impossible to say that she has no brains to survive until now. She lies without blinking an eye. Du Qingyu was injured and blocked by others at the moment, so he didn't care to pursue the responsibility of the woman on the ground. After taking a look at her, he changed his attitude and squatted down and said, Are you okay? Hearing the other party's tone suddenly become gentle, Han Liyuan's pupil shrank, and she shook her head quickly and said, I'm used to it, it's okay. Then Du Qingyu helped her up, took a look at the palm print on her cheek, and whispered, Don't blame me for being so cruel. The other party wanted to kill me when he came in. No one can stand it. Let me see. As soon as he finished speaking, he wanted to reach out and touch Han Liyuan's face, but the latter took a step back and said again, It's really okay. Seeing this, Du Qingyu resisted the urge to slap her again, and said in a better tone as possible, Since it is not affected, why don't we act separately? You wear my clothes and go out of the toilet door, I leave from this window, and then go around and attack them. Worried that she would not agree, Du Qingyu hurriedly said, Don't worry, when I leave here, I will definitely find a way to save you. You are a woman, and now it is the end of the world, the other party will definitely not be willing to kill you. Until this moment, the man in front of her was still thinking about pushing her out as cannon fodder. Han Liyuan was completely discouraged, and was glad that she had communicated with the boy in advance. After saying that, Han Liyuan pretended to think for a while, and then nodded. Seeing this, Du Qingyu was instantly overjoyed, and then began to take off his coat. Despite this, he still held the pistol in his other hand. Just as Du Qingyu took off his clothes, and was about to hand it over, Han Liyuan also held her own tattered coat in her hands, and stretched out both hands. When the man in front of her caught the clothes, Han Liyuan's eyes condensed, and she suddenly threw the clothes at his face, and at the same time, she grabbed the gun in his hand with her left hand, and quickly twisted it to the side. Du Qingyu reacted quickly, and instantly pressed the trigger with his right hand, but he only heard the sound of the bullet hitting the wall, and then the trigger of the pistol was stuck by something, and he couldn't press it at all. Although her left hand was stuck on the other party's gun, Han Liyuan was panicking. She pulled out the sharpened branch with her right hand and stabbed the other party's neck desperately, but her right hand was held by Du Qingyu again. Then the other party hit her hard with his head. The difference in strength caused Han Liyuan to feel a sharp pain on her forehead. Her eyes turned black instantly. She loosened her hands, then leaned back and began to fall down. Du Qingyu's heart was beating wildly, but he did not shoot the woman again. He chose to turn around quickly and aim at the toilet entrance, trying to pull the trigger. But Qinyu was faster than him. He had been lying in ambush outside before. When he heard the noise, he rushed in. With his right hand supporting the baffle of the toilet squatting position, Qinyu jumped up and kicked the man's left temple with his right foot. With a muffled groan, Du Qingyu's left eyeball was congested on the spot, and then he fell to the ground. At the same time, his head hit the concrete floor again, and his life or death was unknown. Qinyu didn't waste time, stepped forward and picked up the wooden stick on the ground, and suddenly stabbed it into the man's throat, killing him instantly. Then he stabbed the eyeball again to prevent it from mutating into a zombie. Qinyu picked up the pistol and took a look, then put it in his waist. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, the motionless woman on the ground caught his attention. After hesitating for a moment, Qinyu still didn't have the heart to abandon this woman. After all, she had helped again just now. If he continued to leave her alone, she would definitely be bitten to death by the zombies. Thinking of this, Qinyu walked back and picked up the fainted Han Liyuan, then called Xiaohu outside the toilet, and the two quickly returned to the community. Chapter 511. The previous shot in the toilet attracted the attention of many zombies. At this time, Qinyu and Xiaohu decided to hide in a roadside shop for the time being, and then find a way to leave. When they returned to the room on the second floor, Han Liyuan still didn't wake up. Seeing this, Qinyu put her on the sofa, then added some paper to the dying fire, and threw in the last wooden chair. Xiaohu looked out the window and suddenly said, "Why don't you take a rest first, bandage your shoulder, and I go get the supplies from the next building?" Hearing this, Qinyu looked up at him, shook his head slightly and said, "You didn't bring bandages and gauze when you went out, so you can't bandage. I checked it before, and the 2 packages are still a bit too much. It's not easy for you to carry it with one hand. Let me go." Then he stood up and added again, "You watch here, I go next door." After saying that, Qinyu was about to leave from the door, but hesitated a little, then walked to the window and looked down. Sure enough, there were 5 or 6 zombies wandering downstairs. When I was chasing that man before, the door was open, and I guess some zombies just slipped in. I didn't pay attention when I returned afterwards, and I only found their traces now. Seeing this, Qinyu pulled the curtains tight, kicked the glass shards on the ground together with his feet, and then walked back to the fire and said, "Let's not go there yet. Although there are not many zombies down there, there is no need to waste energy to kill them. Anyway, the door is closed, so let's go after a rest." "Okay." Xiaohu nodded and sat down. At this moment, he suddenly smelled an unusual smell, and then he leaned towards the sofa. "What's wrong?" Qinyu asked immediately after seeing his appearance. "It's a bit smelly. Didn't you smell it, Brother Qin? I rushed into the toilet before, and I think it's the smell I brought with me," Qinyu answered casually. But Xiaohu came closer and shook his head and said, "It's not from you." After saying that, he looked down and shouted, "Look, there's something on this person's feet." Hearing this, Qinyu picked up a burning chair leg from the fire, moved closer to Han Liyuan's feet and took a look, then said in a deep voice, "This is bad. She has a wound on her foot, and then it came into contact with feces, which is full of bacteria and will be infected 100%. Hearing this, Xiaohu's eyes dimmed and whispered, "She may have used us to deal with that man, but in the end, it was thanks to her help that we won so easily, right?" Qinyu glanced at him and chuckled, "You don't have to make this expression. I think I can tell who is good and who is bad. Apart from anything else, even in the end of the world, good and evil still need to be treated separately." After saying that, Qinyu threw the chair leg into the fire and ordered again, "Go and wrap the cloth strips on the ground around it, make it into a torch and hold it up. I will disinfect it for her." "Ah, you even know how to do this?" Xiaohu was surprised. Qinyu cut off the sofa with a kitchen knife and used the foam inside to clean up some of the feces, then explained, "I definitely didn't know how to do it before, but I have always had a great doctor by my side. I usually ask her for advice when I have time. I can't save lives, but simple infection prevention is no problem." Then he picked up the half bottle of wine next to him, took a look and said, "Alcohol can also be used for disinfection. Although there is medicine in it, a lot of it was spilled before. If I dilute it with clean water, maybe it will be fine." "Okay." Xiao, who quickly followed his instructions, quickly lit the torch, and held it up to illuminate Qinyu. After getting ready, Qinyu looked at the fainted woman in front of him again and whispered, "I hope your future value will be worthy of my act of saving you today." After that, Qinyu began to follow the steps that Lin Yi had said before, and proceeded step by step. First rinse with clean water, then pour the water into a plastic bottle, and shake it a few times. Use chopsticks to hold the small foam, and gently wipe the inside of the wound. As the alcohol came into contact with the nerves of the wound, Han Liyuan woke up instantly with pain. She sat up quickly with her upper body, and then wanted to press her feet with her hands. "Don't move!" Qinyu quickly shouted. "If you don't want to die, be quiet." Hearing this, Han Liyuan first glanced at the surrounding environment, remembering that this was the second-floor room before. Then she was stunned for a moment, and then quickly thanked. Thank you for not abandoning me." But Qinyu just concentrated on wiping the wound on her foot, and said expressionlessly, "If you hadn't chosen to risk your life again, I would never care about you. The current situation is all your own hard work, no need to say more. Although that's what I said, it's also thanks to you." Han Liyuan sat on the sofa, and said with a smile. Seeing her like this, Xiaohu couldn't help it. "You still have the mood to laugh. If there wasn't wine here, you would have stepped on the manure, and you would have died in the end times, because we don't have antibiotics and iodine." Hearing this, Han Liyuan lowered her head, touched the bulge on her forehead, and whispered, "I finally escaped from the control of that man, and I should be able to live with dignity in the future." After saying this, she realized that she was only wearing underwear on her upper body. Thinking of the attitude of the man in front of her before, Han Liyuan quickly picked up the burnt red coat on the ground and quickly put it on. While Qinyu was patiently cleaning and disinfecting, Han Liyuan quietly looked at him, and then whispered, "Can I ask you a question?" After saying this, Qinyu stood up and walked to the kitchen. He searched for a long time, then took out a small knife, rinsed it with water, squatted by the fire with the knife tip in his hand, and frowned. "Although the wound on your foot is not big, it is a bit deep. I need to cut the wound a little to prevent the feces from being missed." After all, it was stepped too deep at that time. "Can you bear it?" Hearing this, Han Liyuan smiled bitterly and said, "Look at the wounds on my body, all of them were beaten by that man. The old wounds have not healed, and new wounds have come. Pain is commonplace for me. It's okay." Hee. Qinyu rolled his eyes, and said speechlessly, "How did you wake up in pain when I disinfected you before?" "Because?" Han Liyuan blushed and answered in a low voice, "Because the man never disinfected my wounds before, and I never felt this pain." Hearing her somewhat sad answer, Qinyu just curled his lips, and didn't say anything more. Then, he took the sterilized knife, and returned to the sofa. Qinyu squatted down and said, "What do you want to ask? Let's make it clear in advance that we don't have a camp." Chapter 512. "Don't worry, I won't ask you any questions." Han Liyuan shook her head, and then she whispered, "It's been so long since the doomsday broke out. You are all men, you should all understand." "He is not. Think about some things before you say them." Qinyu frowned slightly and glanced at her, whispering, "The one next to him is not yet an adult." After that, Qinyu held the knife in his right hand and quickly cut open the wound on the side of her foot, but after all, he was not a professional, so he cut too much. Seeing this, Qinyu said guiltily, "Sorry, I didn't pay attention to the strength. Are you okay?" Han Liyuan held her coat tightly with both hands, and the whole person instantly took a breath of cold air, but did not shout. She looked a little painful, shook her head and said, "No. It's okay." Hearing this, Qinyu quickly continued to disinfect her. Then Han Liyuan endured the pain and closed her eyes again and asked, "After experiencing the doomsday for so long, you must know that the current environment is often accompanied by various killings, violence, and even women. I never thought that in this environment, there are still men who can do what you do, not even willing to look at me for a few more times. It's really rare." Hearing this, Qinyu put down his chopsticks and said with some disapproval, "There are many men like this, but you just can't get in touch with them in your environment." "That's true." Han Liyuan replied in a low voice, "I thought every man, in this situation, would rush up to a lone woman like a hungry tiger." After the words fell, Xiaohu squatted beside him, and said with a smile, "He has a partner, who is much prettier than you, with whiter skin and a better personality. The key is that she is a doctor, so of course he doesn't like you." After this, Han Liyuan lowered her head, pursed her lips, and did not speak. Then Qinyu glared at him and said, "Look at what you were talking about. If you can't speak, shut up. No matter what the environment is, I will not touch other women casually. I am a human, not a beast." But now no one cares. Even if you do something, even if it's burning, killing, looting, or wanton slaughter, no one will know, and no one will bother you, right? But I know. After saying that, Jinyu poked his heart with his right index finger and said seriously, people do things, and God sees. Since the birth of human beings, from primitive society to the current modern civilization, the ethics and moral concepts have gradually developed. There was a saying before, there is no order without rules. But I also know a truth, that is, if there is no ethics and morality, what is the difference between us humans and animals? Before the end of the world, everyone is bound by laws and various self-restraints, and society will gradually become healthy. Although the end of the world has broken out, it does not mean that we need to throw away these things. Do you understand? After saying this, Jinyu once again looked firmly into the woman's eyes, and said in a deep voice, the reason why people are human is that we have emotions and various emotions. Take the current environment for example. If a friend suddenly dies around us, we will feel sad, but when we harvest a lot of food, we will feel very happy. But if you get used to killing people to plunder supplies, then when someone around you falls, you don't think about the time you spent with him, but resent him for being so useless that he left you alone to fight the enemy. You should be thankful that you are now in our hands, not the evil people outside. At this point, Jinyu stood up, took out the gun at his waist and said word by word, when these weapons fall into the hands of bad people, you will understand how difficult it is to live. In the hands of people like us, it is a good partner to deal with the enemy. If I had chosen to join the army, it would be my comrade in arms, but from another perspective, it can also become a tool for others to kill at will. That's all I have to say. How much you can take in is up to you, but I advise you that if you want to follow us out of this town, you must not deprive anyone of their life for various resources. In the end times, humans must unite to live longer and more safely. After saying this, Jinyu walked back to the fire and sat down, preparing to clean the blood around his shoulder. Han Liyuan also fell silent at this time, then took out the last bit of clean cloth from her body and handed it over. Do you want to wrap it too? Hearing this, Jinyu shook his head and said, your wound is not good enough. I only had a scratch. If it was really a bullet, I would not have the strength to treat your wound first. Okay. Han Liyuan saw this and chose to bandage herself, while savoring his words carefully. After hearing this, Xiaohu was stunned. At this moment, he understood why Xiaolin had been persuading him privately after meeting Qinyu and others again. At the beginning, Xiaolin had reminded him several times that if there was a chance, he should get in touch with Qinyu more, and follow him to practice when he had nothing to do, so that he would learn a lot. But at that time, Xiaohu just replied in confusion, I want to learn something. Why don't I follow Brother Xiao, or Uncle Wa is fine, why should I learn from someone I just met for a short time? Although Xiaolin is beautiful and carefree, she has always been very thoughtful. Although she is much smarter than Xiaohu, she also understands that the latter is not in a good state at that time, so she didn't persuade him much, just left a word and left. It's useless to say more, you will understand the reason later. The reason why I said this is because of the experience in the basement a long time ago. When Xiaolin went to the warehouse to get bed sheets for Qinyu, she encountered the corpse rat. If Xiaolin remembered correctly, it was the first time for everyone to encounter a corpse rat, not to mention that it was many times larger and more violent. But later, thinking about it carefully, Qinyu at that time had already shown an unusual calmness. Although he was very weak at that time, so weak that he couldn't even compete with the corpse rat's strength, he also thought of the trick of releasing his strength, and then threw the corpse rat out. At the same time, he also understood that using shoes as weapons to hit, Xiao Zhuk had not yet trained him, Dazhuang and Li Yao, but in this situation, Qinyu was still calm enough. Since then, Xiaolin felt that with Qinyu's ability to deal with things in an orderly manner, he would definitely go further and further in the doomsday, so she would stick to Li Yao all day long, starting from this aspect, and strive to build a good relationship in advance. But at that time, she made a wrong judgment, thinking that the two would become a couple. Li Yao had a good impression of Qinyu, but Qinyu didn't like Li Yao at all, and even deliberately alienated each other. Later, Xiao Jiu also said something seriously to Xiaolin. Although both parties didn't know, they made a unanimous decision, that is, to separate first. Because only when the young eagle leaves the nest can it grow faster. Chapter 513. After a moment of daze, Xiaohu walked to the fire without saying a word and sat down, moving the charcoal a little further inside. Qinyu had cleaned the blood on his shoulder. Fortunately, his reaction was much faster now, and his ability to smell various dangers made him subconsciously dodge the bullet. Of course, part of the reason was that the opponent wanted to aim at the head, which gave him the opportunity. If he aimed at the chest area, even if Qinyu dodged quickly, Although he would try his best to avoid being shot in the vital parts, it would be inevitable that his shoulder would be shot through. The skin was a little scratched, but the clothes underneath were still clean, so Chinyu didn't pay too much attention to it. He planned to apply some medicine when he got back to avoid infection. After about 5 or 6 minutes, everyone still stayed in the room without moving. Han Liyuan, who was sitting on the sofa, was very hungry, but she didn't say anything until her stomach grumbled. Hearing this, Chinyu was silent for a while, and then said, "I want all your supplies. This is equivalent to the reward for saving you. Can you accept it?" Hearing this, Han Liyuan nodded like a chick pecking at rice. "I have no objection to your arrangement." "Yes." Chinyu nodded, and then continued, "After the wound is bandaged, you come with me." After the voice fell, Xiaohu stood up again, but Chinyu shook his head. "You sit down, I'm talking about her." "Ah?" Han Liyuan was obviously stunned, but she quickly reacted, gritted her teeth, and said, "Okay, I go with you. But my right foot is injured, and that will be a drag if I follow you, right? Just find something to support yourself. There is a clothes-drying pole on the balcony. Go get it yourself," Chinyu said calmly. Seeing this, Han Liyuan had no choice. She was really living under someone else's roof now, and she knew that she was useless. If she wanted to survive with the other person, she must show her value, otherwise she would be abandoned by anyone who came in the future. Thinking of this, Han Liyuan stood up with her left hand on the sofa, and then jumped to the balcony on one leg. Watching the scene, Xiaohu moved a little closer to Chinyu and asked in a low voice, "She is injured, and there is no point in following you. Why take her to get supplies?" Then Chinyu looked up at the balcony and said softly, "It is precisely because she is useless that I need her to help. At least she should understand the importance of unity in the end times." Secondly, Chinyu changed the subject and added calmly, "I need her to overcome her fear of zombies. We still have to travel. If she screams and cries when she encounters a group of zombies, I don't want to spend time saving her." "I understand." Xiaohu nodded. Half a minute later, Han Liyuan held the clothesline with her right hand. Her right foot was not completely suspended in the air, but she used her heel to touch the ground, so she could barely walk. In addition, she was wearing sandals. Although it was cold, she didn't need to find a way to put them on. She just needed to avoid touching the water. Seeing that she was ready, Chinyu didn't stop, picked up the bone-chopping knife again, and walked towards the door. Seeing this, Han Liyuan hurriedly followed, and said thank you when she passed by Xiaohu. When the two came to the first floor, they happened to see 6 zombies staying in the yard, separated a little far, and each of them was swaying back and forth. Seeing this, Chinyu whispered, "I go out and deal with them first, you come out later." "Okay." Han Liyuan nodded nervously. Although she had survived in the apocalypse for a long time, she had very little time to deal with zombies. Most of the time, she would run if she could, and hide if she couldn't, and basically would not choose to kill. There is only one exception, that is, when the zombies can't move. When Chinyu was listening to Han Liyuan's story about her experience after the outbreak of the apocalypse in the house, he felt something was wrong, because this woman only talked about her killing 3 men, but she rarely had contact with zombies, as if she had deliberately skipped it. Chinyu actually didn't have any feelings for the survivors in the apocalypse, but there was one thing he would never do, which was to bring a burden with him. It would be difficult to meet living people in the future, but zombies were different. There would be more and more of them, and he also planned to build a few wooden houses outside the villa area for guard duty, so he would inevitably need to cut trees. If he met a group of zombies in the woods, and one of them panicked and only cared about running away and hurt others, then Chinyu would definitely blame himself very much. After all, he was the one who brought the person back. So after a brief thought, he still wanted to see how this woman would react when she encountered zombies when she was injured. Seeing Chinyu killing the zombies outside cleanly and neatly, Han Liyuan was also very happy. She finally met a reliable and nice survivor. But when there was only one left, the man outside stopped. Chinyu used a knife to hit the part that was supposed to be cut with a blade, and then kicked it out. The zombie instantly retreated several steps, and by chance, it stopped right in front of the area where Han Liyuan was hiding. Then Han Liyuan's eyelids jumped, because she saw Chinyu quickly hide behind the trash can. Then, the zombie struggled to get up from the ground, swayed around, and then found another living person hiding inside. When she saw the zombie coming, Han Liyuan even thought that the other party wanted to use the zombie to kill her, but she quickly denied this idea. Because with her current ability, the man could easily kill her. Thinking of the words she had said before, Han Liyuan instantly realized that this was a test. There was a road behind her, and she could still run up. At the risk of reopening the wound on her right foot, Han Liyuan could indeed escape from the zombie, but in this case, the final result was self-evident. Thinking of this, Han Liyuan took a few deep breaths. Watching the thin zombie approaching, she nervously held the clothesline with both hands, and then lifted it up. When the zombie entered the first floor entrance, Han Liyuan held her breath. Not daring to blink, she aimed at the jaw and quickly stabbed in. Then she closed her eyes tightly, and when she didn't feel the zombie move again, she opened her eyes, and sat on the stairs blankly. Then Xinyu came over, pushed the corpse away, and said expressionlessly, "You dare to kill people in the doomsday. Why do you only want to run when you meet zombies? Why?" Hearing this, Han Liyuan stood up holding the railing, looked at the corpse and whispered, "The three I killed were all bad, but these zombies are different." Chapter 514. After hearing this, Chunyu became interested. He leaned against the wall with his hands on his shoulders and smiled. "Come on, tell me, what's the difference?" Hearing this, Han Liyuan glanced at him and explained, "Many people can't actually control themselves to become zombies. They are often attacked by others, and some are even killed deliberately, or starved to death after their food is taken away. In my opinion, although they become zombies after death, no one can tell what their previous identity was. What if there is a good person? What if the doomsday can end, and when the antidote appears one day, those lying on the ground may be able to continue to recover?" Hearing this, Xinyu sneered. "When I killed the zombies before, I didn't see you dissuade me, but you backed off when it was your turn. How do you explain this?" Han Liyuan hesitated for a while, and answered in a low voice, "How can I have the courage to care about what others want to do? And besides, I don't have the courage to kill people, but if those three men didn't die, I wouldn't be alive until now. Everything was forced." After he finished speaking, Xinyu kicked the corpse on the ground with his foot, and his expression was no longer playful. Instead, he said seriously, "You have to understand that these things can no longer be called human beings. They are dead, not to mention that the corpses are gradually rotting. Even if the antidote is found, can they still grow so much new flesh?" Then, Xinyu turned around, he looked at the night sky and said softly, "The most important thing is that after so long since the outbreak of the apocalypse, I have never heard of anyone or any animal being immune to the virus. Without such conditions, how can we develop serum? Have you heard of it?" Han Liyuan shook her head and said truthfully, "I have never heard of it. So, I think that the world is likely to be like this now. Zombies will not disappear, and the environment will not get better. It will probably be like this in the next few decades, or even hundreds of years. The only thing we can do is to try to restore modern civilization to a small area through our own efforts, and then gradually spread to the surrounding areas. Let's go! If you encounter zombies next time, avoid them if you can, but don't retreat all the time. You still have to get used to killing them. At least keep an eye on the area behind me. Do you understand? Don't worry, I will never abandon you," Han Liyuan promised. Hearing this, Xinyu glanced at her feet, shook his head slightly, and then smiled and continued to walk to another building. A few minutes later, the two returned to the 5th floor of the building again. Because the light was dim, Xinyu walked a little slowly to prevent being attacked by zombies. After all, they found zombies outside, but no one could say whether there were several hidden inside. Back on the 5th floor, Xinyu still used the bank card to open the door. Since this is an old-style community, this method is quite convenient. Entering the house, the fire had long been extinguished, and everything around seemed so cold, except for the smell of smoke in the air. Standing in front of the two bags, Xinyu signaled with his eyes, "Open the bag and take out the walkie-talkie." Hearing this, Han Liyuan stood by the door leaning on the clothesline. She smiled bitterly. "It's a good thing to be cautious, but I'm in this state. How could I still have the mind to harm you? And there can't be any traps hidden in the bag." But even so, Xinyu was still too lazy to move, just standing there and looking at her. Seeing this, Han Liyuan sighed, limped forward while forcing herself to endure the pain, and then squatted down. She quickly unzipped her zipper, reached in and fumbled for a while, and then took out a palm-sized black object. Seeing this, Xinyu was delighted, and went forward to take it and looked at it carefully. There were 2 buttons on the side, an antenna on the top, and 2 cylindrical knobs next to it. Xinyu had never used a walkie-talkie before, and he couldn't recognize what it was. But he knew very well that this thing must be a walkie-talkie, because when he first went to Feng Yi's community, he went to the study to talk to the other party, and Feng Yi took one out in front of him. From the appearance, it was very similar, and it was probably close. At this moment, Qinyu's joy was only slightly less than when he first touched the gun, but he was still very excited. He squatted down, handed over the walkie-talkie, and quickly said, "Teach me how to use this thing." Hearing this, Han Liyuan sighed. The man never let me touch it before. Although he always carried it with him, he never used it. I have never touched it before, and I don't know how to use it at all. Hearing this, Jinyu looked around the walkie-talkie again and frowned. Where is the charging cable? I looked for it. Han Liyuan continued to reach in and feel around, and soon said with a bitter face, "No wonder he always came in 2 days later to get other people's supplies." It turns out that he couldn't charge, so he didn't use the intercom. After he finished speaking, Jinyu shook his head slightly and said, "A regular USB data cable should be enough. The difficulty is how to generate electricity, but this thing shouldn't be difficult for me, so it's not a big problem." Hearing this, Han Liyuan also realized that Jinyu's previous statement that there was no camp was a lie to her, but she didn't expose it. After all, in today's environment, no one can survive while walking. Seeing the man excitedly checking the 3 walkie-talkies, Han Liyuan also took the opportunity to ask, "Now that you have obtained these things, can you tell me your name?" Holding these 3 heavy things, Jinyu hesitated for a moment. Just for this harvest, Han Liyuan did a great job. After all, she did not lie to him and really had walkie-talkies. Thinking of this, Jinyu told her the truth. Anyway, there was nothing to hide. Then Jinyu put the things in his pocket, clapped his hands, stood up and said, let's go back." When the two returned to the next building, Xiaohu was also very happy when he saw the intercom. In the future, long-distance communication will finally be convenient, which is a qualitative improvement in the Doomsday. However, he didn't know how to use it, but suggested that Jinyu ask Brother Xiao, who would definitely know. Hearing this, Jinyu also nodded. After all, Xiao Jiu was a special forces soldier and an all-round talent. He must know this thing. After being busy for so long, it was already early in the morning, but the few people did not rest, but prepared to eat something before going to sleep. Han Liyuan and the man did have a lot of supplies, but to be precise, they were the supplies of other survivors. After all, they were all looted. There were also many dried fish and dried meat, wrapped in clean bags, so that they could be preserved for a long time. This time, Han Liyuan's stomach growled again. Jinyu was not stingy after hearing it, and took out some dried fish from his bag and handed it to her. Han Liyuan sat on the sofa, eating while thankingly saying, "Although the wool comes from the sheep, I am still very grateful that you are willing to share food with me." Chapter 515. Jinyu ignored her, and just quickly finished his food to replenish his energy. Then he looked at his watch and continued, "It's about 6 hours before dawn. We are in an unfamiliar environment now. Each person will keep watch for 2 hours. Let me start first." After he finished speaking, Jinyu stood up and walked into the kitchen, selected a glass cup, and then placed it on the door handle. Seeing this, Han Liyuan and Xiaohu also quickly finished their food and prepared to lie down to rest. The sofa was quite large, but no one was lying in the middle area. The two chose the left and right sides respectively, covered with a quilt they found in the bedroom, and went to sleep. Although there was a lot of ash, no one disliked it. After all, in today's environment, it was good to have a place to lie down and sleep. Sitting in front of the fire, Jinyu felt a little bored, so he took out his pistol, disassembled it, and checked the parts. Nothing happened overnight. At about 7 o'clock the next morning, Jinyu sat up on time and started packing his luggage. He actually only slept for more than 2 hours last night. It was not until the end that Jinyu completely trusted the woman. There was no way. In the current environment, he really didn't want to sleep in front of strangers. Although he was very tired, Jinyu did not relax his vigilance, and Han Liyuan did sit in front of the fire honestly, and did not make any moss. However, the fire went out in the second half of the night, and there was no wood to burn. Xiaohu was able to hold on because he was covered with thick clothes. After everything was ready and packed, Jinyu looked at Han Liyuan again and asked in a deep voice, "Have you thought clearly whether to leave or stay?" Hearing this, Han Liyuan stood up quickly, raised her hand and swore, "I promise that I will never make any mistakes again in the future, and I will not persecute other survivors. Can you take me with you?" Hearing this, Jinyu pondered for a while, looked at Xiaohu again, and then nodded. Seeing this, Han Liyuan quickly picked up a bag and said excitedly, "Let's go, even though my foot is injured, I can still get the supplies." Jinyu just hummed, picked up another bag, and walked towards the door. Xiaohu took the iron bucket and a bag of packages in his hand, and said, "Let's go, I follow behind." "Okay." Han Liyuan quickly followed, with a bag hanging on her right shoulder, and holding the clothesline with her left hand, not daring to be careless at all. When going down the stairs, Han Liyuan suddenly asked in a low voice, What is this in your hand? Why didn't I see it last night? Brother Chen told me to take it with me, because there are many clothes and pants in the bedroom. Xiaohu answered casually. Stepping into the streets of the town again, zombies began to gradually appear in the field of vision. After thinking for a moment, Qin Yu ordered, "You find a roadside store to hide in, I find some gasoline. Do you want me to help you?" At this time, Han Liyuan was eager to lend a hand, and shouted subconsciously. Hearing this, Qin Yu laughed and shook his head. "Take care of yourself first." Then he looked at Xiaohu again. "Protect these materials, and don't let them get contaminated. I'll be back soon." After saying that, Qin Yu took the iron bucket and the oil extraction tool and walked into the alley next to him alone. Although there were occasionally many cars parked on the roadside, they were not his target because they looked very new. Qin Yu remembered that Hongwu seemed to have mentioned before that many cars have anti-theft functions. It is completely impossible to ignite by friction circuits, but old cars can. So in this case, Qin Yu would first look for cars that look dirty and messy. After a lot of effort, Qin Yu only found 2 cars in total. Not to mention the oil, he only got about half a bottle, which was not enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Finally, when he finished pumping the 3rd car, Qin Yu began to realize that he couldn't continue like this. After all, from the outside, he didn't know how much oil there was in the tank. Every time he started the car, Qin Yu had to turn it off immediately, because this would not attract the attention of the zombies, and then he could use a hose to pump the oil in, but it was too easy to waste effort. The current environment is just a small town, and there is no 4S store or repair shop, so Qin Yu used his brain a little and decided to check the residential area and try to look inside the garage. Time passed by, and soon it was noon. Although he encountered many zombies in the process, it was not a threat to Qin Yu now, unless a group of more than a dozen zombies formed a group of zombies, which would make him retreat. It was about 11 o'clock in the morning, and Qin Yu's oil barrel was almost half full. Although it was not much, it should be enough to rush back to the former community. When fighting with Su Dali's group in the valley, Qin Yu also noticed that although the other party drove several cars in the community, they did not see any oil drums. Later, after Hui Yao and his men surrounded them, Qin Yu asked to lay again, and he did not see Su Dali's men with iron drums, so he planned to take 2 oil drums back with him when he went back to get the seeds. Knowing that eggs should not be put in one basket, especially in the current environment, a long time ago, when he and Feng Yi jointly managed the community, he suggested that the oil be stored in the fuel tanks of those abandoned cars, and then pumped out when needed. In order to confuse outsiders, Qin Yu also asked Li Yao to remove the 4 tires of the scrap car, so that it looked like garbage. No one could have imagined that the gasoline that was collected with great effort was stored inside. Of course, few people knew this secret, and Qin Yu did not tell Xiao Jiao when he led people to find gasoline, because he could not resist the other party at that time. After all, in his opinion, if everyone knew that there was oil hidden in the community, they would probably take the risk to go back and get it, but there were too many enemies, which might cause unnecessary casualties. Qin Yu did not want to exchange his life for these things, so he kept it secret. After drawing the last old-fashioned car, Qin Yu tightened the lid, and was about to leave, when he suddenly saw a stuffed toy on the back seat of the car. Then he thought of the baby that Qin Shi had been carrying. He seems to like children very much. Qin Yu muttered to himself, then opened the car door, clamped the bunny doll directly with his arm, and started to return with the iron bucket. When looking for supplies in unfamiliar areas, Qin Yu basically left marks to avoid getting lost. According to his memory, and the surrounding buildings, he quickly found the 2 in a roadside store, and took them back to the outside of the town. However, because they did not return overnight, a few zombies appeared on the road at this time. Although there were not many, they were still wandering there. Chapter 516. Seeing this, Xiaohu put down the package and said, "I go, Brother Chen, you take a rest." Hearing this, Han Liyuan hesitated for a while, and then followed suit, "I help too." After saying that, she squatted down, picked up the stone on the ground, smashed the bottom of the clothesline a little, and then walked over with her hands. Seeing this, Qin Yu was too lazy to say anything. There were only 4 zombies, one of which had only 1 arm left, and they were really not a threat. After experiencing the doomsday for so long, basically most people are no longer afraid of this thing. Unless they encounter more than a dozen, they will think of running away. More than a minute later, there were 4 more bodies on the ground. Qin Yu continued to carry the bucket and bag, and walked straight to the parking area. Originally, Han Liyuan thought that the man would praise her, and she even thought of the words, but when the other party passed by, there was no movement. After putting the supplies away, and then inserting the hose of the oil extraction tool into the fuel tank, Yu turned his head and shouted, "Come and help." Hearing this, Han Liyuan quickly walked over with the clothesline. "I do it." Seeing this, Yu nodded and handed the things in his hand to her. Then she picked up the iron bucket next to her and prepared to fill it with oil. Lifted higher, higher than the position of the fuel tank opening. Seeing that she was holding it a little low, Yu frowned slightly. A few minutes later, Yu, who had filled the oil, put the empty bucket into the trunk and said again, "You two sit in the car for a while, and I will come back later." Okay. Xiao Hu knew that he was going to see the car on the riverbed, so he didn't ask any more questions. Just as Yu was about to leave, he still saw Han Liyuan standing by the car, and then gestured, "Why are you standing here if you don't get in the car? Aren't you cold?" Hearing this, Han Liyuan smiled bitterly, pointed at the handlebars, and whispered, "It's locked, I can't open it." Hearing this, Yu opened the door of the driver's area, pressed the unlock button and said, "You can do this yourself. Why do you have to wait for others to help you?" After saying this, Yu just took a step away and heard a voice from behind. "If I go to the driver's seat, what if you misunderstand that I want to steal the car and leave?" As soon as the voice fell, Han Liyuan opened the back door and squeezed in with the luggage. Yu just curled his lips, said nothing, and continued to walk towards the bridge. The two people sitting in the car did not chat, but every few minutes, Xiao Hu would look at the rearview mirror to confirm what the woman behind was doing. Not long after, seeing that Yu had not returned, Han Liyuan also yawned, hugged her shoulders, and fell asleep with her head against the car window. Gradually, zombies emerged from the woods on the roadside again. At this time, Xiao Hu was a little anxious, but he did not dare to leave the car rashly. Fortunately, the car windows were all good, and the zombies could only beat outside. Almost half an hour later, Yu finally appeared in Xiao Hu's sight. He took a sharpened wooden stick and killed the zombies beside the car cleanly and neatly, then pulled the car open and sat in. "Let's go!" "There's nothing in the car. It's empty." "Actually, it's a little strange now that I think about it. If there were goods inside, the weight would definitely be increased. According to the force of the silt, there would definitely not be so much exposed outside. I was indeed negligent in this matter." After saying that, Yu rubbed his palms, fastened his seatbelt, shifted the gear, turned around, and drove away. As the car started to move, Han Liyuan woke up. She rubbed her eyes with the back of her hand and said, "I'm back. Is everything okay?" The road condition was not very good. Yu held the steering wheel with both hands, and the whole person was swaying. He looked at the rearview mirror and chuckled, "You are really carefree. You can sleep in such a place." Hearing this, Han Liyuan lifted the clothes on her shoulders and whispered, "You two won't bully me. My life is useless. What should I be afraid of?" Hearing this, Yu just laughed and looked at the scene outside the car window. Feeling a little sleepy, he opened the window and let a ray of cold air blow in. Although Xiao Hu can drive with one hand, he can only drive an automatic car, not a manual one. Although he doesn't know whether the woman behind him can drive, Yu will never leave his safety to others. Although he was a little sleepy, he still forced himself to support himself. When he returned to the community, he could have a good rest. In other words, it should be a pile of ruins now. Nothing happened along the way, but some zombies would appear from time to time. Yu did not drive directly into them, but avoided them if possible. At around 2 p.m., the group returned to the familiar address, but everything had changed. Looking at the collapsed wall and the charred wood everywhere, Han Liyuan smacked her lips and said, "Is this your home? How did it become like this?" Since they didn't tell Han Liyuan where they were going, the other party subconsciously thought that they were taking her back to the camp. Seeing this, Yu stepped forward, moved the wooden boards at the gate, and whispered, "It should be said that this was our former home. Okay, stop standing there like an idiot. Come and help. The gate needs to be cleaned up, so the car can drive in." Hearing this, Han Liyuan and Xiao Hu also came up to help, quickly moving the garbage to both sides. A few minutes later, the entrance area was cleaned up, but the three of them frowned again, because a large number of zombies appeared inside. Before, they were blocked by the pile of garbage, so they didn't see it. Now they found that there were quite a lot of them after they were moved away. Seeing this, Han Liyuan asked nervously, "What should we do? Do you still want to go in?" Hearing this, Yu turned his head and looked at her, and whispered, "If you are afraid, you can leave." After that, Yu began to look around, ready to find a way to lead the zombies away. Han Liyuan looked at the densely packed zombie heads inside, gritted her teeth, and said, "I'm not afraid. I just think there are so many zombies, and it's in the wild. Where can I lead them?" Xiao Hu suddenly suggested at this time, "How about driving the car? one person slaps the car door with his hand and makes a noise to lead them away. But Xinyu immediately denied it. He shook his head and said, although there may be gasoline inside, I haven't seen it with my own eyes. If the car is destroyed, we will have to spend a little more time to attract the zombies. We won't be able to go back then. After all, in this environment, I am not confident that I can always find a car that can start. After the voice fell, Xinyu suddenly remembered what Xiao Jiao had said before, that is, the people of the Savior sect would hang fresh meat on the chest of the zombies, and let it lead other zombies away. Thinking of this, Xinyu snapped his fingers and said, You two stay here, I'm going to go hunting. Hunting? You don't have a bow, what are you going to use to hunt? Xiao Hu was stunned for a moment, and asked curiously. Chapter 517. But he closed his mouth soon after he said that. Xinyu searched the trunk of the car for a long time, and then he held a piece of bamboo and a roll of thin rope in his hand. Then Xinyu looked at Xiao Hu, smiled and said, This is Plan B. After all, it is too dangerous to go on a long journey without any weapons. Then he took them and walked into the woods. How do you hunt with that thing? Han Liyuan, who was not familiar with these things, asked in a daze at the moment. You've never used a bow? Hearing this, Xiao Hu looked to the side in surprise. But Han Liyuan just shook her head. I had never touched this thing before the end of the world. I only heard about it, and later I didn't think about using it. After all, I'm not very skilled. It's okay, you have more time to get in touch with it in the future. When Xiao Hu said this, his tone was slightly envious, but he didn't continue talking, but walked to the side to avoid being heard by the zombies inside. After Xinyu entered the woods with a set of tools, he did not start making it directly, but followed the steps given by Dazhuang and prepared to make a fire to roast the bamboo first. According to Dazhuang, after being roasted with fire, the bamboo strips will be more resilient and the effect of making bows will be much better. After choosing a relatively open area, Xinyu picked up a pile of dry firewood from the surroundings, and then began the next step. Every time he roasted for a while, he would look around to prevent zombies from sneaking over. After a minute, the bamboo strips had turned a little yellow, and then Xinyu cut a few thinner and straight branches, and made them into arrows after sharpening them. Since it was only used temporarily, Xinyu did not work hard. Although as the doomsday progresses, most people will use bows and arrows after the bullets are used up, but for now, he is still not very skilled in using this thing. The main reason why he didn't bring the already made bow and arrow out was because Xinyu just wanted to take this opportunity to try to make a set by himself. After all, he could get familiar with it in advance. There were no feathers in the wild to make arrow feathers. When he asked Zhuang, he just said that although that thing was the best, it was not necessarily the best. Whatever was available outside could be used. Thinking of this, Xinyu stood up and picked 2 leaves from the tree, about the size of a palm, and then cut them into half the size, split the tail of the arrow with it, and then stuck the leaves on it. The string had already been tied to the bamboo, and it looked quite good. Xinyu took the bow in his left hand, looked at a tree as thick as his arm in the distance, and began to aim. With a swish, the arrow flew out of his hand at a very fast speed. Looking at the bare tree trunk, Xinyu smiled bitterly. It seems that everything needs more practice. As expected, the arrow didn't hit at all, but Xinyu was not discouraged. Anyway, there were still arrows, and at worst he could go and pick them up. After trying for a few minutes, he finally kept the hit rate at about 30%, and he nodded with satisfaction. Then he put out the fire with dirt, and started looking for targets in the forest. Because zombies also attack animals, hunting has always been difficult, but fortunately they don't climb trees, and occasionally squirrels, and the like can be found. And for some reason, hares are particularly sensitive in winter, often running away from a long distance, and zombies can't catch them at all. After walking a few dozen meters, Xinyu found the target, a large gray fluffy rabbit, curled up next to a big rock and eating grass, with its mouth bulging. The weather has warmed up recently, and the sun has come out more often. It was afternoon, and the temperature was not bad. Xinyu found the hare. Just as he crouched and moved forward a few meters, ready to draw his bow and shoot an arrow, he suddenly remembered something Lin Yi had mentioned a long time ago. At that time, Xinyu was injured, and when he was recuperating in an abandoned village, he promised her that he would do breeding, grow vegetables, and even raise fish in the future. Although there was no clue, Lin Yi still believed in him, and happily gave many suggestions. At that time, he said that he could actually find some hares in the future. Lin Yi believes that rabbits have strong reproductive capacity. Since we can raise chickens and ducks, why not raise rabbits? It is meat anyway. In the apocalypse, it is better to take them home and raise them well instead of being eaten by zombies and other survivors. As long as there is grass, they can be raised continuously. At that time, Chinyu joked, it is better to raise mice. After all, mice have strong reproductive capacity and can eat corpses. But as soon as he said this, Lin Yi puffed up his mouth and replied, if you dare to raise mice in the camp, you will live with them in the future. There was no other way, so Chinyu quickly said that he was just joking and promised that he would never touch the mouse, which appeased Lin Yi. Actually, this was normal. After all, Lin Yi was a doctor. In her opinion, mice were full of bacteria, not to mention that there were viruses in the doomsday. Raising this thing was simply harmful and not beneficial. It was not a bamboo-eating mouse, like a bamboo rat. When thinking of the girl who smiled beautifully, Chinyu couldn't help but smile, and then put down the bow and arrow, ready to think of other ways to see if he could catch the big rabbit alive. After thinking it over, Chinyu had no good idea. After all, as long as he got a little closer, the rabbit would stop eating and look around vigilantly. Chinyu even wanted to try to hit its leg, and then go back and ask Lin Yi to bandage it, and it should be able to be saved, but there was only one rabbit, and he didn't know whether it was male or female, so he must catch a few more. Just when he was about to go back and ask the other two to help block it, the big gray rabbit suddenly moved in one direction. Seeing this, Chinyu was ecstatic and muttered, is it going back to its nest? Looking at its size, Chinyu thought it was most likely a female rabbit. After hesitating for a moment, he hurriedly followed it. In order to avoid being discovered by the hare and being followed, Chinyu only controlled the distance to about 70 to 80 meters. After walking for a while, they came to a small plain with many fallen dead trees around, but the rabbit had lost its trace. Seeing this, Chinyu did not panic, but calmed down and carefully analyzed the surrounding environment. At this moment, he suddenly thought of a sentence, which is the 7 words rabbits don't eat grass near their nests. A long time ago, before the zombies appeared, Chinyu had seen a message on the internet that is, this sentence is not a joke, but a real existence, because rabbits are naturally timid and afraid of being discovered by natural enemies, so they generally choose to hide in areas with dense weeds. The main function of the grass around the cave entrance is to confuse other creatures, so rabbits will basically go far away to find food. And Dojwang also reminded that if wild rabbits suddenly disappear somewhere, then look for the area with the most grass, and there must be rabbits in the cave. Chapter 518. The reason why Chinyu took the trouble to find the rabbit was mainly to make Lin Yi happy, because she felt that as long as the food was stable, everyone would not have to go out for adventures often in the future, and they could avoid more dangers. Although the speaker did not mean it, Chinyu clearly understood that the other party did not want him to leave her alone in the end of the world. After all, there were too many accidents, and no one could predict what would happen in the next second. After so long, Chinyu also felt that it was time to gradually form a cycle with the existing resources. After all, as he went further in the search for supplies, it would be easier to deal with other survivors. Although Chinyu's side has won so far, he doesn't think he will always win. In other words, if he keeps in contact with various forces, one day, the opponent's knife will pierce his heart. There are 2 areas with more weeds in front of him. Chinyu carefully checked and found another hole, then blocked the hole on the right with mud. Then he began to check carefully around, because Chinyu had heard the 4 words a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, but he would not be naive to think that there were only these 2 holes. Sure enough, behind a tree root, Chinyu found another small hole. He smiled and blocked it neatly. After finishing all this, he cut a bunch of thin branches, sharpened them, and inserted them horizontally into the largest hole to prevent the rabbit from suffocating to death, but also prevent it from running out. Then Chinyu left a mark on the tree and started to return the same way, preparing to call the other 2 to help. Back to the community entrance area, Chinyu told the 2 his idea and then took them back to the location of the rabbit hole. With 2 more people to help, it was easier to set the trap. The 3 of them used branches to block the exit, and even blocked it with leaves. After they were done, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Seeing this, Chinyu snapped his fingers and said with a chuckle, "You 2 get ready. The hare will run around when it comes out. You must cover it with leaves. Don't think about catching it with your bare hands. If you make a hole in the fence and let it run away, don't blame me for being angry." "Yeah, don't worry," Shiwu said excitedly, holding a pile of branches in one hand. When he heard that he could have rabbit meat for a long time in the future, he agreed without thinking. As for Han Liyuan, although she had never thought about raising wild rabbits in the doomsday, she had heard that the reproduction capacity of this thing was quite exaggerated, and it could easily become rampant. If she could cooperate to catch a wild rabbit, she would also be considered to have made a contribution. At least, she would have a place to stay in the future. Seeing that the two were ready, Chinyu also smiled, rubbed his hands excitedly, took the bone-chopping knife, squatted down and started digging a hole. As the hole got bigger, the panicked cries of the hare were heard from inside. Hearing this, Chinyu shouted excitedly, "I won the prize! There is more than one inside!" As soon as he finished speaking, he turned his head and reminded, "Don't stare at this side, always pay attention to the surrounding movements, be careful of zombies." After that, Chinyu hurriedly increased his strength. Worried about hurting the rabbit with the knife, he even switched to using both hands to dig. Suddenly, something rushed out from inside, which scared Chinyu. He looked closely, and found that it was the big gray hare from before. Han Liyuan, who had been waiting for a long time, reacted faster than Xiaohu. She rushed over with a pile of branches in her hand, and nervously held it down. Then Xiaohu ran over to help, stretched out his hand, and quickly grabbed its neck, and lifted it up. Wow, what a big hare! Han Liyuan got up from the ground and looked at its size with wide eyes. Then she reached out and touched it, and the rabbit immediately kicked its legs desperately, resisting. "Brother Chen, how is your side?" Xiaohu held the big wild rabbit, and turned his head to ask. Hearing this, Chinyu replied happily, "There are 7 more here, they are cubs, so lucky, they look the size of a palm, come on, do you have a bag?" Hearing this, the other 2 shook their heads and said at the same time, "No, I thought there was only one." After the voice fell, Han Liyuan hurriedly said, "Then how about I go back to get it?" "Forget it, it will take time to go back and forth, so as not to wait for the zombies to come." Chinyu refused, and reached out to touch the little wild rabbits in the nest. They were all gray and fluffy, and looked very cute. They didn't run at all, but just kept trying to get into the hole. Seeing such a cute nest of little wild rabbits, Chinyu even began to suspect that Lin Yi might not be willing to eat them in the future. However, these conjectures of his disappeared when he heard Lin Yi say that sentence seriously after a long time. "The little rabbits are so cute, you must add more peppers." Seeing that it was getting late, Chinyu took off his coat and threw himself on the ground, then packed the 7 little rabbits together. Then he stood up and smiled. "You know what, although we lost those chickens after the attack, we also took out 2 chicks. Now we are back to the original place, and found an unexpected surprise. It's really rare. Let's go, hurry back to the car." "Ah, you're not going to hunt to attract zombies?" Xiaohu asked after a pause. Chinyu shook his head and said, "I don't want to waste time. 1 more minute in the wild means 1 more minute of danger. I have to bring these rabbits back to the camp. As for the zombies in the community, I find another way to deal with them." Back in the parking area, Han Liyuan looked around the car, but didn't find a suitable bag. Seeing this, Chinyu asked her to pour out the supplies, and put them directly in the luggage bag. Then Chinyu threw the 7 small ones, and the big one into the car, and then stood outside the car to check the time, frowned and said, "These things are also very important. I originally planned to stay for 1 night, but now I have to hurry up and go back there tonight. Do you have a driver's license?" Chinyu looked at Han Liyuan and asked. "Of course I do, I can drive a manual transmission." Han Liyuan answered directly and truthfully. "Okay, you wait for me here." As soon as he finished speaking, Chinyu ran to the side of the community with the oil barrel in his hand, intending to enter from the other side. There was no other way. Time was urgent, so Chinyu chose to use the old method and smear the zombie meat on his body. In order not to dirty his clothes, he took a detour and came to the area where the greenhouse used to be. Although it has become garbage and has been dismantled, there are still some plastic films on the ground. Chinyu picked them up, picked a larger one, cut a hole in the middle, passed it through his head, and put it on his body. It looked like a large raincoat. Worried that the zombie meat would not stick, Chinyu smeared some mud on it to increase friction, and then walked towards the zombie closest to him. Chapter 519. As soon as he approached, a zombie with a somewhat rotten face began to move, leaning back. When it got a little closer, Chinyu swung his knife and chopped it down directly. With a swish, the bone-chopping knife sank into the zombie's head on the spot, and half of it was cut off. Then Chinyu pulled out the knife and threw it on the ground, grabbing the corpse's legs with both hands and dragging it outside. Since the walls were basically collapsed, the area nearby was much more open, which made it easier for him to find a place to proceed to the next step. Picking up a piece of wood the size of his arm, Chinyu squatted down and used it to smash the corpse. Immediately, a foul smell came. Turning his head and taking a few breaths, Chinyu turned his head, held his breath, wrapped his hands with plastic film, and then began to smear the zombie's internal organs on his body. A few minutes later, Chinyu had completely turned into a bloody man. Although from a human perspective, His whole body was full of flaws. Zombies had no intelligence after all, and they could not tell the difference at all. After finishing all these, Chinyu stood up and started walking towards the house where he used to live. Zombies would approach him from time to time on the road, but they basically dispersed quickly and did not cause any trouble. Looking at the lawns that were destroyed all around him, Chinyu felt very upset. A good community was destroyed just like that. Those houses also basically collapsed. Most of the roofs were blown down, and even the windows did not have a single piece of glass that was intact. Because there were quite a lot of zombies, Chinyu did not dare to walk too fast in the mix. It took him about 10 minutes to arrive in front of a ruin. Looking at the familiar address in front of him, Chinyu looked back and looked around, then walked straight in. The door was broken and fell to the ground, with many footprints on it. Chinyu took a quick look and found that it was not left by survivors, but by zombies. Sure enough, as soon as he entered the ruins, 2 zombies appeared at the corner, growled and walked towards him. Seeing this, Chinyu quickly picked up a dirty piece of clothing from the ground, then wrapped a long piece of glass fragments, and went forward to cleanly deal with them. It would be necessary to search for something later, which would inevitably make a noise. In order to avoid being surrounded by the zombies, Chinyu moved the 2 corpses to the door to block the door. Although the door inside the bedroom was still intact, the outer wall collapsed. Seeing this, Chinyu was even a little curious about where the other party got so much explosives. Standing at the door and looking around for a while, Chinyu walked over when he saw the broken bed frame. After lifting the bedding and sheets to reveal the wooden bed frame underneath, he reached out and lifted the 3rd wooden stick. Then, a groove suddenly appeared at one end. Looking at the familiar brown particles inside, Chinyu felt relieved. Picking up the radish seeds from before, Chinyu looked at it and said softly, "Although you have not changed, the surrounding environment has changed a lot. What a pity. Originally, I thought I would plant radishes in this community, but plans cannot keep up with changes. Everything happened so suddenly. Even after so long, the seeds are still in this small plastic bag." After carefully putting the thing in his pocket, Chinyu squatted down and fumbled under the edge of the bed for a while, then took out a dagger about 25 centimeters long, cut off the bed sheet to wrap the blade, and then put it in his waist. The knife here was hidden by him before, and no one knew about it because it was not a material in the community armory. Thinking of the armory, Chinyu simply went there to take a look, trying to find a leak. Before leaving, he also searched the kitchen of the house, and as expected, there was nothing. Rejoining the zombie group, Chinyu walked towards the armory very slowly, but just as he got closer, he turned around and left. Because he saw many zombies standing in the warehouse and walking back and forth. Even if there were still some, they were probably destroyed by someone, so Chinyu did not go in to check. According to the principle of not putting all eggs in one basket, Chinyu hid the rice seeds in another area. Not a warehouse, nor a residence. After a long journey, Chinyu finally arrived at his destination, in front of an air conditioner outdoor unit. Since there was no electricity, this thing would not start at all. Even if the community had generated electricity once, it was for emergency use to give a lay in operation, and no one would think of turning on the air conditioner. Chinyu wrapped the rice seeds into long strips, cut the pipe connecting the air conditioner outdoor unit to the indoor unit, and hid them inside. The reason why he spent so much effort was because the temperature was cold. Fengyi suggested sewing in March, but because she had never sewn it and only read about it in books, she suggested that Chinyu find someone familiar with this to do it for her in the future to avoid waste. According to the date he saw during the last spring festival, Chinyu estimated that it would take quite a while, so he hid it well to avoid any accidents. After weighing the rice seeds in his hand, Chinyu looked up at the sky and muttered, "Based on the approximate date, it should be ready in another month." As soon as he finished speaking, he put it in his pocket and left. Basically, many supplies in the community were looted by Su Dali's men. Although they were loaded on the car, Hu Yao helped her a while ago and took all the things away. Although Chinyu was a little reluctant, he didn't say much. After all, in the end times, if the other party helped him for no reason, Chinyu would still be a little worried, but the other party took the supplies and got benefits. At least they would not target him in the short term. This is exactly what Chinyu mentioned to everyone before. Even if they would tear each other apart in the future, it would definitely not be now. When he went to the parking lot again, many parts were gone, but the scrapped cars were still there. Chinyu unscrewed the fuel tank cap, put the hose in, and then began to pump gasoline. 10 minutes later, several cars had been emptied by him. Unfortunately, he had used some of it before, so it was not much. He just filled the oil barrel. Then he left the community with the barrel. When he saw the car, he took off the plastic film on his body. Although there was a little zombie meat on his pants, it was not much, so it was acceptable. Seeing Qin Yu hurriedly walking back, Han Liyuan asked, "Did you get the things?" "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Next you drive, Xiaohu, you show the way, I need to sleep for a while." Chen Yu opened the back door and motioned Han Liyuan to get off. Then he sat in with the oil barrel, yawned and closed his eyes to rest. Seeing this, although Han Liyuan was a little confused, she did not continue to ask, but asked Xiaohu and the co-pilot for directions, and then started the car nervously. Chapter 520. Since the distance is still quite far, even if you drive straight, it will take at least a day and a night, but fatigue driving is very dangerous, so Qin Yu asked Han Liyuan to find an abandoned house nearby to park when it gets dark. When they went to Su Dali's villa area before, Qin Yu and others didn't know the specific location, so they could only follow the direction given by that person. They didn't dare to drive fast all the way, for fear of accidents. After going there once, when driving back, Qin Yu was familiar with the road conditions, so he drove much faster, but Han Liyuan was different at this time. For her, this was equivalent to going to a new area. Besides, Han Liyuan tried not to control the gear shifting as her foot was injured, and she kept the car speed in the fourth gear directly. However, she had to step on the brakes from time to time, and she had been enduring the pain. Now that she finally had a chance to show off, Han Liyuan was afraid that she would not do well. Even when driving, she did not dare to lean on the seat, and her hands were nervously holding the steering wheel. Time passed quickly, and by 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the three of them had already walked a distance, and Han Liyuan had been staring at the dashboard. When she saw the prompt message, she immediately shouted, "No gas," asked the handsome guy behind, "What should I do next?" "Okay." The little tiger leaned over to take a look, and was about to wake Qin Yu up, but found that he had already opened his eyes. "Let's find a place to stop and spend the night here. We won't rush when it gets dark." "But there are no abandoned houses around?" Han Liyuan said this, while turning her head to look behind her and answered. Then she saw Qin Yu frowning. "Don't be distracted while driving, look ahead." The next second, just as he finished this sentence, there was a loud bang from the front area of the car, and then Han Liyuan nervously controlled the steering wheel, and the car instantly lost control. Qin Yu quickly stepped forward and immediately pulled up the handbrake with his right hand. Fortunately, although Han Liyuan was a little flustered, she also stepped on the brake in time. Unfortunately, the car slid down the roadside at this time, and the tire was stuck in the ditch next to it. Although there was a car accident, Qin Yu did not blame the other party, but immediately opened the car door and ran out, ready to see what he had hit. The further he walked down the woods, the more scared Qin Yu felt, because he did not see any traces of rotten meat around. You know, zombies are very fragile now. If they are hit by a car, even if the speed is not fast, they are likely to bleed a lot, at least it will be very obvious. But Qin Yu looked around and didn't see any blood, but the weeds did seem to be pressed by something. Then Qin Yu pulled away a bunch of bushes, and then stood there in a daze. "Are you okay?" Han Liyuan hurried over, and didn't even care if she fell. But when she came to Qin Yu, she was also stunned for a moment. Strange, how come it disappeared? Xiaohu was also surprised at this moment. "Just now, I was in a trance, and I did see something coming out from the roadside. Normally, I would not have hit it, but the car deviated at that moment, and then hit it." "Are you sure it was a person or a zombie?" Qin Yu asked in a deep voice. Hearing this, Xiaohu thought carefully for a moment, and then said hesitantly, "To be honest, it's a little dark now. I can't see it clearly." "Sister Han, you are the driver, did you notice it?" Since Xiaohu is much younger than Han Liyuan, it would be awkward for him to call her by her name, so he just called her sister. After all, judging from the current situation, Qin Yu really doesn't reject her. Hearing this name, Han Liyuan was a little flattered. After thinking about it seriously, she said, "When I turned around, I only saw a black shadow on the left, like a coat, but it didn't look like a zombie." "Oh, what's the reason?" Hearing this, Qin Yu continued to ask. "Because zombies walk irregularly, and their shoulders are high on one side and low on the other. Now that I think about it carefully, it seems that the black shadow suddenly rushed out." After speaking, Qin Yu pondered for a moment and said softly, "If it was a person, why would the other party run? I can't figure it out." The other two looked at each other and did not speak. Then Qin Yu said, "Forget it, let's find a way to get the car up first. Fortunately, it is a slope and it doesn't shake, otherwise we have to walk back." Hearing this, Han Liyuan blushed and hurried over to help. Qin Yu went to find some stones to pad the ditch, while Xiaohu and Han Liyuan went to cut down a small tree, collected the trunks, and placed them behind the tires. Then Chinyu sat in the driver's seat and tried several times, and successfully reversed the car out. But at this time, Chinyu found something wrong. He squatted on the left side of the car, looked at the gap on the tire, frowned slightly and said, "Xiaohu, let me ask you, when we went to the villa area last time, we took this road, right?" Xiaohu looked around the woods, then pointed to a telephone pole and said, "This is the road. Look, there is a circle on the railing. I remember it clearly. That's strange. How come it was fine last time, but now the tire is flat?" After saying that, Chinyu began to check the road, but did not find any sharp objects. At this time, Xiaohu had already walked to the telephone pole. After taking a few glances, he tore off a piece of paper with his right hand, then ran back again, and then said solemnly, "Brother Chen, look, what is this?" Hearing this, Chinyu took the paper. As it was a little dark, he took out a lighter to illuminate it, and then muttered to himself, "Our car just broke down, and a car repair advertisement appeared here. It's really a coincidence." "Ah?" Han Liyuan was stunned for a moment, and then said angrily, "Someone is deliberately setting a trap, don't believe it." After the voice fell, Chinyu curled his lips and said, "Do I look stupid? I actually need you to remind me." But Xiaohu squatted down and looked at the deflated tire and said, "What should I do? It's in the wilderness. How about I go to the car to see if there is a spare tire?" Hearing this, Chinyu shook his head and said, "Don't bother. This car is in the villa area. How could there be a spare tire? There is not even a decent set of tools in the car." Then he said a little depressed, "I was busy learning how to treat wounds from the doctor before, but I forgot to learn these from the car expert. Now I can only stare blankly." After that, Chinyu handed the paper to Xiaohu and said casually, "You keep this paper in your pocket. You can find a chance to start a fire later. I'm going to the forest to pick up some dry firewood. I can't walk tonight, so let's rest here." "Okay." Xiaohu just took the paper, and suddenly felt a small stone in his hand. Then he saw Chinyu nodded slightly, and then turned and left. Chapter 521. After he left, Xiaohu also opened the passenger door, and got in directly. Seeing this, Han Liyuan walked to his side with the car, and asked curiously, "Why don't the three of us go to pick up wood together? It will be faster this way." Hearing this, Xiaohu did not answer her, but looked to the left, indicating to get in the car first. After closing the car door, Xiaohu turned his right hand to reveal the stone, and said in a deep voice, "This is the signal given to me by Brother Chen, asking us to stay in the car while he finds a chance to leave." "Ah?" Han Liyuan was slightly startled, took the stone, and after a careful inspection, said, "There is no writing on it. How do you know what the signal is?" Xiaohu shook his head. "Don't worry about it. Anyway, I trust him unconditionally." After the voice fell, he spread out the paper and continued, "This thing has a map drawn with charcoal, and there are also a few words written next to it. Take a look and see if you have seen it." After that, Han Liyuan took the paper, took a look and said to herself, "Barter, car repair service. This is obviously damaging our car, and then waiting for us to come to find it. It's ridiculous." At this time, Xiaohu had learned something from following Chinyu. He chose to use his brain to think. After a moment, he whispered, "This is the conspiracy used by the other party. In the current environment, we really have no choice but to ask them for help." Then he sighed, "I hope there will be good news from Brother Chen." After giving a signal through a small stone, Chinyu used the excuse of going out to collect firewood, but actually went around a long circle, and came to the left side of the parking area. He was absolutely clear that it was a person, and the tire was probably damaged by the other party, but he did not find any tools for the crime. From the surface, it looked like it was caused by the stone. So after a quick consideration, Chinyu decided to go and see if he could find the man in secret. After arriving at the woods on the left, the surroundings seemed so quiet, and occasionally there were a few zombies moving in the distance, occasionally scratching the leaves. Seeing this, he did not act rashly, but chose to climb a tree to see if he could find more clues. As the sky gradually darkened, as long as someone made a fire, it could be seen even from a long distance, but after looking for a long time on the tree, Chinyu did not see even a shadow. As for the location mentioned on the paper, he did not see it either. Then he carefully slid down the tree, and Chinyu quietly moved forward a little, and instantly found a group of black shadows hiding behind the tree roots. Seeing the other party stretching out his hand to rub his ankle, Chinyu immediately determined that it looked like a survivor. A few minutes later, the figure didn't know if he was better, picked up a stick, and then supported himself with one hand and slowly walked to the left front. The direction the other party walked was exactly where Chinyu was. He originally wanted to capture and torture him, but after thinking for a while, he gave up and chose to hide in the bushes behind. After all, it was Han Liyuan who was distracted while driving, and the car did deviate from the track. In addition, the visibility was poor, and the lights were not turned on. If the person just happened to walk out of the woods, and the car hit him, Qin Yu would be at fault. In this case, it is not in line with Qin Yu's philosophy to act rashly against others. Because the key issue is that he did not find any evidence to show that the tire deflation was caused by human factors. After the figure left, Qin Yu hesitated for a while, but still did not follow him. It seemed that the person was still seriously injured and even coughed up blood. Judging from the current situation, the other party must have a team. The reason why Qin Yu did not act rashly was mainly because he thought of a certain problem, that is, why he had never heard of other survivors around before. Although the distance was about 200 kilometers, this was the end of the world, and it was different from the past. Many times, people would rarely be encountered. But after so many things happened before, it was really abnormal that no one heard any wind. Although this was the case, Qin Yu would not swallow the loss alone this time. He planned to find a place to hide the car, and then go to see it later. Anyway, he had the address. Back in the parking area, Qin Yu also told about the shadow he encountered, and then the three of them pushed the car together and hid it in the woods nearby. Since there were still supplies in the car, and the surroundings were not very safe, Xiaohu and Han Liyuan stayed in the car, and the window was opened a little to let them watch carefully. To prevent accidents, Qin Yu gave the pistol to Xiaohu. As long as he fired, the gunshot could be heard from a long distance. Seeing this, Xiaohu was still a little reluctant and wanted Qin Yu to hold the gun himself, but the reason given by the latter shut him up. Okay, just take it. This gun only has one bullet. It's useless for me to carry it. After giving the order, Qin Yu took the paper, looked at the map, and left in a hurry. Looking at his back, Han Liyuan said enviously, "You are such a good brother. You go out to adventure by yourself and leave the gun to you." Hearing this, Xiaohu put the gun in his arms and nodded and said, maybe in his eyes, "I rely more on the gun." Hearing this, Han Liyuan looked at him, smiled thoughtfully, and then did not speak. As the night fell, the forest began to become creepy. Every time Qin Yu walked a distance, he would find an arrow drawn on the roadside tree, so that he would not get lost. 10 minutes later, he walked out of the woods and found a plain, and immediately saw the bungalows. Then Qin Yu frowned slightly, stepped back a little, and then continued to go around. When he came to the back of those houses again, Qin Yu looked at the dozen cars parked in the yard, and had more plans in his mind. There were trucks and buses, but most of them were sedans and SUVs. Then he walked towards the door, and as soon as he approached, a big black dog started barking wildly, looking very scary. But there was an iron chain around its neck, so it couldn't get close to Qin Yu at all. Just as he wanted to draw out the dagger to defend himself, a light suddenly lit up in the bus, and then the window opened, and someone shouted loudly, "Don't yell Heisey, be careful not to attract the beast." As soon as these words came out, the big black dog suddenly quieted down, and lay on the ground as if it had wilted. Then Qin Yu stood there, and looked at the big bus quietly. Following a noise, the car door was pushed open a few seconds later, and a man and a woman walked out. The man was about 40 years old, with long hair and earmuffs. The woman was about 30 years old, with a smile on her face all the time, and looked very gentle. However, the disheveled appearance of the two people at this time was really funny. The man came up with his hands rubbing. "Hey brother, come on, sit in the house for a while?" Chapter 522. Hearing this, Qin Yu just shook his head slightly. He took out the paper and asked, "What does this mean?" Hearing this, the man chuckled and continued, "I was so excited that I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Wang Dajuan, and the one next to me is my woman. You can just call her a Ling. Before the end of the world, we opened a husband and wife auto repair shop. You know the current situation, so in order to survive better, we tried to return to our old business, and we survived." But Qin Yu interrupted him halfway through his words. "I just wanted to ask if you have any good tires. No need to be so polite." Yes, of course, please come this way." Wang Dajuan answered cheerfully, not annoyed at all, and took him to a small bungalow. Seeing this, Qin Yu looked around and confirmed that he didn't see anyone else, and the man and woman were wearing thin clothes and didn't look like they had guns. Just when he wanted to take a step to catch up, there was suddenly a slight movement in the doghouse, as if something had fallen. Qin Yu also stopped and looked over there with a frown. Seeing this, Ling said apologetically, "The big dog just gave birth, and the puppies are a little noisy. Sorry." After he finished speaking, Chinyu just nodded slightly, not caring what it was, but he felt something was wrong. Is it necessary to apologize to a stranger for the noise made by a puppy? But nowadays, there are all kinds of people, and Chinyu didn't think much about it. He subconsciously thought it was because of the woman's personality. Walking to the left, the man had already opened the door and stood by the door, smiling and saying, "Come on, brother, look, there are all kinds of styles and models here. Which one do you need?" Hearing this, Chinyu pondered for a while, and said, "I'm not very familiar with cars, I just know it's a sedan." Wang Dajun rubbed his hands and asked, "Small car or medium-sized?" Hearing this, Chinyu thought carefully and replied, "Small car." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Dajun approached the room, lit the candle on the cabinet at the door with a lighter, held it, and searched inside for a while, and then walked out with a tire. "That should be this model, 16 inches, don't worry, it will definitely fit." Then Chinyu wanted to reach out to take it, but the other party shrank back at this time and said cheerfully, "Brother, didn't you see what was written on the paper? Barter, I have the things here, what about your sincerity?" After saying that, Wang Dajun hooked the tire with his right hand, and looked at him with a harmless smile. "Our tire is broken, it should be your people who did it, right?" Chinyu said lightly. After saying this, Wang Dajun shook his head and said softly, "How could it be? That section of the road is difficult to begin with. Who knows if there are some glass shards or nails on the zombies? You didn't check the road and drove over it. You can't blame the good people. I didn't say which section of the road it happened. How do you know so clearly?" "Haha, I don't know the section of the road, but I know where the paper was posted." Wang Dajun continued to laugh, and said something with a double meaning. Chinyu was silent for a moment and continued, "What do you want to change?" Wang Dajun rolled his eyes and replied, "It depends on what you have. The car is parked far from here, and it's a bit of a waste of energy to go back and forth." Chinyu said calmly, "It's not a big deal. As a pre-celebration of the successful transaction, I take the spare tire and go with you." Wang Dajun walked back into the house, and took out a slightly smaller one. He then took the toolbox handed over by the woman and said cheerfully, "Let's go, brother. There are a lot of zombies outside. I can't possibly repair your car in the wild, right? Besides, if you ran away after repairing it, I would have no place to complain." If the tire hadn't been broken before, Chinyu would have been alert. Otherwise, judging from the contact now, he might have been fooled by this man and woman. And now Chinyu also found something wrong, because if the man really set people to ambush on the roadside and find an opportunity to destroy the tire, then it would be completely abnormal for him to follow him to help. But Chinyu didn't reveal any flaws, but followed calmly. Anyway, for him now, there are basically few survivors who can threaten his safety. While walking in the woods, Chinyu suddenly asked, "Why didn't I see this paper around in the past few months?" Hearing this, Wang Dajun pushed the branches away with his left hand and said without looking back, "Winter is coming, the temperature is low, zombies will come out to find food, and so will humans. For safety, we hide and rest in winter and basically don't go out." After the voice fell, Chinyu said casually, "If you don't open in March, you can eat for 3 months after opening, right?" "Haha, you can only exchange a little supplies every time. How can you eat for 3 months, brother? You are really joking." After walking in the woods twice, Chinyu began to understand why he had never found a few houses here before. The reason is that the trees around are denser and many places are covered with thorns. If the zombies pass through the thorns, they will definitely leave blood. If people set foot here, they will be infected with a high probability. Not to mention at night, basically no one will use their hands to clear the way in the jungle. And in today's apocalyptic environment, even if you go hunting, you won't choose such a place, and even the direction is not good. No wonder Chinyu and others couldn't find this area even though they were only a few hundred kilometers away. He even estimated that other forces would hardly find it. Under normal circumstances, Chinyu would not ask for help from others in a nice way if he was framed and suffered a loss, let alone exchange his own supplies. The reason why he endured it was because he knew nothing about car repair. He was too busy before, and Chinyu thought it would be enough to have someone around him who could do it. After all, if the car broke down, he could still walk on his own legs or even find another car to drive. From the perspective of priority, this matter ranked behind survival, and was not as good as learning to treat wounds, so he put it aside again and again. Unexpectedly, he overlooked a key factor, that is, when in the wild, if it is at night, the difficulty of finding a car will increase sharply. It is estimated that Wang Dajun also thought of this, so he had the courage to leave with the stranger he just met. After more than 10 minutes, the two returned to the parking area. Chinyu took away the pile of leaves, and Wang Dajun also went to help. Then Han Liyuan opened the driver's door and walked down. As soon as she appeared, Wang Dajun swallowed his saliva, and then he poked Qin Yu with his elbow and whispered obscenely, "Brother, the treatment is good." Hearing this, Qin Yu just smiled slightly and was too lazy to answer him. Chapter 523. After moving the branches away, Wang Dajun took out the jack from the toolbox and placed it under the support point behind the left front wheel. Then he took out the connecting rod and sleeve and fixed them, and began to rotate clockwise with his right hand. Qin Yu knew a little about how to use the jack, but he had never practiced it. After a few minutes, the left front wheel had been lifted a little. Wang Dajun stretched out his left hand and stroked it under the tire, about a few centimeters, and then said, "Okay, the next step is to change the spare tire." After saying this, he did not move, but turned his head to look at Qin Yu, with a smile on his face. Seeing this, Qin Yu opened the car door expressionlessly, picked up a bag of dried meat from inside and threw it into his arms, and whispered, "Is that enough?" Hearing this, Wang Dajun weighed the meat in his hand, and some other thoughts came to his mind. He stood up and looked back at the window of the driver's seat, but the light was too dim, and he couldn't see anything at all. Looking at the man's appearance again, Wang Dajun suddenly smiled and said, "Let's make friends. I won't accept supplies for this spare tire. I can see that you don't have a camping site. Let's go, let's change the tire for you before we talk." As soon as he finished speaking, he returned the dried meat in his arms, patted Qin Yu on the shoulder, and continued to squat down to dismantle the jack. Seeing the man's enthusiasm, Qin Yu became more and more vigilant. In the doomsday, there will be sudden badness for no reason. It is very likely that they just don't like each other and start to fight. Similarly, there will be no good for no reason in the current environment. If the other party is indifferent and difficult to talk to, Qin Yu will think there is no problem. On the contrary, if he greets you with a smile at every turn, it is hard to say. But when he was out, Qin Yu didn't want to cause too much trouble. He wanted to see what this man and woman were up to. After throwing the bag of dried meat back into the car, Wang Dajun put away his tools again. Then he wanted to open the door of the back seat and go in, but was blocked by Qin Yu. Seeing him like that, Wang Dajun was slightly stunned, and then smiled awkwardly. "Well, I thought you couldn't find the way to drive in, so I planned to take you there. In that case, I draw a route for you." After saying that, he squatted on the ground, dipped his fingers in the dirt, and then began to move on the car window. Soon a rugged route appeared. Wang Dajun clapped his hands and said, "It's roughly like this. Drive along this road. When you reach the 4th electric pole, there will be a downhill slope on the left. The car can drive down. There are 2 pieces of wood on the ground. Use them to push away the weeds and drive in. Be careful not to crush the grass, so as not to be exposed." Then he picked up the toolbox and continued, "Then brother, let's go first?" "Yes." Qin Yu nodded and motioned for him to lead the way. When the two of them walked into the tree, Han Liyuan drove forward again carefully, counting the electric poles next to her. When she came to the 2nd pole, she hesitated and said, "The tire has been changed. Why don't you just knock the man out and drive away? Why follow him? Although it is a spare tire, we can also remove the tires of other cars with the toolbox, and it won't hurt anyone if we just snatch it. Anyway, the man's eyes are a bit obscene, and I don't think he is a good person." Hearing this, Xiaohu said softly, "Since we can all feel that he is not right, Brother Chen must have known it. Don't worry, he won't take us to die. As for why he is unwilling to rob his tools, I think maybe Brother Chen thinks that the box is the other party's trump card for making a living." Returning to the bungalow area, candles were lit in the house at this time, and it seemed that they were still cooking because Qin Yu smelled something. When he passed the doghouse, he heard the previous sound again, but strangely, the big black dog did not go in, but lay at the door, motionless. This scene also made Qin Yu frown slightly. Standing at the gate of the yard, Qin Yu and Wang Dajun did not go in, but waited for the car to drive over. When Han Liyuan and Xiaohu came, Wang Dajun hurriedly opened the door and directed her to drive the car in. When watching the woman limping out of the car, Wang Dajun even walked over and pretended to help her, took the opportunity to hug her shoulders, and touched her with his right hand. But Qin Yu was indifferent. Seeing this, Han Liyuan gritted her teeth, shrugged her right shoulder, stepped aside, and whispered, "Thank you, but I can walk by myself." "Okay, sister, be careful." Wang Dajun was not angry, but smiled and led Qin Yu and others into the house. But when he pushed open the door and went in, his right hand was placed on his nose without leaving a trace, and then he sniffed a few times with satisfaction. Entering the house, Qin Yu quickly looked around. It was about 30 square meters, with an iron stove in the middle, connected to a chimney that poked outside, and a small pot on it, with steaming food in it. 2 candles were lit by the door, and in the corner area, and the light was good, and it seemed quite warm. Ling stood in front of the iron stove, cooking hard. She looked back at the people who came into the room, nodded, and said with a smile, "There is no place to sit, everyone sit on the Kong, it's warm." Hearing this, Chinyu walked over to take a look at the food in the pot, and whispered, "Since you have a bed, why do you still sleep in the car?" Just then, Wang Dajun came in, with a pile of coal. He smiled and said, "Isn't it that there is no electricity, and no internet now, and there is nothing to do after dark so?" Xiao, who was the youngest and didn't understand what he was saying. He was stunned for a moment and asked, "What do you mean?" Hearing this, Han Liyuan, who had a lot of experience, gently pulled the corner of Xiaohu's clothes, blushed and shook her head, saying, "Don't ask so many questions, kid." But Wang Dajun didn't care about that. He picked up a piece of meat with his hand, blew it, and then put it into his mouth and said, "It's just about husband and wife. What else do we need to say? I'm tired of it in bed, let's change the taste in the car." After he finished speaking, he walked to the Kong and discussed with Chin Yu how much supplies to exchange. Chin Yu did not say what he had, but at most gave half a bag of dried fish, since there were many bags of dried fish at that time, so there were plenty. But strangely, Wang Dajun did not ask for too much and agreed immediately. And the woman, Ling, also said that there was no need for so much, just enough to eat. A few minutes later, the dishes were cooked. Chin Yu took a quick look and saw a plate of bacon fried with dried bamboo shoots and a plate of scallion pancakes. The scallions seemed to have been dehydrated, so they were preserved until now. Seeing that the 3 of them were sitting on the Kong without moving, Wang Dajun patted his knees and said with a smile, "Let me try first." Chapter 524. Seeing this, Chin Yu suddenly made a joke. "You use these foods to entertain strangers. Aren't you afraid that they will suddenly have the intention to kill you?" Hearing this, Wang Dajun waved his hand and said, "There are not so many bad people in the world. Those who can find us are all because their cars are broken and need to be repaired, and we are sincere to each other. We are not afraid of these. Come on, let's drink." Just as he finished speaking, the door was pushed open again, and a person walked in. Chin Yu turned his head and saw a woman who looked young, like a young girl. Seeing that everyone was a little cold, Wang Dajun swallowed a piece of meat and said, "Come, let me introduce you. This is my daughter, Xiaoqin, who also lives with us. Come and call people." Hearing this, the girl at the door lowered her head, then walked forward a few steps and whispered, "Hello, brother and sister, parents, I'm going back to the house first." After that, she turned around and left, as if she didn't see that several people were preparing to eat. However, Chin Yu tapped his knees lightly with his fingers, and his eyes became more and more solemn. Although there was nothing strange about the girl's walking, just like a normal person, he noticed one thing. That was the redness on her sleeves. That was not caused by the paint. For Chin Yu now, who had seen so many life and death, he could tell in just a moment that it was blood. At this time, Chin Yu also remembered that the figure in the woods he saw before was coughing up blood while walking. There would be very few living people in the apocalypse, and it was basically impossible to meet 2 people with similar injuries at the same time. At that time, the light was not good, and Chin Yu could not tell whether it was a man or a woman, and the clothes did not show the body shape. However, watching the man next to him showing his courtesy to Han Liyuan, Chin Yu was happy to watch this good show. After all, he had been in the apocalypse for a long time, either encountering those evil people or dealing with zombies, and he was tired of it. Now he finally met this strange family, which was quite interesting. The man who looked kind-hearted, the gentle woman who spoke with many loopholes, and the daughter who didn't dare to sit at the table for dinner, all of this was so inconsistent. The man's attention was all on Han Liyuan at the moment, which gave Chin Yu a chance to take a good look around. Just as he was looking at the roof, Ling came over. Xiao, who was originally sitting on the left, but the woman squeezed in and sat down. Then she took off her coat, fanned herself with her right hand and said, "It's cold when you go out, and hot when you go in. It's really troublesome." After saying that, she glanced at Chin Yu and said in surprise, "Why don't you eat, handsome boy? Your woman hasn't stopped eating at all." Hearing this, Xiao, who sat next to him, and swallowed his saliva frantically, but he didn't intend to touch Chin Yu until he said something. Han Liyuan didn't care about that. She hadn't eaten decent food for a long time, let alone dishes like this. However, the more she ate, the more Wang Dajun became more aggressive. At first, he just touched her hand, but later he even touched her thigh. In order to fill her stomach, Han Liyuan had to bite her teeth and endure it. She had vowed not to use her body to survive in the future. Now she just thought she was touched by a zombie. Looking at Xiaohu's appearance and the fact that 1/3 of the bacon was gone, Qinyu nodded slightly. Eat it. They are kind enough to treat guests, but we are not polite. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaohu picked up the chopsticks and started to eat. Then Aling took Qinyu's hand and leaned forward, saying in a coquettish tone, "Little brother, you should eat something too. Only when you are full can you have the energy to talk about business." Hee. Qinyu smiled, quickly pulled out his left hand, and smiled. "I had a stomachache before, and I have diarrhea these days. I can't eat chili, you guys can eat it." Seeing his attitude, Aling stopped persuading him and started eating by herself. Seeing this, Qinyu looked towards the inner room and whispered, "You guys eat by yourselves. Why don't you ask your daughter to come out? These parents are really good." Hearing this, Aling took the cake in her hand and said casually, "She is trying to lose weight these days, and doesn't eat much." Before she finished speaking, Wang Dajuan looked over, and then Aling lowered her head and changed her words. "Oh, I remembered it wrong. She has a mouth ulcer and can't eat this meat. After all, there are peppers." At this moment, Qinyu was sure in his heart that this woman must have a big problem, because it sounded like she didn't think before she spoke. Who would lose weight in the end times? How could it be possible that they didn't have enough to survive? If these two people were targeting the supplies in their car, they would either rob them openly or drug them. But now it seems that the food on the other side is fine. Qinyu didn't see any guns, not even a machete. After hesitating for a moment, Qinyu took out the dried fish wrapped in his pocket, and sat there to eat slowly. Even if the vegetables and cakes were really fine, he didn't want to touch them. Anyway, for him, eating in the wild in this doomsday is just to fill his stomach. Unless he is in the camp, Qinyu will think about getting some delicious food to satisfy his hunger. Time passed by, and nothing went wrong. Aling packed up the dishes and went out with the pot. Then Wang Dajuan also suggested that they stay overnight, so that they could check the car more during the day to see if there were any hidden dangers, and Qinyu agreed. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the three of them lay on the Kong in the house. Xiaohu touched his full stomach, burped and said, "Brother Qin, those two people are eating so happily, why don't you touch it at all? I think it's just a normal dish, nothing big." Hearing this, Qinyu put his hands behind his head and said softly, "It's just a show of kindness. Pies may not fall from the sky, but stones may fall. Okay, let's go to sleep." Han Liyuan had already fallen asleep after eating and drinking enough. In order not to disgust Qinyu, she also lay far away. Listening to the slight snoring coming from the surroundings, Qinyu smiled slightly, and a thought flashed through his mind. These two people are really generous. In the doomsday, you will indeed encounter kind survivors, but you will never be stupid enough to take out your own food to entertain them, unless you can get more valuable supplies. In the coach in the yard, it was pitch black. Aling patted Wang Dajuan on the shoulder and whispered, "That man is too cautious. He doesn't drink water or eat vegetables. He just sits there like a piece of wood. Will there be any unexpected plan?" At this time, Wang Dajuan also changed his previous smiling face and became much more solemn. He whispered, "Have you forgotten? There was someone so cautious before, but he was killed by us later. I will let him know what it means to wait for death on the spot." Chapter 525. After saying that, Wang Dajuan walked to the rear of the car, opened the window, and climbed onto the roof. Then he took out a glass jar from his arms, opened the lid, and immediately a bloody smell came. Inside, there was a hand. Putting on gloves, Wang Dajuan gently patted the roof, and then Aling opened the window and began to pull the wires. Suddenly, the pipes around the roof tilted downward, spilling a lot of zombie meat mud, just forming a circle around the car. Since it was already dark when he came here, Qinyu did not see the water pipes clearly. Wang Dajuan took out the hand from the jar, and then took out a fishing rod, tied a line to his finger, and hung it near a large water tank. A few seconds later, there was a slight movement in the tank, and with a rustling sound, more than a dozen corpse worms crawled out. About 20 centimeters long, black all over, and exuding a foul smell. The reason why these corpse worms did not show up before was because Wang Dajuan smeared a circle of zombie blood around the mouth of the tank, and because of these smells, they did not react. But at this time, a hand was hung inside, and the corpse worms all crawled out after smelling it. Inside the house, Qinyu looked at his watch from time to time, and when he felt that the time was almost up, he turned over and sat up directly. Then he gently woke the two of them up and whispered, "You are still sleeping when you are about to die." Hearing this, Xiaohu opened his confused eyes, and the next second, he saw a centipede appearing on the glass. It was obvious that it was not an ordinary insect. Qin Yu was not panicked. Anyway, he had zombie bone powder on him. Since it was in a can, it was easy to hide, and even Xiaohu didn't know about it. He walked to the door of the inner room and stretched out his hand to press the door handle. As expected, it was locked. Then Qin Yu squatted down, took out a lighter to shine, and then chuckled. The gap in the door is also blocked. It seems that they really want to eat us. After the voice fell, Han Liyuan retreated to the corner of the Kong. She desperately beat the windows, but they didn't move at all. Seeing this, Qin Yu stood up and smiled. Don't waste your energy. The glass is thickened. If you want to break it open with your hands without tools, you will definitely bleed a lot. When the corpse worms smell the blood, they will only rush faster. Hearing this, Han Liyuan curled up in a corner, and said with a hint of tears in her voice, After you said that, I realized that there is only a bed and this stove in this room, not even a chair. But the strange thing is that among the 3 people in the room, only Han Liyuan was nervous and scared. Although Xiaohu kept retreating to the Kong, he was not very panicked. Seeing that the woman next to him was anxious, Xiaohu patted her hand and said, Don't worry, Brother Qin is as steady as my brother Xiao. He didn't react at all, which means he had already thought of a countermeasure. Hearing this, Han Liyuan looked at Qin Yu and found that the man was squatting in front of the iron stove, talking to himself. She listened carefully and found that Qin Yu was saying, We have to find a way to move this thing back. Seeing that the corpse worms were getting closer and closer, Qin Yu was too lazy to wait any longer. He reached out and fumbled in his coat pocket for a while, and then took out a can. Then he tore open the cloth blocking the hole, and sprinkled a line horizontally to the bedside. Seeing the powder thrown by Qin Yu, Han Liyuan asked nervously, Will flour work? The corpse worm seemed to only avoid zombie blood. Qin Yu took a few steps back with the can in his hand, and said casually, I didn't say it was flour. What is this? Han Liyuan was slightly startled. Seeing this, Qin Yu laughed and turned around to pour a little on the Kong. Then Han Liyuan pinched a little with her fingers and smelled it. The next second, her face changed drastically, and she threw her hand away and said, It stinks. It's almost like the smell of a corpse. She quickly reacted and said in surprise, You grind zombie bones into powder, and use it to fight zombies? After saying that, Han Liyuan shook her head again. No, the last time I saw you enter the ruins, you were wearing a film covered with zombie flesh. Hearing this, Xiaohu explained, To be precise, it is used to release zombie worms, because the powder is sprinkled on the ground, and the worms are crawling, they will come into close contact with these, and the effect will be better. After the voice fell, Qin Yu looked out the window and whispered, It's time for the show to begin. Then he turned around and looked at Han Liyuan, and continued, In order to make the fish take the bait, you have to perform next. Hearing this, Han Liyuan was slightly startled, and then she saw the corpse worms gathered next to the powder, and instantly understood, and smiled and made an okay gesture. The next second, a terrifying scream came from the house. With a burst of movement, it returned to silence again. The 2 people on the bus looked at each other and smiled. Watching the corpse worms crawling out, Wang Dajun once again hung his palm and led them into the tank. But because it was dark, the 2 did not notice that there was no blood on the corpse worms like on human bodies, and of course, they did not dare to look closely. The 3 people in the house squatted at the door, and Qin Yu looked quietly at the inner room, thinking about something. Qin Yu had told the people in the inner room to let Han Liyuan scream deliberately, but strangely, the person did not react at all, and did not even think of tipping off. This was a bit abnormal, but it was not easy to check now, so Qin Yu had to deal with the people outside first. As footsteps sounded, voices came again. Brother Dajun, that woman was pretty good, and she died just like that. Don't you feel sad? Aling asked jokingly. Hearing this, Wang Dajun reached out and touched her buttocks, laughing, I can't eat enough of you alone, so what about others? Then the man outside said again, But your method is really good, let me pretend to like to take advantage, so that they will think I just want to catch me alive. But how realistic is it? As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out and pushed open the door. The next second, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of Wang Dajun, laughing coldly. I've been waiting for you for a long time. After saying that, Qin Yu suddenly kicked out. At this time, Wang Dajun only felt that his chest was hit by a car. A huge force came, and the whole person flew out instantly. He fell several times before stopping, lying on the ground, his life or death unknown. Seeing this scene, Aling panicked instantly, took out a dagger from her thigh area with her right hand, and quickly stabbed the man in front of her. Qin Yu snorted coldly, grabbed her wrist with one hand, and twisted it hard in the opposite direction. Suddenly, there was a snapping sound, and the wrist was broken on the spot. Aling's face immediately turned red, and the whole person screamed and begged for mercy in pain. Chapter 526. However, Chinyu showed no mercy, and did not even hesitate for a second. He kicked the woman again, but to prevent her from being killed in one blow, he slightly reduced his strength. You guys? Aling knelt on the ground, holding her stomach in pain. She gritted her teeth and looked at the three people in front of her, saying resentfully, "We were discovered. How did you know that we would use corpse worms instead of zombies? You obviously didn't have anything on you, your hands were empty, and you hid zombie blood on your body. Aren't you afraid of breaking it?" She asked 2 questions in a row, and we can see how unwilling she is. Light the fire. Chinyu looked at the 2 braziers under the eaves and said softly. Hearing this, Xiaohu was about to go, but Han Liyuan suddenly took the lighter from Chinyu and said, I do it. As the fire started, the light in the yard became much better. Chinyu stood in front of them and said softly, Do you know why I am willing to fall into this trap even though I know you are up to no good? Wang Dajun also woke up at this time. He touched his chest and looked at the man with vicious eyes without saying a word. Chinyu looked around the open area and continued to talk to himself. To survive and develop in the doomsday, you can't do without various tools and resources. Many times when I go out to search for supplies, I don't know what I will find. I just look forward to encountering it. When the wheel suddenly broke and I saw this piece of paper, do you know what I thought of first? After saying that, Chinyu threw the crumpled paper away. Listening to what he said, Wang Dajun turned his head and spit, whispering, You want our car repair tools, or even tires, right? No, there is also gasoline, and even your food. Chinyu laughed, although he didn't seem to have any emotional fluctuations, but what he said was really frightening. Whether it was before or now, or even in the future, I insist on not actively attacking any survivors. As long as the other party doesn't come to steal my food and supplies, and doesn't attack the people around me, even if they have a lot of things, I won't touch them at all. But in a doomsday environment, resources will gradually decrease, and all kinds of supplies will be scarce. When I need these items, I don't want to hurt others. So I thought of a new way, using myself as bait, entering the game, and letting others take the first step. Hearing this, Wang Dajun sneered, Why do you think we can't beat you? Who can't brag if you pretend to be a big shot? Oh, you won't give up until you reach the Yellow River? Chinyu looked at him and chuckled. First of all, the woman said that the dog gave birth to puppies, so there was a noise in the doghouse, right? Is that why you found the flaw? Aling's eyes darkened, and she murmured, Not entirely. Chinyu shook his head slightly and curled his lips. First of all, although it's not that cold now, you still need to wear a coat, and dogs will not leave their pups alone outside after giving birth in winter. But think about it carefully. From the time we came in until now, the dog has basically been lying outside the nest without moving. Why can't you use your brain to make excuses? I guess there should be a survivor hidden by you in there? Hearing this, before Aling could say anything, there was a sound of wind behind her, and Wang Dajun kicked out, while punching the woman. Damn it, it's all your fault, it's all your fault. Chinyu saw this scene, but did not try to dissuade them, but put his hands in his pockets and watched them perform quietly. Han Liyuan, who was also a woman, felt a little reluctant, and whispered, Why don't you try to persuade them? That woman is going to be beaten to death. Haha, it's better to beat her to death. Hearing Chinyu's inexplicable words, Wang Dajun's fist stopped in midair and left Aling at the same time. Aling, who had fainted, woke up at this time and struggled to stand up from the ground. When did you find out that I was pretending? After saying this, Xiaohu also looked at Chinyu with wide eyes and asked curiously, Yes, Brother Chen, I really thought she was beaten to vomit blood. How did you tell? Hearing this, Chinyu looked at the time on his watch and felt that he could teach Xiaohu more useful knowledge. Of course, it was just to convey Lin Yi's previous words. First, blood exchanges oxygen with alveoli in the human body. In this case, arterial blood is bright red, and venous blood is dark red. And your blood is close to dark brown, and even no different from black. Ordinary people will only think that it is because the light is too dim. Speaking of this, Chinyu recalled the people he had met around him and smiled slightly. Coincidentally, after experiencing the doomsday for so long, I happen to be not so ordinary now. After seeing too much blood, I remember its color very clearly. No, Brother Chen, you haven't told me why the color has changed to what it is now. Xiaohu asked again. But at this time, Han Liyuan said, I understand, because the blood subsequently came into contact with the air over a large area, So the color changed. Yes. Chunyu nodded. Not bad, quite smart. In the eyes of others, Chunyu has also become a person who knows a lot, but he knows very well in his heart that these are all taught to him word by Yi. Occasionally, if he can't remember clearly, Lin Yi will write it on paper and let him memorize it. Although he is still a long way from being a real doctor, under this kind of influence, Chunyu is indeed not so afraid of wounds. At least in the wild, if someone in the team is seriously injured, although some people will be panicked and scared, it is certain that that person is definitely not the current Chunyu. You play the sad drama just to make others hesitate, and then find an opportunity to kill, right? Chunyu walked in front of a Ling and squatted down. A Ling covered her stomach and sat on the ground again. She turned her head to look at the side and whispered, "You can kill or cut it, it's up to you." After saying that, she looked at Chunyu with a slightly fierce look in her eyes, and said in a deep voice, "I am convinced that I fell into your hands. If it weren't for you, I would have cleaned up the bodies of these two young fools by now." "Who are you talking about?" Xiao was unhappy when he heard it, and he picked up the stick in his right hand and walked up. But Chunyu said coldly, "Is she wrong?" Hearing this, Xiao stood there awkwardly, a little at a loss. Han Liyuan pulled him and whispered, Chunyu is right. Although we knew it was a trap from the beginning, we relaxed our vigilance after entering here and seeing the fried bacon. On the other hand, Chunyu knew what these people wanted to do from the beginning, but he didn't want to take the initiative to attack others, so he used himself to lure them. I think if these two people didn't treat us so warmly, we might have survived. Chapter 527. What do you mean? Xiao was stunned and continued to ask. You are stupid. Han Liyuan poked his head speechlessly and said seriously, Before, Chunyu gave the man a bag of dried meat, which showed that we have a lot of supplies. After the voice fell, Han Liyuan turned her head to look at Chunyu and said admiringly, Now I understand that you deliberately exposed the supplies in front of him. I thought you suddenly became so careless. Because of the play that Wang Dajuan and A Ling had performed before, the smell in the air was extremely strong at this time. To be precise, the smell of blood was simply too much. Chunyu noticed this detail and quietly stepped back. Seeing his appearance, Han Liyuan was stunned at first, and then quickly reacted and pulled Xiao back together. The actions of these three people at this time made A Ling feel that something was wrong. She looked forward blankly, and just when she was about to speak, she suddenly felt something crawling into her ankle. Before she could react, she immediately felt a spoiler on her calf, followed by her wrist, and back and other areas. When corpse worms attack humans, they become more frantic and often bite deeper, so it hurts more. In this situation, A Ling rolled on the ground, screaming miserably, which frightened Wang Dajuan next to her. Just when he wanted to escape, A Ling quickly hugged Wang Dajuan's calf, her eyes wide open, begging, Save me! Save me! But Wang Dajuan didn't care at all, and tried desperately to break free, but A Ling held her tightly, and refused to let go. Even after being hit on the head several times, she still held on to Wang Dajuan tightly. In this way, the two were quickly surrounded by zombies. More than a dozen centipedes infected with the virus drilled around their noses and eyeballs, which was extremely terrifying. This scene made Han Liyuan and Xiao feel uncomfortable, and they all turned their heads away. But Shen Yu's reaction was completely different from theirs. After knowing what kind of situation these things would cause if they were left in the wild, he took out a can and rushed forward. Holding the zombie bone powder, Chunyu quickly spread it around the two of them in a circle, surrounding the zombies tightly. Wang Dajuan, who was about to die, wanted to reach out and drag Chunyu to die together, but he was kicked in the face by him, and he fainted immediately and died the next second. Seeing Chunyu controlling the corpse worms in an orderly manner, Han Liyuan admired this man from the bottom of her heart. But she knew very well that with her current state, she would never have the opportunity to get closer to Chunyu. At this time, Han Liyuan envied the girl mentioned by Xiao even more. Although the corpse worms were surrounded, Chunyu also knew that this method was not very effective. After all, as they came into contact with the air, the smell of bone powder would gradually disappear, and these things would not be trapped after a few hours. Thinking of this, he quickly ran to the car, opened the trunk and took out the gasoline barrel. Then he returned to the previous position. Chunyu took the oil barrel in his hand, quickly poured a small part of it on the corpse, then covered the barrel and stepped back a few steps, picked up the wood in the brazier and threw it over. With a rumble, the flames rose instantly, and the corpse worms were burned and ran around, but with gasoline on their bodies, they just struggled in vain and soon turned into black charcoal. Looking at the raging fire in front of him, Xiao couldn't bear to watch it anymore, and turned his head to the side. Now he also knows how fragile life is. Just a thought away, these two people suffered the consequences. Xiu has no doubt that if their attitude was a little less enthusiastic, Qin Yu would probably not bring his team here to spend the night. Of course, the key issue is that these two people have the intention to kill, and want to use corpse worms to harm people. After all, from the surface, whether it is Chen Yu, Han Liyuan, or even Xiaohu, none of the three people have any zombie blood for self-defense. If Wang Dajuan and A Ling had harmed fewer survivors before, and studied the effect of zombie bones on corpse worms, they would not be killed so easily today. The reason is that all this is self-inflicted. Qin Yu stood quietly under the eaves, watching the fire burn more and more vigorously, and finally gradually became smaller and smaller, with no expression on his face. Although he could harvest a lot of supplies, Qin Yu was not happy at all, because 2 more lives were lost. In terms of emotion and reason, Qin Yu never thought of actively harming others, but he really couldn't resist others wanting to harm him. He was also very clear about the principle that a big tree attracts the wind, so every time after obtaining supplies, Qin Yu never stayed in the wild for too long. When he could be brought back to the camp immediately, he would never want to stay for a second longer, because no one could tell if he would be targeted by someone in the next second. At that time, no matter how much Qin Yu didn't want to fight, he would eventually fight for self-protection. Seeing that everyone was silent, Han Liyuan lifted her hair and said softly, "We were originally husband and wife, and at the critical moment, we wanted to escape separately, but in the end we both died, which is quite ironic." Hearing this, Qin Yu turned his head and looked at her, and said calmly, "Your hair is stained with zombie blood and it's so dirty. I suggest you cut it all off, otherwise I guess you won't live for a few days." Hearing this, Han Liyuan reached out and grabbed a handful of hair, smiled bitterly and said, "I go find a pair of scissors now." After that, she turned and walked into the house. After she left, Xiaohu lowered his head and didn't look at the 2 charred bodies. He walked to Qin Yu and asked, "These 2 people are dead, what about their daughter? How to deal with it?" Before Qin Yu could answer, Han Liyuan turned around and said, "You are stupid, a woman in her 30s. How can you give birth to a daughter in her 20s? Really stupid." After he finished speaking, Qin Yu said softly, "That girl is probably also a survivor they locked up. Never mind. Anyway, we can't take all the supplies here. There will be some left by then. Leave it to her and the person in the doghouse." Although the matter here was resolved, Qin Yu did not intend to care about the 2 survivors. There were so many poor people in this doomsday, and he couldn't take one back every time he saw one. Not to mention, if he brought back a time bomb, it would inevitably bring danger to Lin Yi. He didn't want anyone to hurt the people he wanted to protect. Although the people were reluctant to take it back, Qin Yu was quite satisfied with the big black dog. It would be good to take it back to guard the house. He did it right away. He patted Xiaohu on the shoulder and said, "Put the oil drum on the car and put it away, then come here to guard for a few minutes." "Ah, guard what?" Xiaohu was slightly startled. Qin Yu explained, "Although these 2 people are on fire, they are the first to be infected with corpse worms, and they are likely to mutate into zombies." Chapter 528. We have to stay one more night to avoid any accidents, so we can't take any chances and wait until the fire is smaller before giving him another blow on the head. After listening to him, Xiaohu nodded and continued, "Brother Chen, I now know why Brother Xiao never despised you for being weak, but wanted to train you. This is called what kind of cause, what kind of result." After he finished speaking, Xiaohu turned around and left with the bucket. What he didn't know was that when he mentioned Xiao Jiao for the second time, Xiao Qin, who was hiding in the secret passage in the house, once again raised her head in surprise. Qin Yu laughed and turned to walk towards the doghouse. The big black dog was also very smart. It was not originally kept by Wang Dajuan. The main reason why he didn't treat it as food was that there were too many supplies, and he didn't care about it. Moreover, keeping this dog could give others a psychological impression, making other survivors mistakenly think that they were kind-hearted. At this time, Qin Yu walked over, and the big black dog continued to bark wildly, and was very excited. Seeing this, Qin Yu reached out from his pocket and immediately threw a small dried fish to it. He lowered his head and smelled the food on the ground. The big black dog immediately closed his mouth, and then stood there, unable to move or eat. "Ha ha, eat it, it's clean." Qin Yu stood by the fence and shouted with a smile. Although the big black dog couldn't understand human language, it could distinguish emotions. The 2 people had never fed it decent food before, and often took it to the manure pit. Although the dog couldn't stop eating shit, it also clearly understood the difference between dried fish and poop. After licking the dried fish on the ground with its tongue, The big black dog immediately pressed it with its paw, then lay on the ground and began to chew it vigorously. Chinyu just stood there, quietly watching it eat, and didn't go in to touch it. He clearly remembered that Lenny had warned him seriously about several situations in the apocalypse that were more dangerous than the zombie virus. The first was tetanus, which had a 100% mortality rate. It was not very scary before the apocalypse because people could get vaccinated immediately. Now that there is no such condition, it is even more dangerous. The same is true for rabies virus. No matter who is infected with this thing, once the disease occurs, they will die without a doubt, and there has never been any exception. Before the apocalypse, there was no way to treat rabies in the world, not to mention the current environment. As long as you are bitten or scratched by a cat, dog, or even an animal, you must go to the hospital to get a vaccination and clean the wound in time, because this thing is really terrible. As a doctor, Lenny also knows that in front of rabies and tetanus, the zombie virus is not so deadly. If the limbs are infected, as long as they are separated in time and the wounds are treated well, the probability of survival is not small. But in the current situation, there is no vaccine to deal with the above two situations, so even Chinyu did not dare to get close to the black dog. Anyway, he was already chained, so there was no need to rush. Chinyu fed 3 dried fish in total, and then put his hands in his pockets and said, "No more. Who told you to keep barking at me before?" The big black dog actually wagged its tail and started jumping, trying to change Chinyu's mind. But Chinyu was too lazy to pay attention to it. These dried fish can be eaten by humans, and he would not waste them. It depends on whether there is expired dog food in the villa area. Since Chinyu knows that dog food can be eaten in small quantities, he doesn't believe that other survivors will not know this. If they are really hungry, they can't care so much. Just when he was about to turn around and leave, there was another noise from the doghouse that looked like a small house. Seeing this, Chinyu said softly, "It's safe now. After we leave, you will be free." The reason why he didn't choose to risk going in and releasing the people inside was mainly because the big black dog was lying there. Although he fed it food, Chinyu didn't dare to take the risk. After all, he was not familiar with the dog. If he was bitten, it would be the end. And even if he brought the big black dog back to the camp, Chinyu would not tie it outside, let alone loosen the chain. We see if we can get an iron cage to guard the door and prevent people from being scratched accidentally. After leaving the area, Chinyu returned to the house. It was not yet midnight, so he was too lazy to sleep. He planned to check on the girl in the inner room to make sure she was not a threat. Han Liyuan sat on the Kong. Without a mirror or scissors, she simply tied her hair up first and waited until dawn. Anyway, she could see it in the rearview mirror of the car. Standing at the door of the inner room, Chinyu raised his right foot and kicked it out suddenly. The loud bang scared Han Liyuan, but she didn't complain at all. Chinyu touched the iron door and guessed that it was locked from the inside. Although there was a chance that it could be kicked open with a few more kicks, the noise was too loud and it would be bad if the zombies heard it. Thinking of this, Chinyu turned around and went outside, picked a longer piece of wood from the firewood pile, and then walked towards the bus again. As soon as he entered, Chinyu smelled a strange smell and frowned slightly. Covering his mouth and nose with his left arm, Chinyu picked up a piece of clothing and left quickly. Wrap it on the top of the wood and light it with fire, and a simple torch was made. He walked to the window of the house with a torch and looked. There was no one inside, and he did not see any exit. Because he had been prepared for this, Chinyu was not surprised at all. Because there were iron bars on the window, Chinyu could not go in. After checking and confirming that there was really no one, he was too lazy to look for it. When it was dawn, and he was packing up the supplies, he had plenty of time to look for it. After a brief talk with the other two, he began to prepare for rest. As before, he still took turns to keep watch. At 7:30 the next morning, just after dawn, the three of them were already too busy to move the supplies to the car. It didn't matter if the car couldn't fit in, there were plenty of cars in the yard. After thinking for a while, Chinyu chose 2 vans. The main reason was that the rear seats of the 2 vans had been removed, but they could still be started. Although there was also a van in the yard, Chinyu's driver's license could only drive a car, and so did Han Liyuan. Although these rules didn't have to be followed in the apocalypse, Chinyu was unwilling to gamble with safety. If the car lost control and an accident occurred, it would likely result in the car being destroyed and people dying. And he thought carefully, 2 vans would be enough, anyway, without seats, more things could be loaded, just some tires and gasoline. But unfortunately, not much gasoline was found, and the oil in those cars was pumped out and put together. According to the oil barrels that Chinyu brought, at most 4 barrels could be loaded, about 100 liters. But in the current environment, this is already quite a lot. Chapter 529. After a short while of busy work, one of the vans was already full. Jinyu selected 2 tires of each model, and tried to bring back as many as possible. Looking at the tires, Jinyu also knew that many survivors were lured here. He hadn't heard any rumors before, so he guessed that the 2 people had deliberately selected their targets. It was past 8 in the morning, and the 3 of them felt a little hungry, so they simply prepared to get something to eat. Inside the house, Han Liyuan was busy lighting the stove, and Xiaohu was fanning with a paper shell, making smoke everywhere. Jinyu had dragged the 2 corpses out of the yard to avoid seeing them when walking around. Looking at the clothes hanging under the eaves, Jinyu thought for a moment and took off a few coats. Then he called Han Liyuan to the door of the inner room, put the clothes in both hands to pad the door lock, and then Jinyu started to kick hard. This method can minimize noise, prevent the zombies from noticing, and avoid unnecessary trouble. After a few bangs, Jinyu's right foot was numb, and he finally kicked the door open. Looking at the empty scene inside, Han Liyuan was stunned. "Hey, where is the person? Go make breakfast, whatever you have." Jinyu waved his hand to signal her to leave, and then walked in. Okay. Han Liyuan didn't ask any more questions. She knew very well that it was rare for her to have the current treatment. If she kept asking for more, it would probably cause Jinyu to be disgusted. Entering the inner room, Jinyu took a quick look. Now it was daytime, and the light was better, and he also found more details. First of all, there was no furniture in the room, and even the one in the corner was not a Kong, but a simple stone bed, which felt cold to the touch. There were no candles around, and the walls were moldy. It looked like there was no sign of anyone living there. I had seen the girl enter the house before, and there was no other exit, which meant there was a basement here. Looking at the carpet in the middle of the house, Jinyu hesitated, but still did not go in. After last night, he was a little hungry. If there were zombies or something else down there, he would inevitably consume his energy. So thinking of this, he planned to go and see after breakfast. Anyway, there was no rush. At this time, Han Liyuan was also busy frying the bacon left over from last night. There were still some cakes left, which were just placed on the edge of the pan to heat up. Staying around would not help much, so Jinyu went to the room on the right to take a look and find some bowls and chopsticks. The middle should be the bedroom, and the right side is the kitchen and storage area. In fact, there was not much left. Jinyu took a rough look and saw 2 pieces of bacon hanging from the beams. There were only some dried peppers and salt left in the cupboard, and the flour was gone. It seems that Wang Dajuan was not lying. After they attacked the survivors, they did not take the next step in the winter. It is estimated that they relied on the previous supplies to survive these 3 months. No wonder they were eager to harm people again as soon as the temperature rose. Looking at the bucket in the corner, Jinyu guessed that it should be rainwater, and there were still many residues on it, which was not filtered clean. After thinking about it, he did not use it, but took a few pairs of chopsticks and cut them with a dagger on his body, just as cleaning. After Jinyu put the knife in his pocket, he never used it to kill zombies, so it was still clean. Sitting on the Kong, the 3 of them gathered around the stove, eating breakfast one by one with chopsticks, and basically didn't talk much. A few minutes later, Jinyu put the chopsticks in his left hand, put the tissue in his pocket on the table, and said, "After eating, you move the supplies in the kitchen to the car, and then see if you can find a way to dismantle this thing." Hearing this, Xiaohu asked curiously, "What are you going to do with such a big thing?" Jinyu smiled and said, "This stove is pretty good. After the fire is lit, you can put your hands on it to keep warm. You can open the lid in the middle to cook and cook. The smoke can also be discharged to the outside through the pipe. What a great thing. Although winter is almost over, it can still be used next winter, right?" "Okay, I understand." Xiaohu took the paper and wiped his mouth, nodding. After speaking, Jinyu looked up in the direction of the door, and a thought flashed through his mind. "I don't know if we can survive until the next winter." Of course, he didn't say this. At least, Jinyu will work towards this goal. By the way, the water in the kitchen is not clean, don't touch it. When Jinyu was about to enter the inner room, he suddenly thought of something and reminded him. Hearing his words, Han Liyuan swallowed a piece of meat and said with a bitter face, "This bacon is so salty, I should have eaten less earlier, now I'm a little thirsty." Seeing this, Xiaohu took off the water bottle from his waist and handed it to her. "Drink mine, there's still a little left." But Han Liyuan shook her head and stretched out her hand to push it back. "You keep it for yourself, I can still hold on, it's a small problem." Lifting the carpet in the middle of the inner room, Jinyu immediately saw a large iron plate buckled on it, and there was a button next to it to hold it down. No wonder the girl didn't come out for a long time. Worried that it was a little dark down there, Chinyu got a torch again, and then pulled the iron plate open with one hand. Then a wooden staircase led down, which seemed to be several meters deep. Chinyu looked around with a torch, but didn't see anyone. "Are you still alive?" Chinyu squatted on top and asked without rushing in. But there was no answer from below, as if there was no one. "If you don't say anything, I leave." After saying this, Chinyu pretended to leave, and prepared to continue to close the iron plate. Sure enough, just as he was about to close it, a response came from below. Don't close it." From the sound, it was indeed the girl from before. I don't know if it was because of the injury, but now she sounds even weaker. After hesitating for a moment, Chinyu still climbed down the stairs. He was not worried that the people below would attack him. After all, it was not difficult to deal with a girl who was hit by a car. Standing below, Chinyu looked around and found that this place was not a basement. It was only about 7 or 8 square meters. It should have been a storage room before. There was only a small window, about the size of a palm, which barely let in some light, but it was completely unclear. However, Chinyu held a torch at this time, and saw the girl clearly in an instant. She hugged her knees and curled up in the corner, shivering. What was more surprising was that Chinyu saw another person below. Chapter 530. It was a man, to be precise, a shirtless man with his hands chained. The air below was very bad. There was only a water pipe hanging, and a drop of water would drip down every few seconds. There was a groove below, and the water was collected in it. There was a bucket in the corner opposite the girl. Chinyu walked over to take a look, and covered his nose as soon as he approached. It was filled with feces and urine. It seemed that these two people were living even worse than Han Liyuan. Chinyu covered his nose and stepped back a few steps. He stood in front of the girl and frowned and asked, "How long has it been like this?" The girl's face was pale at this time. She raised her head, touched her bruised arm, and whispered, "I can't remember, it seems to be a month, it seems to be a year, or maybe a lifetime." Hearing this, Chinyu turned his head to look at the position of the other man and asked again, "How long has he been dead?" Hearing this, the girl lowered her head. She was a little afraid to look at the fire. She stared at the ground in front of her and whispered, "I don't know, he should have just died." "You don't know him?" Chinyu asked again. The girl shook her head. Seeing this, Chinyu held a torch and walked over there, pinching his nose. He squatted down and felt the man's pulse. Sure enough, there was no movement, and his body had begun to stiffen. Looking at the iron wire that had been embedded in the man's wrist, and the iron chain connected to the top, Chinyu suddenly remembered something. He stood up, stretched out his hand, and gently pulled the chain. Sure enough, there was a sound from above. Hearing this familiar voice, Chinyu's eyes suddenly dimmed, and he sighed unconsciously. When he first came here yesterday and heard the noise for the first time, Chinyu just felt very strange. He only became suspicious when he heard the woman say it was a puppy. But he did not investigate it in detail, nor did he think that the person locked up was a living person. It was not until he had a quarrel with Wang Dajun and a Ling in the middle of the night that Chinyu realized that there was a person locked up inside, and it should be a survivor who was locked up. At that time, Chinyu did not want to care about too many things, so he did not plan to rescue people directly, because it was dark, and there was a big black dog, so it was not convenient to go in, so he put it aside. But in fact, Chinyu had another reason, which was why the other party couldn't shout for help loudly, or even just shout. Now, Chinyu turned the man in the storage room below over and found that it was not because he didn't want to shout, but because his mouth was covered with iron sheets. At this moment, Chinyu also began to feel powerless. This was often the case. He couldn't save everyone, and he couldn't know anything clearly. Looking at the appearance of the man's body, it was estimated that he starved to death. Just as Chinyu was about to leave, the man suddenly moved. Seeing this, he thought he had woken up. Just as he was about to go forward to untie the man's wrists, he heard a low roar in his ear. He took the torch and saw that the body had indeed begun to mutate. It was probably just dead in the morning. Thinking of this, Chinyu also blamed himself. If he could come down earlier, maybe the man would not have died. Seeing Chinyu standing there quietly without saying anything, the girl curled up in the corner didn't know if she had thought of this and actually spoke a word. He committed suicide voluntarily. It has nothing to do with you. I have already persuaded him. Pulling out a dagger and killing the zombie, Chinyu wiped the blood, wrapped it with a cloth, and put it back in his pocket. Then he walked back to the girl and asked, "What do you mean? Everyone around him is dead, so he doesn't want to live anymore, that's what I mean." The girl coughed a few times and explained. Chinyu looked at her a few times, confirmed that her hands and feet were not tied, and frowned. Why did you voluntarily come in here? Didn't you ever think of running away? We were in the wild before, and there were plenty of opportunities. Hearing this, the girl pointed to her thin body and whispered, I am wearing so little, without fire, knife, or even clothes, how can I survive in the wild? Although I have no freedom here, and I can't eat or sleep well, at least I have a fixed source of food. But fortunately, the man has a woman, and she has never touched me. They just need me to help them lead the survivors over. How do you lure them? Chinyu looked at the time on his watch and asked. We specifically target survivors, like you who only have one car. We ambush them on the road ahead, and pierce them with iron sheets when it gets dark. Then, Chinyu listened to what the girl said and understood the reasons. A few minutes later, he said casually, It's safe now. We leave next. You could also find some food and drink, and then find a place to survive. Yes. The girl still sat there, not moving, but hesitated for a moment, and said 2 words, Thank you. Chinyu nodded, turned around and prepared to leave. At this moment, the girl suddenly made up her mind and asked a question. Do you know a man who likes to use a bow and arrow, with light blue feathers at the tail of the arrow? He is quite strong and tall. Hearing this, Chinyu, who had already climbed up the stairs, suddenly stopped. He frowned instantly, thinking that this should be Dazhuang. But he did not answer truthfully, but shook his head and said, I don't know him. Before this, Chinyu had never heard Dazhuang say that he had any friends who were stranded in the wild. It was impossible for Chinyu to take a random person back after telling him these few pieces of information. That was simply too hasty. Just as he climbed out of the storage room, Chinyu asked, Have you cleaned up the stove? Strangely, no one answered. Feeling a little strange, Chinyu was about to open the door, but suddenly thought of something and stepped back quickly. At this moment, the door was suddenly kicked open, and then a man wearing a hat and holding a kitchen knife rushed in. With a bang, the man chopped the concrete floor with a knife, instantly stirring up a lot of gravel. Chinyu's eyes condensed, and he threw the torch out on the spot. At the same time, he drew out a dagger, rushed to the man quickly, and aimed at his neck with a knife. But the other party reacted quickly, immediately took a step back, picked up the carpet, and wanted to throw it at Chinyu. But the reaction was too slow. Chinyu was much faster than him. In just a few rounds, the kitchen knife in the man's hand was kicked away, and the whole person was kicked away and fell on the stone bed. Just as Chinyu was about to go over to finish off the man, the girl also crawled out of the storage room. When she saw who was on the bed, she rushed over without thinking, lay on the man, and shouted, Misunderstanding, it's all misunderstanding. You've already pulled a knife to kill me, and you're still saying this? Chinyu snorted coldly, grabbed the girl's calf, and pulled it to the side, and immediately held a dagger in his hand, and prepared to kill the man who wanted to sneak attack him. At this moment, the girl knelt on the ground with a plop, and shouted with red eyes, I know Xiaoning, I saved her before. Hearing this, Chinyu stopped in front of the stone bed, looked at the man who raised his hand to block the knife, and hesitated. Chinyu remembered the name Xiaoning very clearly, because she had saved Lin Yi once when the community was attacked. Chapter 531. Although Chinyu paused for about a second after hearing the name, he still did not retract the dagger and stabbed directly. At this time, the girl did not dare to look any further. She turned her head to look to the side, and clenched her fists tightly. But the strange thing is that both the girl and the man on the stone bed only heard a ding sound. When he opened his eyes and looked, he found that the young man in front of him did not hit anyone with a knife, but stopped it on the stone bed. Then Chinyu carefully looked at the person on the bed, and a figure came to his mind. A man he hadn't seen for a long time, but he had indeed dealt with him. But due to an accident, the two had not had direct contact, and Chinyu only remembered the man's back. Now he is also recognized by his height and body shape. Do you know me? The man on the bed noticed that Chinyu frowned slightly, so he asked, but he hadn't spoken for a long time, and his voice was a little hoarse. Hearing this, Chinyu did not answer him, but took a few steps back with the dagger in hand. Then he saw the girl sitting cross-legged on the ground, and found that the bruise on her ankle had subsided. Suddenly thinking of something, Chinyu squatted forward and stretched his left hand directly towards the girl's chest. This scene also frightened the other party, and she wanted to raise her hand to block it instantly. However, Chinyu was just lying to her. His left hand immediately went down to grab her right shoe and suddenly pulled it off. Pa! The crisp sound was very obvious, and both Chinyu and the other two clearly understood what it was. At this moment, the door was suddenly kicked open again, and Xiaohu and Han Liyuan rushed in a hurry. Damn, Someone attacked us. Before he finished speaking, Xiaohu was stunned when he saw the scene inside. A moment later, Xiaohu took the kitchen knife he brought from the town and pointed at the man on the bed and shouted, "Brother Chen, that man wants to kill us." Hearing this, Chinyu whispered, "Are you two okay?" "No." Xiaohu shook his head. "Sister Han and I went to check what supplies were left in the room on the left, but this man came out of nowhere and knocked us out and tied us up and locked us in. Fortunately, Sister Han had a razor blade with her, so she was able to escape." "Yes, I understand." After listening to this, Chinyu just nodded slightly. Seeing his reaction, Xiaohu was a little confused. Just as he was about to continue asking, Han Liyuan pulled him out of the house and whispered, "Don't ask, haven't you figured it out yet? Those two should know each other. Let's hear what Chinyu has to say first." "Ah?" Xiaohu was stunned for a moment, then reacted, "Oh, okay." After the voice fell, the two closed the door of the inner room, and then squatted by the door and listened carefully. Inside the house, Chinyu looked at the small piece of iron that fell on the ground, picked it up and looked at it, and said expressionlessly, "If I'm not mistaken, all this is your plan, right?" Until this moment, the girl was still pretending to be stupid, lowering her head and saying, "I don't know what you are talking about." Hearing this, Chinyu flipped his right hand, put the knife made of a can in his hand, and whispered, "The end of the world is coming, all kinds of order collapse, and there are many consequences, but the most important point is that there is no electricity and no network. In this case, if two people get separated and want to meet again, without the help of external factors, the probability is infinitely close to zero. Even so, you can't know who the other person knows, but now, you are sure that I know Xiao Ning. I am really curious, why do you think so?" After saying these words, Chinyu stood up, put his hands in his pockets, and looked at the two of them calmly. The girl did not answer, but turned her head to look at the stone bed, hesitating whether to say it. The man was also holding his ribs, panting and saying, "Chinger, this guy is very smart. If we want to survive, we can't hide anything. Tell the truth." At this time, Goli also knew how big the gap in strength between the two sides was, and he was even more cautious. He couldn't figure out how the other party discovered his ambush. That's right, these two people were Goli and Chinger, who were saved by chance when Chinyu followed Xiao Jiao to attack Longshan and others, but later they got separated from Xiao Ning, and there was no news since then. But Chinyu didn't know them at that time. Only Xiao Jiao and De Zhuang had met them once, but they also dispersed in a hurry without much communication. Just when Chinger was organizing her words, and was about to start from the beginning, Goli, who was lying on the bed, suddenly asked again, "Can I ask you a question? How did you find me hiding outside the door?" Hearing this, Chinyu was about to answer, but Xiaohu, who had been lying on the door for too long, actually pushed the door open. Then he scratched his head and asked curiously, "Yes, Brother Chen, you don't know that our mouths were stuffed with clothes at the time, and we couldn't report the news. When we saw you about to open the door from the window, we were so anxious." Hearing this, Chinyu stepped back, picked up a finger-long hair from the ground, and said lightly, "If you are more careful, you will find it stuck on the bolt when you first come in. After I finished breakfast, I asked the two of them to collect the remaining supplies and take away the stove. From the time point of view, as long as I go down for no more than 5 minutes, no one will enter this door." After the voice fell, Goli took a deep breath and continued, "No, I have been hiding very well. Not to mention you, even Wang Dajuan and that woman didn't find me. How did you know there was someone in the dark? I am quite confident about this." After he finished speaking, Chinyu crossed his hands and leaned against the wall, saying seriously, "I really don't know about your existence, and I don't know if there are other people outside, but there is one situation that makes me feel something is wrong." "What?" "She." Chinyu pointed to the girl on the ground. "Me?" Chinger was slightly startled and very confused. Then Chinyu said word by word, "From the time the car accident happened to when she left, I was paying attention to it all the time, and then I sneaked into the house here and communicated with the two people. About 20 minutes have passed. Including the trip and the tire change, it took about an hour in total. We were all sitting on the con getting ready to eat when she came back, and it was getting dark. A girl with a wound on her foot was still staying outside. Was it for fun? So I guess you went to him to apply medicine on you? So you took off my shoes not because you found the knife I had hidden, but because you wanted to see my wound?" Chinger said with her eyes wide open. Chapter 532. Of course. Chinyu nodded. "I don't have perspective. How can I see through shoes?" Chinger was completely convinced. It turned out that she had been thinking about her since last night, but he should be busy dealing with Wang Dajuan, so he didn't have time to care about her and Li Gu. After sorting out the clues, Qing'er raised her head and said seriously, "When do you want to start listening?" Hearing this, Qin Yu looked at his watch, walked to the window again, and found that it was drizzling outside, so he turned his head and ordered, "Well, Han Liyuan, go and bring in a brazier, and remember to close the door of the yard to prevent zombies from coming in." Understood. Han Liyuan agreed immediately and ran outside. A few minutes later, the yard was closed, and a brazier with several pieces of dry wood was placed in the house. There were many old clothes on the ground. Xiaohu and Han Liyuan sat cross-legged on the ground. Qin Yu still leaned against the wall and nodded. "Speak, don't hide anything, start from escaping from the abandoned hotel." As Qing'er slowly spoke, this series of events finally opened the curtain. The reason why Xiaoning got separated at the beginning was partly because of the zombie group, but the main reason was that Goli was not enough to survive with two girls at the same time. Goli was not very strong before, and although he is not very strong now, that is only compared to Xiao Jiao and Qin Yu. He has not received any training, does not know how to use a gun, and is not even proficient in using a knife, but he has survived to this day. He relies on his sense of danger. It can be said that if Qing'er had not injured her leg before and had to go to apply medicine, if she returned to the bungalow normally, Qin Yu would definitely not have discovered that something was wrong with her so quickly. He would not have thought of the trick of putting a strand of hair on the bolt. But in the final analysis, if Qing'er hadn't risked her life to damage Qin Yu and the others' tires, they wouldn't have clashed with Wang Dajun. So, although it seemed to be an accidental thing, it was actually inevitable, because if Qing'er hadn't done that, the original direction of things wouldn't have developed as it is now. At that time, the retreat was blocked by the zombies. Although Qing'er and Goli returned to the building next to the trash can, they had no way to go down. Originally, Qing'er wanted to go back to find Xiaoning, but Goli held her back, pointing to the wound on his leg and said weakly, "I'm already injured, and that girl can't run for a long time." If the three of them hugged each other in this situation, they would definitely die. Seeing this, Qing'er was completely hesitant. On the left was her companion, who had been huddled together to survive, and on the right was Xiaoning, who had been whipped several times for her. Her palms and backs were all flesh, and it was really difficult to make a choice. Just as Goli was desperately blocking the door to prevent the zombies from rushing in, Qing'er also made up her mind, and the two ran to the left. Before leaving, she used a pen she happened to pick up to write a paragraph on the paper. "Sorry Xiaoning, Brother Li and I are both injured, and so are you. In this situation, the three of us are likely to die together. We will lead the zombies away, and I hope you can survive." Although the ball of paper was thrown down, it happened to fall on the side of the trash can. Afterwards, Xiaoning rolled the trash can, opened the lid and climbed out, but the ball of paper was also pressed down. What Qing'er and Goli didn't expect was that Xiaoning actually survived with her tenacious willpower. 3 days later, Goli, after his injuries had healed a little, leaned on a cane and quietly went back to look for Xiaoning, but there was no clue at all. At that time, there were zombies everywhere around the abandoned hotel, and the city was originally quite dangerous, but Goli suddenly made a comeback. He believed that after the group of people died, Xiao Jiao should not have time to search for supplies. Because the wall collapsed, there were many zombies around, which was too dangerous. Goli turned around and took Qing'er to sneak in through the gap in the underground parking lot, and hid inside again. Although the upper floors were burned into empty shells, the lower floors were still intact. Similarly, many foods were still there. The only pity was that Xiao Jiao blew up all the weapons and ammunition, because he didn't control the explosion force well at that time and blew up too many. As a result, Xiao Jiao didn't take away many bullets in the end. Relying on the food, Goli and Qing'er actually survived. Hearing her say this, Qin Yu also said, "We also wanted to search there, but it was not very attractive because the most important weapons and ammunition were gone." After the voice fell, Goli no longer maintained his previous attitude and smiled. "Thanks to that building, there should be a lot of supplies inside, so you don't like the camp in Longshan." Hearing this, Qin Yu shook his head and said, "No one will dislike having too many supplies. Just like before the end of the world, would you dislike having too much money? The reason why we didn't go back to search was because we also sacrificed many people. Everyone was numb at that time. So many people died around us. Afterwards, we all tried to find ways to collect the bodies of our partners. Of course, you're right. There is food in that building. We don't want to take risks again." At this point, Qin Yu looked at Goli and said in a deep voice, "But later, how did you know that Xiaoning would know me?" "We didn't know." Qing'er warmed her hands by the fire and shook her head and said, "Before, when Brother Li was about to sneak in to save me, I saw you hiding upstairs, and setting up a large slingshot. I saw you talking to the man with the bow and arrow, so I knew you knew each other. Later, I dealt with the two. Although I don't know their names, I remember the arrows they used, and at that time, Xiaoning wanted to go out of the city, and there was only that road. Hearing this, Qinyu also understood, and he said, so, when we drove the truck, you actually discovered it, so you judged that you might meet Xiaoning on the road? That's right. Goli nodded. Then why didn't you go find her? She was alone in the wild, and almost froze to death. Qinyu's face turned cold, and he questioned. Hearing this, Goli smiled bitterly and said, you could only rush out of the zombies by driving a large truck, and we can't pry open the truck, and we can't walk out on foot. Moreover, we hesitated at that time and were reluctant to leave the remaining supplies in the building. The remaining? Qinyu frowned. If I remember correctly, there was not much left at that time. At this moment, Qing'er shook her head and whispered, you really didn't have any normal supplies left, but some of them were expired, but you ignored them. Although they are expired and can no longer be eaten, compared with survival, this is not a problem. As long as they are cooked, it is difficult to get a stomachache. Fortunately, there are quite a few expired ones. We are frugal, and have no difficulty in living afterwards. Chapter 533. So, by some strange coincidence you saved us. Qing'er whispered. No. Goli shook his head and corrected her. From the development of the incident, without their help, I would not have been able to successfully sneak in, let alone take you away smoothly. Hee, but didn't you point the knife at me today? Hearing this, Qinyu looked over with his eyes slanted and snorted. Goli originally wanted to refute, but in the end, he realized that he was right, so he simply lowered his head and said, I'm sorry. Qinyu waved his hand. Forget it, it's been so long. Even if you saw my face on the rooftop, it's normal that you can't recognize me in this outfit now. After saying that, Qinyu walked to the window and looked at his long hair through the reflection of the glass, feeling a little helpless. Speaking of which, the last time he cut his hair was after taking a shower in the community. At that time, Linny saw that he was struggling to cut his hair, so he took the scissors to help. Although it looked like a dog's bite later, he never disliked it. Now, after such a long time, his hair has grown again, and his beard has grown a little, but it doesn't look much. Seeing him standing in front of the window in a daze, Goli suddenly said, Qing'er used to work in a barber shop. She can trim hair. How about letting her help you? After the voice fell, Qing'er also sat up straight and looked at Qingyu expectantly. Can I do something within my ability? It's compensation. Hearing this, Qingyu turned around and looked at the two of them for a few seconds, then shook his head and whispered, no need, I have a special person to help me cut my hair. Although these two people seem to be fine, Qingyu will not trust them rashly. In this end times, people have to be on guard, especially when getting a haircut. At that time, he could only sit on the chair, and the other party held a pair of scissors or a blade so close to his neck. Qinyu only dared to trust a few people. Apart from that, he was unwilling to gamble. Thinking carefully, the number of people who are worthy of Qinyu's trust can be counted on one hand. I don't know how Zhang Yin and Xiao Rui are doing. Qinyu felt weak and tired. There were too many things going on recently. He thought it would take a lot of effort to bring down Sudali, but he didn't expect that a Lei, who appeared again, would end the matter early. As a result, he had to find a way to find Li Yao, Zhang Yin and others. Even if it was Wang Tianhai and the old man, or the two sisters Yuxiali, Qinyu would never let them go when he heard the relevant news. At least when the community was in crisis, they did not choose to escape alone, so now, Qinyu would not let his former partners die. Although the old man is a veterinarian, a Lei's survival depends on his help. Qinyu also promised before that as long as the bleeding can be stopped, his life will be guaranteed in the future. Although they have been separated for so long, Qinyu has been paying attention to the surrounding clues as much as possible, but the progress is too slow, and he has basically no way. What are you daydreaming about? Xiao, who stood up, walked to Qinyu and waved. It's okay, I just feel a little tired. Qinyu came back to his senses, smiled, and then walked to the brazier and sat down. Where were we talking just now? That sister asked if you could take her to see Sister Xiaoning. Xiao Hu added. Hearing this, Qinyu pondered for a while and whispered, what are your names? Goli, go for living. My name is Xing Qing. You can also call me Qing'er like brotherly. We are not that familiar yet. Qinyu waved his hand, added a piece of wood to the brazier, and continued, tell me what happened to you later, and why you are here. Hearing this, Qing'er was about to continue answering, but Goli came over, holding his ribs, sat down and said, let me tell you next. Chen glanced at him and whispered, "Are you okay?" Hee. Goli smiled bitterly and said truthfully, "Brother, you are really strong. My ribs were almost broken, and it still hurts. Try taking a few deep breaths." Seeing this, Goli did as he said. At the same time, Chen observed his breathing and facial expression, and according to what Lin said, whispered, "It doesn't look broken. The power of my side kick is nothing. If it were my other two friends, you probably wouldn't be able to withstand a random kick." Goli scratched his head, looking a little embarrassed. After staying in the apocalypse for so long, he had become much older and his skin was tanned. Then he said, later, when we ran out of food and didn't know how to find a car, we left the city early. "Didn't you meet other survivors on the road?" Chen asked. "That's not the case. We basically started traveling after 9 o'clock in the evening, and found a place to sleep during the day, so we never interacted with others. But we walked and stopped, and walked farther and farther until we came to this nearby area." At this point, Chen suddenly said, "I think she was not captured, but offered herself to me, right?" As he spoke, he looked at Chinger. Hearing this, Goli nodded and said, "Yes, we had set our sights on this place before, because it was really inconvenient to come here, but I don't know if you remember that it snowed heavily everywhere in the past 2 months, and it was very cold. Although the temperature dropped sharply, it was not all bad. The snow pressed down the barbs in the forest, resulting in a gap. When I came out to pick up wood, I happened to see these houses. Without a gun or other weapons, we can only rely on a knife. We don't have any intention at all. And most importantly, Chinger won't allow me to hurt anyone." Hearing this, Chen looked at the girl with a little surprise. The latter also lowered her head and replied, "I always thought that we humans should unite. If we keep reaching out to our own kind, we will only kill each other in the end." "But you don't?" Chen hesitated, but still didn't say it. He wanted to say, "You were captured by Longshan and tortured for so long. How can you still say this?" Seeing his expression of wanting to say something but not being able to, Chinger scratched her fingers and whispered, "I had this thought before I was captured by Longshan's men. Although I managed to escape later, I hated him very much. But I also knew that I could not take revenge with my means, so now, I have to thank you." Chapter 534. After saying that, Chinger stood up with her hands on the ground, and then bowed to Chinyu. "Thank you for launching the attack before. Thanks to you, Longshan's retribution came so quickly." Because Chinger was wearing very thin clothes, when she bent down, the collar on her chest suddenly became a little bigger, and Chinyu quickly turned his head, looked away, and whispered, "No need to be polite, we and him are mortal enemies." Goli also saw this scene. He pulled Chinger and whispered, "Be careful, your clothes are too loose." Hearing this, Chinger's face instantly turned red, and she sat down again awkwardly. But after hesitating for a few seconds, she said firmly, "You are my savior. Even if I am naked in front of you, I have no other objection." Hearing this, Chinyu turned his head and looked at Chinger, who was sitting again, frowned and said, "Your man is right next to you. Is it appropriate to say this?" "Ah?" Goli was slightly stunned, and quickly waved his hand and said, "I am not, we don't have that kind of relationship." Then Chinger chuckled, covered her mouth, and laughed secretly. "Brotherly feels that his life is not stable now, and he doesn't want to touch me. He is worried that if I get pregnant, it may put me in more danger. After all, the hospital is now paralyzed. Besides, I was just joking. You won't really let me take off my clothes, right?" After he finished speaking, Chinyu did not answer, but looked at her expressionlessly. This scene also made Chinger feel a little unsure. She bit her lip, hesitated, and prepared to unzip her zipper with her right hand, but her heart began to feel cold at this moment. And Goli also noticed something was wrong, moved a few steps to the right, stretched out his hand, and blocked Chinger. "Don't make such jokes in the future, it's the end of the world now." Chinyu suddenly smiled and said softly, "Huh? You scared me to death." Chinger patted her chest and said nervously, "I'm really afraid that you will be like those stinky men who can't walk when they see a woman." Hearing this, Han Liyuan curled her lips. "I hope he can do this." After saying that, Chinyu turned his head and looked at her, frowning slightly. Seeing this, Han Liyuan quickly stood up and said, "Well, the wood is about to burn out, I go out and get some." Taking the opportunity, she quickly left the house to avoid being yelled at by Chinyu. Seeing the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Goli coughed a few times, smiled, and continued, "I continue. When Chinger first found the survivors here, she really didn't want to target them. Not only her, I thought so too. At that time, we didn't plan to contact them, so we just happened to find an abandoned car on the side of the road. We hid in it, and planned to stay overnight, but we didn't expect that something would happen in the evening. There was a car accident, right? Chinyu asked. Almost. It was not like now, deliberately damaging other people's tires. At that time, people were used to lead. The woman, whose name was Aling, wore a skirt and black stockings to walk in the snow. Think about it, wouldn't most survivors find it strange to meet such a woman? Hearing this, Chinyu thought for a moment and nodded. That makes sense. Those who want to do bad things also think that now is a good opportunity, and will not let her go. Similarly, those kind-hearted people, seeing her alone in the wild, can't bear to leave like this. So, Wang Dajun really harmed a lot of people. At that time, they were the last few survivors. After that, they hid for the winter, which gave us time to make plans. What's the plan? Xiaohu asked while roasting the fire. Use the zombies, let them chase Qing'er, and then let Qing'er run in while the chaos is going on. Hearing this, Chinyu suddenly said, aren't you afraid that she will be bullied? What if she throws the meat buns at the dog, and it's a waste? You can't catch the wolf without sacrificing the child. Qing'er smiled bitterly and said, and to be honest, I see them often tossing around in the car, and I don't think they will necessarily like me, so I put on makeup. After saying that, Qing'er raised her head, fumbled around her neck for a while, and then tore off a piece of skin. Seeing this, Xiaohu widened his eyes and said, wow, I thought it was burned by fire just now, it turns out it's fake. Then, Chinyu looked at her for a few times and said, the pimples on your forehead should also be fake. Yeah. Qing'er nodded, stretched out her hand to grab it, and threw it into the fire to burn it, but even so, her face was still a little black. Han Liyuan just came in with firewood, and Qing'er stood up and went out to get a basin of water. Then she sat by the fire with a basin in her hand. She wet her hands first, then put them on the fire to warm them up. When the temperature was a little warmer, she began to rub them on her face. A few minutes later, the charcoal marks on Qing'er's face disappeared, and her true face was revealed. Although it was not very beautiful, it was also very pleasing to the eye. At this time, Goli held her hand and said gently, Qing'er used to live by hiding with makeup, but I thought she was so beautiful that there was no need to hide herself, so I asked her to wash it clean, but I didn't expect that it would cause her to be captured. I don't blame you. Qing'er shook her head, put her hand on Goli's knee, and whispered, even if there is no Longshan, there may be Long Si and Long Wu. Fortunately, we are all alive, which is enough. So you are going to eat these two people, and take away their supplies, right? Chinyu sorted out the clues and spoke. That's right. Goli looked at Chinyu, and said seriously, they have harmed many people. They are beasts. It's okay if you don't meet them. If you meet them, you must not pretend not to see them. And the most important thing is that winter is coming, and we can't survive in the wild for long. It's just that neither of us is very powerful, so we can only use the method of cooperating here and outside. I even wanted to add zombie blood to their food, but I couldn't do it at all. How could it be? You stay here every day, so there will always be a chance to come into contact with it. Hearing this, Qing'er looked to the right rear, which was the storage room below. She said helplessly, you know where I have been living before. Usually, they only let me out when they need to harm people, but they kept watching me the whole time, and I couldn't touch the kitchen at all, let alone other things. If that's the case, why don't you give up? Han Liyuan hugged her legs and asked curiously. If that's the case, wouldn't all the efforts we've made before be wasted? At least I can still survive here, and I can also reduce the amount of food for one person. Brotherly is alone outside, and his need for food is not that great, so he can barely survive. The reason why we took action today was that I originally planned to wait for them to deal with your bodies, and I pretended to help, so that Brotherly could lure the group of corpses over and find an opportunity to attack in the chaos. Chapter 535. Zombies? Hearing this, Chinyu tapped the ground with his fingers and said, thoughtfully, indeed, there are not many zombies in the woods around here. It stands to reason that after the snow begins to melt on a large scale, zombies will appear more frequently. Hearing this, Goli said truthfully, because I led them into a big pit, and they can basically not get out. How many are there? Chinyu asked. I haven't counted them carefully, but there are probably about 100. After listening to Chinyu, he pondered for a while, and then said, it's not too much, it's not too little. Letting them stay will sooner or later be a hidden danger. You have to come with me, and be responsible for cleaning up the pile of zombies. Okay, no problem. Goli also knew that the threat of zombies should not be underestimated, so he did not shirk. In the following time, the two of them talked about everything that happened, trying not to miss anything. In the end, Chinyu also understood that Goli and Qing'er should not have lied. At least the man did not hurt Han Liyuan and Xiaohu. The reason why Qingyu could listen to their explanation in this manner was because the situation did not deteriorate further. If it were someone else who had ill intentions, they would definitely capture them alive, and even use them to threaten Qingyu for safety reasons. But Goli did not choose to do so. The reason he gave was that he had not intended to kill them from the beginning. Although he attacked Qingyu with a knife, the knife was clean, and even if he accidentally scratched him, it would not be so easy to cause death. Seeing that all the details were revealed, Qingyu did not express his opinion, but continued to sit there warming himself by the fire. Seeing this, Goli was a little anxious. He looked at Qing'er and signaled with his eyes. Seeing this, Qing'er whispered, "How are you going to deal with us?" "What?" Qingyu was still thinking about something. When he heard this, he was stunned for a moment, then looked up at her, and said after reacting, "Don't worry, I won't take your lives." After saying that, Qingyu stood up and looked out the window, muttering, "It's almost time, let's go and deal with the zombies." Hearing this, Goli nodded and helped Qing'er stand up. There was still some pain in the rib area, and although he took a few breaths, he didn't say much. "You stay here and wait for me to come back." After the voice fell, Goli opened the door and walked out, holding his left armpit with his right hand, and could barely walk normally. Then Qingyu looked at Xiaohu and Han Liyuan and said softly, "Don't touch the dog in the yard first, so as not to be bitten, and think of a way later." "Okay." The two immediately agreed. Putting the lighter and the knife in hand, Qingyu and Goli left the yard and walked straight to the location where the corpses were hidden. The two of them didn't talk along the way. Goli, who was walking in front, couldn't talk because it hurt to talk while walking. Qingyu, on the other hand, was thinking about how to deal with the zombies. Due to the difference in strength, he didn't worry that Goli would cause any trouble. After walking around in the forest for about 10 minutes, Goli pointed to a place at the foot of the mountain and said, "It's right below. In order to prevent no one from discovering it, I found such a densely forested place." "Well, go down and take a look." "Okay." Goli looked at a tree next to him, holding it with his hand, and walked to the side. After a while, the two stood on a huge rock. There were dense zombies in front of them. Because they were some distance away, they did not notice any living people entering. Looking at the silent gathering there, Qingyu thought for a moment and said softly, "There are many trees nearby. Burning them with fire will inevitably cause greater disasters. Are there other caves or rivers around?" Hearing this, Goli leaned his right hand on a tree, shook his head and said, "No, to be honest, when I led these zombies, I had already searched all the terrain around me. Only here can the zombies be locked up." After listening to him, Qingyu looked around carefully and said, "It seems that he can't be detained for a few days, so you are eager to take advantage of this opportunity to take down Wang Dajuan in one fell swoop. Am I right? I can't hide it from you." Goli smiled bitterly and nodded. Looking at the arm-thick tree trunks blocking the surroundings, Qingyu began to think that these two people were not bad, and all they did was just to survive. Although they planned to kill Wang Dajuan, the latter himself did a lot of dirty things and harmed many people, so he deserved to die. "Are tree trunks blocking living people?" Qingyu suddenly asked. "What?" Goli was stunned for a moment, then followed his gaze and continued, "Yes, after all, the road in the forest is not clear after dark, and these zombies will not make any noise when they don't find living people. It would be bad if other survivors were traveling at night like us and accidentally fell into it." After listening, Qingyu hummed, thought for more than 10 seconds, then he looked at the surrounding area and whispered, "This location is open, there are few trees, and it is uphill. There is a big rock under your feet, which is just right for dealing with zombies. I follow your instructions. Now that Wang Dajuan is dead, these zombies are a nuisance if they remain, so Goli doesn't need Qingyu to say more, he will find a way to get rid of them. Apart from anything else, if they escape one day, they may appear in front of him again. If he doesn't care now, the boomerang thrown out will eventually hit him, or Qing'er. And at this moment, Goli is also thinking of a way to leave with Qingyu. At least with this man by his side, he won't have to be so tired in the future. But there was a conflict today. No matter how thick-skinned he was too embarrassed to speak directly. So now that there was an opportunity to help, Goli was not vague at all. Qingyu put his hands in his pockets and said seriously, "There are many trees here, and they are quite dense. Only the area under our feet is open. This is also an opportunity. Let's cut some small trees to block the two sides below, and then knock down the stone, at least crushing more than half of it. Then you and I will use long sticks to kill outside the fence. It will take at most half an hour to solve it." "Okay." After hearing this, Goli didn't hesitate at all. He took the kitchen knife and wanted to walk to the side. Seeing this, Chinyu stopped him. Your knife can't cut trees. Cut the vines. Leave the trees to me. As soon as the voice fell, the two of them went their separate ways. As the sound of cutting trees came, the zombies below gradually woke up and wanted to come out with their teeth bared. But it was uphill again. The zombies couldn't climb, so it wasn't so easy to leave. Chinyu also thought of other ways to help them. Chapter 536. The trees that Chinyu picked were not big, about as thick as his wrist. Since they were wet wood, they were enough to simply stop the zombies. This way, it would not take much effort to chop them, and it would not consume too much physical strength. Although there are fewer opportunities to deal with zombies nowadays, Chinyu will not underestimate them. There are only a few scattered zombies that are not threatening. There are dozens or hundreds of zombies like this, which is not a joke. It is okay if you don't encounter them. If you really see them, you must deal with them. More than 10 minutes later, the trees on both sides had already blocked the area. There were some trees in the area closer to the pit, and the soil was slippery after the rain, so Chinyu did not risk going over. Clapping his hands, Chinyu stood next to the stone and said, "Okay, the area of about 10 meters can accommodate dozens of zombies. Next, think of a way to dig up the soil under the boulder, and remember to support it with wood." Understood. Now Goalie is not in so much pain, and he works harder. He puts a few thicker wooden sticks, about half a meter long, at his feet. After digging for a few minutes, the two would stop and rest for a while, mainly because they didn't have any suitable tools. What they used was a flattened wooden board, which was really not easy to use. The current work was also the most laborious. Originally, Chinyu could have just left it alone and walked away. Even the life and death of Goalie and Chiner had nothing to do with him. Anyway, the tire had been changed, so he could just pat his butt and leave. In the end, even if he escaped in the future, could he still run hundreds of kilometers away to find Chinyu? Impossible. Chinyu, who was concentrating on digging the soil at this moment, knew very well why Goalie did this. It was because he felt guilty, and did not want to add danger to others. On the other hand, although Chinyu also had a similar reason, the main reason was that there were many things in the community that he did not bring out. They were all collected by people in the past. Although it is now buried in the ruins, if there is a chance in the future, it is better to come back here to look for it than to search in other places in the wild. Time passed by minute, Chinyu stood by the stone and gasped for breath. At this moment, he suddenly found that the huge stone in front of him moved, and hurriedly shouted, "Don't move!" Hearing this, Goalie stood there nervously with the flattened tree trunk. Then Chinyu quickly picked up the stick and stuffed it under the stone. Then he waved his hand to signal Goalie to withdraw, and Chinyu whispered, "It's almost done. The next step is to find a way to let the zombies crawl out." As soon as he finished speaking, he picked up the branches prepared in advance, and walked carefully to the location of the pit. Seeing this, Goalie threw his knife aside, and picked up a ball and followed behind him. Throwing these down, the zombies became even more crazy. In order to prevent sliding down, Chinyu hooked his arms around the tree and stood there in an embrace. After doing all this, watching the zombies gradually move upwards, he turned his head and shouted, "Let's go, let's retreat." Goalie has experienced a lot now, and he will not lose his composure because of the zombies. Following Chinyu, the two squatted on the side of the boulder and stood on both sides. Both parties held a thin branch and passed it under the stone. Next to it was a piece of wood used for support. When the zombies moved closer and closer, Chinyu looked at the opposite side and nodded seriously. Then the two of them exerted their strength together, pushed forward suddenly, and threw away the branch at the same time. Then the soil began to collapse, and the stone began to move slowly. But because it was not very flat, it was completely different from Chinyu's old method before, so it still needed help. Then the two of them quickly came to the back of the boulder, grabbed the stick that had been inserted into the soil in advance, and pressed it down hard. The boulder pressed on the wood, making a creaking sound. Thanks to the cushioning of these things, the speed of the stone did not slow down, and it rolled straight down. A few seconds later, looking at the bloody road made of rotten flesh, Goalie swallowed his saliva and stood there in a daze. Then the stone hit the tree at the bottom hard, and there were several noises again. Then when the trees fell, the leaves passed around, causing even greater noise. "Don't be dazed, hurry up and stop them!" Chinyu shouted quickly, and rushed up with the stick he had sharpened in advance. Shoo! Plop! There was no sound in the woods, only the sound of zombies being poked in the head by sticks and falling down. After more than 10 minutes, the woods had returned to silence again, but the difference from before was that the surroundings looked quite miserable. But this was the most time-saving and energy-saving method Chinyu could think of. If there weren't so many trees, he would have set fire and left. When they were on the abandoned island before, the fire did not spread because there was a wall to stop it, and the surrounding trees did not burn. But this place is different. If there is no huge rock there, it would be really difficult. Let's go! The noise was too loud before. Zombies from other places may come here, but as long as there is no zombie group, it is difficult for them to gather together. After saying this, Chinyu wiped the sweat from his head with the back of his hand, put the knife in his pocket and walked back. After waiting for more than an hour, Xiaohu finally saw Chinyu coming back. Seeing that he was fine, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chinyu was sweating from his busy work before, and he had taken off his clothes. At this time, he went to the fire to warm himself. After the sweat dried a little, he put on his clothes and continued, I see there is a fork over there, just right to use it to deal with the dog. Hearing this, Chinger poked Goli with her elbow and blinked. Seeing this, Goli also reacted and said, I help you. As soon as he finished speaking, he picked up a wooden stick placed by the wall, looked at it, and then began to sharpen it with a knife. Seeing this, Chinyu was stunned and said in astonishment, What are you going to do? Kill the dog. Goli quickly sharpened the wooden stick in a few strokes and roasted it on the fire to make it stronger. Don't worry, I have been in this doomsday for a long time, and I am very good at killing this thing. I caught a wild dog a while ago and roasted it, and it was delicious. Seeing his serious look, Chinyu was a little amused. It's not like there's nothing to eat. Although dogs are considered food, especially in this environment, I plan to take it back to guard the door. After all, whether it's smell or eyesight, it's much more likely to find strangers than people. Although he said so, Chinyu had another plan, that is, he had to prevent another situation. Like before, he used a lone woman to attract the attention of the guards. Chinyu could think that others would do the same, and now the people around him are not so bad. If the enemy uses children, or even babies, it will basically be a sure thing. But dogs are different. As long as they are well fed, they will bark at any stranger approaching, and at least more people will notice them. Chapter 537. After listening to Chinyu, Goli quickly stopped his action, but did not leave, but continued to hold the stick. After scanning the surroundings, Chinyu pointed to the cage next to the scrap car and said, Use it to hold it. Hearing this, Han Liyuan hesitated and said, If we add that, our car seems to be a little bit unable to hold it. Chinyu walked over and touched the dismantled stove, tried to lift it with one hand, frowned and said, Well, that's true. This thing should weigh more than 100 pounds, plus the tires of that car, it is probably close to the load-bearing limit. At this moment, Goli raised his right hand cautiously. What's the matter? Seeing this, Chinyu looked at him and asked. Chinger immediately said beside him, Brotherly can drive, he used to deliver goods for people. Hearing this, Xiaohu stood beside the car and asked, Can you drive a large truck? That can't. Goli shook his head. Then he pointed to the last van and said again, I can drive this type of car, and I am very familiar with it. After he finished speaking, Chinyu walked over to look at the car again, and then said, The wheelchair inside is not disassembled, so it can't be loaded. In this case, we have to move the tires and gasoline over. After the voice fell, Chinyu looked at his watch and rejected the proposal. It's almost noon now. It will take more than half an hour to move and unload the goods. It's a bit of a waste of time. We must get home tonight. But while he was saying these words, Goli walked to the side of the pile of scrap cars, rummaged in the toolbox for a while, and said with a wrench, It's a small problem, just give me a few minutes. After saying this, Goli got into the van and started working seriously. Chinger also went to help. Looking at the two of them, Han Liyuan walked to Chinyu and whispered, It seems that these two really want to go with us. Hearing this, Chinyu turned his head slightly, looked at her and said nothing. Seeing this, Han Liyuan quickly patted her mouth and said again, Sorry, to be precise, I really want to go with you. It seems that he does things neatly, and he is not a bad person. There is nothing wrong with having more eyes watching behind him. Chinyu hesitated for a moment, and then walked towards the car after saying this. How is it? Have you changed the tire? Hearing this, Han Liyuan trotted over. Yes, when you went out just now, Xiaohu and I changed the spare tire, but he is one hand, and I am not very strong, so the screw may not be tightened. It's okay, I fix it. After saying that, Chinyu picked up the socket and put it in, and checked it. When Wang Dajun changed the spare tire before, Han Liyuan and Xiaohu also watched, so he could barely do it himself. Although Chinyu knew the process of changing tires, he had no tools such as jacks at the time, so he could only risk setting a trap and let Wang Dajun in. After checking everything, Chinyu got into the car again, started the engine, checked the tire pressure, confirmed that the gasoline was filled, opened the door, and got out, and waved to Xiu. "What's wrong, Brother Chen? This small car is easier to drive. You drive this later, and Han Liyuan and I will drive the other two vans." After giving the order, Jinyu took the wooden stick and the cage and prepared to catch the dog. A few minutes later, the group drove away from the plane. Go Li and Qing Er drove a dilapidated van and followed carefully behind, fearing that they would be left behind. More than 500 kilometers away, beside a big river, an old man in a military coat was sitting, holding a fishing rod in his hand, with a runny nose and eyes fixed on the floating object, not daring to be careless. The sudden drop in temperature made the old man catch a cold, but there were more fish in the river, so he had no time to rest and basically stayed here for more than 10 hours a day. Almost a minute later, the foam suddenly rushed into the water. Seeing this, the old man quickly picked up the fishing rod, and then the line quickly stretched straight. The old man also stood up happily, turned his head and shouted, "Girl, come here quickly, get ready to take the scoop net." Following the old man's line of sight, the direction he shouted was exactly an area where tents were set up, but if you look closely, you can find that there are two big holes on the top, and a little girl is sewing with needle and thread. "I'm coming!" Hearing the shout, the little girl put down the needle, picked up the net at her feet, and ran over. Just when she was about to scoop up the fish, the old man shook his head and shouted, "Don't worry, let me fish for a while, this thing is still very powerful." "Okay then." The little girl squatted on the shore a little disappointed, looking at the fish struggling in the river, and at this moment, her stomach started to growl again. Hearing the sound, the old man changed to holding the fishing rod with one hand, touched the little girl's head with his right hand, and said kindly, "Don't worry, you can have a big meal later." Just then, there was a movement behind her, which sounded like pulling apart leaves, and then a man's voice came. "Come here, Ruirui, I caught another little rabbit today." Hearing this, the little girl turned her head and stood up with a smile. "Dad, you're back." After saying that, she ran over quickly, took the little rabbit, and ran to the tent. The man put down his bow and arrow, and the firewood on his body, and walked to the shore. "How is it, old man Bai? Is the catch good today?" "Brother Zhang, you know what? The fish here are big and fat, and the key is that there are not many zombies. It's really a good place, hee hee." "That's good. Let's catch more and smoke and dry the fish meat for easy storage. We can travel faster when the time comes." "Okay." The old man nodded and fished harder. At this moment, on the shore were Zhang Yin and his daughter Zhang Rui, who had disappeared for a long time, and the old man. Just when Zhang Yin finished catching the fish, two figures walked out of the woods again, one big and one small. Hearing the noise, Zhang Yin turned around and said, "Hello, you're back, Wang Tianhai. Have you identified the terrain? What direction are we in?" Hearing this, Wang Tianhai walked to the fire, threw some branches into it, then squatted down, and said, while roasting his left hand, "It's too far away, Xiaofeng can't tell even if he climbs to the top of the tree, and the key is that I can't climb up with one hand, and there is no familiar terrain around. To be honest, it's not easy to recognize." "Okay, I know." Zhang Yi nodded, and didn't say anything more. Then he patted the old man's shoulder, took the fish in his hand, walked to a small pit behind him, and then threw the fish, which was about 3 or 4 pounds, into it. As soon as the fish entered the water, more movements came from inside, and it seemed that there was more than one. Chapter 538. Zhang Yin stood by the pit and looked around for a while, then picked a smaller one and stabbed it with a stick. Then he went to the tent, scooped some water with an iron bowl, and returned to the fire. Wang Tianhai also hung up the pot, and began to blow air from his mouth to make the flames bigger. After scraping the fish scales, and putting the internal organs aside, Zhang Yin took the clean bamboo sticks handed by his daughter, and carefully hung the fish meat on it. Then everyone took a little, and started to roast the fish meat. There were not many seasonings. This was the lunch for several people today. While grilling fish, Zhang Yin's thoughts drifted further and further away, and he missed his friends in the community even more. "I can't remember how many days it has been. Anyway, Zhang Yin has never seen anyone since he escaped from the community. To be precise, he has never seen his former teammates again. Originally, Zhang Yin would not be chased by the enemy with his skills and brains because he had served in the army. When he reacted, he would definitely choose to go around the enemy and hit him hard. But he was not the only one around him. Zhang Rui was scared at the time, and even ran to panic, and jumped directly from the second floor, hitting her foot on the spot. Despite this, Zhang Yin, who was once a scout, could not be surrounded by a few ordinary people even if he was carrying his daughter. In this case, he fought his way out of the encirclement with a knife. His daughter's foot was injured, and she could not walk alone. In addition, she was very nervous and looked very scared. Zhang was a little hesitant about whether to go back to the community. After all, he didn't know how to treat injuries. If he just ignored it, if the injury worsened, Ruirui might have to be amputated or even die. Zhang could not accept this kind of ending. So after quickly thinking about the seriousness of the matter, Zhang still chose to take the risk and go back to find someone, at least to find Shaolin. But in order to escape, he had already run all night with his daughter. At dawn, those men came out to look for people again, and he had no choice but to take a detour. But by chance, Zhang encountered a large number of zombies, more than he had ever seen before. This was because the explosions and gunshots never stopped, and a large number of zombies were walking towards him. In front of him was the road leading to the community, and Zhang could already see more than a dozen piles of zombies. Although there were fewer behind him, he could not handle them alone. When he hid in the tree with his daughter Zhang Rui on his back, more and more zombies gathered below. But at this moment, Wang Tianhai and the old man Bai appeared, along with the boy Yufeng. 3 people, one of them only had one hand left, the other was also an old man in his teens, and there was a child left. They looked very weak. So after discovering Zhang was trapped, Wang Tianhai and old man Bai discussed and planned to save him at all costs, at least to have more fighting power around them. But they didn't have any good ideas, and fortunately Yufeng was more flexible, so he thought for more than 10 minutes, and planned to use himself to lure away the zombies. In order to achieve better results, Yufeng first deliberately attracted the attention of the enemies, and then led them to circle in the woods. The more people ran, the louder the movement, and the zombies were quickly attracted. At night, there were only a few scattered zombies left below. Although Zhang didn't understand what happened, he took the opportunity to slip down, but his daughter Zhang Rui had already fainted and urgently needed a doctor. But in the next second, the appearance of the old man Bai made it impossible for Zhang to stay any longer, and he had to follow the 3 people to leave. Relying on some folk remedies, the old man Bai managed to stabilize his injuries, and Zhang Rui's foot was getting better day by day, but the number of corpses increased, and the few people were forced to go further. Finally, after Zhang Rui recovered, Zhang immediately proposed to go back and join the others, and the old man Bai and Wang Tianhai naturally had no objection. In their opinion, if they could follow Qingyu and others, they would be able to live more easily. Moreover, the old man knew very well that he could not handle any emergency injuries with his own level, and Lin Yi, the girl, was much better than him. He could learn a lot from her. But without a map or a compass, it was very difficult to identify the correct direction. Zhang only knew 2 ways to identify it. One was to look at the Big Dipper, and the other was to use a watch. But due to the previous chaos, everyone's watches had long disappeared. Although we later found the direction of the community through the stars, the problem also lies here. It was night when we left the community, and everyone was running to avoid people. We basically didn't think about it in detail, but just remembered it roughly. Wang Tianhai, the leader, used more force on his right foot, and in the unfamiliar woods, he would walk more and more off the track. At that time, Zhang, who had been carrying his daughter on his back, and had not eaten all day, was not very energetic, so he didn't notice this detail. When he finally found it, everyone had walked a long way. So it's no surprise that the 4 of them have lost their way. Although they lost their way, the good news is that they got rid of the people behind them. The bad news is that they can only rely on themselves for the best. But even so, Zhang did not panic. After a long time, he gradually understood how to survive. If it weren't for the fact that Zhang was willing to trust others, when the apocalypse just broke out, he would have been injured and almost died. If it were Zhang today, no one could hurt him. With his excellent skills and courage, even in the wild, everyone still survived. When Zhang Rui recovered, Zhang looked for the direction and immediately prepared to hurry on, but it was of little use. The direction was wrong from the beginning. Even though Zhang knew the direction of the community now, he was worried about another situation, that is, he would go the wrong way. In this situation, even Zhang did not dare to continue to hurry on in the jungle. After all, zombies were not a joke. Later, everyone walked and stopped, found a river, and walked along it. According to Zhang suggestion, see if you can find the city, get the map in the end, and then drive back. At least you need to know where the current few people are. Since he often went out to look for supplies in the community before, Zhang also knew how to find the community location from the map, but he could only identify it through the surrounding city map. After finding the river, the problem of food was solved. After melting the snow, it was filtered out with charcoal and boiled, and it could be drunk, but everyone still had no clue, let alone the city, and even a house could not be found. Later, Wang Tianhai felt very guilty, and often took the initiative to go to the top of the mountain to find the direction, but it was basically useless. In this way, several people walked and got food. Although survival was no problem, they were getting farther and farther away from Qinyu and others. But what they didn't expect was that they began to get closer and closer to another group of forces. Chapter 539. Oh Dad, your fish is going to burn. Zhang Rui saw her father staring at the flames without moving, so she reached out and took it, and continued to roast it carefully. Wang Tianhe stood up and sat on the stone next to Zhang Yin, and said softly, "Don't worry, I believe Chen Yu. He will definitely survive, and maybe he will live better than us." Hearing this, Zhang Yin took the previously roasted fish and said while eating, "You don't hate him now, which is also good." Hee hee. Wang Tianhai glanced at Yufeng squatting next to Zhang Rui, shook his head and said, "Hatred will only blind my eyes, and I was not rational enough before. He can bring you at a lay to save me, which is enough to make it even." After the voice fell, he added again in a low voice, "No matter what the motive is, at least I am still alive now." Hearing this, Zhang Yin patted him on the shoulder and said nothing more. Everyone sat by the fire and started to eat. Somewhere in a mysterious camp, in a room of about 10 square meters, there was only a bed and 2 chairs. The bed was covered with snow-white sheets and blankets, and the person on it was even wearing a hospital gown. There were 2 people in the room. One of them was lying on the bed motionless, and the other woman in her 30s was holding a towel and carefully wiping the window glass. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. The woman threw the towel into the basin, walked over and opened the door, and then said with a somewhat respectful expression, "Brother Lin." The man standing outside the door, wearing an eye mask and holding a cigarette in his hand, nodded and said, "Big sister, let me go in and take a look." After that, Lin Hao raised his leg and wanted to enter, but was stopped by the woman. She looked at the cigarette and reminded, "The doctor has told us that the patient is very weak now, and cannot smoke inside." Hearing this, Lin Hao smiled and put the cigarette in his pocket. "Is this okay now?" But he was still stopped. The woman shook her head helplessly and whispered, "Brother Lin, you just came back from outside, and there is zombie blood on your body. It's not good to go in here. Why do you have to come in? Besides, if she wakes up, I will call you the first time." Just when Lin Hao refused and said something nice, a woman came down from the 3rd floor again. She was slightly stunned when she saw the 2 people arguing at the door. Then she walked over with a dark face, pinched Lin Hao's ear and complained, "You are so troublesome every day. You approach a beautiful woman when you see her. What on earth do you want to do? Hey, let go, let go." Lin Hao was caught off guard, and his head lowered a little. He grabbed the other person's hand with his right hand and shouted, "I have frostbite on my ears, it hurts." Hearing this, He Qian's expression eased a little. She let go of his hand and took 2 steps back, put her hands in her pockets and said, "He has been unconscious. You come 3 times a day. Even if you are anxious, you should have a limit, right?" "Hello, Sister Qian." The woman in the room greeted and smiled. "It's okay, Xiaoyu. You go in and continue your work, I watch him." He Qian responded with a smile, and then pulled Lin Hao away. The 2 came to the stairs at the corner. He Qian let go of his hand, and whispered unhappily, "Am I so unattractive to you?" At this time, Lin Hao was blowing air into his hands and covering his ears. He just didn't hear it clearly, and then he asked in confusion, "What the hell?" As soon as he said that, He Qian stamped her feet and walked downstairs angrily. Seeing this, Lin Hao reacted quickly, hurried over and hugged He Qian, whispering, "Look at what you said. You are the woman I have chosen for my life, and no one can separate us." "Pa!" He Qian stepped on his shoes, took the opportunity to break free, turned around and looked at him with red eyes, and said very aggrievedly, "For so long, every time you meet a beautiful woman, you always run over to ask questions. I know that you really want to find your sister, but the world is so big, do you really have to ask again and again?" Lin Hao raised his foot with a grin, covered his instep with his right hand, and took a few breaths of cold air. Just then, a young man came down from the 3rd floor again. He looked at the 2 people in front of him and greeted them. "Hey, Brother Lin, why are you raising your foot in the winter?" Hearing this, Lin Hao quickly put his foot down and replied with a smile, "Hee, my shoelaces are untied." Hearing this, the young man didn't think much about it and left with a box. Then Lin Hao walked to the gap in the stairs, looked up, and confirmed that there was no one else. Then he walked to Yi Qian, wiped her tears with his hand, and held her hands and said, "I swear on my conscience that I have absolutely nothing to do with those women. I really just want to get some useful clues. Why don't you believe me? Besides, it was really a misunderstanding last time. How dare you bring this up? He Qian broke free, turned her head to the right, and sobbed. If Xiaoyu hadn't happened to go in, who knows what you two would do next? After saying that, Lin Hao helplessly spread his hands and explained, the woman last time, she was injured and couldn't hear clearly. The key point was that I didn't know. I had already asked in advance if I could go in. Who would have thought that when I went in, the woman was changing clothes there? After saying that, Lin Hao took a step forward, grabbed He Qian's hand, put it on his chest, and said seriously, I promise with my heart, if I lie to you in the slightest, this thing will stop immediately, okay? Sure. He Qian glared at him, and tried to pull it out, but her hand was pulled very tightly, and she couldn't get away at all. Then Lin Hao continued to hug He Qian and sighed, okay, stop making trouble. This doomsday environment is too chaotic. I really don't have time to think about other women. You are enough for me. He Qian hooked her hands around his back, leaned her head in Lin Hao's arms, and whispered, all my relatives and friends are dead. Now only you and Aham are with me. So seriously, even if you really like another woman, please keep it a secret, and never let me find out. Hearing this, Lin Hao held her shoulders with both hands, took a step back, looked directly into He Qian's eyes, and said, except you, I don't like anyone else. Yeah. He Qian leaned into his arms again, rubbed her cheeks hard a few times, and whispered, I will insist on finding your sister with you, but this matter can't be rushed, you have to learn to use your brain. Then she let go of Lin Hao and continued, I have to go to the backyard to see you in the evening. Just when He Qian wanted to leave, Lin Hao reached out and held her, looked around a few times, and asked with a chuckle, well, can you drink ice now? Chapter 540. As soon as these words came out, He Qian's ears quickly flushed, and she glared at him again, wanting to leave directly. Hey, you haven't answered me yet? Lin Hao was a little anxious. Seeing this, He Qian bit her lip, her cheeks flushed, and then she quickly nodded when she found that there was no one around. Seeing this, Lin Hao let go of her hand and whispered, remember to leave more hot water at night, I just want to take a bath. Get lost, I won't open the door for you. He Qian hit him with her elbow in shame, and then walked down the stairs. After she walked away, Lin Hao sat on the stairs, pressed his instep with his hand, and said depressedly, if I had known that you had such a hot temper, I should have died in the group of corpses. Being stepped on by a high-heeled shoe, no matter how thick his skin was, he couldn't stand it. However, thinking that Xiao Qian had recently gone to the bathroom, Lin Hao didn't feel any pain at all, and happily stood up and prepared to leave. At this moment, the little thing hanging on his shoulder suddenly made a sound. Brother Lin, are you home? Hearing the question, the playful expression on Lin Hao's face disappeared instantly, replaced by solemnity. He reached out and pressed the button, whispering, speak. Brother Chen is back. He heard that you brought back a woman, so he asked you to take her over. Hearing this, Lin Hao pondered for a while, and replied, the man is still unconscious. Forget it, I go by myself. Where is Brother Chen? Fishing by the sea. Listening to the voice coming from the intercom, Lin Hao looked back at the infirmary and whispered, okay, I know, I go right away. After rubbing his palms, Lin Hao left the building without stopping. Just like before the end of the world, the area here is a hospital, with basically all kinds of facilities. Then Lin Hao walked to the flower bed next to him, pushed out a bicycle, sat on it, and rode eastward. While riding, watching the busy figures around him, Lin Hao was a little annoyed, and said to himself, this place is good everywhere, but it's too big. There is no other way. In order not to waste time walking, Lin Hao would ride a bicycle wherever he went in the camp, which was also a different kind of scenery. The main reason why he said this is because the area here can no longer be described as a force. Before the end of the world, this was just an urban area, to be precise, a rich coastal area. Not long after the zombies appeared, many people occupied this place. In order to take it down, more than a dozen battles broke out during the period. The one who laughed last was the man that Lin Hao followed now. His name was unknown, but everyone called him Brother Chen, and he rarely showed up. Thanks to Lin Hao's help, he was able to sneak in quickly, and take off the head of the other boss in the last battle. Lin Hao's camp is located in the south of the city, covering an area of about 400 acres. It is called Pawnee Bay, which only counts the residential area. In addition, it is surrounded by water on 3 sides, and there is only one sea-circling road. It is extremely suitable for survival. And there are people on duty 24 hours a day, a total of 80 people. They hold bows and arrows in their hands, pistols on their waists, and every 10 people are assigned a walkie-talkie. Whether it is day or night, there are always people checking whether there are zombies entering. Under such high-intensity patrols, not to mention other people, even a bird would not be able to fly in so easily. Like most survivors in the apocalypse, many people would give priority to open areas when choosing a campsite. Secondly, single-family villas have also become everyone's common goal. After all, standing upstairs, you can see the surrounding environment. Even if zombies come, you can retreat to the rooftop and use ropes to leave. The camp is too large, so more manpower is needed. Therefore, in the past year, in addition to those who started, the number of survivors in Pawnee Bay has also increased. By the time Liao arrived, the number of survivors inside had expanded to 972. Lin Hao rode his bike, and soon saw the man sitting on the beach. He leaned his bike against a rock and prepared to go over. But at this moment, 2 young men in black clothes and sunglasses came forward and said, "Hold your head with both hands." Hearing this, Lin Hao did as he was told and shouted to the front, "Brother Chen, I am also a veteran. Why do I have to search you every time I see you?" But strangely, Brother Chen did not answer him, but used a small shovel to grab some corn kernels and threw them into the sea. "Don't touch me." Lin Hao glared at the 2 young men, but they did not react at all and let him in after the search was completed. Lin Hao curled his lips, took his clothes and put them on, then stepped onto the wooden bridge and squatted next to the man. "Want to play?" Brother Chen reached out and picked up a rod from his feet and handed it over. Seeing this, Lin Hao nodded readily. "Okay, catch some fish and take it back for a snack." After that, he started to tie the fishing line. Brother Chen just pushed his sunglasses and said softly, "I am in charge of so many people. No one can tell whether the people around me are dogs or jackals. Of course, I have to be careful." Hearing this, Lin Hao understood that he was talking about the body search every time he came, and then smiled and said, "You are right, I didn't say it was bad." Brother Chen hummed and continued to stare at the float. Lin Hao quickly finished it, then hung the bait and threw the hook out, then sat down cross-legged. A few minutes later, just when Lin Hao was feeling sleepy, a voice came from the side. "Xiao Hao, I will be 50 years old soon. In a few years, you will have to call me uncle. In a few years, I will have 1 foot in the coffin. How can that be possible? Big brother is in such good health. Our camp has complete medical facilities and electricity. If I were to ask you, you can live another 50 years without any problem." Hee hee. Brother Chen lifted the pole, looked at the corn kernels on it, and said, "Strange, why don't the fish eat it?" After the words fell, Lin Hao smiled and said, "Brother, this is the sea, you need to use a sea rod, and corn is suitable for fishing carp. You use the wrong rod and the wrong bait, how can the fish eat it?" Just as Lin Hao finished speaking, there was a flapping sound on the left side of Brother Chen. Seeing this, Lin Hao was stunned for a moment, then stretched his neck and looked to the side, only to find that there were already 5 or 6 fish in it, which looked the size of a palm. After changing 2 corns and hanging them, Brother Chen threw the hook down again and whispered, "People are so hungry that they even eat their own people, let alone these fish, don't you think?" Looking at the flags on the seashore in front, Lin Hao nodded and said, "Indeed, this sea area was blocked by you, brother, a long time ago. It is estimated that the edible algae below should have been eaten almost." Chapter 541. So, it's time for the big fish to eat the small fish, and the small fish to eat the shrimp. Brother Chen raised his right hand, and the fish was hooked, and he was ready to get the scoop net. Seeing this, Lin Hao quickly stood up. "Brother, I do it." As soon as he finished speaking, he picked up the scoop net, knelt on one knee on the edge of the board, and stretched it directly towards the fish's head. Unexpectedly, the fish that had been pretending to be dead suddenly swung violently, making a lot of splashes in an instant, and then with a splash, the fish suddenly dived into the seabed. I don't know if it was a deliberate mockery. The fish even swam a circle before diving in. This scene made Lin Hao very embarrassed. He squatted on the shore with the scoop net, not knowing whether to move or retract it. But Brother Chen didn't say anything, he just retracted the fishing rod, looked at the broken subline, and said lightly, "How can you catch fish if you are impatient?" Hearing this, Lin Hao lowered his head and replied, "I saw that the fish had stopped moving, and I thought it was powerless, so I thought of helping my brother to scoop the fish." "You're not a fish. How do you know if it's fake?" Lin Hao opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. Afterwards, Brother Chen patted his knees, stood up, and waved toward the sea. The 2 bodyguards behind him came forward and prepared to pack up the fishing gear. "The sun is out, it's quite warm, Walk with me on the beach. Brother Chin took the handrail beside the railing, turned around and walked away. Okay. Lin Hao muttered in his heart, a little confused, but he had to do as he was told. The two walked on the beach, Brother Chin on the left and Lin Hao on the right. Neither of them spoke. Seeing this, Lin Hao reminded, "Why don't you come to my right side, brother? If there are zombies in the sea, it may be dangerous." Hearing this, Brother Chin turned his head and looked at him, and whispered, "Are you questioning my ability to arrange security?" "I dare not." Lin Hao stopped, clasped his hands together, and bowed his head. Looking at this, Brother Chin suddenly smiled, patted him on the shoulder, and smiled. "There is no need for this between you and me." Then Brother Chin walked forward while looking at the sea, and continued, "You have helped me a lot, so after the camp is on the right track, I basically don't ask what you want to do." After the voice fell, Brother Chin took out a handkerchief from his pocket, covered his mouth, and coughed. Cough. Cough, cough. After a few seconds, Brother Chin spread out his hands, and Lin Hao looked at the blood on it with an erratic look. "Alas, it's useless. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have had so many women. Haha, now that my body is broken, I can't take care of it." After saying that, Brother Chin put his handkerchief in his pocket, turned around, put his hands on the armrest, looked at Lin Hao, and said word by word, "I know you want to find your sister, and everyone knows it, but how can you always use others to do private things for you?" Hearing this, Lin Hao looked into the eyes of the middle-aged man in front of him, with no expression on his face, and did not answer, because he knew that Brother Chin had not finished speaking. "A month ago, you took a transfer order with fingerprints on it, and ran to tell the people in the action team that the camp needed to develop, so it needed a balance between men and women, and asked everyone to bring more women back, right? Now there is no order, and the people under my command do things without rules and regulations, so they also think that this is my instruction, but they don't think about it carefully. The number of people in the camp is about to exceed 1,000, and there are more than 300 young women. If you add the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled areas, I'm afraid there are about 400 people in total. Under such circumstances, they actually believed your nonsense." While speaking, Brother Chin took out a piece of paper from his right pocket and threw it out with a gloomy face. "You are good at taking advantage of loopholes. You did so many things with a transfer order that you covered up, and you also caught the detail that your subordinates can't see the difference between fingerprints with the naked eye." Listening to Brother Chin's aggressive words, Lin Hao knelt on one knee again and whispered, "I made the decision without authorization. 3 brothers in the action team died because of me. I am willing to accept the family law. But I beg you not to hurt Xiaoqian and Ah Hong." After the words fell, Lin Hao put his left hand on the beach, picked up a fist-sized stone next to him with his right hand, raised it above his head, and then prepared to smash it hard. At this moment, there was a sound of air breaking in the distance, and then Lin Hao's right hand hurt, and the stone fell to the ground. 100 meters behind him, a young man in black, holding a slingshot, turned away expressionlessly. Seeing the blood starting to appear on the back of his hand, Lin Hao gritted his teeth and held it down, lowering his head and asked, "Why don't you let me smash it down? I just blamed you for doing things behind my back, but I didn't say I would punish you." Brother Chin took a few steps forward and reached out to help Lin Hao up. Then he patted the sand on his knees and said softly, "Your eyes were blinded to save me. Every time I see this eye mask, I always remind myself in my heart that in the end times, Xiao Hao, you are one of my few true brothers. But everything has to follow rules. Due to the impact of this incident, all vehicles in your team will be recalled and cannot be collected within half a year." Hearing this, Lin Hao's shoulders trembled and his hands clenched unconsciously, but he did not say much, but nodded. "In consideration of your perseverance in caring about your family, I will assign you 10 more people, and you will be fully authorized to dispatch them." "Thank you, big brother." Lin Hao's voice was calm, and he bowed again. Looking at his bleeding hand, Brother Chin took out a handkerchief and handed it to him, saying, "Go to the infirmary to bandage it quickly, don't delay." Lin Hao took a step back, bowed to Brother Chin, pressed the wound with his left handkerchief, and walked away. As for the bicycle, it was left there. After he left, 2 bodyguards came forward with fishing gear, and one of them asked, "Boss, why did you let Lin Hao go like this?" Hearing this, Brother Chin turned and looked at the sea. Looking at the waves on the sea, he said lightly, "Lin Hao is a chess piece, and he will be of great use in the future. We can't let him lose his left hand like this." "I understand." The 2 bodyguards nodded. Then Brother Chin stepped on the paper, and said with a dark face, "A bunch of useless people, holding this thing, and letting them run around outside for a month. They are simply pig brains." Hearing this, The bodyguard on the right hesitated and said, "Boss, I don't think it's because the subordinates are stupid, but—" "Just say it." Brother Chen turned and walked towards his manor. The subordinates may know that it is fake, but they dare not disobey Lin Hao. After all, he is the second in command announced by you personally. Chapter 542. Although we have been with you, others are different. They dare not offend Lin Hao, and dare not ask you in person. They have no way to verify it, so they might as well pretend not to know. After he finished speaking, Brother Chen snorted coldly. I don't know what those bastards are thinking. This way, they will listen to Lin Hao's fake orders, and if I find out later, I can use my hand to vent their anger. After speaking, Brother Chen coughed a few times again, and said with a red face, This cold has not been cured, and the doctor told me not to see anyone last month, which gave Lin Hao a chance. When they were about to reach the gate, Brother Chen stopped and said, Ollie, pass on my order. The families of the 3 dead brothers can go to the warehouse to collect 20 kilograms of food rations each. Okay. The young man on the right nodded, and was about to leave when Brother Chen called him again. Where do their families live? The slums. Ollie answered truthfully. After hearing this, Brother Chen pondered for a while, and said again, in this case, give each of their families twice as much food and a quilt. Aaron, you go too. This matter must be done by you too. Understood. The bodyguard on the left also nodded and left. After a while, Brother Chen walked to the front door, and the people inside immediately opened the door. Then 2 beautiful women in maid outfits and black silk stockings appeared, with their upper bodies slightly bent, saying, Boss. Yes. Brother Chen walked into this extremely luxurious manor, with a blank expression. There were a total of 41 people living in such a large area, 20 of whom were young girls, who served him all day, all of whom were first-class beautiful. The other 20 were men who had worked in security before the end of the world. They were strong, strict, and most importantly, very skilled. Back in the bedroom, Brother Chen opened the door. There was a huge bathtub in the middle of the living room, and it was still steaming. Then 3 very beautiful girls appeared in bathrobes, and entered the water with Brother Chen. Lin Hao went to the infirmary, and quickly bandaged his wound. Just as he was about to leave, he heard a noise from next door, and it seemed that someone was shouting, Get out! Hearing this, Lin Hao rushed to the next room, and happened to meet the nurse, who was chased out. You 2 go out first, I will persuade her. The girl seems to be stimulated, and a little excited. The nurses left in a hurry after saying this. Then Lin Hao pushed the door open, and saw Li Yao struggling desperately on the bed. Don't waste your energy. No matter how strong you are, can you tear the handcuffs apart? Hearing this, Li Yao on the bed looked at her broken right wrist, and then looked at the clothes on her body that had been changed, and felt powerless. Don't worry, the clothes were changed by the nurse, not me. I don't know if he noticed her doubts. Lin Hao picked up the chair that was kicked over by the other party, and sat next to her. Looking at her livid face, Lin Hao suddenly realized, stood up and walked to the bedside, stretched out his hand to press the switch. With a click, the lights in the room turned on directly, and the light was much better in an instant. This scene once again made Li Yao stunned. The power was cut off in the end of the world, and Li Yao had only seen the lights on twice so far. The first time was in the basement a long time ago, when I first met Xiao Jiao and others, but the lights were all connected by wires, exposed to the outside, and the sound of the generator could be vaguely heard. But this second time, the lights were directly lit, as if there was no power outage. Just when she was stunned, the sound of children playing football downstairs made Li Yao a little confused, whether this was reality or a dream. Lin Hao did not speak, but sat on the chair with his hands in his pockets, looking at her quietly. It was dark, and there was no other sound around except for the zombies. Several cars were driving on a road that ran through the fields. As they were traveling at night, they did not turn on the lights, and the speed was not fast. Qinyu drove in front, holding the steering wheel with both hands, fearing that the car would go into the ditch. Although there were no trees around, and the moon was not out, the light was almost invisible on the road. There was no choice but for Qinyu to stop the car. As the brakes were pressed, the lights behind came on, and everyone stopped. Qinyu looked around and found no other movement, then opened the door and walked out. Seeing Qinyu tapping the car body lightly, Xiaohu and Han Liyuan also hurried over, and Goli was even faster than them. What's wrong? It's too dark now, and there's a long forest ahead. It's basically impossible to drive out without turning on the lights. Qinyu tapped the car lightly with his fingers and said softly, Why not turn on the lights? Anyway, we are in a hurry. Even if we are discovered, they can't catch up. Qing'er, who rarely drives in the apocalypse, said subconsciously. Hearing this, Goli put his arm around her shoulders and shook his head slightly, saying, "No, what if people know that there are survivors passing by? What if we ambush them in advance next time? It doesn't matter during the day, no one will risk walking around in the woods. But when it gets dark, although the light is not good, it is also suitable for hiding yourself. Have you forgotten why we can survive until now?" Hearing this, Chinger sighed and continued, "That's right, we acted at night and survived until now." After he finished speaking, Chinyu glanced at them and said, "I haven't asked you yet, you two travel at night and sleep during the day, aren't you afraid of walking into a zombie den?" "Of course I'm afraid," Chinger blurted out, but soon she took Go Li's arm and answered, "But Brother Li has peeled zombie skins before, and he stuck 2 zombies with sticks. We just need to walk in front and lead them." "Oh, what kind of skin?" Chen Yu showed a little interest. "Use a dagger to cut open the zombies, peel off their upper bodies, and then roast them on the fire. After the rotten meat dries, you can scrape it off with wood chips and put it on your body." Go Li explained truthfully without hiding anything. "Is that so?" Chen Yu touched his chin and stopped talking. Then he clapped his hands and motioned Xiao Hu to take out the lighter. Then Chen Yu took out the map and looked at it, pointing at it, and said, "There is another road here, which is quite close to the camp, but it seems to be close to the seaside area. Let's try to cover the car lights with clothes first, as long as we can see a few meters ahead clearly." Just then, there was a sudden noise in the field next to them, which scared Chinger and Han Liyuan. Then Chen Yu took out a dirty piece of clothing from the car, lit it with a lighter, and then walked over with a wooden stick. "It's okay, there's just a zombie stuck in the mud." Chapter 543. After saying that, he pulled out his dagger, stepped forward and killed the zombie directly. Different from the previous ones, this zombie seemed to have been soaked for a long time, and the rotten skin was very bloated at this time, looking quite disgusting. After dealing with the zombies here, everyone on the road also hung up their clothes and pressed them down with the hood. After getting ready, Chinyu got into the car and continued to drive slowly forward. Not long after they started, there was a sudden thunder and lightning in the sky, and the deafening thunder kept ringing, followed by a strong wind. Seeing this, Chinyu knew how dangerous it would be to take the risk and rush on the road. After quick thinking, he decided to find a place to stay. Originally, he wanted to bring these things and the rabbits back to the camp as soon as possible, but now he had to rest for safety. The surrounding trees were shaking violently, and the friction of various leaves and the movement of the wind made it sound very scary. While driving, Chinyu found the right time and turned on the lights in the car with his right hand. Then he changed to holding the steering wheel with one hand again, quickly glanced at the map, and confirmed the direction. A few minutes later, the sound of rain gradually began to sound. In this case, it would be difficult to continue blocking the lights. Chinyu quickly got out of the car and tore off the clothes, and the 3 cars behind him followed suit. Soon, crackling raindrops fell on the car body, which was frightening to hear. In order not to be trapped in the wild, Chinyu slightly increased the speed of the car. He had to leave the woods before the rainstorm came. With a loud bang, a large tree in front of the left side was instantly struck by lightning, which scared everyone on the spot. Without caring about so much, Chinyu began to step on the accelerator and rushed towards the village ahead. At 7:30 in the evening, several people looked at the stone pillars on both sides of the road ahead and drove in quickly. Fortunately, they were lucky. They found a yard just after entering the village, and the door was not closed, so Chinyu didn't need to get out of the car. As soon as several cars entered, Goli quickly closed the door in the heavy rain. There was no iron chain or lock, so he could only use some wood to block it. The rain was very heavy, and everyone was soaked in a few seconds. Just when they locked the door, there was a movement in the area where the sundries were placed in the yard. Hearing the sound, Chinyu quickly patted everyone's shoulders, then wiped his eyes with the back of his hand, and put one hand horizontally above his eyes, squinting slightly. When he saw what it was, his face changed slightly. Seeing this, Han Liyuan, whose eyesight was not very good, hurriedly shouted, "What is that?" Due to the heavy rain, everyone could only communicate by shouting. Goli walked forward a few steps, and then he couldn't control himself and began to retreat, shouting in a trembling voice, corpse dog again." After saying that, he quickly pulled Chinger and retreated nervously. However, Chinyu did not retreat, and Goli did not dare to show it too obviously. 10 seconds later, 3 dogs suddenly appeared behind the pile of debris. To be precise, they were dogs that had been infected with the virus. Their skin was turned up, their fangs were exposed, and one of their heads was even deflated. Looking at these things in front of him, Chinyu's expression was extremely solemn, more stable than ever before. Now that it was raining heavily, it was not easy to find a yard where he could park his car and lock the door. Chen Yu would never drive away. Originally, he thought that even if there were survivors inside, he would be dead as a neighbor today. But what he didn't expect was that he encountered corpse dogs again, and most importantly, several people just blocked the door more than a minute ago. But a strange thing happened again. The 3 corpse dogs on the opposite side did not attack, but stood there, staring at them without moving. Seeing this, Xiaohu pulled Chen Yu and leaned close to his ear and shouted, "Why don't they come up and bite us?" While asking, Xiaohu took out a knife and looked forward. Hearing this, Chen Yu did not answer him, but pointed to the sky. "Now every second counts, and we must come up with a solution." Han Liyuan approached Xiaohu's ear and explained in a loud voice, "Chen Yu means that the rain covers the smell of us living people, and the corpse dogs can't distinguish it. A long time ago, when he encountered these beasts, Chen Yu had no idea at that time, he just ran away desperately, but he was soon caught up. At the critical moment of life and death, he burst out more potential and took the opportunity to kill the corpse dog, but it was also thanks to Zhang Yin's help. And now, after hesitating for a moment, Chen Yu decided to face it head-on. Just as he held the dagger in his hand and tightened his legs, the 3 corpse dogs finally found something wrong, barked a few times, and then rushed up suddenly. Seeing this, Chen Yu's eyes condensed, and he was about to rush up, but someone next to him was faster than him. Squinting his eyes, it was no one else, but Go Li, who was afraid and wanted to run away before. Qinger also stood behind, excitedly shouting at him to retreat. Seeing this, Chen Yu nodded secretly in his heart, and followed him. The one in the front quickly rushed to Go Li, opened his mouth and wanted to bite, but was kicked on the head. The other one followed closely, jumped up on the spot, and rushed to Go Li's right hand, almost biting it. At this moment, Chen Yu arrived in time, holding the dagger in his right hand and slashing upward fiercely. The neck of the corpse dog was quickly cut open, and a lot of blood sprayed out. However, Chen Yu was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and the whole person immediately turned slightly and avoided the blood. Even though its head was hanging, the corpse dog was still alive. It slid on the ground and rushed forward again. Then Chen Yu looked at Go Li. The two looked at each other and rushed forward at the same time. A few minutes later, the house was already on fire. Qinger, with red eyes, complained that Go Li acted on his own and why he didn't discuss it with her. Although she blamed him, she also caught the rain and used her clothes to wash the blood on Go Li's body. As for Chen Yu, his skills have improved a lot now. He only had a small amount of blood on his body, and he can wipe it off by himself. At this time, footsteps were heard on the stairs. Xiaohu came down with a torch, then walked to the window and took a few deep breaths, turned around and said, "There is nothing on the second floor, just a living room, too much ash. Did you see any zombies?" Chen Yu took off his coat and put it on his legs, asking. "No." Xiaohu shook his head, walked over and sat down, and took off his clothes to dry them. Soon, the door on the left was opened, and Han Liyuan came out with a few bundles of firewood. She smiled and said, "We are lucky. This family used to burn wood, but unfortunately, some of them were wet." Hearing this, Chen Yu added wood to the fire and said, "It doesn't matter, just put them next to the fire, they will dry soon." Chapter 544. "Yeah." Han Liyuan nodded and closed the door. No one in the house spoke, everyone just sat around the fire. Chen Yu looked at the rain outside and felt that he couldn't just leave the rabbits in the car, lest there be any problems. He then stood up and said softly, "I'm going out for a while." "Where are you going in such heavy rain?" Xiao, who was preparing to make dinner, and asked curiously. "Move the rabbits in." After saying that, Chen Yu opened the door, and the wind blew in the house, and everyone quickly blocked the fire to avoid being blown out. Without putting on any clothes, just wearing 2 t-shirts, Chen Yu quickly ran to the passenger side of the car, opened it and got in. As expected, the hares were frightened by the thunder and kept shaking, and the big one kept jumping up and down. Chen Yu quickly picked up the bag of luggage, covered it with his upper body, and quickly returned to the house. Then he sat down, untied the wire between the 2 zippers, and then put it by the fire. "Aren't you afraid that they will run out?" Qinger walked over to take a look, squatted down and asked in confusion. Hearing this, Chen Yu put his head close to the fire, roasted his wet hair and said, "The big hare is tied up. How can the little rabbit run away? And they are so scared, it's okay." Hearing this, Qinger said, "Oh," and then prepared to touch them. Seeing this, Chen Yu reminded, "The little rabbits are scared, and we are strangers, don't touch them first." Her hand was almost in the bag, and hearing this, Chinger blushed and stood up and said, "Okay." Then she went back to sit next to Goli, and started to roast her clothes. Seeing this, Goli smiled and said, "We have thought about catching wild rabbits to raise before, but we don't have the conditions, and they are too timid and difficult to catch." Chinyu checked and confirmed that the thin rope on the big wild rabbit's leg was tied very tightly, then turned his head and said softly, "We just happened to find it and ran into it by accident. This is the first batch." After that, Han Liyuan took out a plastic bag from the bag next to her. In it were the grass pulled next to the rabbit's nest. She took out some and threw it into the bag. Listening to what Chinyu said, she felt very happy. It was obviously a rabbit found by one person, but it was said to be everyone's work. Soon the food was heated up, and 2 cans were placed next to it, with some dried fish added. Chinyu thought about it. After what happened just now, he also understood why Goli was so desperate, so he didn't hide it anymore. He pulled the bag next to Xiuhu, reached in and fumbled around for a while, then took out a bottle of milk and heated it by the fire. Seeing this, not only Goli and Chinger were stunned, but even Han Liyuan stayed where she was. She picked up the glass bottle, looked at the white liquid inside, and asked with wide eyes, "What is this?" Seeing this, Xiaohu smiled and said nothing. Chinyu turned his coat over and continued to bake, then took off a t-shirt and smiled. "That's paint." "Really?" Han Liyuan was a little unconvinced, and sniffed it. "Strange, it's not pungent." "Hee, I'm kidding, it's milk." Chinyu used the can lid to scoop up the food and started eating. "Let me see." Chinger swallowed her saliva and stretched out her hand excitedly. Hearing this, Han Liyuan looked at Chinyu, who just nodded slightly while eating. "Be careful." Han Liyuan handed the bottle over, fearing that it would fall. Chinger checked it, picked it up and shook it a little, and said excitedly, "It's really milk, and it looks very fresh." After she finished speaking, she looked at Chinyu and asked quickly, "Where did this come from?" "I don't know." Chinyu swallowed a piece of meat, and then handed the remaining half of the can to Xiaohu. After the other party took it, he changed the other side of the lid and scooped it up to eat. In this environment, it is good to have something to eat, and people will not dislike it. Then Chinyu took out a piece of paper to wipe his mouth, and said casually, "You should ask the cow about this." "Brother Chun, you are really humorous." Hearing this, Chinger covered her mouth and laughed. Then she returned the bottle to Chinyu. Although the smell of canned meat was very tempting, the two did not ask to share it. Goli took out the few dried meats, and sat there with Chinger to eat them. At this time, Han Liyuan was sitting there at a loss. There was a can of canned food on the ground, but she did not dare to open it. Seeing this, Chinyu said calmly, "Eat, don't be so restrained, there's not much, everyone should eat sparingly and share a little." After saying this, Han Liyuan carefully took the can on the ground, opened it, folded the lid, and then scooped it up to eat. But after a few bites, she handed the can to Chinger next to her. The other two looked at each other, and seeing that Chinyu didn't say anything, they quickly took it over, and in a short while, the can was empty. Even the lid was licked clean by Goli. After eating, Xiaohu picked up the empty cans and put them in his bag. "Thank you." Goli looked at Chinyu and said gratefully, "Yes." Chinyu said softly, "After eating, we will sleep and continue to watch the night. 5 people, 2 hours each." "No problem." Chinger agreed directly. After the clothes were dried, Chinyu put them on, picked up the bottle of milk and said, "Everyone got caught in the rain today. It's not summer now. Although we made a fire in time to dry them, accidents are inevitable. In order to enhance resistance, I heated a bottle of milk and shared it." As soon as the words fell, the 3 of them were already rubbing their hands, waiting expectantly. Even Xiaohu licked his lips, missing the unique taste of the milk. "Put it in the previous box and wipe it with paper," Chinyu reminded. 10 seconds later, Xiaohu and Han Liyuan had half a box, Goli and Chinger had half a box, and as for Chinyu, it was the little left in the bottle. He took a sip and the taste was no different. Anyway, he felt it was still very sweet. This should be processed, right? Han Liyuan was still unsatisfied, and licked her lips, and said, "I'm sure. Freshly squeezed milk tastes a little salty." Chinger had already taken 2 sips, but Goli kept asking her to finish it, so she had no choice but to continue holding it. After a simple cleanup, Chinyu said softly, "Wait, Xiaohu will go first, followed by Han Liyuan, then me, and you 2 will go last." "Okay." Everyone nodded and agreed. The order of the night watch was also arranged by Chinyu. He would take a rest first. 4 hours was enough for him to recover some energy, and then he could take the opportunity to keep an eye on Goli and Chinger. Although the relationship seems to be very good now, and everyone is sharing food, tonight is also the last test. If these two people really don't make any movement, Chinyu will really take them back. If they still have other thoughts, Chinyu doesn't mind sending them off again. Chapter 545. Time passed slowly, and the rain outside was still heavy. Chinyu looked at the time on his watch, then poked the foot of the person in front of him with a wooden stick. Is it my turn? Chinger sat up, rubbed her blurry eyes, and put on her clothes. In the following time, Chinyu pretended to sleep, but his eyes were actually slightly squinted. Since there were no lights or candles in the house, it was difficult to see clearly just by the fire, and the person on the other side could not find that he was pretending to sleep. About 2 hours later, Chinger, who was sitting there quietly, said thank you to Go Li, and went back to sleep. Although it was almost dawn, Go Li did not relax his vigilance. He first walked to the door and took a look at the yard, then returned to the fire and sat down, added some dried wood, and then sat there. Staying up for only 4 hours was not a problem for Chinyu, but he had not rested well in the past few days, and he looked much more haggard. After dawn, Xiaohu asked with some concern why Chinyu looked a little tired. Chinyu's answer to this question was that it was not peaceful to sleep in the wild. Without thinking too much, everyone packed their luggage and loaded it into the car, and prepared to continue their journey. The 3 dead dogs that were killed earlier were now soaked in rainwater and looked bloated. Due to the rain, the road was a bit slippery, so the car was not driving fast, and it was around 5 p.m. before they returned to the villa area. As before, there were 2 people standing in the sentry box on the bridge, but their posture seemed much more standard. When the car got closer, Chinyu realized that it was Xiao Kong and Huang Lulin. After saying hello, Chinyu drove the car in, and the gate was opened. For now, Chinyu saw only familiar faces. The huge villa area seemed a little deserted at the moment, and the captives were nowhere to be found. De Zhuang walked out of the house next door with his arm hanging. He first came up to hug Chinyu, then pointed at the cars and said, "It looks like we got a lot." Hearing this, Chinyu laughed and said, "Not bad, we brought a lot of gasoline and tires." Seeing those supplies, De Zhuang said sadly, "I don't know what happened to Liao." Chinyu didn't know what to say, but patted his shoulder and changed the subject. "Where are Xiaoning and Yang Zi?" As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 girls walked out of the door just now. Chinyu waved his hand. "What's wrong, brother Chin?" Xiaoning came over, with a few dirty clothes in her hand and smiled. When the 2 of them came closer, Chinyu said softly, "There are a few wild rabbits in the bag on the co-pilot of my car, and they are still alive. You can find a place to raise them. This thing has a strong reproductive ability. If you can raise it, we will have a good taste in the future." Hearing this, the 2 girls nodded excitedly and hurried to check the little rabbits. Looking at their appearance, De Zhuang said helplessly, "No matter how much you like it now, it will be over if you can't bear to eat it in the future." "How could that be?" Chinyu took out the dagger from his waist and placed it on the hood, and continued to ask, "Where is brother Xiao?" He and Alei took those people to exile far away. At this point, De Zhuang looked at the watch on Chinyu's hand and said, "It's almost time to come back." "Okay." Chinyu nodded, and was about to leave, when he saw Go Li and Chinger standing next to a car. He said casually, "Those 3 are the people we brought back. They seem trustworthy. I'm going to take a shower. I'm a little dirty. Brother Da Zhuang, please arrange it for me." Da Zhuang nodded and walked to the right. However, when he got closer, he found that the girl looked familiar, but he couldn't remember who she was. But at this moment, Chinger shouted excitedly, "Xiao Ning!" Then, Xiao Ning looked up from the car in astonishment, and after seeing the people in the distance, she ran over directly. "How did you find me?" The 2 hugged each other, holding hands excitedly, and asked each other about their recent situation. Go Li smiled and nodded at De Zhuang, as a greeting. Entering this unfamiliar camp, Chinyu also carefully checked it for the first time, but it looked really good. In the past, the lawn in Feng Yi's community had been filled in. If you wanted to use it for planting, you had to dig out the soil, and then go outside to carry new soil, which was really time-consuming. Su Dali's camp had enough manpower, so 1/3 of the lawn was renovated and filled with soil. However, since it was winter, nothing was planted on it. But there were several greenhouses in the distance, which were seen with a telescope outside before. Just when Chinyu couldn't find the bathroom, Feng Yi appeared with a hoe. "Hey, Xiaoyu is back." Hearing the familiar voice, Chinyu waved and walked over. Then she took out the rice and radish seeds she had brought with her, and handed them to Feng Yi. "I give these 2 things to you. I hope you can eat them soon." Hearing this, Feng Yi looked at them for a while and nodded. "Don't worry, Yu Da Jiang and I asked for advice last time, and I have already written it down." After that, She carefully put the seeds away, and then suddenly remembered something, turned around and pointed in a direction and said, "The canteen is over there, and they are processing bacon now. You can go over there to find something to eat." Hearing this, Chinyu shook his head and said, "I'm not hungry." "Where is the bathroom?" "It's equipped in each room." After saying this, Fengyi wanted to say it directly, but she rolled her eyes and said with a smile, "Of course, it's in the single-family villa. I guessed that you would be back soon, so I had already boiled hot water in advance." "Is it running water now?" "Running water?" Chinyu was stunned for a moment. "What do you mean?" "Bathtub, stupid." Fengyi rolled her eyes at him, and then pointed to a 3-story villa on the left. "We have also arranged a reasonable residence for you during your absence. Yours is there. Alay and I are next door, only a few dozen meters away." Then, Chinyu hesitated for a long time, not knowing whether to ask or not. Looking at his expression, Fengyi guessed what he wanted to ask, and then smiled and patted Chinyu on the shoulder. "Shaolin also lives in your building, but now, she should be seeing a doctor." "Okay." Chinyu couldn't stand the look in Fengyi's eyes, and ran away. "You are too timid." Fengyi sighed, while carrying the hoe, and then a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. "Shaolin, sister, I can only help you this time." Chapter 546. After saying that, she walked towards the greenhouse. She had to loosen the soil first. A few minutes later, Chinyu stood in front of the villa, feeling mixed emotions. Looking at the flower bed and pavilion in the courtyard, Chinyu sighed and said to himself, "I never dared to dream of a house before, but I didn't expect that it would be within reach after the end of the world." Then he opened the door and looked at the clean and tidy floor inside, as well as the shoe cabinet next to it. Chinyu was stunned. He blinked and reached out to press the switch on the wall. With a click, the familiar sound rang, but the familiar light did not appear. Seeing this, Chinyu's eyes darkened. It seemed that although there was electricity here, it was not enough for every house. Then he sat on the chair next to him, took out a pair of slippers and put them on, and looked at his socks that he had worn for a long time, preparing to wash them with some river water later. When he walked into the living room, Chinyu heard the sound of water coming from the second floor, and saw the clothes basket next to the sofa, which contained many clean clothes. Chinyu walked over and picked out a white t-shirt and black casual pants, then went upstairs. As he approached the bathroom door, Chinyu also felt a little tired. He didn't notice anything different around him, let alone a pair of pink slippers at the door. When Chinyu pushed the door open and stepped in, the person standing in the bathtub also heard the sound. "Sister Feng, you came just in time. I left the shower gel downstairs, and forgot to bring it up. Can you help me get it?" But strangely, there was no answer. Seeing this, Lin Yi turned around directly, but because there was some fog in the bathroom, she couldn't see clearly for a while. She squinted her eyes, and looked over. Then she screamed, sat down instantly, and hugged her hands in front of her chest. Her face quickly turned red, and she said incoherently, "You? When did you come in?" Hearing this, Chinyu turned around and ran to the door, but the ground was a bit slippery, and he fell to the ground without paying attention. Then Chinyu stood outside the door, suppressed the heat in his heart, and said nervously, "Fengyi said she calculated when I would come back, so she put the water in advance. I didn't think much and came directly. Sorry." Hearing this, Lin Yi hid in the bathtub, only showing her face. She bit her lip lightly, her face still flushed, and said, "I don't blame you." Then she raised her head slightly and looked outside, and said with shame, "Can you close the door?" "Oh. Okay. No problem." At this moment, Chinyu, who was rarely nervous when facing various evil people or zombies, actually began to panic. He stepped back a few steps with his back to the door, grabbed the door handle, and quickly pulled it up. But because he used too much force, there was a bang, which scared Lin Yi. Seeing the door closed again, Lin Yi sat up a little and whispered, "You are usually very smart. Why are you so stupid today? Sister Feng doesn't have superpowers. How can she calculate when you will come back? It's really stupid." Hearing this, Chenyu was speechless. At this moment, he actually felt his nose getting hot. He reached out and touched it. Looking at the red liquid, he froze in his place. Fuck, it turns out that the movie is not exaggerated at all. These thoughts passed through Chinyu's mind, and he quickly wiped the blood from his nose. It's not that he lacks concentration, but he has never had a girlfriend, not to mention that after the doomsday, Chinyu had no mind to think about these things. At that time, he only thought about how to survive. But after meeting Lin Yi, he gradually changed. Especially when they were in the unfinished building, Lin Yi smiled and said those words to him gently. "Idiot, What are you thinking about? Lin Yi said softly after not hearing the answer from outside for a long time. Aw, nothing. Qin Yu quickly said, well, you continue to take a shower. I wait for you downstairs. Hearing this, Lin Yi chuckled. I'm taking a shower. Why are you waiting for me? Aw, no. Qin Yu quickly explained. I mean, it's better for me to go downstairs. After all, it's too embarrassing to wait here. Don't leave. Lin Yi stood up, walked to the door in slippers, and whispered, go give me some shower gel. Hurry up. Okay. Qin Yu was no longer sleepy at the moment, and he was very energetic. When he opened the door just now, he didn't see any bathrobe or anything like that inside, which meant that Lin Yi at the moment. No, what are you thinking about here? Qin Yu slapped himself with his left hand, took the shower gel, and was about to go up, hesitated, and went back to the living room, holding a set of clothes and pants. How can I give it to you? Qin Yu stood outside the door and asked nervously. As soon as he finished speaking, the bathroom door was opened a crack, and then a slender jade hand stretched out, with many water drops on it. Seeing this, Qin Yu hurriedly handed it to her, but after Lin Yi took it in, she said in surprise, didn't those clothes just get washed? How could there be blood? It's impossible. I didn't see anything down there just now. It's quite clean. Qin Yu said with some disbelief. Look! Lin Yi opened a gap again. Let me see. As he said that, Qin Yu reached out his hand, not noticing anything different about himself. The next second, Lin Yi took back her clothes and chuckled. Are you bleeding from your nose? Hearing this, Qin Yu quickly denied, of course not. Hearing this, Lin Yi reached out and knocked on the door, angrily saying, you lied to me, you even forgot to wipe the blood off your hands, really. Okay, go away, I won't tease you anymore. After saying this, Qin Yu felt relieved and quickly walked downstairs. Watching the footsteps fade away, Lin Yi walked to the mirror, wiped off the mist on it, and then looked at her flawless body, her face flushed. Xiao Yuzi, I want to see how long you can be reserved. After saying that, Lin Yi patted her mouth again, blushing and muttering to herself. So embarrassing, what nonsense is a grown-up girl talking about? Then she shuddered, and hurried back to the bathtub, taking a comfortable bath. About an hour later, Lin Yi had already put on her clothes, and went downstairs. Since she hadn't taken a bath for a long time, she specially boiled several buckets of water. The water tank upstairs was almost full, and Xiaoyan even helped Lin Yi fill 2 buckets, so she took such a long bath. Seeing the young man lying on the sofa, Lin Yi's face quickly turned red again. She walked over and whispered, I'm done. After the voice fell, there was no movement. Seeing this, Lin Yi took a few steps forward and stood in front of the sofa. Only then did she realize that Qin Yu had already fallen asleep. Looking at the dark circles around his eyes, and the blood on his body, Lin Yi also felt very distressed, and then squatted beside him, and gently cleaned the leaves on his head for him. Chapter 547. But when her hand just touched the hair, Qin Yu opened her eyes instantly, and a chill burst out of her eyes. Then she sat up quickly, and pinched Lin Yi's wrist at the same time. What are you doing? The sudden movement scared Lin Yi. After seeing who it was, Qin Yu rubbed his eyes and whispered, I thought someone wanted to sneak attack. Hearing this, Lin Yi lowered her head and muttered, You pinched me. Hearing this, Qin Yu quickly let go, and then saw that Lin Yi's wrist was red, and said with some heartache on the spot, Are you okay? Lin Yi blinked her eyes, and pretended to be wronged. You are too strong, and your hand feels a little numb. I go find you some medicine. After saying this, Qin Yu wanted to run to the infirmary, but Lin Yi held his hand. Sit down. After the voice fell, Lin Yi stretched out her hand in front of him, looked at her wrist, and said with a smile, Hey, blow a few times, and it will be fine. Seeing this, Qin Yu had no choice but to do as she said, and then Lin Yi shook her hand, and said with a smile, It's okay. Seeing her squatting in front, Qin Yu's heart moved, grabbed Lin Yi's hands, and pulled her to the side, letting her sit on the sofa, and then whispered, It's cold, your hair is wet, be careful not to catch a cold. After that, Qin Yu picked up a clean piece of clothing from the clothes basket next to him, and wiped Lin Yi's hair carefully. Lin Yi did not refuse, but sat there steadily, her face slightly red, pinching the corner of her clothes with both hands. When she was wiping halfway, the door was suddenly opened, followed by a pleasant voice. Sister Xiaoyan, there will be a dinner party at the camp tonight. You should change your clothes and come down. Before she finished her words, Xiaoyan saw the 2 people sitting close to each other on the sofa, and then she smiled and showed a look that said I know everything. Seeing her like this, Lin Yi suddenly felt a little shy, but she did not get up and leave. Anyway, Everyone knew it now, and she and Chin Yu had basically acquiesced. What's that expression on your face? Chin Yu smiled slightly, and put his clothes next to the sofa. I won't tell you. Xiaoyin came over and sat down, smiling and saying, Brother Xiao and Brother Ali just came back. After hearing that you and Xiao were home, they suggested that everyone eat something good tonight to reward them for their recent stay. He asked me to ask your opinion on whether to grill meat or make meat soup. Hearing this, Chin Yu pointed to his clothes and smiled bitterly. I still have to boil water to take a bath. You guys can eat first. I can do anything. It's okay. Xiaoyin looked at her watch and continued, It's still early. It won't start until 7 o'clock in the evening. We are going to light a bonfire for lighting. After the words fell, Lenny said, Oh, it's so comfortable, I've used up all the hot water. No problem. Chin Yu smiled and looked at her lovingly. Looking at the two of them, Xiaoyin touched her long hair with her hand, then smiled and said, When can I drink the wedding wine? What? Chin Yu was stunned for a moment and saw her expression, then coughed, stood up and said, Well, I'm going to boil water. Where is the stove? Like the community, it's built in the backyard, with a shed. Lenny pointed him the way. After he left, there were only 2 girls left in the living room. Lenny put away the clothes she had used to dry her hair, and prepared to wash them again. Sister Xiaolin, I think you two are really a good match. Let's get things done as soon as possible. Xiaoyin moved to the side, hugged Lin Yi's arm, and said with a smile. Hearing this, Lenny scratched her nose helplessly and joked, The little brat is still teaching me how to do things. Why don't you take down your big brother Xiao? After saying this, Xiaoyin sat up straight and said openly, I won't hide it. Anyway, we already live in the same house. It's only a matter of time. You? Lin Yi helped her straighten her collar and continued, I don't know what kind of medicine Sister Feng and Brother Xiao took. They actually accepted your suggestion and allocated housing according to the closest people. In theory, there are so many of us, and there are many houses here. It's enough for each person to have one house. The rest can probably be used to raise wild boars, chickens, etc. Oh! Xiaoyin spread her hands and said, Everyone will find a partner in the future. It's a matter of time. Take advantage of the opportunity now, and make it a done deal. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw that Lin Yi's jacket was not zipped up. She then leaned over to take a look, and said with a chuckle, It seems that Brother Chen is indeed your sweetheart. Sister Xiaolin is so close to him without even wearing that. I'm really relieved. Hearing this, Lin Yi reached out and poked her head, curled her lips and said, Don't joke. You must be here not only to announce the dinner party, what else is there? So smart. Xiaoyin lifted her hair, looked in the direction of the backyard, and then said loudly, Brother Chen and Xiao came back with more than 2 people, they also brought 3 strangers. Why are you yelling so loudly? Lin Yi frowned slightly, a little puzzled. It's just 3 people, what's so strange, they are not 3 zombies. Seeing this, Xiaoyin said anxiously again, Only 3 strangers, 2 of them are women, and one looks charming, with a thin waist and a big butt, and the other has a good figure and white skin. Could it be that Brother Chen is preparing to open a harem? As she spoke, she turned her head and looked towards the backyard. As soon as she finished speaking, a voice came from the other side. I have decided that Lin Yi is the only one for me in this life. As soon as these words came out, Xiaoyin immediately covered her mouth and laughed secretly, blinked, and whispered in Lin Yi's ear, Look, Brother Chen only likes you. Don't be jealous in the future. Hearing this, Lin Yi realized that this girl was acting, and then said with some amusement, It seems that you are really bored. Have you memorized the notes I asked you to memorize? I will conduct a random check tonight. If you recite one wrong, I will hit you twice on the palm of your hand. After saying that, Xiaoyin stood up quickly. Well, I have something else to do. I will leave first. Then she ran out of the door. Looking at Xiaoyin's figure, Lin Yi also smiled helplessly. She certainly understood what the other party wanted to say. As the manpower gradually expands, with Qin Yu's current leadership ability, there will be more and more people around him in the future, and it is inevitable that many women will appear at that time. Perhaps Xiaoyin thinks that there will be more women around Chen Yu in the future, so she gave Lin Yi a shot in advance. You think too much about this. Lin Yi looked at the direction of the backyard and said to herself, Chen Yu is not that kind of man. Chapter 548. Some time ago, when we were still in the community, Lin Yi was bandaging the white old man's finger. I don't know if the latter saw something and understood that the doctor had a good relationship with Chen Yu, so he kept praising him. Anyway, he didn't say much else, just mentioned how good Chen Yu was, how he did things in moderation, and how he didn't panic when faced with things. In the end, he even mentioned that a woman wanted to reward Chinyu once before she died. Although Lenny had no expression on her face at the time, when she heard the white old man say seriously that if the woman said one more word, Chinyu would kill her with a knife, she was also very happy. This is indeed something Chinyu would say. Apart from anything else, Lenny had never seen anyone get close to him in the community for so long. Even when she occasionally slept with Fengyi at night, she heard her praising Chinyu, and she was unwilling to even take a few glances at her. With a slight smile, Lenny stood up and prepared to go outside to help everyone prepare dinner for today. Chinyu stood in front of the stove and reached out to touch the water temperature in the pot. It was about 40 degrees. Then he took out the wood and scooped water into the bucket with a ladle. Then he went to the third floor, where a large iron bucket was placed at the entrance of the stairs. When he put his hand on it, it was still warm, so Chinyu stood on a stool next to it and poured water into it. He returned to the bathroom with clean clothes, and the windows and doors were already open, and the mist was gone, but there were still many water stains on the floor. Chinyu did not waste time, and quickly took off his clothes and stood under the shower, turning on the switch. Feeling the hot water pouring down his head, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Since the community was attacked and he was forced to leave, he had not taken a shower for a long time, and he felt very uncomfortable. But there is no other way. In today's environment, sometimes you can only bear it. Water is too precious. You can only take a bath after you have enough water to drink. The other girls basically find a way to get some hot water and wash with a towel every week, and the longest time is no more than half a month. The men also acquiesced to this and did not interfere. After all, as long as it does not affect survival, there is nothing wrong with being clean. If there is only enough water for drinking, but someone wants to use it to wash their hair, such a person would not appear in Chinyu or Xiaojio's team. After squeezing some shampoo, Chinyu comfortably touched his scalp. He had checked before that there was no zombie blood in his fingernails, so there was no need to worry. The bathroom design here is similar, but unlike the one in Fengyi community, which is set up outside, there is a solar water heater here, and each villa is also equipped with a water tank. But Chinyu guessed that these things should have been installed afterwards, probably after the outbreak of the apocalypse. After all, if you follow the modern thinking, this kind of thing will basically not be installed in the villa area. However, without electricity, the water supply and electric auxiliary heating functions cannot be controlled. In addition, there is no sun recently, so it is basically useless. When taking a shower, water is directly added to the water tank. A few minutes later, after taking a shower, Chinyu felt that he had changed a lot. Looking at the muddy water on the ground, even his face turned red. It turns out that my body is so dirty. After saying that, Chinyu put on his clothes, found a broom and mop, and cleaned the bathroom. He had heard Fengyi say before that there were only 2 people living in this villa, and the other one was Lenny besides him. The most important thing is that even in the end of the world, Lenny has always been clean and tidy. She rarely has a messy face, not to mention wearing dirty clothes. So in order to make her live comfortably, Chinyu also pays more and more attention to hygiene. After finishing these, Chinyu casually wiped his hair and felt that it was a bit long, so he searched in the kitchen and took a pair of scissors back to the bathroom. Then he stood in front of the mirror and slowly trimmed his hair. About 10 minutes later, Chinyu looked at himself in the mirror and nodded with satisfaction. Although it was not easy to cut the back, it was a little shorter and more comfortable. But after he went downstairs, this dog-bitten hairstyle made Lenny laugh again. Then she pressed him on the sofa and chuckled. "Wait a minute, I go get something good." After saying that, Lenny ran out the door. A few minutes later, she came back with a bag, then took out something, pressed the switch, and immediately a buzzing sound was heard, and then it was quickly closed. Hair clipper. Chinyu was very surprised. Even this? After the voice fell, Lenny found a scarf and tied it around his neck, and said with a smile, "There are so many things here. To be honest, when I went in later, my eyes were dazzled." Hearing this, Chinyu took the electric shaver inside. Although it's not nice for me to say this, in today's doomsday environment, it's better to defeat a group of villains than to search a city. Yes, anyway, they all developed by sucking the blood of others. Although we are just sitting back and enjoying the fruits of their labor, we have also avenged those people. After saying this, Lenny suddenly clapped his hands, ran to the room on the left, and then moved out a full-length mirror, then placed it in front of the sofa and said, "This is also available. Each house has a piece." Looking at himself in the mirror, Chinyu smiled. Apart from anything else, our current living environment has indeed improved by several levels. Haha, this is exactly what you have been working hard for. Lenny put her hand on Qinyu's shoulder and said softly, "It's not just my credit, it's the efforts of all of us that made it happen," Qinyu said solemnly, and then handed the electric shaver to the back. Lenny took it and said with a smile, "This customer, what kind of hairstyle do you want?" Hearing this, Qinyu smiled slightly, patted Lenny's hand on his shoulder, nodded and said, "Just do the hairstyle you like." Hearing this, Lenny lifted her hair and said seriously, "Then you have to be mentally prepared. Although I have no problem curing diseases and saving lives, I know nothing about haircuts." As the sound of the electric clipper sounded, some hair gradually fell off. Lenny took the hair clipper seriously and moved it carefully. Qinyu kept looking at the busy girl in the mirror, his eyes full of smiles. No matter how long he looked at her, he never got tired of it. Even at the end, Lenny blushed because of his look. A few minutes later, Qinyu reached out and touched his prickly hair, chuckled and said, "I feel a little cold to suddenly change to a buzz cut." Hearing this, Lin Yi, who was standing behind with a hair clipper in hand, stamped her feet in shame. "Don't laugh. I don't know what happened. I found that this and that didn't look good. After a little trimming, your hair became less and less. Haha, small problem, as long as it's your hairstyle, I like it anyway." Qinyu walked to Lin Yi, held her hand and whispered, "Let's go, it's time to have a big meal." Lenny put down the hair clipper, followed him outside, and hesitated and said, "How about finding you a hat to wear?" Chapter 549. "It's okay." Qinyu shook his head and replied with a smile. As soon as he walked out of the villa, he saw many busy figures in the open space in the distance. There was a wooden rack in the middle, with many wood piled there, and Halsey squatted on the ground, preparing to light a fire. As usual, there were many tables outside, all filled with food. Just then, Lao Cheng appeared with a speaker and said happily, "Look, we have all these things." Seeing this, De Zhuang waved his hand and said, "Can't we play songs? If the zombies are attracted, then we will be dead." Hearing this, Xiao Jiao stood beside him and said with a smile, "We checked the surroundings and didn't see any traces of zombies. There are basically none within a kilometer. They must have been cleaned up frequently in the past." After he finished speaking, Chen Shi and Yang Zi appeared together. The two girls were holding a box of wine each. Seeing this, Halsey put down the match and ran over. "Well, you are Dazhuang's sister, right? Your brother and I have known each other for a long time. We used to sleep in the same bed. Come and help you get it." Halsey smiled and stretched out his hand, taking it despite Yangzi's refusal. Then he put it on the ground, took the wine from the girl next to him and stacked it on top, then picked it up and walked towards the table. "Thank you, Chun," she said nervously. Yangzi smiled sweetly and said, "My brother said that it was thanks to you and Brother Zhao's help last time at the river, and I have to thank you too." "Oh, it's okay." Halsey held 2 boxes of wine and said casually, "We are all family from now on, no need to be polite." Taking this opportunity, Halsey began to ask about Halsey's well-being, asking whatever he thought of. Yangzi followed him quietly and answered seriously. Dazhuang stood in the distance and looked for a few seconds, then looked away and continued to talk to Lao Cheng. Xiao Jiao, on the other hand, had a smile on his face. He patted Dazhuang and chuckled, "What do you think of Halsey?" Hearing this, Dazhuang thought for a while and said softly, "He's pretty good. Although he's usually lazy, he's very reliable when it comes to serious matters. He's also a good person." Hearing this, Xiao Jiao folded his hands, looked ahead and continued, "Well, the doomsday is full of dangers. No matter how hard you try to protect your little sister, there will inevitably be mistakes. More people can also take care of more people." De Zhuang nodded and said, "That makes sense, but I think their names are a bit difficult to pronounce." After the voice fell, Xiao Jiao smiled. "Halsey Yangzi, it's really not smooth to call him, so why not call him by his name?" "What's his name?" De Zhuang was stunned for a moment, and he couldn't remember it. Seeing this, Xiao Jiao smiled and called out, "Come here, Halsey." Hearing the call, Halsey responded and then whispered, "Well, put it in with wood chips to ignite it, and remember to light the paper inside first." Yangzi took the fan and matches and nodded, "Okay." "What's wrong?" "I'm preparing to light the fire. It's getting dark." Halsey patted the wood chips on his hands and asked in confusion. Xiao Jiao pointed to the side and said, "Brother Dazhuang asked your name, he can't remember it." "What the hell?" Halsey was stunned for a moment and said in confusion, "Damn it, brother, we are so familiar with each other, you can even forget my name." But halfway through his words, he suddenly thought of something and immediately took it back and said with a smile, "Chi Hao, it is the same pronunciation as Hao and Halsey." "Okay." De Zhuang hummed, indicating that he understood. But Haozi did not leave, but still stood there expectantly, thinking that De Zhuang would say something like entrustment. But after waiting for a few seconds, De Zhuang saw Chenyu coming out and walked over. Seeing this, Haozi scratched his head and stood there awkwardly. Xiao Jiao walked over and pushed him, saying, "Don't be anxious, take your time, and quickly light the fire." Brother De Zhuang. Seeing a familiar person coming over, Chenyu greeted him. Seeing that there were a lot of people, Lin Yi tried to break free, but she was held very tightly. She didn't want to use too much force, otherwise others might think she disliked Chenyu. She had no choice but to gently pinch the waist of the person next to her, and then smiled and shouted, "Brother De Zhuang, how is your injury? Remember to tell me if there is any problem." Hearing this, De Zhuang smiled and waved his hand. "I feel relieved that Xiaolin is watching over me. I think he will recover soon." Then Lin Yi looked at his arm and nodded. Fortunately, it was just a bruise. If it was hit by a bullet, it would take more than 3 months to heal. After the voice fell, De Zhuang said with some fear, "It's lucky to say that. The light is not good. Those people fired randomly and basically couldn't hit." "Yeah." After Lin Yi finished the inspection and confirmed that the wound had not worsened, she was relieved. Then she looked at the two people in front of her and pointed to the side and said, "Well, you guys continue. I go over to help serve the dishes." Lin Yi was very smart. She knew that Chenyu had just returned and everyone had a lot to say. She didn't want to get involved in those things, so she didn't bother to stay there. And Lin Yi knew very well that if she didn't leave on her own initiative, Chenyu wouldn't avoid her. Watching Lin Yi walk away, Chenyu touched his nose and said softly, "Has anything happened in the past few days? You seem a little anxious." Hearing this, De Zhuang looked at Xiao Jiao and Xiao Yin, looked at his hanging arm, and said, "It's their business." Seeing this, Chenyu followed his gaze and frowned slightly. "Brother Xiao, what happened to him?" "It's not him." De Zhuang shook his head, then walked to the left, took a chair and sat down. "Come over here." "Okay." Chenyu didn't say much and followed him. Then he suddenly realized, "Is that Xiao Yin?" After saying this, De Zhuang nodded, almost. Hearing this, Chenyu tapped his crossed legs and tapped his knees lightly, wondering, "That's not right. I saw Xiao Yin was smiling just now, and she didn't talk much. It doesn't look like anything happened." "Because she doesn't know yet." De Zhuang sighed and began to tell the story slowly. Listening to what De Zhuang said, Chenyu frowned again. "Xiao Shou? Is it the one that was captured alive by Brother Xiao last time? I remember he also said that the man was abnormally thin and weak, and he must be sick. Because he was the one who attacked the community before, she was unwilling to treat him, let alone me. Her attitude is my attitude. It stands to reason that he can still live for a while. Why did he die suddenly?" After the voice fell, De Zhuang sniffed and whispered, "This all started when you were about to leave." Just as he was about to speak, Xiao Ning's shout suddenly came from a distance. Chapter 550. "Stop chatting, come and eat, it's hot." Seeing this, Chenyu stood up and patted him on the shoulder. "Let's go, De Zhuang, everyone is happy now. Let's not talk about this, let's talk about it tomorrow. There are so many bad things anyway, this one is not a big deal." "You are open-minded," De Zhuang said admiringly. "If I were you, I would have been annoyed a long time ago." "Haha, then I can't find a shoelace to hang myself, right?" Chenyu made a joke, then said in a serious tone, "With so many people around, I have to find a way to survive." After saying that, the two of them walked over. Tonight, everyone was here of course, except for the two on guard. But they were not ignored. Uncle Hua brought a small pot of hot dishes, which were all fish, wild boar meat, etc., cooked with hot pot base, and it was very fragrant. But in order to better stand guard, they were not allowed to drink wine. Because the supplies were too rich, basically all kinds of condiments were available, so this dinner was much more sumptuous than the previous community New Year celebrations. The most important thing is that there are rivers and lakes here, and there are plenty of fish. Since the day he entered the villa area, Xiao Jiao asked people to place fishing rods and fish all day long. In his opinion, everyone has worked so hard for so long, so they have to eat and drink well, so that they can feel warm in their hearts. Although Feng Yi is no longer willing to take charge of things now, he is specifically thinking about how to stabilize those houses and plant things. But Xiao Jiao listened to Lin Yi's suggestions in private, and would ask Feng Yi's opinions when there was something. The two discussed together, and did not take charge alone. Originally, Xiao Jiao didn't plan to do these things, but after Chenyu left, he suddenly lost his backbone, and asked Lin Yi how to do this and that. But Lin Yi didn't care about these things, and she pushed the matter to Feng Yi. And Feng Yi also understood how bad her previous management was. Although she had opened a company and managed many people before the end of the world, it was completely different from now. In the past, Feng Yi relied on rules and regulations to do things vigorously and decisively, and never had any trouble. But after the end of the world, order collapsed, and the previous set of rules was no longer effective. So she had no choice but to ask Xiao Jiao for help. At that time, Xiao Jiao was also busy dealing with the captives, so he simply took over all of them. He first arranged for people to check the hidden dangers in the camp, gathered the people together for questioning, and then tried to exile them. Fortunately, a Lei was there, and he didn't want Feng Yi to be too tired, so he worked hard to help Xiao Jiao. On the other hand, Xiao Jiao also liked this young man who didn't like to talk, but did things flawlessly. The most important thing was that a Lei's skills were also very good. When escorting those people out, there were also accidents. At that time, a man with a thief's heart fanned the flames. He used the blade hidden in the car that had not been discovered. More than a dozen people untied the ropes and planned to make trouble. They ran back and forth in the car, making the car body extremely unstable. Xiao Jiao was busy driving and couldn't be distracted. A Lei simply bit the dagger with his teeth, grabbed the car window and flipped out, and entered the cargo compartment. Then he heard a noise from behind, and then Xiao Jiao found a place with a wide view to park the car, ran over and opened the door, and was stunned at first sight. I saw a Lei sitting in the carriage, and the men on the ground were covering their hands and howling. Except for the one who led the trouble and had his tendons cut, the rest of them basically had one hand cut off, which was horrible. After this incident, Xiao Jiao was also very satisfied with a Lei. The two worked together and dealt with those people in just a few days. Except for a few people who were collectively identified, the rest were basically taken to faraway exile, and their life and death depended on themselves. As for those men who were stained with the blood of most innocent people, Xiao Jiao was also having a headache about how to deal with them, and it was a Lei who stood up and took those 6 people out. At that time, Xiao Jiao still didn't quite understand, because after all, these people had no direct hatred relationship with them. But everyone seemed very cruel, and the people they killed were all ordinary people who were unarmed. But in the doomsday, human life itself is like grass. Unless the zombies disappear, as time goes by, there will be fewer and fewer living people, but the killing will gradually increase. If they were killed for this reason, it would be too bloody. The group of people in Longshan had been staring at Xiao Jiao and others, and chasing them, which caused him to retaliate without regard for the consequences. But it is absolutely impossible to let the tiger go back to the mountain. But a Lei was different. Although he was wearing a mask, his eyes were extremely cold. He got into the car, as if he was escorting a few zombies. It seemed that there would be no waves. Seeing this, Feng Yi reminded a Lei indirectly what he did before, and Xiao Jiao finally understood. In the past, he and Uncle Hua would also carry out missions, but they would select targets, mostly to hunt down some drug lords. As a killer, a Lei used to do all kinds of orders. In addition to his experience, a Lei treats everyone the same except for women and children. But because a Lei had a miserable childhood and had to undergo all kinds of inhuman training when he grew up, Feng Yi or Qin Yu never cared about what he had done before. As long as a Lei would not attack innocent survivors now, that was enough. After all, everyone had different experiences, so there was no way to persuade others. With a Lei's action, all the captives in the camp were dealt with. Although many were released, they were all small minions who shouted for fighting and killing, not worth mentioning. Moreover, they were far away and took many detours. It was basically impossible to find them without a map. Only the 6 evildoers were dealt with by a Lei, and the rest barely managed to save their lives. As for Lu Wenjing, he was left to wait for Qin Yu to come back for discussion. After all, he was a technical talent. Everyone gathered in front of the campfire, and after eating and drinking, they began to dance hand in hand, singing some kind of ballad. This was exactly what Han Liyuan suggested. She had learned it before, so she knew several kinds of dances. Originally thought it would be useless, but unexpectedly it was used tonight, and she was very happy about it. Qin Yu didn't like the crowds, he just sat quietly at the table eating. Lin Yi held Xiao Ning on the left and Xiao Yi on the right. The 3 of them were jumping around. Their faces were also reddened by the firelight, and they looked very cute. Still looking, your eyes are falling in. Feng Yi held a skewer of barbecue in her hand, and a glass of wine in her right hand, walked to Qin Yu and sat down and joked. Hearing this, Qin Yu picked up the wine glass and clinked it with her, chuckled. She is so beautiful. Why didn't I think so before? Today, Qin Yu no longer concealed it, but directly admitted it. Hearing this, Feng Yi drank the beer in one breath, wiped his mouth and smiled. You used to say you didn't like her seriously, but now you are looking at her enthusiastically. Chapter 551. Chen Yu smiled slightly, and did not continue. Anyway, he was very thick-skinned now, so he pretended not to hear anything. Take this opportunity to eat more delicious food. Looking at Chen Yu sitting there wolfing down his food, Feng Yi gently bit off the meat on the bamboo stick and said while eating, By the way, Xiao Yu, I have something to say. Chen Yu was eating with his mouth full of oil. When he heard the question, he took out a piece of paper to wipe his mouth and nodded. What's the matter? What do you think of this place? After saying this, Chen Yu leaned back in his chair, watching the friends in front of him dancing happily, and the rest of them were eating meat with big mouthfuls, enjoying themselves and laughing all the time. Chen Yu pondered for a while, then said softly, It has been almost a year since the outbreak of the apocalypse, and neither we nor others have had such a happy time to laugh. Hearing this, Feng Yi shook her head slightly and said, It's not rare, it's never happened. Even during the last spring festival, everyone didn't dance together. Hearing this, Chen Yu turned his head to look at her, with a smile on his face. We are a family, so we don't have to say two different things. I understand what you want to say. After saying this, Chen Yu looked up at the sky. The stars looked very beautiful, and he said in a concentrated voice, Indeed, the camp here is very good, and from the area, it can be developed into a base, and we can even gain a foothold here, and then grow step by step. As soon as these words came out, Feng Yi's eyes lit up instantly, and she looked at Chen Yu expectantly. Seeing her like this, Chen Yu took a sip from his glass and said with a smile, And Brother Xiao, and I do have this plan. Really? Feng Yi was very happy, and sat up straight with excitement. Why would I lie to you? Chen Yu smiled, put his fingers on the table, tapped the table lightly, and said slowly, The solar energy facilities here are very complete, even batteries, and lighting, not to mention other living facilities. It can be said that except for the network communication that cannot be restored, it is basically the same as before the end of the world. Then he dipped his hand in the soup on the plate, dotted it on the table and said, This is the vegetable planting area. There is also a breeding area next to it, and even a canteen and a weapons processing warehouse. It is really a good camp. Speaking of this, Chen Yu touched his head and chuckled. If Su Dali hadn't come to our door, we might have missed this place. Feng Yi sat next to him, thought for a moment and whispered, But I think, even if he didn't bring people to attack, you wouldn't let us attack here, right? Chen Yu looked at her serious expression and nodded gently. Of course, we have hands and feet, so we can just develop on our own. In today's environment, zombies are not enough to kill us, and our own kind are the biggest threat. If the community had not been attacked, Wang Tianhai would have escaped for his life, and was finally captured alive. In addition, in order to prevent accidents in the future, I would have confirmed that he had not betrayed. After experiencing these things, the subsequent series of events, by chance, we actually have such a comfortable camp, which can be regarded as a happy ending after all the hardships. Hearing this, Feng Yi picked up the wine again and poured a glass, raised it to Chen Yu and smiled. I will rely on you two to take care of me in the future. Don't bully me and Aliha. Chen Yu clinked glasses with her and then joked, Do you want to be a hands-off boss? Feng Yi raised her glass and drank it in one gulp. Her usual cold expression disappeared. At this moment, the alcohol was taking effect. Her face began to turn red, and her eyes were a little confused. She lowered her head and said, I know that many people thought I was not good enough before, and secretly disliked my lack of management ability, but I also tried my best to protect everyone. At least I led people to repair the wall, stabilize the house, and learn to grow vegetables, so that everyone can taste the familiar taste again after more than 8 months. I don't care what others think, but I really tried my best. No one wants to watch the people around them die, but there is no other way. I can only do this. Speaking of this, Feng Yi actually began to sob, and a line of tears dripped from the corners of her eyes. Then she ignored the oil stains and lay on the table, buried her head in it, and her shoulders moved up and down. Seeing this, Chen Yu was a little at a loss. He was most afraid of girls crying in front of him, and he had no idea what to do. The table for the dinner tonight was very large, and everyone could sit down. At this time, Lei was sitting opposite, holding fried peanuts in his left hand, and a drink in his right hand. He looked at Chen Yu quietly with an expression that had nothing to do with him. Seeing this, Chen Yu was overwhelmed. He first glanced at Lei, then nodded at Feng Yi who was crying on the table, indicating that he should come over to comfort her. After all, you two are more familiar with each other. However, Lei just stood up, threw all the peanuts into his mouth, and then drank the orange juice, turned around and left without stopping. This scene also made Chinyu speechless. Alay must know what was going on. The reason why he didn't come to intervene was that he calculated that Chinyu would not have any thoughts about Feng Yi, let alone take advantage of her drunkenness, so he left with peace of mind. Just when Chinyu didn't know what to do, Feng Yi lowered his head and turned to the left, stretching out his right hand. What? Chinyu was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted and took out 2 pieces of paper and handed them over. Feng Yi quickly wiped his eyes, sniffed and said, "Sorry, I drank a little too much tonight. I made you laugh." Hearing this, Chinyu glanced at Xiaohu, who was drunk like mud across from him, shook his head and said, "It's rare for everyone to be happy today. There are no zombies around, and there will be no other survivors. It's good to take this opportunity to relax." "Yeah." Feng Yi looked at the soup on her sleeves and replied with her head down. Seeing her expression, Chinyu said seriously, "Those who blame you don't know how difficult the end of the world is. I say something from the bottom of my heart. Since I first came to your community, I have admired you from the bottom of my heart." Hearing this, Feng Yi pouted and said, "Although I cried for a while, I am not those little girls who can be fooled by your words. I remember that when you first came, you broke Wang Tianhai's hand and then caused an explosion." Seeing this, Chinyu was a little anxious. "It's been so long, why are you still mentioning it?" As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Yi chuckled, "I'm just teasing you. What do you mean when you said you admire me just now? A clean and tidy community, a wall without a single gap, and even I saw gender equality in it." Chapter 552. To be honest, I have seen other survivors before, but without exception, the leaders are all men, and women basically have no status. But when I came to you, I found that as a girl, I can also manage a large number of people. Chinyu looked at her sideways, and said word by word. Hearing this, Feng Yi lifted the hair beside her ear, and said a little embarrassedly, "I am almost 30 years old. How can there be such an old girl? But you look very young." "That's because I spent a lot of money on maintenance before the end of the world. It's impossible for me to age faster in just 1 year." Feng Yi's face was red at this time, and she said softly. The light was dim, and it was hard to tell whether it was because of the alcohol or the real blush, but it didn't matter. Hearing this, Chinyu frowned slightly, and then asked, "Although I know your approximate age, I don't know Alay's. How old is he?" After the voice fell, Feng Yi thought for a while, and answered softly, "Calculated, he is only 6 years younger than me." After saying this, Chinyu recalled something she and Alay had said before, and said in confusion, "No, that's not right. I also heard Yi talk about the thing you experienced in the primitive jungle before, so I can say that I have heard a little bit about it. You saved Alay when he was a teenager. He was still a child at that time. How could he be only 6 years younger? Because he had no food to eat since he was a child, and his life was not good. In addition, the external environment affected him, which led to his stunted development." Feng Yi said truthfully. Feng Yi then sighed. Alay had a bad life when he was a child, and he was later taken away by that killer organization, but at least he had good food. It was only during training that he was particularly hard, but because the surroundings were very dirty, and there were always wars, he looked very thin. Even though he's 24 now, he looks like he's 30 or 40. There's nothing he can do about it. In the past few years, he often participated in training that was close to the human body's limit, which seriously increased his body load, so Alai looks a little old. Although his skin is not dark, it is not the color of his age. At this point, Feng Yi looked at Chinyu with a hint of heartache in her eyes. He is actually about the same age as you, but he has experienced much more than you. We are obviously the same age, but you look younger. If one of the two people is abroad and happens to live in a war-torn place, he would be lucky to live one more day. TSK, Alay really suffered a lot to live to the day he met you. Chinyu felt a little uncomfortable and said softly. Although he himself had a hard life since childhood, at least he didn't have to worry about being shot suddenly. When Chinyu was a child, he often wandered in alleys, and was beaten for grabbing food with other homeless people, but he didn't die. He even met kind people who bought him clothes and food. Later, it was because of the help of some kind uncles and aunts that Chinyu was sent to an orphanage, further changing his fate. At this time, Feng Yi said again, "You were also an orphan when you were a child. I understand that Alay was also an orphan, but he was abroad. No one would pay him any attention, and there were only various drugs and the sound of shells around him. In this environment, he still did not develop bad habits, and even lived longer and longer. You and I can't imagine what Alay has experienced, and he never wants to tell me about it." At this point, Feng Yi felt a little sad again. She whispered, You can see a smile on anyone's face, but you can hardly see it on Lay's face. If he is willing to smile at you, he really treats you as a family member. Listening to what Feng Yi said, Qin Yu recalled his previous experience with Lei. Although the latter's attitude was sometimes a little cold, it might be his rare kindness. No wonder when he heard that Wang Yu might not be saved, Lei said that although he didn't want to attack a woman, he still drew out the knife expressionlessly. Qin Yu said softly, "Some things always need someone to do them, and Lei has always been by your side, playing this role." After the voice fell, Feng Yi sighed. "Do you know why I cried just now?" Qin Yu frowned slightly. "Could it be that?" "You guessed right. Wang Yu's death is indeed related to me in disguise." Feng Yi made up his mind and began to confront Qin Yu, while there were few people around. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that Xiaolin was pushed by Ding Tao, and was caught off guard, and was almost bitten by the group of black insects. And you know Xiaolin. It's hard for some people with impure minds to get along with her. It's hard for them to even talk to each other. But Wang Yu caught her eye. You were very busy during that time, and didn't pay much attention to Wang Yu. But Lin Yi took care of him for a long time, because she heard you say that the children in the community needed teachers. It was because of your kindness that Wang Yu rushed forward without caring about his life in those few seconds of crisis. Alas. I also noticed that Ding Tao was not right, but I didn't think too much about it. Who would have thought that he could do such a thing, and push his teammates to death? Qin Yu sighed, but then changed the subject and asked curiously, "What does this have to do with you?" "In fact, it should be my fault. Because before you came, Ding Tao had thought about stealing weapons and running away. At that time, someone in the community chased him, and was even shot and injured by him. At that time, Lei suggested to me that for such a traitor who shot at his own people, just kill him directly. But I don't want Lei to live his old life again. I asked him not to mention killing people at every turn, so I refused." At this point, Feng Yi clenched her hands tightly, not caring about her nails digging into her flesh, and whispered. Lei had long anticipated that someone would get into trouble again because of Ding Tao, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. "What do you mean?" Qin Yu took a sip of wine, and was a little confused again. Hearing this, Feng Yi said softly, "Lei didn't want to make me angry at that time. He just stood in front of me, lowered his head, and wrote a few words with a pen and paper." "What words?" Feng Yi recalled the words in her mind and said word by word. Lei said that this person cannot be kept, there will be hidden dangers in the future, and it will be irreversible at that time. But I think Ding Tao is still young, maybe he just has some problems with his thinking. It is too cruel to kill him like this. Just don't let him touch weapons in the future, and he should get better." Feng Yi said with red eyes. "You know what happened later. The facts prove that I was wrong, and Lei was right." Hearing this, Qin Yu took a piece of paper and handed it to her, saying seriously, "I won't blame you because you are kind, not to mention that you are not mindless to let everyone go. For a former partner, it is not wrong to be willing to let him go before he really kills others." Then Qin Yu said again, "The most important thing is that we can't use what's happening now to criticize our past selves. No one knows what the future will be like. Whether it's good or evil, it's all a matter of a thought. Not to mention that in this doomsday world, anyone is likely to be affected by the environment. In my opinion, you've done enough, Sister Feng Yi." Chapter 553. But Feng Yi wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Qin Yu. "No need to say more. I know that the development of a camp cannot rely on one person alone, and Brother Xiao and I have no idea about maintaining infrastructure, so you must take action." Looking at his serious look, Feng Yi knew that he couldn't continue to persuade him, so he had to accept it helplessly. At the camp where everyone is currently, there are a lot of alcohol, whether it is red or beer. Basically there are several boxes, and there are still a lot of white wine left. Seeing the boxes of wine piled up on the table, Qin Yu gradually realized that if he wanted to survive long-term and stable, it was absolutely necessary to expand his manpower. After the number of people increased, it was really convenient to search for supplies. Sometimes, if you were one step ahead of others, you could find a lot of useful things. But Qin Yu would not blindly accept others. Thinking back to the 3 questions from a long time ago, he began to have a plan in his mind. Feng Yi drank a lot of wine tonight. As soon as she stood up, she felt dizzy and fell to the side subconsciously. Fortunately, Qin Yu was quick-witted and stood up to support her. Seeing her drunken appearance, Qin Yu smiled bitterly and called out to the distance, "Xiao Ning." At this time, Xiao Ning, who was sitting cross-legged by the campfire and chatting with others, heard someone calling and turned back to answer. "Hey!" Looking carefully, it was Chun Yu. Seeing this, she whispered, Brother Chen is calling me, you guys continue. After the voice fell, Xiao Ning ran to Qinyu and asked with a smile, What's the matter? Please help sister Feng back. Do you know where her room is? Qinyu supported Feng Yi, trying not to let her lean on him. I know. Xiao Ning nodded, stepped forward, grabbed Feng Yi's hand and put it on her shoulder, and then walked away with her other shoulder. As time passed, everyone gradually returned to their respective houses. Strangely, except for Xiao Ning, most of the girls had red faces from drinking, and even Qin Shi fell asleep on the table. Among the men, only 4 of them still walked steadily, namely Qin Yu and Alei, Xiao Jiao and Uncle Hua. The 4 of them seemed to have discussed it beforehand. Although they drank a little, they were not drunk. Seeing that everyone had left, Qin Yu began to clean up the food residue on the table to avoid attracting insects, or the like due to the smell. Hearing the sound of dishes and chopsticks colliding around her, Qin Shi raised her head in a daze. When she rubbed her eyes and saw who it was, she stood up with the help of the table, but her knees softened and she was a little shaky. Seeing this, Qin Yu kicked the chair, and it slid directly to the side of Qin Shi, catching her steadily. Seeing this, Qin Yu lowered his head to clean the table and said softly, It's getting late, you should go back and rest early. Hearing this, Qin Shi felt the cold air and shuddered and said, I will help you clean up. It's really unfair for you to do all this alone. After the voice fell, Qin Yu shook his head slightly and said, We are all family members. Let's not do these things. Whoever has time can do it. At this time, the sound of a baby crying suddenly came from the distance. Hearing this, Qin Yu looked at her helplessly. The baby is crying. Why don't you go and comfort him? Having said that, Qin Shi couldn't say anything more. She turned her head to look at the ground, picked up a stick to support herself, and whispered, Thank you for taking us in. After saying that, Qin Shi bowed to him, then grabbed the stick and walked towards the house. The reason why she thanked Qin Yu was because she knew very well in her heart that all this was not decided by the bald man alone. As Qin Shi left, only Qin Yu was left in the dining area, quietly packing up those things. In order to make everyone sleep comfortably at night, Xiao Jiao was taking the dog to train. Anyway, they lacked everything except bones. The big black dog was also very sensible. At first, he liked to bark, but after throwing a few pieces of meat, his tail began to wag non-stop. About 10 minutes later, all the plates and bowls had been collected in the bucket by Qin Yu, ready to be washed the next day, and the fire was also put out. Just as he was about to go back, Qin Yu saw a bottle of wine on the lawn, which had been opened, and a few cups on the ground. He picked it up and took a look. There was still half a bottle left. Nowadays, supplies are in short supply, and even wine cannot be wasted. So Qin Yu took advantage of the good moonlight, and picked up a bottle cap around and covered it. When he returned to the door of the villa, he did not see any light inside. Seeing this, Qin Yu was a little confused. He saw Xiao Ning help Yi back with his own eyes. Logically, this girl could not sleep so early. But thinking that she might be drunk, Qin Yu did not hesitate and pushed the door open directly. As soon as he stepped in, Qin Yu smelled a strange smell. Take out the candle and glass cover from the side of the shoe cabinet. Qin Yu touched his body, and then found that the lighter was gone. He had put it on the coffee table when he took a shower. Then he changed his shoes and walked over. The next second, the girl lying on the sofa came into view. Pick up the lighter to light the candle. Qin Yu found the glass cover to cover it, and the light in the room was much better. There were a lot of filth on the ground, which was obviously vomited by drunkenness. Then Qin Yu looked at the food residue on the sofa. You know you can't drink much, but you still like to drink. Qin Yu first took a blanket and covered Lin Yi to prevent her from catching a cold, then went to the bathroom to find a mop and a bucket and started cleaning. A few minutes later, the floor and the sofa had been cleaned by him, and then Qin Yu wiped the corner of Lin Yi's mouth with a tissue, but as soon as his hand approached, he was hugged by the other party. Lin Yi hugged very tightly, directly holding Qin Yu's hand in her arms, refusing to let go at all, and mumbling something in her mouth. Qin Yu couldn't hear clearly, so he moved closer. Dad, Mom, Big Brother, are you doing well? I want to come to see you, but I don't dare to go alone, I'm afraid. At the end, Lin Yi started crying, but she still didn't wake up. Looking at her like this, Qin Yu guessed that she must have dreamed about her family. He was a little sad for a moment, and started sobbing unconsciously. Although his hand was held by Lin Yi, and the two of them were in a very ambiguous posture, Qin Yu didn't feel any ripples in his heart, only heartache. Touching Lin Yi's hair gently with his right hand, Qin Yu also understood that she was usually holding on. Before Lin Yi got drunk last time, she also mentioned her family. Chapter 554. At that time, she said that it was really hard to find her now that she didn't have any contact information, so she didn't want to waste time, etc. But now, listening to Lin Yi's dream talk, Qinyu knew that she must miss her parents and that big brother. Since Qinyu was an orphan, he didn't have any feelings for family affection. When he was a child hiding in a bridge hole and starving and freezing, he also resented his biological parents. If they didn't raise him, why did they give birth to him? At that time, when Qinyu occasionally went to the trash can to pick up bottles, he stood on the side of the road and couldn't understand why some children would cry when they went to kindergarten. They were only separated from their parents for one day, but they cried so miserably. In his opinion, he would never cry because of separation. After being adopted, his adoptive parents treated him very well. It was from then on that Qinyu gradually understood that in this world, only family members would treat you well sincerely. According to the information Lin Yi revealed, she lived a very happy life since she was a child, and her family was very well off. She studied medicine just because she liked it, and wanted to cure diseases, and save lives so that more people could suffer less pain. It is for this reason that Qinyu never taught Lin Yi how to use a gun, or even how to train. He only hoped that Lin Yi's hands were stained with blood because she saved people, not because she killed people. Not only him, Feng Yi and Alei also thought so. Every time when Lin Yi wanted to train together, she would be rejected with excuses. Alei also felt that Lin Yi did not need to get involved in these things because he had seen too many people die in front of him. With her identity, she would be protected all day long in the doomsday, and she would not encounter any danger at all. If a person changes because of something that might happen, this is what Feng Yi and Alei don't want to see. The apocalypse has been going on for so long, and there have been only two things that really threaten Lin Yi. The first time was when the community was attacked, but that was because a little girl was caught, and Lin Yi couldn't stand it and rushed out. As for the second time, to be precise, if she hadn't been pushed by someone behind her, she wouldn't have been in danger at all. And when everyone came out to face the black bugs, no one called Lin Yi. It was she who found out that something was wrong and didn't want to hide inside, so she sneaked out with everyone. Centering beside the sofa, listening to Lin Yi's dream talk, Qinyu couldn't help asking himself, is this really what she likes? In the apocalypse, being a girl who could only hold a scalpel, hiding behind everyone, maybe Lin Yi doesn't like this either. It's just that Qinyu and Feng Yi have a very good relationship with her, and Lin Yi is very smart, so she doesn't want to make it difficult for them. So she never took the initiative to fight for it again. But now think about it, maybe it's a long-term solution for Lin Yi to join the training and improve her self-protection ability. Time passed slowly. Lin Yi was already asleep, tears hung on her eyelashes. Her eyes were red from crying. Qinyu felt distressed. He wiped her clean with paper, then carefully pulled out his hand. Qinyu smiled helplessly. You hugged me so tightly, my hands are numb. After shaking his hands, Qinyu slowly turned Lin Yi over, then put Lin Yi's right hand on his shoulder, then carefully picked her up and walked directly upstairs. Oh no, I forgot to ask where this girl's bedroom is. Qinyu carried her up to the second floor, and looked at the doors with a headache. And if he put her down and picked her up again, she would probably wake up. For some reason, Qinyu wanted Lin Yi to have a good sleep today. Fortunately, Qinyu's physical strength has improved a lot now, and he can open the door even if he holds someone for a long time. Of course, the most important thing is that Lin Yi is actually quite thin, but she is drunk at this time, so she is a little heavy without a force point, but Qinyu still holds on. Although he said so, Qinyu felt in his heart that holding the person he likes is not tiring at all. A few minutes later, when he finally approached the bedroom, Qinyu saw the bed. It looked like Lin Yi had specially cleaned it up. It was very warm inside, and there was a big stuffed toy on the bed. Qinyu didn't know where this thing came from in this environment. But he didn't think much about it, and walked towards the bed with Lin Yi in his arms. But just as he was about to get close, the sky seemed to be playing a joke and thunder began. There was a loud bang. Qinyu, who was holding Lin Yi at this time, was already very nervous. He was startled by the thunder, and his hand slipped a little. The next second, Lin Yi fell directly on the bed. Just when Qinyu wanted to hug her to the pillow, he found a pair of big eyes staring at him. You woke up? Qinyu was startled, and the whole person stepped back a little, standing by the bed a little nervous. Lin Yi rubbed her eyes and sat up, looking around and said, Strange, wasn't I drinking just now? Why am I in the bedroom? As soon as she finished speaking, she looked down at her clothes, and found that they were intact. Then she looked at Qinyu again and asked in confusion, Why are you here? Hearing this, Qinyu took out a lighter, lit the candle beside the bed, and explained, You were drunk? Xiao Ning sent you back. I saw you on the sofa, and I wanted to carry you back to the bedroom. Hearing this, Lenny whispered, You didn't take advantage of me, did you? After saying this, Chinyu was a little anxious, raised his hand and swore, If I touch you, I will be in trouble. Before he finished speaking, Lenny knelt on the bed, stretched out her hand to block Chinyu's mouth, and said angrily, Don't swear poisonous oaths at every turn. What if it comes true? Besides, I'm just asking, I don't blame you. Boom! The thunder was particularly frightening. Lenny was already in a daze after drinking, and was startled. She threw herself into Chinyu's arms in fear. Seeing this, Chinyu blushed and said, How about I go and close the window? The window in this bedroom is broken and can't be closed. Seeing that it was a bit ambiguous, Lenny quickly let Chinyu go, and then shrank into the quilt, leaving only her little head exposed. Then do you want to change bedrooms? Chinyu suggested. This villa is ready for living. Hearing this, Chinyu was slightly startled. Then where should I sleep tonight? At this time, Lenny just curled up in the quilt, her face flushed and said, I don't know. Now she is completely sober. Okay then. Chinyu smiled helplessly. I go down and sleep on the sofa. Hearing this, Lenny was a little anxious, and directly reached out and grabbed Chinyu's hand, and said nervously, Don't go. Boom! The thunder sounded again, and Lenny immediately whispered, Thunder is too scary, the windows here can't be closed, the wind is so scary, I'm a little scared, please don't leave. After the voice fell, Chinyu smiled and stared at her, My little doctor, you have seen so many bloody scenes, and you are still afraid of thunder and wind? But Lenny still didn't let go, just covered her face with a quilt and said, I don't care, I'm just afraid anyway, if you dare to leave, don't even think about entering my bedroom again. Chapter 555. Hearing this, Chinyu nodded helplessly. Do you have any extra sheets and quilts? I make a bed on the floor. In the closet, take them yourself. Lenny retracted her hand, and said in a low voice. Hearing this, Chinyu turned and walked towards the closet opposite. Just as he was about to open it, he heard Lenny's voice from behind, sounding a little shy. It's in the lower right corner, don't look around, and don't touch it. Okay. Chinyu couldn't do anything with her, so he simply closed his eyes, and opened the closet, but because his body blocked the candlelight, he didn't touch the quilt for a long time. The next second, Chinyu touched an oval-shaped piece of clothing, opened his eyes, and his old face instantly turned red. Quickly closing the cabinet, Chinyu held the sheets and quilts, spread them beside Lin Yi's bed, then used the clothes as a pillow, took off his shoes and crawled in. A few seconds later, Lin Yi put his head on his hands, tilted his head and looked at the bedside and whispered, Are you asleep? As soon as the voice fell, Chinyu smiled bitterly. The thunder was a bit loud. How could I fall asleep so quickly? Is the ground cold? Not cold. Will it be hard to sleep? Not bad. Is the pillow comfortable? Listening to Lin Yi's intermittent questions, Chinyu sat up and looked at her, chuckling. What are you doing? You drank so much. Why are you not sleepy at all? Hearing this, Lin Yi pulled a quilt and whispered, If you don't sleep well, you can come to the bed. This bed is too big, and you are more than enough to add one. Hearing this, Chinyu was stunned in place, and then continued to fall down. Then he put his hands behind his head, looked at the ceiling and whispered, I am a normal man, you should understand this. In the middle of the night, we both drank. It's awkward to be in the same room. If we lie on the same bed again, what if I can't control myself? Before she finished speaking, Lin Yi replied directly, I don't mind. We have known each other for so long and have experienced many things. Since the last time you stood in front of me and blocked those villains for me alone, I have made up my mind to give myself to you. After the voice fell, Lin Yi stretched out her right hand and put it on Chinyu's shoulder. But the next second, her hand was put back on the bed, and Chinyu sat up at the same time. But I mind. Chinyu looked at her. At this time, Lin Yi was lying on the bed with extremely gentle eyes. Her whole face was flushed, and she kept biting her lips, which looked very moving. Hearing his 4 words, Lin Yi's mouth pursed, and tears were about to come out, but soon, she heard Chinyu speak seriously again. Now the environment is not good, and it is not easy to survive. Moreover, we have finally come to a relatively perfect camp. There are still many messes to clean up. Whether it is outside the wall or inside the wall, it is full of dangers everywhere. In this case, if you and I start to live a good life, after a long time, everyone may be like this. In the end, we will gradually be unable to hold weapons, and others will also target us. And frankly, I don't want to put you in danger now that we haven't settled down completely. What if something goes wrong? Speaking of this, Yu hesitated and changed his words. You've seen how hard it is for Shi and Yu to live with a baby. Mothers are great at any time, not to mention the end of the world now. After saying that, Yu reached into his trouser pocket and fumbled around, then took out something. Put out your hand. What? Lin Yi, who was listening to Yu's words seriously, was stunned when she heard this, but she did as she was told. Then Yu took out the ring and said softly, I washed this thing several times and confirmed that it is very clean. Hearing this, Lin Yi looked carefully and found that it was a ring. Just as she was about to put it on her right finger, Lin Yi retracted her hand, sat up and stretched out her left hand. Well, if it is a ring, it is better to wear it on the left hand, so the ring finger. Lin Yi smiled and put her hand in front of him. Yu carefully put it on, and seeing that it fit perfectly, he was relieved. Strange, how do you know the size? Lin Yi raised her left hand above her head and looked at it carefully. Suddenly, she thought of something and blurted out. When I was taking a nap some time ago, Xiaoning came to me and asked for a massage. I guess she had measured the size at that time? After saying that, Lin Yi tilted her head and looked at Yu, waiting for an answer. Seeing this, Yu had no choice but to nod and admit, Your hands are so beautiful, it should look better with a ring. So I thought of this way and prepared to give you a surprise. Lin Yi lay back on the bed, touching the ring and what he had said before, and said happily, It's really a surprise, and you have passed the test today. Originally, Yu had blown out the candle and was ready to go to bed. Hearing this, he sat up again, stunned for a moment, and asked, What do you mean? Looking at his somewhat confused expression, Lin Yi chuckled and blushed. Even if you really want me today, there is nothing you can do. I'm having my period. Ah? Yu was a little unresponsive for a moment. Hearing this, Lin Yi rolled her eyes and stuck out her tongue cutely. I'm having my period. Hearing this, Yu understood everything. He widened his eyes and said, So you let me stay here tonight because you knew I couldn't do anything to you. So you dared to ask for it, right? Not really. Lin Yi had covered her head with a quilt and said shyly, I just wanted to see if you could really hold back. After all, I hinted so clearly. After saying that, Yu had already laid down, closed his eyes, and prepared to rest. No matter how Lin Yi called him, he did not answer. Seeing this, Lin Yi stopped teasing him, looked at Yu's face, and slowly fell asleep. The next morning, just after dawn, there was a crackling sound outside, which sounded like someone was repairing a car. After Lin Yi woke up, he rubbed his head painfully. I didn't have a headache last night. Why did I feel so uncomfortable the next day? It seems that I really can't drink in the future. While talking to herself, Lin Yi lifted the quilt and got out of bed, but found that the person beside the bed had disappeared. Turning her head, she saw that the quilt and sheets were neatly folded and placed at the end of the bed, and were not put into the closet. Seeing this, Lin Yi's face turned red again. Last night, in order to better test Yu, she put her underwear in the closet in advance and threw it next to the quilt, taking the opportunity to see how things would go. Chapter 556. However, judging from the results, Yu is indeed very different from ordinary men. Then Lin Yi carried the quilt into the closet and put it away. Turning around, she saw 2 thermos cups and a piece of paper on the bedside table. Seeing this, Lin Yi walked over barefoot, picked it up, and saw a few words written on it. The left one is ginger soup, and the right one is brown sugar water. There was a letter Y in the lower right corner of the small note. Seeing this, Lin Yi smiled and whispered, Today I found out that our names have the same first letter. It seems to be fate. After saying this, Lin Yi also thought of Li Yao, but she didn't think about other things. Because a long time ago, when Li Yao had just come to the community, Lin Yi also talked to her privately and asked her some questions indirectly. When she heard that Li Yao had just met Yu and proposed to go out of the city with him, but was immediately rejected, although Lin Yi didn't say anything on the surface, she was very happy in her heart. You know, when she first met Yu, she also proposed to leave the city with him, but the other party quickly agreed. At least from this point of view, Lin Yi is completely different. Pick up the cup on the left. Lin Yi opened the lid, and there was still some steam coming out. It seemed that it had just been boiled for a short time. Just as she finished drinking the ginger soup, the sound of chopping wood came from the backyard downstairs. Hearing this, Lin Yi drank the brown sugar water again, took a coat and put it on, put on her shoes, and ran downstairs. Opening the backyard door, Lin Yi smiled and said, I thought you were angry last night. After the voice fell, looking at the person squatting in front of the stove, Lin Yi was stunned and said in surprise, Hey, Sister Feng, why are you here? Hearing this, Feng Yi put down the blowpipe and said with a smile, "What else? Who do you think it is, your husband?" Hearing this, Lin Yi's ears turned red, and she walked up to her and patted her. "Go away, don't talk nonsense." During the fight, Feng Yi looked down, grabbed Lin Yi's left hand and said with a smile, "You still don't admit it, you've even put on the ring." Then she looked around to make sure there was no one around, and then leaned over to Lin Yi's ear and whispered, "You walk normally today, didn't he touch you yesterday?" "Oh, what are you talking about?" Lin Yi couldn't listen anymore, so she pushed Feng Yi, turned around and took a basin, ready to scoop hot water from the pot to wash. Looking at her shy appearance, Feng Yi blinked and asked anxiously, "Tell me, what's the big deal? It's a matter of time." "You?" Lin Yi looked at her gossiping expression, stamped her feet, and blushed and replied, "No, I had my period, and we slept separately last night." "No wonder." Feng Yi sat down in front of the stove again, nodded and said, "I was wondering." Qin Yutian got up and lit the fire at dawn. "I thought he was hungry, and came to give him some biscuits, but he went upstairs with 2 thermos cups, and asked me to help boil some hot water and save it for you." After Lin Yi washed her face, she went into the kitchen and came out with a toothbrush, curiously asking, "It's only 7 in the morning, where is he?" "I don't know." Feng Yi added a piece of wood and said casually, "He said he was going out for a while, saying he was going to survey the surrounding terrain or something, and asked us not to leave him breakfast, and he would probably be back at noon." After that, Feng Yi sighed again and said, "To be honest, Xiao Yu really took a lot of trouble for everyone. I saw him cleaning up the leftover dishes by himself last night, and he went out again early this morning. He was really hard-working." Hearing this, Lin Yi brushed her teeth and whispered, "So, we should also take good care of our family, and try to get planting and breeding back on track as soon as possible. Only when the family has a circulating food resource, other people don't need to go out and take risks often." "I understand." When it comes to business, Feng Yi stopped laughing and nodded seriously. Outside the villa area, about 500 meters away from the woods, Qin Yu climbed up a big tree, stood on it with a telescope, looked around, then put it away in his pocket, hugged the tree trunk with his left hand, took out a pen and paper from his trouser pocket with his right hand, and wrote something down carefully. The reason why he went out early in the morning was that after talking with Feng Yi last night, Qin Yu began to really want to develop this camp better. Apart from anything else, if Lin Yi was here, she would definitely live a better life. At least Qin Yu had never seen brown sugar in other places before, but in this villa area, he saw almost a whole box of it, which was simply outrageous. Su Dali had exploited many camps and robbed many people of their supplies, which is why he accumulated his current wealth, which allowed more than 200 people to live happily in the end times. It is enough to imagine how much resources he had. When they first came here, Qin Yu, Xiao Jiao, and others hid most of the supplies in the lake. Because it was midnight, they didn't have time to look carefully and basically didn't pay much attention to it. Later, I found that the things in that warehouse could be described as a gold mountain. Except for the medicines, which were still very scarce, everything else was basically available. There were also 7 good motorcycles, and 15 bicycles here. As for the others, they were basically dismantled into parts for repair. Dazhuang, Xiao Jiao, and Alei picked 3 motorcycles respectively, in the 4 directions of southeast, northwest and northeast. Together with Qin Yu, the 4 of them set out early in the morning and began to note down the surrounding areas. The distance is temporarily set within 5 kilometers. Even if there is a cave or pit around, we have to make sure there is no danger. There is no other way, because while eating last night, Qin Yu discussed with Xiao Jiao and Dazhuang Alei that they need to make sure there are enough weapons in the camp. At the very least, they need to equip a large number of bows and arrows, so they need to cut down a lot of bamboo and trees. Moreover, Qin Yu also suggested that they could equip a lot of long spears, sharpen the tops, wrap them with cans, and hammer them tightly, so that they can be used to kill zombies more conveniently in the future. In order to avoid attracting zombies, like the previous tree cutting outside the community, this time, Qin Yu suggested that everyone check in advance to confirm that there are no zombies within the farthest distance that the sound can reach. After remembering some suspicious areas around, Qin Yu slid down the tree, then took out the key to start the motorcycle and drove out. He was not afraid that the engine sound would attract zombies. He was just hoping that this thing could be drawn out and solved at the same time. Not far away, Qin Yu found a small pit with a corpse hanging on it. To be precise, it should be a zombie. After parking the car on the side of the road, Qin Yu took out the key, picked up a long stick and walked in. As soon as he approached, he smelled a foul odor. Chapter 557. Looking closely, there were many corpses piled up in the pit, and most of them had a hole on their heads, which looked like they were man-made. Considering the fact that there were few zombies in the surrounding woods, Chinyu guessed what it was. The next second he looked up, but found that the clothes worn by the zombie above were a little different. He then took out a telescope and looked at it for a few times. Then his face darkened, and he punched the tree next to him. Damn it, they actually hung a living person to attract the appearance of zombies. That's right, the hanging zombie had no wounds on his body, and there was no blood on his clothes. Only his hands were tied with ropes and hung up. It looked like he was probably starved to death. At this moment, a sound came from the zombie's shoulder, and as the sound of bones rang out, the body began to fall down gradually. With a snap, the zombie fell to the ground and fell into the pile of corpses, with only one pair of hands hanging on it, dangling. Watching the zombie struggle to stand up from the ground, it roared a few times, and then walked towards the living people outside the pit. Chinyu's eyes condensed slightly, and when it came closer, he picked up the wooden stick with one hand and quickly stabbed it into the zombie's eyeball. In less than a second, the body fell directly and fell into the pile of corpses. After wiping the blood off the grass nearby, Chinyu turned around and left calmly without staying here any longer. If he had found such a place before, he would inevitably feel a little sad, but now that he has seen so many corpses, he has gradually become numb. As the culprit who caused these things, he had already been killed by a lei. At least, he would not do evil again in the future. Just as Chinyu got on the motorcycle and was about to continue on his way, he thought of something wrong and frowned tightly. Ever since seeing how well the villa area was built, Chinyu felt more and more that Su Dali was not simple. At least, he could deal with the zombies around so cleanly, which was enough to prove that he was not an ordinary person. It was just that the method used by this group of people made Chinyu difficult to accept. It was supposed to be a very powerful person, but his destruction was completely unexpected. Chinyu was too tired a few days ago. Su Dali's death and his many subordinates being taken over by Huiyao, Chinyu had no time to think about these things. After all, in his opinion, the bad guys died. Anyway, it was the end of the world. But now thinking about it carefully, Chinyu felt that something was not normal, because after the community was attacked, he and Lin Yi fled for their lives, and later fought with Su Dali. But at that time, the other party had a beard and long hair, and in the melee, Chinyu had no time to pay attention to what Su Dali looked like. And the most important point is that Xiao Jiao later said that he had cut off one of Su Dali's hands. It was precisely because of this that when a lei fought with the man, because it was dark, Chinyu did find that the man was one-armed, and he was split in half by an axe, and his head was smashed to pieces by Huiyao, so it was completely difficult to distinguish afterwards. The more he thought about it, the more strange it felt. Chinyu stopped his motorcycle, looked back at the direction of the valley, and started to rush there. If he remembered correctly, the body was not processed at that time. Basically, only the head was destroyed and then thrown there. It was winter now, and the temperature was not very high, so it would not rot quickly. And there were many corpses around. Even if the zombies went over, they might not be able to eat them all. It was almost noon when Chinyu drove his motorcycle to the entrance of the valley. He didn't have time to stop the car, so he leaned against a tree and ran up the mountain. While running, Chinyu covered his nose with his left hand to avoid smelling too much corpse stench. He remembered that Yi and Lei had specifically reminded him that this thing must not be touched for a long time. According to his memory, Chinyu climbed up the mountain for a while, killed a few lone zombies along the way, and then came to the place where the last battle had taken place. Many corpses on the ground were frozen stiff, and except for a few that were eaten clean, the rest were still lying there. Looking at the trees around him, Chinyu found the place where he had been hiding before, and then walked over. The reason why he remembered it so clearly was because there were 2 bullet holes on the tree. Chinyu felt something was wrong at the time, so he took a closer look. Unexpectedly, he became his helper in reconfirming the direction. Crouching in that area, Chinyu found the place where Lei and the man were fighting, and then walked over again. As soon as he approached, the body on the ground that was split in half was particularly eye-catching. Although Huiyao attacked from behind at that time, it was also a fatal blow. According to what she said later, in order to deter others, she added several more hits to split the body in half. Since Chinyu learned relevant knowledge from Lin Yi, he basically remembered every word she said very clearly. Although he couldn't remember everything 100%, Lin Yi would write down many key points in a notebook and let Chinyu recite them. As she said, a good memory is not as good as a bad pen. Instead of relying on the brain alone, it is better to remember while writing it down, which can better deepen the memory. Now Chinyu squatted in front of the corpse, and found something very wrong, that is, the cross-section of the wound on the arm. While recuperating in the abandoned village, Jinyu once asked Xiao Jiao how he managed to cut off his wrist with a flying knife, because Lin Yi had said before that human bones are very hard. In other words, compared with steel, bones are half as hard. At that time, Xiao Jiao replied with a serious face, "I thought you had been hacked to death by that group of people, so I was very angry, and I used more force than before, plus the weight of the knife itself, so I broke my wrist with one blow." At that time, Jinyu didn't think much about it. After all, with his own strength, he could never do such a thing. But now, after checking the wound on the body, it was found that it was obviously not cut off by a knife. But he was not a professional doctor, and he could not tell what caused it. Thinking of this, Jinyu pulled out a dagger, stuck the blade at the elbow, and then picked up a stone and smashed it hard. After a few bangs, Jinyu put the severed arm on the ground, and then cut clothes from the body next to it. Although it was dirty and smelly, he had no other choice at this time. After wrapping his arm with clothes, Jinyu looked at the time and confirmed that it was getting dark. Then he ran to the foot of the mountain and rode a motorcycle to the villa area. When he arrived at the door, it was almost afternoon. Jinyu parked the motorcycle, casually said hello to Dazhuang and Xiao Jiao, and ran to the infirmary with his arm. Seeing his anxious look, Dazhuang was stunned for a moment. "What's the situation? You are so anxious all of a sudden." Chapter 558. Seeing this, Xiao Jiao came over and frowned, saying, "I think something happened. Let me go over and take a look." "Brother Dazhuang, you are still injured. Go back and rest first." "Okay, I changed the bandage and come over." Although Dazhuang was injured, he couldn't sit still and insisted on going out. Finally, Jinyu asked Lin Yi and said that he didn't hurt his bones, so he could go if he wanted to. Then he agreed. In the infirmary, Lin Yi was wearing a clean white coat and was standing in front of the cabinet with a notebook in his hand, separating the existing medicines. Suddenly, he heard someone knock on the door. "Knock, knock, knock. Who is it?" Lin Yi asked casually while labeling different areas of the cabinet. "Me." Hearing this, Lin Yi smiled slightly, put down the things in his hands and walked out. Unlike the previous community, the medical room here is very large. Basically a whole building. The lower floor is where patients are usually seen, the second floor is the infusion room, and the third floor is the warehouse. Although it is not like a hospital, it is also quite decent in today's environment. Lin Yi smiled and opened the door, whispering, "The door is not locked, just come in." As soon as she finished speaking, she saw a long package in Jinyu's hand and asked curiously, "What is this?" Hearing this, Jinyu said seriously, "It's a corpse's arm, but I can't tell what caused it. I'm worried that it's not good to take it into the infirmary, so I'm standing by the door." Hearing that it was a serious matter, Lin Yi also put away her smile and said seriously, "Then wait for me first." After speaking, Lin Yi turned around and ran into the house. 10 seconds later, she put on a mask and gloves, and appeared again with a scalpel. "Let's go to the pavilion in the courtyard. The air there is good and ventilated." "Okay." Jinyu turned and left. At this moment, Xiao Jiao had also rushed over. He pushed open the gate and entered, wondering, "What's going on?" "I don't know." Jinyu shook his head slightly and said in a deep voice, "I just think that Su Dali can make this villa area so good, he will never die so easily." Hearing this, Xiao Jiao walked to the pavilion and sat down, saying that Alay is very skilled. Compared with him, no one can last a few rounds. "Are you worrying too much? But what if it's not Su Dali who died?" Jinyu pondered for a while, looked up at him and said. Then Jinyu added, "It was too dark at the time. We only saw that it was a person, but when we got closer, the face was smashed by Huiyao, and there was no way to distinguish it. The reason why we think it was Su Dali is mainly because that person also has a hand." While the two were talking, Lin Yi had already cleaned the rotten flesh on the surface of the wound with a scalpel, and then cleaned the blood with a cotton swab. Then she frowned and said, "Jinyu guessed right. This thing is indeed wrong. I remember you said that you cut it off directly with a machete, right?" Lin Yi looked at the bald man in front of him and asked. Xiao Jiao touched his big bald head and nodded. "Yes, I remember it very clearly. If I hadn't been surrounded at that time, I would definitely chase him." After the voice fell, Lin Yi took out a magnifying glass from his pocket and handed it to him, saying softly, "Take a look at the surface of the wound again." "Let me do it." Jinyu was a little anxious and reached out to take it. It would have been better if he didn't look at it. Once he looked at it, he found something wrong. Jinyu handed the magnifying glass to Xiao Jiao with a cold face and said coldly, "Damn, We were all deceived. As soon as these words came out, Lenny glared at him, then pouted and said, "What did you just say?" Seeing this, Chinyu grinned and said, "Well, I was just a little angry, and I spoke too quickly. Sorry, I will never say bad words again." Hearing this, Lin Yi nodded with satisfaction and said, "That's good." Then she continued to say seriously, "From the cross-section of the bone, it is impossible to cut it off at one time. According to my experience, it should be a sawtoothed tool." Then Lin Yi picked up the arm and said, "According to Brother Zhao's description, Su Dali wanted to shoot him at that time, and when he was about to pull the trigger at Qingyu, his hand happened to be facing downwards." After saying that, Lin Yi stood up and imitated the posture. Xiao Jiao saw the scene and nodded. "Yes, I remember it very clearly. When the man saw me killing people, he didn't think about running away, but wanted to shoot him again. And I was standing in front of him. From the perspective of the knife hitting, it should be an oblique cut from the upper left to the lower right." Lin Yi sat down, put the arm on the table in the pavilion and said, "But the wound here is from the lower right to the upper left." After the voice fell, Qingyu was slightly startled and asked in confusion, "It sounds like there is no difference, right?" Hearing this, Lin Yi kicked him lightly with his foot and pretended to be angry and said, "How can there be no difference? Forget it, you are not a serious medical student, and you won't understand if I explain it in professional terms." Lin Yi thought about it, and then changed his words. "Anyway, I can guarantee that the body is definitely not Su Dali, at least this hand is not." Then Xiao Jiao said solemnly, "There were so many people around at that time, and Hui Yao also brought many people here. How could Su Dali escape from under our noses? And there are zombies in the forest." Lin Yi also realized the seriousness of the problem at this time, and began to worry. Listening to the two people's words, Qingyu sat at the stone table, carefully recalled the previous bits and pieces, and then sneered, "What if he didn't even think about escaping?" "What do you mean?" Xiao Jiao was a little confused now. He frowned slightly and said, "In the situation of life and death, no matter who fell into our hands, he would be dead. It happened to be night. Why didn't he run away?" Just as Qingyu was about to explain, Lin Yi slapped the table and said in shock, "I understand." "Well, you tell me." Qingyu was very satisfied with Lin Yi's reaction ability. This girl is not only beautiful and capable, but also quick-witted. Lin Yi sorted out the clues and explained seriously, "Think about it, we fought in that valley for so long, and there was a lot of noise. Many zombies were attracted, and you were busy dealing with those people, and had no energy to deal with the zombies. It can be said that unless the zombies threaten your safety, no one will waste bullets to kill them, am I right?" Xiao Jiao nodded. "Indeed, my son didn't have enough bullets at that time, and it was a waste to use this thing to fight zombies. Generally, we would deal with them when they approached, but the zombies were all moving inward. If he mixed in with the zombies and walked out, it would be too obvious, right?" After the voice fell, Qingyu waved his hand and said, "You still think that Su Dali was thinking about escaping at that time, but think about it in another way. What if he didn't think about escaping at all?" Chapter 559. After hearing this, Xiao Jiao also understood. Because of his strong physical fitness, he was rarely surrounded by zombies, let alone dressed as a zombie, so he was wrong from the beginning. He always thought that Su Dali could not escape under the circumstances at that time. In addition, the wound on the man's right hand and his body shape were too similar. And it happened to be night, and in the confusion between the two, Xiao Jiao could not see what the man looked like. It can be said that if the light was a little better, Xiao Jiao would be able to recognize him on the spot. But then again, there are not so many ifs in the world. At this time, Xiao Jiao also began to understand that Su Dali might have discovered it when Hui Yao brought people over, and then arranged a plan to launch a general attack at night. On the surface, he was attacking, but in fact, he took advantage of the chaos between the two forces so that he could take the opportunity to slip away alone. So, he might have found a place to hide at that time, or even covered himself with a corpse, and then concealed the truth, right? Xiao Jiao looked at the arm on the table, and said in a deep voice, "That's right." Qingyu nodded and continued, "I don't know if you still remember that we found many corpses piled together in the woods. Since we were all very resistant to zombies, we didn't even think about digging them up. I never thought that there might be a living person hiding underneath. But zombies themselves smell very bad, and they have viruses. If they are in close contact for a long time, it should also cause some effects." Hearing this, Lin Yi shook his head slightly and whispered, if he prepared a hose or something else in advance and held it in his mouth to breathe, then he would be fine within 10 minutes. After the words fell, Qingyu sighed helplessly. "I thought the good days were coming, but I didn't expect that things were still not over." I planned to set out in 2 days to find clues about Liao, but now I have to delay for a while. Hearing this, Lenny took off her gloves, stretched out her hand, and held Chenyu. She said seriously, "To be honest, after so many days, I don't know how Liao can survive alone. Otherwise, let's not worry about Su Dali for now, let's find our own people first." Just when Chenyu wanted to speak, Lin Yi whispered again, "According to what you said, many people were arrested at that time, and Su Dali's injuries were not fully healed. In addition, in the current environment, he must be trying to find a way to survive, and he has no intention of trouble with us." Then Xiao Jiao also echoed, "Xiao Lin is right, that man is now a lost dog, he can't turn over by himself, and in terms of force, he is not on the same level." Listening to the two people's admonitions, Chenyu just sat there, and didn't speak for a long time. Lin Yi and Xiao Jiao didn't leave either, but wanted to see what he would do next. After about a few minutes, Chenyu raised his head, his face was very solemn, and he whispered, "Many times, the reason why a big disaster occurs is that it starts from small details. For example, if the socket is old, but you don't want to spend money to replace it, you just leave it alone. But if a fire breaks out in the middle of the night, it will involve human lives. Another example is that a dam suddenly has a crack one day. If it is not discovered in time, it is likely that there will be a bigger gap in a few minutes. What I want to say is that now we have to live one day at a time. There are crises everywhere. We can't let our guard down in anything. A little spark, if it meets a favorable wind and blows towards us, can destroy us in an instant." After Chenyu finished speaking, Lin Yi also understood his determination, and then firmly said, "No matter what decision you make, I will support you unconditionally." At this moment, Xiao Jiao was slightly startled, and saw the ring on Lin Yi's hand, and asked in surprise, "What are you two doing?" Hearing this, Lin Yi turned his head to look at him, smiled and nodded, "Yeah. It's good, a talented man and a beautiful woman, very suitable." Xiao Jiao smiled, and then said a little embarrassedly, "It's too sudden, and I didn't prepare any gifts. I will make it up to you later." After saying this, Chenyu gently patted Lin Yi's hand, and said softly, "I don't need it. Just give Yi whatever she needs." "Okay." Xiao Jiao was also very happy to see the two of them together. Even the fact that Su Dali was still alive was forgotten by him. After all, in his opinion, he was just an ordinary man, who was not even qualified to be his opponent. "Really? Then I have to think about it carefully." Lin Yi smiled, her eyes slightly curved, very cute. Chenyu looked at the people next to him, tidied her hair, and then whispered, "I will be out for a few days, and I will take a few people with me. First, I will go to find Su Dali, and by the way, see if I can bring Liao back, because I guess they are probably in the same direction. Okay, then I will prepare some first aid medicine for you." Lin Yi heard this, and immediately stood up, and ran to the infirmary. After she left, Chenyu put away his smile and whispered, "By the way, Brother Xiao, the girl we met near the stone house before, her name is Wu Rui. Why didn't I see her last night? Do you know where she went?" "I'm not sure about that." Xiao Jiao thought for a moment, and said truthfully, "But a few days ago, she seemed to like running around the camp, with sandbags tied to her legs. I asked Xiaoyin to ask her, and guess what the girl said?" "What?" Chenyu frowned slightly. Xiaoyin said that the girl wanted to exercise more and planned to find Liao alone. She couldn't let her savior be captured by other survivors. After the voice fell, Chenyu pondered for a while, and slowly said, "She studied nursing. Although she hasn't graduated yet, she can handle some basic injuries. It will take several days to go out. It's just right for me to take her with me. Besides that, what plans does Uncle Wa have recently?" Hearing this, Xiao Jiao shook his head and said, "Since we came to this camp, everyone has had a rare few days of rest, but Uncle Wa can't sit still. He often goes out hunting with a bow and arrow, and rarely talks when he comes back. I guess he is very happy to go out with you." "Okay, then please tell them to leave tomorrow morning." Chenyu stood up, tidied his clothes, and then continued to wrap the arm, intending to take it out to find a place to bury it. "Hey, seeing you look like this, I thought you were leaving tonight?" Xiao Jiao also stood up and walked beside him. Hearing this, Chenyu whispered, "I heard that someone died a few days ago. I have to go to Brother Dajuan to find out." As soon as this was said, Xiao Jiao immediately understood who he was talking about. Chapter 560. After leaving the infirmary, the two walked towards the gate. Xiao Jiao turned his head slightly, looked at the familiar young men next to him, and whispered, "You have changed a lot." Hearing this, Chenyu laughed, "Have you become more handsome or ugly?" Hearing this, Xiao Jiao reached out and patted his shoulder, and said seriously, you are becoming more and more like a man. When I first saw you, you were so immature and thin. At that time, I couldn't understand why Brother Dajwang was so determined to save you. But when I heard him talk about the cause and effect of the incident, I realized that a person is really strong only when he is strong inside. After he finished speaking, Chinyu looked at the road ahead and said calmly, at that time, I didn't think about anything, but I just thought that Dajwang was very powerful, and the brother and sister were good people. I couldn't protect Lin Yi by myself, and although Zhang Yin was a veteran, he also had his own daughter to protect, so I couldn't ask him to do that. Since then, you have fallen in love with this girl? Xiao Jiao was a little interested and started gossiping. Chinyu thought about it while walking, then shook his head. I didn't like her at that time. I just thought that if this doctor could live well, then I would definitely live more safely. Although I often thought of her during that time, I didn't have any other thoughts, because I was too weak and couldn't even protect myself. How could I protect others? In fact, all this is thanks to you, Brother Xiao. Because your eyes are different, I am willing to use my own resources to cultivate a future brother. Xiao Jiao pondered for a while, and replied softly. Oh, what look? Chinyu was a little curious. Be kind when you should be kind, and be cruel when you should be cruel. Xiao Jiao thought for a while, and said. Soon the two of them arrived at the gate. Chinyu went to the wall next to him to get a shovel, and then carried it out of the camp. He smiled and asked, the apocalypse has just broken out not long ago. I can't suddenly become cold-blooded, right? But when you met the fat man who wanted to steal food before, you still killed him. Most people don't have the energy to resist men who are much stronger than themselves. Hearing this, Chinyu walked on the bridge, looking at the rapidly flowing river below, and whispered, I just feel that if I compromise this time, then if I meet him again in the future, if he wants all my food, should I give it to him or not? Well, what you said makes sense. If we retreat blindly, those evil people will only become more aggressive, not to mention in the end times. Xiao Jiao nodded. As the two talked, they also came to the woods, and Chinyu chose a place and started digging. If I had run out of the emergency passage alone, would you have offered to train me later? After Chinyu dug the hole, he put his hands on the shovel and smiled at Xiao Jiao. Do you want to hear the truth? Xiao Jiao threw the arm and clothes in and said seriously. Of course. The truth is, if you ran out by yourself, I would definitely not waste resources to train you. Huh? Why? Chinyu quickly pulled back the soil next to him, then stood on it and stepped on it a few times. At this point, Xiao Jiao touched his nose and said in a serious tone, although you just came to this city, I have been here for a long time and am more familiar with many places than you, including the underground parking lot. I know very well that there are several zombies in the emergency passage. It stands to reason that if 3 people run in and all die, it would be too weak. The most common result is that one of them dies, and the other 2 survive. Although Li Yao fainted, you didn't give up on her. At that moment, I guess that someone must have held the zombies with himself. You didn't give up your promise even when your life was in danger, so I am willing to believe you. Chinyu clapped his hands, picked up the shovel and walked back. He smiled and said, what if you believe the wrong thing? Hearing this, Xiao Jiao put his hands in his pockets, walked beside him and whispered, I have seen many bad guys when I was on a mission before. They are human traffickers, drug lords, and even many evil forces, but they all have one thing in common, their eyes reveal ferocity and gloom. What kind of eyes, tell me? Chinyu stopped and looked at him and asked. Xiao Jiao pondered for a while, and said seriously, anyway, I can't see it in you, but Long Shan and Su Dali have such eyes. Chinyu chuckled and said nothing more. After returning to the camp, it was getting dark again. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, Chinyu felt that time passed very quickly. Just as Xiao Jiao was about to part with him, Chinyu suddenly thought of something and shouted, by the way, Brother Xiao, I have something to ask of you. Hearing this, Xiao Jiao stopped and turned to look at him. You tell me. It's about the man who made the bullet. I think his name is Lu Wenjing, right? This man is very stubborn, and you have to pry him open. After the words fell, Xiao Jiao thought about it, and then remembered, oh, the man in the cage, right? I saw him once, and he really didn't say anything. Even though his food was reduced to 1 meal a day, he still refused to speak. Ah? Chinyu was a little confused. Why did you give him food? He can make bullets. He is a talent, especially in this environment. If he gets sick from hunger, then we will suffer a great loss. Xiao Jiao was also helpless and said, if we can get him to cooperate, then at least we can supply bullets, and we don't have to worry about being attacked anymore. After he finished speaking, Chinyu shook his head and said seriously, this person cannot be trusted. He may be a wolf in sheep's clothing. I don't believe he can honestly make this thing for us. What if he tampered with the bullet, and it exploded at a critical moment? We can only wait for death. But we don't know how to do these. Xiao Jiao also thought it made sense, and then smiled bitterly. Xiao Yu, don't look at me as a soldier. Although I am very familiar with guns, you can't ask me to make bullets. And according to the prisoners before, Lu Wenjing used to make it by himself. Although the speed is slow, there are fewer people alive now, and others don't need to shoot when they don't have guns, so it is enough. That's why I need your help, Brother Xiao. Qin Yu smiled slightly, then leaned close to Xiao Jiao's ear and whispered, do this first. And then? In less than 7 days, he will listen to your arrangements obediently. Just follow the steps. If you can successfully make the first bullet, it will be useless. At this point, Qin Yu's eyes condensed, and his right hand was placed on his neck, moving slightly. This person has killed too many people, and some people mentioned last time that the fourth brother in their camp likes to kill living people the most, and he must not be kept around. Chapter 561. Okay, I understand. Xiao Jiao nodded, turned around and prepared to leave, but soon he asked again, why don't you take Haozi with you? Although you have received training, the time is short. If you encounter a strong person, you will have someone to take care of you. Hearing this, Qin Yu thought about it for a while, but did not refuse and agreed. He was very clear about himself. Although ordinary people could hardly threaten him at present, he was afraid of encountering extraordinary people. After a brief discussion, the two separated. Xiao Jiao went to inform Uncle Hua and Haozi to leave the next day, and Qin Yu went to Dazhuang to find out the situation. For the safety of the camp, Qin Yu still didn't ask Lei to go out with him. With him, Lin Yi and others would be safer. As for Xiao Jiao, he had other tasks. A few minutes later, Qin Yu asked someone on the road and then walked towards the house in Dazhuang. It was also a villa, but only 2 floors. Although it was a little small, it looked very good. Basically, every house had a yard. At this time, Yang Zi was squatting on the lawn in the yard, holding a small shovel in his hand, busy with something. Hearing footsteps, Yang Zi looked up and smiled. Hello, Brother Qin, come in and sit for a while? Haha, sure. Qin Yu smiled slightly, pushed open the small door and walked in. Yang Zi patted the dirt on his hands on his apron, then walked to the bucket next to him, scooped some water to wash his hands, and then said, sit down first, I make you some tea. Hearing this, Qin Yu whispered, don't bother, I just came to see you, where's your brother? He's lying upstairs, Xiao Ning is practicing changing his bandages. As he spoke, Yang Zi walked into the house, searched in the cabinet, and then came out with a thermos and 2 teacups. These teas were found in the warehouse. No one likes to drink them, so I took them all. It would be a waste to leave them alone anyway. There were no complicated steps. Just put the tea leaves in the cup and pour some hot water. In the current environment, no one would care about these. Qin Yu picked up the cup, blew on the tea leaves, and then took a few sips. It really felt good. While he and Yangzi were chatting about family matters, Dazhuang also opened the door and walked out, wearing a t-shirt and a coat. Brother Qin is looking for you. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Yangzi turned around and shouted. I just heard it upstairs. Dazhuang walked over with a smile, touched his sister's head, and said lovingly, take a rest first, I will help you renovate the yard after I get better in a few days. Oh, it's okay. Yangzi stood up, lifted Dazhuang's clothes, and said with a smile, anyway, you are free. After she finished speaking, she turned her head and said, then you guys chat first, I continue shoveling the soil. Seeing Yangzi squatting in the corner of the yard again, Qin Yu put down the cup and said, what is she doing? Well, my sister wants to plant some flowers in the yard. She said that the current environment is too harsh, and she wants to make herself happier. After Dazhuang finished speaking, he took a sip of the brewed tea, and then said with a bitter face, I think this thing is bitter. I don't understand what it is for at home. Hearing this, Qin Yu smiled and said, these can no longer be produced in the end times. As time goes by, you won't be able to drink them in the future. Seeing him say that, Dazhuang took a few sips, and then wiped his mouth, saying softly, you are here to ask about Xiaoshu, right? I saw Brother Xiao Jiao went to find you earlier, why didn't you ask him? Hearing this, Qin Yu crossed his hands on the table, shook his head slightly and said, I have arranged other things for Brother Xiao, he will be busy tonight, so I won't delay his time. Okay. Dazhuang scratched his forehead and began to tell the story. The story starts from the night you left. At that time, we just came back here, and had a lot of things to do. In addition, a group of people were captured in this camp, so it seemed very chaotic. Did that group of people cause trouble or something? Qin Yu frowned slightly. Neither. De Zhuang shook his head. The group of people captured outside, first Xiao Yin shot one, then you killed three. They dared not continue to make trouble even if they had the courage. But the ones inside were different, and some of them were women. At that time, we were busy locking these people together. After all, we had to figure out who killed the survivors. At that time, there were not enough people, so Xiao Yin was also responsible for escorting a group of people. Because she had a gun in her hand, those people had their hands trapped, so everyone didn't think much about it. But no one expected that some women would hide razor blades in their hair. Hearing this, Qin Yu whispered, "Before I left, didn't I ask everyone to search their bodies separately? Both men and women, how could there be omissions?" After the voice fell, De Zhuang sighed helplessly. Everyone did it right, and it was indeed implemented in this way. But guess what those people did? After this, Qin Yu looked into his eyes, and then his face darkened. Did those people deliberately put other razor blades on their bodies, waiting for you to actively search them out, and thus ignore other places? That's right. De Zhuang slapped the table, and said in a deep voice, "Most men hide their hair in their shoes, while women hide their hair in their underwear and tied on the sides of their thighs." At the beginning, the first few women took the initiative to let their hair loose so that Sister Feng and Xiao Ning could check it, but how could there be any? There were too many things to do, and when it came to the last two, they also took the initiative to wait for their hair to be checked, but the others started fighting as if they had discussed it before, and the two of them couldn't pull it apart. In the end, they should have taken advantage of the chaos to hand the blade to the person who had been checked before. I'm not saying this to excuse them, because a woman was really beaten to death at that time, and the two of them had no choice but to call Uncle Hua to suppress the situation. After listening to him, Qin Yu nodded slightly and said, "They used their own lives to deceive other people, and they were two girls, so it's normal to be deceived." What happened next? You should be able to guess what happened next. Da Zhuang said with a depressed mood at this moment. Xiao Yin took a gun and escorted 5 people to the detention location. On the way, those people cut the ropes, and one of them started to pretend to be sick. Xiao Yin is very smart. She didn't rush over to check. But because she was a little far away, she couldn't call other people. But there was a woman who pretended to have a miscarriage. Is there a pregnant woman? Qin Yu was slightly stunned. De Zhuang nodded. There is one. Lenny also checked and found that she is indeed pregnant. You know, even if we can be cruel, we can't just ignore a woman who is about to become a mother. Chapter 562. Xiao Yin was soft-hearted and took a few steps forward. As a result, she was knocked unconscious and her gun was taken away. The women also quietly left through the secret passage. They didn't harm Xiao Yin? Qin Yu frowned and asked, somewhat confused. No. De Zhuang shook his head and continued. Perhaps we haven't abused them since we came here, so those people just wanted to escape. What's the motive? We won't let those people serve us, so there's no need to make such a scene. Qin Yu didn't quite understand, and he asked curiously, at least we look much kinder. Hearing this, De Zhuang smiled bitterly. Maybe it's because we killed Su Dali's people. When he said this, Qin Yu knocked on the table and said softly, By the way, Brother De Zhuang, there is something I need to tell you. Then Qin Yu said that Su Dali might not be dead. A few minutes later, De Zhuang stood up and said with a dark face, At that time, there was a chance to shoot him, but Xiao Lin was about to commit suicide, and I didn't dare to let her stab me, so that kid had a chance to hide. I listened to you no matter what you do next. De Zhuang turned around and looked at Qin Yu, saying, You're still injured, sit down first. Qin Yu waved his hand. De Zhuang still said seriously, I'm fine, I can go out on a motorcycle today. Let's not talk about this first. How did Xiao Shou die later? Isn't Xiao Yin fine? Qin Yu didn't say anything more and changed the subject. Hey, that man was released by Brother Xiao Jiao when we entered this villa area, but he didn't leave, but wandered around. You know, Xiao Yin took good care of him along the way. I guess Xiao was hiding in the dark watching this scene. He probably thought Xiao Yin was murdered, so he chased her out for revenge. After he finished speaking, Da Zhuang said softly, Brother Xiao was very alert. He found Xiao Yin only a few minutes after the accident, but when he chased her out from the secret passage, he only saw a few corpses. This matter itself is actually a misunderstanding. Those women thought we were going to keep them locked up, so they decided to escape. Moreover, Lin had checked it out afterwards. The woman who died in the room was ill and died of illness. She died suddenly due to emotional excitement. Later, it was night again. Xiao Yin was knocked unconscious. Xiao thought he was killed. He didn't dare to climb over the wall, so he chased after him and started fighting. Hearing this, Yu pondered for a while and asked, but isn't Xiaoshu Su Dali's man? The two groups should know each other. Why did they fight? It was too dark, and the exit of the secret passage was a bit far away. There were also many zombies gathered outside. In the chaos, several people were surrounded by the zombies, and were bitten to death. When Brother Xiaojiu rushed over, Xiaoshu had been bitten beyond recognition, but he still held a pistol in his hand, with all the bullets. After he finished speaking, Qin Yu's expression became solemn, and he said softly, perhaps he didn't think of shooting the zombies until the moment he died, because the sound of the gunshot would be heard far away and would cause trouble for us. Perhaps there is another reason. He learned from those women that Xiaoyin was not dead, but was surrounded by the zombies, and could not run away. So, if information is not communicated in time, it is very likely to cause loss of life. De Shuang sighed. Are those women dead too? Qin Yu suddenly asked. Two of them ran away, and the pregnant woman ran away. Okay, since Xiaoyin doesn't know about it, don't tell her about it. Where is the body of that person? Find a way to bury it. Qin Yu stood up and said softly, Brother Xiaojiu has been buried. He is buried in the east direction. You can see it after walking a few hundred meters. Yes. Qin Yu nodded and didn't continue. He thought something big had happened, but it was just caused by some misunderstandings. The survivors thought that they would be like Su Dali and others, who would kill without blinking an eye, so they were afraid. And Xiaoshu thought that Xiaoyin was killed, so he chose to avenge her. Then Qin Yu said softly, these things may sound small, but they have a big impact nowadays. This also reflects from the side that some people have psychological shadows. We have to do what we are going to do as soon as possible. After saying that, Qin Yu turned and left the yard. After watching him leave, Yangzi clapped his hands, stood up, walked into the pavilion, and asked curiously, Brother, what is the thing that Brother Qin said he was going to do in the future? Don't worry about it. De Shuang was thinking about something and blurted out the word subconsciously, without noticing that there was anything wrong with this sentence. When he reacted, Yangzi had already walked away angrily. Seeing this, De Zhuang grinned, ran over to help her carry the soil and said, Xiao Yu means that in the future he wants to combine the scattered survivors around, and everyone will work together to survive together in this doomsday. Hearing this, Yangzi was stunned and frowned. There are no people around. Don't we rarely find other survivors? Hearing this, Da Zhuang said softly, many people are afraid of having their teammates or supplies taken away, so they subconsciously avoid contact with outsiders. In the eyes of most people, if their existence is not discovered, the probability of being attacked will be greatly reduced. Oh, then I understand. Yangzi nodded as if he understood. Well, brother, I go up first. After saying that, Da Zhuang prepared to go back to the house. Wait a minute. Yangzi patted the dirt on his hands, and turned to run into the house. More than a minute later, she appeared with a black plastic bag in her hand, and then stuffed it into Da Zhuang's arms, blushing and saying, Sister Xiaolin said that the current environment is not good, everyone must pay attention to safety, can't. Da Zhuang took the bag of things, looked at his sister's blushing face, and said in a daze, What the hell, you are still shy when talking to your big brother, just say it directly. Oh, look for yourself. Yangzi was a little embarrassed to speak, picked up the bucket of soil, and ran out of the yard. This guy is shy with me. De Zhuang shouted in confusion, and then untied the black plastic bag. When he saw the small square-wrapped items inside, De Zhuang blushed and muttered, Really, just give this thing to me, why let my sister pass it on? After the voice fell, De Zhuang smiled, and went straight upstairs. Although Xiaoning and De Shuang are very close now, Yangzi has not moved out. She is used to relying on her brother, and she is very happy that she has a sister-in-law. At least if she has any accidents in the future, there will be one more person to accompany her brother. Chapter 563. Just when Yangzi was squatting by the river dumping mud, a person suddenly appeared next to him. Hey Sister Yangzi, be careful, don't fall into the river. Haozi was carrying a bundle of tree trunks, and walking towards the camp gate. Suddenly, he saw a person by the river. He looked carefully, and then ran over. As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out and pulled Yangzi up. Seeing this, Yangzi's face flushed slightly and whispered, Thank you, Brother Haozi. Our names are a bit similar, so it's not smooth to call me like this. From now on, you can call me Chi Hao or Brother Hao. Haozi looked at her, and said with a smile, Okay. Yangzi didn't like his enthusiasm, so he took the bucket and left. Chi Hao stood by the river, laughing foolishly for a while, and then continued to carry the tree trunk and prepared to go back to make arrows. It was getting dark, and smoke rose from the back of each house. It seemed that they were preparing dinner. Each house was given a portion of food, and usually they cooked their own food, which was convenient. At present, people were still arranged to stand guard, but Fongy had already started drawing the blueprints, preparing to build a sentry box inside the gate, higher than the wall, and then surrounded it with railings, and then tied the big black dog inside. With a dog to guard the door, others can also relax a little. On the way back to the villa, Chinyu met two people. The one walking in front was still Teacher Lily with a cane, and walking next to her was a little girl. The two greeted Chinyu enthusiastically, exchanged a few simple pleasantries, and then separated. Chinyu later knew about the experience of Xiao Jiao and others, but he could not help much. He didn't know where to find a prosthesis. He had tried his best to pay attention to it, but he had basically never seen it. While Chinyu was thinking about these things, he had already returned to the villa. At this time, Lenny came back from the infirmary, and was squatting in the corner of the yard, feeding the two chickens. After what happened last night, Chinyu felt a little embarrassed to see her. He didn't feel this way when Xiao Jiao was here before, but now that it was just him and Lin Yi, he still blushed a little. But Chinyu didn't deliberately avoid her, but walked over. "Why don't you raise them with those wild rabbits and cows?" Lin Yi took a piece of bread, tore it into small pieces, and threw it on the ground, saying casually, "These two little guys are not brave, they have been hiding in the corner. I have no choice but to take them back, and wait until they grow up." "Is that so?" Chinyu nodded, walked over and stood beside her, without saying a word, quietly watching the chicks eat. Then Lenny said softly, "Don't worry, the bread is expired and is about to go bad. It's a waste to throw it away. It should be fine to give it to the chickens occasionally. It's okay, just do whatever you want." After more than 10 seconds, Lenny clapped her hands, stood up and walked into the house. She didn't hear the footsteps, turned around and frowned and said, "We will live under the same roof from now on. If you really feel uncomfortable, I can move out." "No, that's not what I mean." Chinyu was a little anxious and hurriedly followed him in. After he entered the room, Lenny walked back and closed the door, then stood in front of him and whispered, "Just say what you want to say." "Well, I want to ask if you know where to find a prosthesis." After saying this, Lenny widened her eyes and said in astonishment, "Is that what you want to ask?" Chinyu scratched his head. "What else?" Hearing this, Lenny raised her hand and punched him, saying aggrievedly, "When I saw you come back just now, you looked bitter and unhappy. I thought you didn't like living with me." Hearing this, Chinyu hurried forward to hug her and said seriously, "How is it possible? I wish I could see you every day, but you know that this is unrealistic, and there are still many things to do. I was depressed before because of other people in the camp." Lenny put her head in Chinyu's arms and whispered, "Because of that teacher Lily? I just saw her walking by the door with her child. You should have bumped into her." "Yes, and Huang Lulin." Chinyu gently touched Lin Yi's hair and whispered, "Now that we have been together for so long, we should make their lives easier. Speaking of which, Huang Lulin also tried his best to save you. I can't bear to see him like this. Some hospitals have them. You can go around more. It's best to go to a big hospital." Lenny thought about it, and then said it truthfully. "Okay." Chinyu smiled and nodded, and suddenly he had an idea and said again, "Well, can I sleep in your bedroom tonight?" "Go away, don't even think about it." Lenny blushed and pushed him away, angrily saying, "Don't push your luck. I asked you to come up last night, but you ignored me. You're just dreaming now." After saying that, Lenny hurried to the backyard, and shouted at the same time, "Come and light the fire, and prepare dinner." Chinyu stood there, smiled, and said, "I'm coming." The two of them had a simple dinner, washed up, and went upstairs. Chinyu wanted to go into Lin Yi's bedroom again, but she said that the next door had been cleaned up, and he was not allowed to knock on the door. Seeing this, Chinyu laughed and walked to the side. He was not annoyed at being turned away. Because Lin Yi liked to tease him all the time, Chinyu thought of this trick to prevent him from losing control one day. Hearing the sound of the door closing next to him, Lin Yi sat up and pouted, "I told you not to come in, but you didn't come in. I didn't lock the door. You are really hopeless." It was still early, and she couldn't sleep, so she simply lit the candle on the bedside table, covered it with a transparent glass cover, and then took out a medical book from the drawer and read it carefully. It was not until 11 o'clock in the evening that Lin Yi rubbed her eyes, blew out the candle, and lay down to rest. The next morning, Lin Yi, who had just woken up, was wearing pajamas, yawning and opening the door, and then a note fell on the ground. She picked it up, and saw that it was still left by Chinyu. "I took the first aid kit with me. This time I will be out for about 3 to 5 days. Take care of yourself, and don't always step on the floor barefoot. There was still a Y on the lower right corner of the note. Seeing this, Lin Yi smiled slightly, then ran to the bedside, picked up her cotton shoes, and put them on. Although she was a doctor, after living with Feng Yi for a long time, she gradually began to walk in the bedroom without shoes, especially now that the temperature has risen. Walking to the window, Lin Yi looked at the people outside the house and muttered, "Why do I have an illusion that the temperature has risen too quickly?" After that, she walked to the closet and began to choose clothes to wear today. Chapter 564. Except in front of Chen Yu, Lin Yi would never go out in pajamas. At 7:30 in the morning, as Chen Yu drove an old SUV to the gate, Haozi, who had been waiting for a long time, called out with a smile, then opened the door of the passenger seat and sat in. Uncle Hua carried some weapons into the car, and Wu Rui helped beside him. "Brother Chen Yu, Brother Xiao also said that I should listen to you when I came out with you this time," Qi Hao said casually while sitting in the passenger seat. "Thank you, Brother Haozi." Chen Yu looked at him and smiled. Qi Hao fastened his seat belt and waved his hand. "I've decided. From now on, everyone will call me by my real name, not my nickname." Hearing this, Chen Yu didn't think much about it and nodded. "Okay, Brother Qi Hao." After saying this, Qi Hao suddenly blinked, turned his head, and looked at Chen Yu and asked, "By the way, you have known Dazhuang brother and sister for a long time. What do you usually call his sister?" Chen Yu was wiping the center console with a towel. Hearing the question, he said casually, "His sister is a little younger than me. Just call her by her name. What else can you call her?" Hearing this, Qi Hao gritted his teeth and said, "Then don't call me brother anymore, just call me by my name." "What?" Chen Yu was slightly stunned, not quite sure what was going on. Since he was often out recently, he rarely noticed anything different, and didn't know what Qi Hao was up to lately. But at this moment, Uncle Hua opened the left door and got in, saying expressionlessly, "He seems to like Dazhuang's sister, and has been trying all kinds of ways to get close to her recently." "Oh, so that's it," Chen Yu suddenly realized. Qi Hao turned his head and glared at Uncle Hua, and said, "That's not called getting close, it's just normal communication. Anyway, I think the relationship is improving quickly." Wu Rui gently pinched the corner of her clothes and whispered, "Sister Yangzi said that you saved her brother, so she is so nice to you, but I hope you can tell the difference. She doesn't intend to consider these things yet." As soon as the voice fell, the car suddenly fell into silence. All three of them turned their heads to look at Wu Rui, their expressions a little stunned. Seeing this, Wu Rui blushed and said, "Before leaving, Sister Yangzi called me over and asked me to pass on this sentence." Hearing this, Uncle Hua laughed, which was rare. He turned his head and looked out the window and said, "I told you not to laugh all the time, but you didn't listen. Are you satisfied now?" Qi Hao curled his lips and didn't refute Uncle Hua. He sat up straight with a gloomy look. Chen Yu laughed, stretched out his hand from the car window, and then patted the car door, indicating to open the door. As the car slowly drove out, Chen Yu drove carefully while whispering, "I heard from Yi that Yang Zi had experienced something in that community before. Although she didn't lose anything in the end, she also hated men a little. I guess she has a psychological shadow. Take it slow, there will always be a chance." Chen Yu didn't dislike Qi Hao, so he was willing to bring them together. "So that's how it is." Qi Hao looked out the window, and soon he continued to look forward, saying seriously, "Damn it, if anyone dares to discuss Sister Yangzi again, I will definitely break his legs on the spot." Hearing his words, Chen Yu just smiled and didn't doubt it. After all, Qi Hao had been with Xiao Jiao and Uncle Hua for a longer time, and in terms of skills, he was indeed a little better than himself. But in the Doomsday, skills alone are not enough, and Chen Yu's brain is also very important. So Xiao Jiao asked Qi Hao to come out and listen to his command, and he couldn't make decisions on his own. As for Uncle Hua, it's okay to let him rush in and subdue the enemy at ordinary times, but if he really has to think of a way to deal with the problem, it will be tiring enough. After the car drove about 1 kilometer, Chen Yu glanced at the rearview mirror and asked softly, "By the way, Uncle Hua, why don't you carry a sniper rifle? I wrapped it with black cloth and put it in the trunk." "Oh, so that's it. I thought it was a bow and arrow." Chen Yu nodded and continued to concentrate on driving. Just then, Wu Rui touched a strange thing and picked it up. It was a package. "What is this?" she asked curiously. Hearing this, Chen Yu glanced at the rearview mirror again and said casually, "It's the first aid kit prepared by Yi, which contains some medicine, clean knives, gauze and the like." Uncle Hua took it and weighed it a few times, and said softly, "The weight is wrong." "Hmm?" Chen Yu frowned slightly. Chi Hao was depressed for a while, but soon recovered. He thought Yang Zi didn't like his type, but it turned out that he had a shadow in his heart. Reaching out to take the package from Uncle Hua, Chi Hao quickly untied it, and then froze for a moment, and said in astonishment, "Why did she give you a gun? There are also 2 boxes of bullets. It is probably given to her by Feng Yi. It is said that we have enough ammunition now," Qin Yu said after thinking for a while. "That's not a big deal." Chi Hao packed the things again, but took out the pistol. He took off the magazine and said, "Before, we thought we would have a fierce battle with Su Dali, so we thought that the ammunition was not enough. In the end, some of them were not used. It's just right to take them with you when you go out. Even if you encounter other enemies, you won't be afraid." Chi Hao quickly loaded the bullets into the pistol, and then put the gun on the side of the gear lever. "Here, it's okay." Hearing this, Qin Yu held the steering wheel with one hand, quickly picked up the pistol and checked it, then put it under the car door and ignored it. "Where are we going?" Wu Rui sat in the back. She looked at the unfamiliar environment outside the car window, a little confused. The direction Su Dali fled and Li Yao was taken away by someone, it is likely to be in the same direction, just on the way. Qin Yu said softly, "Let's find the most threatening one first." After going to the valley several times before, Qin Yu memorized the approximate route and chose a new route based on the possible escape areas outside the mountain, so Wu Rui didn't know the road. A few hours later, the car stopped and everyone opened the door and got out of the car. Looking at the familiar valley in front of him, Chi Hao looked around and said, "Isn't this the same place as before? Why did you change the road?" Hearing this, Uncle Hua opened the trunk, took out the bow and arrow and handed it to everyone. Then he put the sniper rifle wrapped in black cloth on his back and whispered, "We came from the direction where he might have escaped. If there are no traces on the road, it means that he is most likely still hiding in the mountains." Then Qin Yu put his pistol in his pocket, carried a set of bows and arrows, and held a spear in his hand, and said with a smile, "Although the detour cost a little more gas, at least we can confirm the approximate location. Such a big mountain, how long will it take to find it?" Wu Rui looked at the trees in front of him, and bit his lip and said, We are not the only ones looking for him. Let's go into the mountain." Wu Rui still didn't understand what Qin Yu said. Seeing this, Uncle Hua walked behind and said lightly, "Zombies will also stare at living people. He will either run or hide in some caves or trees. We only need to pay attention to the direction of the zombies, and we can basically find his whereabouts." Chapter 565. While climbing the mountain, the 4 of them took out their dry food and started to fill their stomachs. Nowadays, they were eating less and less biscuits, and they were basically gone. Most of the time, they could only eat roasted lean meat. For canned food, they were also one less after one was eaten. Although this thing had a long shelf life, it was too popular in the apocalypse. Some places that were easy to be discovered had already been visited by other survivors. But fortunately, in the current environment, no one cared about what they ate, as long as they could fill their stomachs. To use Lin Yi's words, as long as the nutrition is enough, it's fine. Qin Yu swallowed a few pieces of dried meat, then took out a sip of water and said softly, "The front is where the previous battle took place. Because it is too big, we need to act separately next." As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out and touched the tree next to him, frowned slightly, and said, "It's a bit damp. Although it rained the night before, it shouldn't have been affected here. Everyone pay attention to safety, and work in groups of 2. Wu Rui, you follow Uncle Hua." Qin Yu said this, and was about to leave, but his clothes were pulled. Seeing this, Qin Yu whispered, "What's wrong?" Hearing this, Wu Rui hesitated, but still didn't say it, shaking her head and said, "Nothing." Uncle Hua glanced at her, then grabbed the sniper rifle on his back, and walked to the right hillside. Let her follow. Chi Hao, the 2 are about the same age, and it's easier to get along. Wu Rui looked at Qin Yu carefully, and still followed Uncle Hua. After the 2 left, Qin Yu asked Chi Hao, "What's going on? She and Uncle Hua shouldn't have had a festival, right?" Hearing this, Chi Hao flicked his hair and said casually, "Some people were disobedient before, so Uncle Hua cut off one of his fingers. I guess the little girl saw it in private at that time. It's no big deal. Let's go." "Yes." Qin Yu nodded and chose to go up to the left. The reason why he came back here to look for him was because Qin Yu was sure that Su Dali couldn't run far alone without a car, not to mention that he only had one hand left. The only threat was that Su Dali must have a gun, but among the 4 people who came out this time, except Wu Rui, the other 3 also brought this thing. When they arrived at the halfway point of the mountain, due to too many corpses and the rising temperature, the smell around was very bad, and Qin Yu was even more hesitant about whether to step in. But at this moment, Chi Hao patted his shoulder and took out 2 scarves from his arms. Brother Xiao gave it to us. He guessed that this place might be very smelly, so we should be careful. Hearing this, Qin Yu took it and put it on his face, whispering, "Does Uncle Hua have it?" After Chi Hao put it on himself, he smiled and said, "Nonsense, he has seen more dead people than the 2 of us combined. He must know how to take preventive measures." "Okay." Qin Yu was relieved and walked towards the piles of corpses. As he walked, he stared at the ground, not missing any clues. For such a brain-intensive matter, Chi Hao was really confused. He pretended to look around for a while, but still didn't find anything, so he had to walk to Qin Yu's side and start to ask indirect questions. "What are you looking at?" "It rained the day before yesterday, and there were many people here at that time. The footprints have been mixed together. I shouldn't be able to see anything useful, right? I'm looking at the direction where the zombies are walking." Qin Yu found 3 corpses in front of him, then quickly walked over and squatted down. He pinched a little soil with his fingers, put it under his nose and smelled it, frowned slightly, and said, "Although the smell is much lighter, it is still very obvious compared to other soil." Hearing this, Chi Hao also followed his steps and smelled the soil in 2 places respectively, and was surprised. It's true, the place where these messy footprints have stepped on smells much more stinky. After he finished speaking, Qin Yu clapped his hands and stood up, saying softly, "This is because zombies will not avoid dirty areas when walking, unlike us humans. As long as time goes by, their bodies will become more and more smelly, and the same is true for their feet." After speaking, Qin Yu looked at the trees around him, then pointed to the left front and said, "There seems to be something at 10 o'clock. As soon as he finished speaking, Chi Hao walked over directly, looked at it for a while, and said, "It looks like someone has held the tree." At this time, Qin Yu was looking at the corpses on the ground, so he just asked, "Left hand or right hand, can you tell?" In order to make his future survival more secure, Qin Yu began to investigate step by step according to Su Dali's perspective. After all, he was not a professional, and it was a pipe dream to find the location quickly. But Qin Yu was not without advantages, that is, he had better physical strength. If Su Dali really hid, he would definitely look for food. As long as he came out to move, he would definitely leave traces. Secondly, if Su Dali used the zombies to cover himself to hide, he would definitely accidentally damage the skin surface of some zombies, because many of them were rotten and would break at the touch. Hearing Qin Yu's question, Chi Hao looked carefully for a few times and replied, "It should be the right hand." "Well, just pay more attention to the handprints that are different from this one." "I know." After Chi Hao finished speaking, he walked towards other trees. A few minutes later, the 2 of them circled and met in the same place. "I saw several bodies over there, and their shoulders seemed to be scratched by someone. What about your side?" Qin Yu took out a sip of water and asked. Hearing this, Chi Hao smiled and said, "My side is almost the same. There is a left handprint on the tree at the end. It looks like they walked this way." As soon as they finished speaking, they looked at the path ahead and quickly chased after it. As soon as they started running, they suddenly heard gunshots from the front. Qin Yu's face changed slightly. He glanced at Chi Hao, frowned and said, "Is this Uncle Hua's gun?" Chi Hao stopped, thought for a moment and replied, "It's a bit far away, I didn't hear it clearly just now." Before he finished speaking, the second shot followed closely. Hearing this, Chi Hao subconsciously said, "This shot is. Hurry up." Without delay, the 2 hurriedly ran towards the direction of the gunshot. Because they were running in the mountains and uphill, their physical strength was consumed very quickly. Fortunately, Qin Yu and Chi Hao often ran, so they didn't breathe too hard. Just when they reached the top of the mountain, a person suddenly stood up from behind a bush. Qin Yu quickly put on his bow and arrow, but when he saw who it was, he let down his guard and ran over. "Why are you alone? Where's Uncle Hua?" It was none other than Wu Rui. She held the bow and arrow and said nervously, "We were just rushing here, and suddenly someone fired a gun. Uncle Hua also fired back immediately, and that person must have been hit. He asked me to wait for you here." Chapter 566. "Did you see who it was?" Qin Yu quickly chased after him and asked. "I didn't see clearly. The man was wearing a lot of dirty clothes." Wu Rui followed behind the 2 of them, afraid of being left behind. Then they ran to the foot of the mountain. Qin Yu and Chi Hao ran very fast. Wu Rui was struggling and gradually couldn't keep up. She panted and held onto a tree. After hesitating for a moment, she ran to the other side. Not long after running, Qin Yu saw blood on the leaves. He stopped and touched it. He quickly said, "This should be the blood of that person." As soon as the words fell, the two of them ran again. As they got closer and closer, Chinyu and Chihao also saw a familiar figure appear. But strangely, Uncle Wa just stood there with a sniper rifle. Seeing this, Chinyu ran over, took a few deep breaths, and asked with a red face, "What's going on?" "Someone led us here," Uncle Wa said solemnly. "Huh?" Chinyu frowned slightly, looked at the unfamiliar forest in front of him, and said seriously, "Did you see who it was?" Before Uncle Wa could answer, there was a sudden noise from behind, and Chihao aimed his pistol and shouted, "Get out!" "It's me." Hearing the sound, Chinyu reached out and pressed the gun next to him, and shouted, "I thought you were lost." As some leaves were pulled aside, Wu Rui walked out. She wiped the sweat from her head and smiled bitterly. "You two ran too fast, so I couldn't keep up, so I had to go around." Seeing this, Chinyu didn't say much, but just told her not to go into unfamiliar areas to avoid encountering zombies. Then he looked at Uncle Wa and asked again, "Isn't there more than one Sudali?" "I don't know." Uncle Wa heard this, walked a few steps to the side, with his sniper rifle on his back, then took out his machete, and suddenly cut down a small tree. After clearing the branches, Uncle Wa took the 3-meter-long wooden stick and poked it at the bottom of the tree in front. The next second, there was a snap, and the mechanism was triggered. More than a dozen sharp wooden sticks were stuck on the tree on the spot, each of which was about the thickness of a thumb. Looking at these traps, Chinyu smacked his lips. If this pierced someone, I'm afraid they would be stabbed into a skeleton on the spot. After the words fell, Uncle Wa said with a serious expression, "This man is very smart. He guessed that we would definitely find out that he was faking his death. Without a car, he couldn't run far. Instead of being chased, he might as well wait for us to come here. Why would someone wait to die here?" Wu Rui's little head didn't understand. She wondered, if we send out more people, wouldn't he be helpless? Hearing this, Chinyu thought for a moment, shook his head slightly, and said, "He must know that those men will not be accepted by us. If too many people come out, the camp will definitely be unsafe, so he is fighting to the death." After saying that, Chinyu sneered, "What a good trick. I thought he would hide and run for his life, but I didn't expect him to set a trap and deliberately use his body to lure us over. If we are a little careless, after our guns are seized by him, maybe Su Dolly can come back again. Strange, didn't Uncle Wa shoot him just now? How could he run so fast?" Chihao was stunned, a little confused. "I shot a zombie, and the man deliberately hid behind the corpse." Uncle Wa shook his head. Hearing this, Wu Rui blushed and whispered, "Sorry, I misread it." "It's okay." Chinyu waved his hand. Chihao picked up a stone and threw it into a suspicious area. Suddenly, there was a thump. It was obvious that there was a pit there. There must be some spikes underneath, and maybe even zombie blood. He turned his head to look at Chinyu, wondering, from the brief contact, this guy doesn't look stupid, but I heard from Brother Xiao before that Su Dolly didn't even think about shooting you. Why? Logically speaking, with such courage and determination, he shouldn't make such a low-level mistake. Hee hee. Chinyu smiled bitterly and said softly, "Perhaps it's because after seeing Yi's appearance, he planned to do something bad, and was reluctant to kill her. After all, no one can control him in this doomsday." "That's true." Chihao nodded. "Shaolin is indeed beautiful, and has a good figure. If I were a bad guy, I would be unable to walk when I saw her." After saying this, Uncle Wa reached out and knocked him, snorting, "You can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth." "I'm just using a metaphor." Chihao scratched his head, and said with a grin. Chinyu looked ahead, and confirmed that there were no flaws. He asked curiously, "I don't think this is obvious. It should be difficult to find when chasing the enemy. How did you identify it, Uncle Wa?" Hearing this, Chihao picked up another stone and threw it in, then smiled and said, "Uncle Wa is a master at using traps. These are just kindergarten level for him. Don't flatter me like that." Uncle Wa turned around and walked to the back, pointing to the ground and said, "It's a good opportunity for me to teach you. You should pay more attention to the details around you." Hearing this, Wu Rui squatted down and looked at the body, raised his head and said, "Isn't it just a zombie? It was killed. What can you tell from this?" But Chinyu saw more information than her. He walked over, squatted down, grabbed the shoulder and twisted it, and then the area below was exposed. Seeing this, Wu Rui also understood and said in surprise, "So that's it. The grass below is still green. Does this mean that the body was only placed there a few days ago?" "That's right." Uncle Wa nodded, looked around and said in a deep voice, "There are traps here, but they can't be too obvious. In order to prevent zombies from wandering in, he put corpses here to cover them with smell." While everyone was talking, Chinyu looked at his watch and chuckled. There should be many traps left in there, right? Uncle Wat pondered for a while and nodded. If it were me, of course, I wouldn't just set these few places. I would hide in the dark and shoot cold guns. Okay, it's about time. Chinyu smiled and immediately picked up a stone and threw it around. What? Wu Rui rarely dealt with zombies, so she didn't react for a while. Although she could survive in the wild, she basically avoided zombies. When the zombies come, Chinyu said softly, and then pointed in a certain direction. Come here. Uncle Wa grabbed Wu Rui's arm and dragged her to hide in the bushes next to him. What about them? Wu Rui asked anxiously. But she soon understood. When the dozen zombies came closer, Chinyu picked up a stone and threw it in another direction, causing the zombies to turn their heads. Then he and Haozi quickly lay on the ground, grabbed the corpse, and covered themselves with it. Then Uncle Wa looked at Chinyu and nodded, picked up a ball of soul from the ground and threw it in the direction of the trap. As the noise sounded, the zombies came over here again. Since there were many corpses around, they couldn't tell where the smell was, so they could only walk towards the sound. Chapter 567. In the jungle, in an area made of branches, two people were hiding. One of them looked a little painful, his lips began to turn pale, and he was trembling against the tree. The other person seemed much calmer. He squatted behind the leaves, staring at the people in front of him, without saying a word. Big brother. Hearing the shout, Su Dali turned his head, his expression eased a little, and whispered, Be patient, Xiao Jiang. If we want to make a comeback, these people will be our first target. Hearing this, although Xiao Jiang could hardly hold back, and even sweat began to appear on his forehead, he had to nod his head with difficulty in order not to be exposed. At this time, the ground was already stained red, and Xiao Jiang pressed his thigh with his right hand, but it was useless. Seeing this, Su Dali unbuttoned his coat and pulled it open, then bit the bottom edge of his t-shirt with his teeth, tore off a piece with force, and then prepared to bandage him again. Xiao Jiang was very grateful at this time, but because of the continuous bleeding, he gradually became speechless. Can you still hold on? Su Dali only had one hand, but he used his teeth to tie it up as well, and then asked softly. Hearing this, Xiao Jiang nodded with his eyes closed. Pretending, Su Dali looked back, gritted his teeth, grabbed Xiao Jiang's hand, and then carried him to continue retreating deeper into the forest. After walking about 100 meters, Su Dali first let Xiao Jiang stand by holding a tree, then he pulled out the axe from his waist, walked 6 steps to the side, and then aimed at a vine as thick as a thumb, and chopped it down with an axe. Time passed by, and those traps were completely destroyed by the zombies. The 4 of them squatted together, and after seeing that they were almost done, they began to chase forward. Although they can bypass this area, Uncle Wa does not recommend it, because if the enemy predicts their actions and chooses to hold back, they will be in trouble. After all, several days have passed. If Su Dali really did not intend to escape, but was waiting here to lay a net, he must have other means. On the way here, Chinyu reminded everyone that no matter what the enemy is like, they should not let down their guard unless he dies in front of them. Not far away, the zombies also found the living people behind them, turned around and shook their heads, then growled and began to walk towards them. Chinyu nodded and said softly, Let's deal with these first. After the words fell, the 4 of them took out their bows and arrows, aimed at the zombies and shot arrows. But after all, they were not professionals, so it was difficult to guarantee accuracy, and the zombies did not walk in a straight line. Only Uncle Wa managed to kill 1 zombie with 1 arrow, and the other 3 basically killed 2 with 3 arrows. Soon, more than a dozen zombies fell one by one, and everyone stepped forward to pull out the arrows, then wiped the blood off on the grass on the ground, and put them back into the quiver. Chinyu watched Wu Rui release the arrows and walked over to remind him. First, lift the bottom of the quiver with your left hand, and try to raise it above your shoulders to avoid accidentally scratching your back. Okay. Hearing this, Wu Rui nodded and carefully put the arrows in. As for the others, Chinyu didn't need to remind them. Uncle Wa didn't need to say much, and Shi Hao was also very serious when doing his job. Then the few of them continued to move forward. After walking about 100 meters, Uncle Wa raised his right hand, and then walked to the front and squatted down. He dipped his hand in the blood on the ground, put it to his nose and sniffed it, and whispered, Very fresh. Probably fell a few minutes ago. It seems that the shot really hit someone. At this moment, there was a movement in the woods ahead, and some grass began to shake. Because there was a slope, the few people couldn't see clearly what it was, but they stood up separately, holding bows and arrows and looking ahead carefully. A dozen seconds later, a huge monster jumped up, stood on the hillside, and stared at Chinyu and others. Even Uncle Wa's eyelids jumped at this moment. He threw away the bow and arrow with his left hand, and quietly took the sniper rifle in his right hand. Qin Yu and Chi Hao also looked solemn at this moment, not daring to act rashly. On the other hand, Wu Rui even forgot to breathe. His face turned pale in an instant, and his legs couldn't help shaking. Seeing this, Qin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly and whispered, "Don't panic, we can't outrun this beast." Chi Hao had already pulled out the pistol in his right hand, and said in a deep voice, "This is really a bit difficult." The huge beast did not rush forward rashly, but stood there, walking back and forth. But seeing its fierce face, Qin Yu knew that there would be a battle today. "Uncle Wa, if we go up to hold it back, and you find a commanding position, how sure are you to kill it?" Hearing this, the dark-faced middle-aged man in front hesitated and whispered, "The tiger is too fast, and it has iron on its head. My sniper rifle does not carry armor-piercing bullets, and I estimate that there is only a 30% chance of killing it with one shot." After the words fell, Uncle Wa gritted his teeth and said, "It would be great if your gun was here. It's an anti-material sniper rifle. One shot can penetrate the beast's head along with the iron sheet." "It's meaningless to say this now." Qin Yu shook his head and said seriously, "Chi Hao, and I will find a chance to hold it back. Uncle Wa, you look for a chance to shoot." For this kind of creature, Qin Yu felt that it was not so easy to kill it with a pistol, unless he replaced it with Zhang Yan's Desert Eagle on the spot. What appeared in front of the four people at this moment was a tiger, and it was not a mutated one. If it was a zombie tiger, Qin Yu would not be that scared. At most he could just throw some meat at it. This time, he was afraid of encountering other zombie animals in the forest, so Qin Yu did not bring a lot of zombie bone powder, but instead carried a piece of fresh wild boar meat wrapped in a plastic bag with a lot of blood inside. After all, zombie bone powder is only useful when it is sprinkled on the ground, and it is often only effective against zombie worms. In order to protect himself, meat would be more effective. But Qin Yu overlooked another problem, that is, after the doomsday, no one was guarding the zoos. Although there are railings, if the animals are extremely hungry, it is not impossible for them to escape. Moreover, this forest is far away from the human-inhabited area, and there are all kinds of animals in it from the beginning. After dealing with zombies too many times, coupled with corpse worms, as time goes by, Qin Yu gradually forgets this threat. Not only him, but most people are the same. Now encountering this big tiger, everyone is shocked. And judging from the thing on the head, it is very likely that it is put on by humans. Not too much, not too little, just covering the upper half of the head, making it impossible to shoot at the vital parts. Chapter 568. But the strange thing is that after capturing so many of Su Dali's men, no one heard any news at all. It stands to reason that if there is such a creature, it is impossible to hide it from so many people. The only explanation is that this is Su Dali's life-saving trump card secretly made, and it is likely that only a few people know about it. At this moment, Qin Yu also felt the difficulty for the first time, because he could not think of any way to survive in front of this tiger with a head wrapped in iron sheet. Xiao Jiu personally guaranteed that Su Dali's hand was broken before, so Qin Yu did not think that this person could turn the world upside down. In addition, he was in the wild and hungry. He brought Uncle Wa and Chi Hao with him. In a 3-on-1 situation, he was bound to win. It can be said that from the beginning, Qin Yu made the wrong decision because of the surface of these things. But in fact, in the final analysis, it is not his fault. After all, Su Dali's men are basically gone, and the situation is over. No matter who comes, they will think that the other party must be thinking about how to survive, and find an opportunity to kill back. But Qin Yu was wrong. Su Dali didn't even think about running away, or he planned to get a batch of weapons, and even a car before he was ready to leave so that he could go further. He thought he was cutting the grass and eradicating it, but he was led into a trap. Thinking of this, Qin Yu whispered, "I was wrong about what happened today. I'm sorry to everyone." Hearing this, Uncle Wa stepped back carefully and whispered, "It has nothing to do with you. No one would have thought that this grandson would dig a pit for us to jump into under such circumstances. You also said before that this person can develop into the current scale of power, and he is definitely not easy to mess with." Hearing this, Chi Hao held a pistol and nodded. Compared with this person, the previous Longshan seemed to have no brains. As soon as the words fell, the tiger seemed to be unable to wait, opened its bloody mouth and roared, and rushed over suddenly. Seeing this, Qin Yu pushed Wu Rui hard and shouted, "Go and attract the zombies, the more the better." Wu Rui was nervous to begin with, and was suddenly pushed and fell to the ground, but she did not freeze. After hearing Qin Yu's order, she hurriedly ran into the woods. As soon as he finished speaking, The tiger had already rushed in front of the three people. Uncle Wa had just picked up the sniper rifle when the slap, which was bigger than his face, came over. Seeing this, Uncle Wa did not dare to shoot. Although he could pull the trigger, he would also be slapped. This was no joke. He might die. Because of his strong physical and mental qualities, Uncle Wa made a decision in an instant. He blocked the front left with a sniper rifle, and took the opportunity to roll to the ground when a strong force came. Then he ran to the back without looking back. This time, Uncle Wa did not bring a pistol. For him, a sniper rifle, a dagger, and a bow and arrow were enough. There was not much ammunition for the pistol, so it would be better to leave it to Qin and Chi Hao. He had to pull the gun line as soon as possible, climb up the tree, and look for an opportunity to shoot. The only disadvantage of the sniper rifle is that it is really like a fire stick at close range. The tiger missed the shot, and roared in anger. Just as he was about to chase after it, he heard a gunshot from the side, and a bullet hit its back directly. This shot was fired by Qin. Although it successfully hit the target, it had no effect at all. The tiger just became more crazy, as if it was not the one who was shot, and rushed towards Qin desperately. Seeing this, Qin's pupil shrank, and he ran back as fast as his feet could. But how fast could he be? He was caught up in just a few seconds. Hearing the noise behind him getting louder and louder, Qin's heart almost jumped out, and he subconsciously pounced on the ground beside him. But the tiger was obviously very smart, and it seemed that it had been hungry for several days. It had no intention of letting Qin go easily, and it grabbed him with one claw. Fortunately, Qin was carrying a bag and supplies, so he took the blow for him. Looking at the supplies scattered on the ground, and the piece of fresh meat, the tiger lowered its head to smell it, pressed the plastic bag with its claws, and then bit the meat in one bite, watching Qin chew. It was swallowed by it in just a few seconds, and blood was dripping from the corner of its mouth, looking even more terrifying than before. Damn Su Dolly, if I catch you, I will make it difficult for you to die. Qin got up from the ground and slowly stepped back. He looked at the beast in front of him and said viciously. Although he did not suffer any skin injuries, he felt the blood rushing up after being slapped by this thing, and even his back was a little painful. It seems that this tiger is likely wild. But Qin couldn't figure out what Su Dolly had the ability to catch this beast and raise it, and it looked very wild, completely different from the one in the zoo. At this moment, Qin took a few steps back and stepped on something, but he didn't dare to look down, and his eyes were fixed on the tiger. Uncle Wa looked away before, so the tiger rushed up on the spot, and Qin caught this detail instantly. Qin squatted carefully, looking at the beast in front of him, holding a gun in his right hand, but there was no suitable angle to shoot, and he didn't waste bullets. As for Chi Hao, he was being held back by several corpse dogs. He had planned to fire a few more shots while the tiger was chasing Qin. Although one shot wouldn't kill him, an empty magazine would be enough, right? But these infected dogs appeared out of nowhere and chased Chi Hao and bit him. Now he didn't know where he ran away. It can be said that no one can help Qin now, and Uncle Wa started to climb up the tree. The next 10 seconds. If Qin reveals a flaw and angers the tiger again, he will surely die. After squatting down to pick up the mysterious object, Qin stood up and took it in front of his eyes with his left hand. But he threw it away soon, and his face looked a little bad. Having spent a year in the apocalypse, Qin was very familiar with that thing and recognized it instantly. It was a head, to be precise, a rotten human head. Looking at the marks, Qin also understood that it must be used to feed the tiger. No wonder it is still so aggressive. 10 seconds passed quickly, and the tiger roared again and rushed over quickly. Qin immediately ran to the tree next to it and tried to circle around it. At this moment, a gunshot sounded, and a bullet flew over accurately. Uncle Wa was aiming at the back of the tiger's head, but because it was wrapped in iron sheet, the bullet only sparked and then bounced off. Seeing this, Uncle Wa, who was standing on the tree trunk, no longer hesitated. He still held the gun with his left hand around the tree, then pulled the bolt, aimed at the tiger's neck, and quickly pulled the trigger. Although it hit the tiger, it still grazed the neck. Although the wound looked quite large, the tiger still did not stop attacking and rushed to Qin. Chapter 569. Since they were too close, Qin could even smell the stench coming from the tiger's mouth, and his stomach was nauseous. Without thinking about these things, he grabbed the tree trunk, slid his right foot forward, and threw himself backwards, barely avoiding the tiger's bloody mouth. Then he snorted coldly, flipped his right hand, and suddenly pulled the trigger. There was a bang, and the bullet penetrated the tiger's front leg, but it only slowed down its movement a little, and it looked like it had not been shot. At this moment, In this jungle that few people enter, Jinyu felt the fear of the king of the forest for the first time. The gap in combat power could not be made up by guns. Now, apart from a shotgun, Jinyu could not think of any way to kill this beast with one shot. And the close contact with this wild tiger also refreshed Jinyu's cognition. He had never thought that in the deep mountains and old forests, tigers could grow so big, completely different from those in the zoo, and the size alone was several times different. Just as Jinyu desperately ran in other directions, Uncle Wa on the tree also supported him with 2 more shots. Although they hit, they were still not enough to make it lose its mobility. And because of the successive injuries, the tiger became more ferocious. Just now, the slap brushed past Jinyu's scalp and hit the tree next to it with a bang. The tree, which was about the thickness of an arm, was broken in half and fell to the side on the spot. This scene also made Jinyu dare not breathe. Although he didn't know how powerful the tiger was, he knew how terrifying the size of this thing was. If it came like this, it would probably die instantly. But in order to avoid the fatal blow, Jinyu's pistol had already fallen to the ground, but he didn't hesitate for even half a second and ran to the side. Fortunately, at this moment, Chihao, covered in blood, ran out from behind the tree, holding the pistol and pulling the trigger. Unfortunately, due to dealing with those corpse dogs before, he didn't have many bullets left, but Chihao's purpose was not here. After emptying the magazine, he climbed up the tree directly. Seeing this scene, Jinyu also knew that the zombies were coming. While Chihao fired those shots to delay time, he also quickly climbed up the nearest tree. As soon as he went up, the tiger followed closely and rushed to the vicinity. Jinyu was about to breathe a sigh of relief, but the next second, something terrible happened. The tiger supported the tree trunk with its claws and began to climb up. Because of running around everywhere, Uncle Wa was not in a good condition to shoot at this time, mainly because there were too many leaves and it was too difficult to aim. Seeing this, Uncle Wa was about to change his place, but suddenly there was a movement behind him. He looked back and his face began to become solemn. Dense zombies began to appear. The 2 shots fired more than 10 minutes ago attracted the attention of many zombies. As they moved, the zombies that couldn't hear the sound would follow them, and gradually there were more and more of them. In addition, when they met the tiger later, they kept shooting, and Wu Rui ran with a stone and knocked the empty cans on his body, which also attracted many zombies. So now, the surrounding area has been trapped in a tide of zombies. It stands to reason that the tiger would not climb trees under normal circumstances, but it had been hungry for too long and was shot several times in a row. Now it doesn't care so much, and is determined to bite the man on the tree to death. Seeing the zombies approaching and the tiger climbing up the tree, Jinyu's expression was uncertain, but then he hardened his heart and quickly jumped to the shorter tree next to him. There was no other way. The tree he climbed was a bit thick, and it would not be a problem even if it could bear a man and a tiger. At this moment, Jinyu did not intend to escape. He wanted to use the zombies to trap the tiger to death. But this scene scared Chihao. He shouted excitedly, "Fuck, the zombies are coming. Are you crazy to jump down?" But Jinyu didn't have time to answer him. Instead, he looked at the tiger after landing on the ground and shouted, "Come and chase me if you dare." As soon as he finished speaking, he ran away. The next second, the tiger quickly jumped down from the tree and rushed over like crazy. At this time, the 3 people on the tree couldn't bear to watch any longer. As the noise became louder and louder, the group of corpses also surrounded the area. Wu Rui even covered her mouth and began to cry. After Chihao looked at it for a few times, he gritted his teeth and said, "Damn Su Dolly, today I will definitely let you taste what 3 knives and 6 holes mean." After saying that, he watched the hundreds of zombies almost pass by, then seized the opportunity to grab the tree trunk and slide down, and chase directly in the direction Su Dolly ran. Uncle Wa's face was also a little disappointed at this moment. With so many zombies surrounding them, not to mention Jinyu, even Xiaojiu couldn't rush out alive, not to mention that there was a big tiger waiting to eat people next to them. Now that they have used up their pistol ammunition, although there is still a pistol on the ground, there are too many zombies around, and Uncle Wa can't go over to pick them up. It is impossible to kill them all with just a bow and arrow. As for the sniper rifle, there were not many bullets, and they had to be used to kill Su Dolly. Uncle Wa sighed, waved to Wu Rui on the tree next to him, and then slid down. After landing, the 2 just looked at the direction of the zombies again, and had to leave there. Wu Rui's eyes were red from crying. She begged Uncle Wa to find a way to save Jinyu, but the latter just shook his head and said softly, "I don't want to see the current situation, but there are so many zombies, and without large-scale lethal weapons, it is impossible to kill them, because the zombies are coming from all directions. After he finished speaking, he patted Wu Rui on the shoulder and continued to run into the woods. Seeing this, Wu Rui looked back at the zombie army that surrounded them, then wiped her tears, took the bow and arrow in both hands, and resolutely followed Uncle Hua. Now, all she could do was to kill Su Dali as soon as possible, so that Yu could leave with peace of mind. 10 minutes later, under a tent made of leaves, there were 3 men. The ground was also in a mess, and even the tent had collapsed. Chi Hao held a machete in his hand, and looked at the 2 people lying in front of him with a gloomy face, without saying a word. Half a minute later, Uncle Hua and Wu Rui appeared from the cave next to them. They were also injured and holding some supplies in their hands, but they were not food. They had already caught up with Su Dali before, and only found out when they got closer that he was holding a hunting rifle. No wonder he didn't sneak attack when the tiger attacked just now. It seems that the range is too short. The moment he saw the 2 people, Uncle Hua quickly raised his sniper rifle and shot through Su Dali's other hand. Chapter 570. He did not continue shooting, but stuffed the gun into Wu Rui's arms. Then he drew out the dagger and rushed forward with Chi Hao. Xiao Jiang, who was already wounded by a gunshot, tried to stop them for a while, but after just one encounter, he was defeated in panic and was stabbed in the throat by the expressionless Uncle Hua. Xiao Jiang, who had tried his best not to bully the survivors in the apocalypse, died with his eyes wide open, feeling his life slowly passing away. Although he no longer searched for survivors for Su Dali in the next 2 months, his hands were stained with the blood of many people. When he was about to die, Xiao Jiang did not hate the man in front of him, but regretted that he should have hidden for a few more days. If he had not come out to find food, he and his brother would not have been injured. If he had not been injured, he would not have been rescued by Su Dali, and would not have fallen to this point. But then again, where are there so many ifs in the world? When Xiao Jiang fell, Uncle Hua just snorted coldly and rushed to the side again. Su Dali was indeed not simple. Even though his left hand was pierced by a bullet, he was still not captured by Chi Hao. However, with Uncle Hua joining in, the situation quickly began to tilt with 2 to 1. With a snort, the furious Chi Hao held the machete with both hands and swung it forward, instantly cutting off Su Dali's arm close to his shoulder. And Su Dali just gritted his teeth and stepped back a few steps. His eyes were so fierce that blood was about to drip, and he didn't even scream. Wu Rui couldn't help, but she also pulled out her knife and ran forward to give the first dead body another stab to prevent it from turning into a zombie. You are not ordinary people. After Su Dali turned his head and spat out blood foam on the ground, he looked at the 2 people in front of him and said with slightly narrowed eyes. If it weren't for the continuous bleeding on his shoulder, Wu Rui would even think that he was not injured. Because he was so calm that he had the leisure to ask questions here, Wu Rui imagined that if he was injured like this, he would probably fall down in an instant. Chi Hao looked at the man kneeling on one knee in front of him, then looked at Uncle Hua and nodded slightly. Then the 2 did not answer, but rushed up again. Just as Chi Hao said when he saw Yu surrounded by the zombies, he took the knife and stabbed Su Dali 3 times and 6 times. Then Uncle Hua stabbed the head of the corpse with a knife, and looked at Chi Hao who was still standing there. He turned his head and nodded to Wu Rui, and the 2 walked into the cave. When they came out after searching everything, Chi Hao was still standing there. Seeing Uncle Hua appear, Chi Hao wiped his tears with the back of his hand and whispered, "How are we going to explain it when we go back? And how are we going to tell Chen Yu's teammates?" After he finished speaking, he looked up at Uncle Hua and said word by word, "I think he may not die. If he is alive, we must see his body. If he is dead, we must see his body." Uncle Hua did not speak, but nodded at his look. Then the 3 of them returned to that side again, and chose to set up a camp 300 meters away from the zombies, ready to go there when there were fewer zombies. Seeing that the zombies were not dispersing, Chi Hao wanted to use the flesh and blood of the 2 people to attract the zombies, but was persuaded by Uncle Hua. If Chen Yu was still alive, he would definitely not want us to feed the zombies with human flesh. In his words, no matter what these people in the Doomsday did before they died, it was written off after death, and human corpses could not be used again. Hearing this, Chi Hao had no choice but to sit under the leaves alone and stop talking. In order not to attract attention, they piled up many zombie bodies around them, and even trapped a few with branches. Time passed quickly. After nightfall, everyone had a simple meal and took turns to keep watch. Since there were not many people, each person had to keep watch for more than 3 hours, which was quite scary in the forest where fire could not be made. However, Wu Rui did not back down and agreed immediately. But Uncle Hua and Chi Hao also agreed to let her guard the first batch first, so that it would not be too late. Nothing happened overnight. Just after dawn, seeing that the zombies had basically dispersed, Chi-Hao woke them up and briefly discussed the plan. Wu-Rui still used the empty can to make noise to lure away the zombies on the left, while Chi-Hao went to lure away the zombies on the right. Uncle Wa also said that he could easily kill the remaining dozen or so, and then he went to check to confirm whether Chin-Yu was really dead there. As soon as they said it, everyone started to act separately. 5 minutes later, Uncle Wa ran to the area where the zombies gathered the most with a bloody dagger in his hand. With just one glance, the knife in his hand fell to the ground, and even his steps staggered a little. 10 seconds later, Chi-Hao and Wu-Rui, who had found an opportunity to shake off the zombies, also ran back and stood on Uncle Wa's left and right sides. The next second, Wu-Rui fainted with black eyes. Uncle Wa, who had always reacted quickly, just looked at her numbly this time, and did not reach out to catch it. Chi-Hao was so excited that he walked back and forth on the spot, and began to curse. How can I explain to them that you just left without saying goodbye, leaving this family behind? We agreed to survive together, 4 people came out and 3 people went back. What the hell is this? At this time, Chi-Hao was crying and cursing Chin-Yu, but the more he cursed, the more his heart ached, because from the current traces, Chin-Yu could not be alive. Uncle Wa ignored Chi-Hao beside him, and walked forward, a short distance, but it seemed to take a long time. Then he squatted down and reached out to touch the bloody flesh on the ground. Even though Uncle Wa had seen all kinds of bloody flesh being torn apart, he couldn't tell whose flesh was on the ground. The reason why the 3 were so sad was because of the clothes that were torn into pieces. The coat Chin-Yu was wearing was exactly the same as the clothes on the ground. Uncle Wa picked up a few relatively large pieces of clothes and coats, then carefully put them in his pocket, then turned around and picked up Wu-Rui, who was fainting on the ground, and whispered, after the rat left, "Remember to pick up the pistol that Xiao Yu dropped." Hearing the sound, Chi-Hao, who was sitting on the ground in a daze, was stunned for a moment, then got up from the ground and left without looking back. In the afternoon, the 3 had already driven back to the villa area, and Wu-Rui had woken up long ago, but her eyes were still swollen. The one standing guard was Xiao Jiu. He didn't see clearly who was in the car, and was a little surprised that they came back so quickly, and waved directly at the gate. At this time, Feng Yi was also leading people to build a sentry box inside the gate. After seeing the few people come back, he was also shocked that they found Li Yao so quickly. But when she walked to the car window and looked, she was stunned again, and then Wu-Rui's tears flowed again, and she whispered a few words. After listening, Feng Yi felt a bang in her head, and the whole person took a few steps back. The next second, the young girl who walked out from under the wooden frame also stopped smiling at this moment, and then her legs softened, and she knelt on the ground. Just when everyone in the villa area was in an extremely sad atmosphere, a young man covered in blood suddenly rushed out from the outskirts of the deep mountains and old forests that had just returned to silence. He jumped into the river with a splash, washing the zombie blood off his body while laughing. "Haha, luckily I'm smart, I was able to escape, I'd probably be able to brag about it for 3 years." After he finished speaking, the man looked back at the woods behind him and muttered, "It's been a whole night. I don't know what happened to those 3. Chapter 571. After a simple cleansing, the man stood up, used the reflection of the river surface to take a closer look, and nodded with satisfaction. "It's okay, there's no damage on the face." The person bathing in the river at this time was none other than Chin-Yu, who was judged dead by Uncle Wa and the other 2. At this moment, he didn't know that the method he came up with on the spur of the moment had become evidence of his death in disguise. The story started yesterday, when Chin-Yu, with the big tiger behind him, rushed into the group of corpses, fearing that he would be caught up and slapped again. But the zombies gradually surrounded him, and he knew that if he waited any longer, he would definitely die. At this critical moment, Chin-Yu came up with a plan, quickly took off his coat, hid behind a tree, and threw it at the tiger's head. Normally, it would be impossible for him to cover the tiger's head with such a throw. After all, it could be removed with just a claw. But this was not an ordinary tiger. The iron sheet on its head just happened to have some edges and corners, which directly caught the clothes and covered the tiger's eyes. The most important thing is that the tiger was already injured after being shot in the front leg, and the injury was aggravated by raising it several times. In panic, it actually started running around. And the forest happened to be very dense, and the other 3 people could not see what was happening here. In just a dozen seconds, the tiger rushed around in the zombies, and the zombies scratched it with many bloody marks. Chin-Yu seized the opportunity, and was about to rush out of the encirclement with a dagger, but found that the knife had already fallen. In an emergency, he picked up a stone and smashed a zombie to death, and then quickly broke a leg. Holding the rotten zombie leg, Chinyu wiped the blood on his body while rushing towards the gap. Since the tiger was injured and bleeding, the blood smell was very strong. In addition, the zombie scratched it, so by chance, it helped Chinyu attract most of the attention and successfully escaped. But what he didn't expect was that there were too many zombies coming this time. The reason is that this deep mountain forest is usually not visited by anyone. Since the outbreak of the Doomsday, some survivors occasionally come here, but they are always on the periphery. As the days passed, more and more zombies appeared, and the forest was full of them. The previous chaos had already caused a lot of noise. Because Chinyu, Xiao Jiao and others retreated in time, they were not surrounded by the zombies, and they had no idea how many zombies were hiding in the forest. The gunshots this time activated the zombies again, and now they were like dumplings, surrounding them tightly. Chinyu had no choice but to keep running forward, unable to even change direction. Using the branches he picked up from the ground, he could barely kill some zombies. If Uncle Hua, Chi Hao, and the other two chose to continue walking a few dozen meters forward when they arrived at the encirclement the next morning, they would have discovered that there were 5 or 6 more corpses on the ground for no apparent reason. Unfortunately, things often happen by coincidence. Chinyu's coat directly affected the judgment of the three. At this moment, after coming out of the water, Chinyu lay on the ground and did dozens of push-ups, and then did dozens of jumping jacks. After feeling that his body had regained some warmth, he walked towards the parking lot. At the moment, the place where he was located was overgrown with weeds, and there was not even a road. In order to avoid accidents, Chinyu hurried on his way, while holding a dozen small stones in his hand, and slowly threw them to the side. Until now, he had not realized the seriousness of the matter, and was still complacent about escaping from the zombies. Originally, with Chinyu's usual personality, he would rarely do this, but this time it was too dangerous, and being able to survive could be said to be a narrow escape from death. Afterwards, he finally got rid of the zombies, because he quickly climbed up a tree, and sat there for a night. After about an hour and a half, Chinyu wandered around for a long time before finding his way back. Then he touched his nose, and started running towards the foot of the mountain. But when he ran out of the woods, and was about to say hello with a smile, his expression froze. There was no shadow of the empty space in front of him, where the car should have been parked. Chinyu looked around with wide eyes, and said in astonishment, "Did I go the wrong way, or did they leave me behind?" Although he was a little confused, Chinyu soon realized that something was wrong. His expression instantly turned solemn, and he quickly walked forward. When he saw the wheel marks on the ground, he confirmed that this was the place where he had parked before, and then he shouted loudly, "Uncle Hua!" But the only thing that could respond to him in the valley was the echo that was getting smaller and smaller. Then Chinyu shouted the names of Chi Hao and Wu Rui, but there was still no response. At this moment, he also began to feel bad, and his brows were furrowed. Although Chinyu now had no lighter, no coat, and even no dagger, he was not panicked, and he didn't even think about how he could survive. At present, Chinyu's only worry is that if Lin Yi hears the news of his death and cannot accept the fact, what should he do if something unexpected happens? This is not because Chinyu is blindly confident, but when the apocalypse just appeared, he and Lin Yi had only known each other for a short time, and then fell into the river and disappeared, and the other party even cried and lost his voice. At that time, after Chinyu heard from Zhuang, he gradually understood in his heart that the two of them were no longer just teammates. When Lin Yi was about to escape the city, if she did not choose to save Chinyu, she would definitely be trapped by zombies and starve to death. On the other hand, although Chinyu could escape from the villa area with a little effort without Lin Yi's help, he couldn't find a car to drive. After all, at that time, although Chinyu could pry open the trunk of the car, it was completely impossible to start it without a key, and he couldn't even use the friction of the wires to start a fire. It was not easy to find a car to leave in a city where zombies had just broken out for about a month. If it weren't for Lin Yi, Chinyu would have no way to save Zhang Yin. In other words, the two of them had to save each other to survive. If one of them made another decision, both would eventually die on the way out of the city. Later, he was able to reunite with Lin Yi again, and he always cherished these times. Then, because he and Alei went to destroy the evil cannibalistic forces, Lin Yi's eyes were red in front of everyone. Chinyu understood more clearly that the two of them could no longer be separated, but because their lives had not been stable, they had not yet broken through that layer of window paper. Chapter 572. In addition, 2 days ago, after Lin Yi drank and expressed her feelings to him under the guise of drunkenness, Chinyu did not dare to let her worry again. Last time, she cried like that just because she was missing, and the two of them were not close at that time. But now it is completely different. At this moment, Chinyu thought of the last time when he was about to faint, and Lin Yi knelt down and kissed him. From then on, the relationship between the two has reached a new level again. In addition, on the night of the storm in the bedroom, Lin Yi slept peacefully in the quilt, while Chinyu lay beside the bed for a long time and couldn't fall asleep. He began to understand that the responsibilities on his shoulders would be heavier in the future. But now Chinyu's heart even rose to his throat. He couldn't imagine how Lin Yi would collapse if he heard Uncle Hua and Chi Hao tell him the news of his death. And Lin Yi himself was depressed because of the disappearance of his family. Although he never showed it on his face, he was just pretending to be calm. Looking at the wheel marks gradually going away, Chinyu sighed and stood up, not knowing what to do. If he became the last straw that broke Lin Yi's back, then no matter how modernized the future development was, it would be completely meaningless. Now Chinyu could only pin his hopes on Xiao Jiao, because he had secretly done something when he left the villa area. If Xiao Jiao had been more careful, he would definitely find out that the news of his death was false. Thinking of this, Chinyu's stomach made a rumbling sound. He had not eaten since yesterday afternoon. In order not to catch a cold this morning, he also did dozens of push-ups. Now his physical strength was a little bit insufficient. Although he was in the deep mountains, even if Chinyu had no tools for survival, he was full of confidence to survive when he thought of Lin Yi, and turned around and walked behind him. In the villa area, everyone's face was numb, and they could not accept this fact at all. If you want to say who is the saddest, it must be Lin Yi. Since she heard those words at the door, she locked herself in the bedroom and never came out again. For more than 20 hours, she didn't eat or drink, and she didn't open the door for anyone who came. As luck would have it, several people in the camp had a fever, including Lao Cheng, Yang Zi, and Xiao Hu. The three of them also understood how much of a blow this incident had on Dr. Xiao Lin, and none of them chose to go to her. Xiao Ning had no way to treat them, but fortunately, although Wu Rui was not a doctor, it was no problem for him to use some methods to help reduce the fever. In this way, no one bothered Lin Yi except Feng Yi. 2 days had passed since Uncle Hua and the other two returned to the villa area, but Lin Yi still locked herself in the bedroom, which made Feng Yi very worried. She had a hunch that she absolutely didn't believe that Chinyu had died like this. The man who said in front of her that he would rebuild modern civilization step by step in the future, how high-spirited he looked at that time. Feng Yi also believed 100% that Chinyu would definitely do it, and he would definitely let Lin Yi live a good life. Lin Yi at this moment gradually made everyone worried, but there was no way, no matter who tried to persuade her, it didn't work at all. If he hadn't heard Lin Yi's hoarse response at the door, De Zhuang would have wanted to kick the door and rush in. Finally, when the time came to the third day, Feng Yi moved in and chose to take care of Lin Yi. In the evening, Feng Yi came to the second floor with a plate of steaming millet porridge. She looked at the food that had not been moved by the door, sighed and walked over. Then, holding the plate in one hand, Feng Yi gently knocked on the door and whispered, "Xiao Lin, I know you can't accept this fact, but after all, who among us can watch him die? You are a doctor, you should know better than me that dragging it on like this is not a solution. What if Chinyu is not dead, and something happens to you? What should we do?" After saying this, Feng Yi tried to press the door handle again, but there was still no response. In the bedroom, Lin Yi's hair was scattered on her shoulders, her eyes were full of bloodshot, and she looked very haggard. She sat on the floor with her back against the bed, hugging the quilt that Chinyu had covered her with, staring blankly at the floor. There was nothing else there, but the notes that Chinyu had left twice. Not hearing a response, Feng Yi shook her head helplessly, squatted down to put down the hot porridge, then picked up another bowl of cold porridge, prepared to go down to heat it up, and then drank it herself. Just as she turned around to leave, the door was suddenly opened. Feng Yi turned around in surprise, and just as she was about to speak, she saw Lin Yi quickly picked up the bowl of porridge and drank it all in a few seconds. Then Lin Yi wiped the corner of her mouth, holding a backpack in her right hand, and said solemnly, "Sister Feng, I want to borrow someone from you." Seeing her haggard appearance, Feng Yi felt so distressed that she quickly put down the bowl in her hand, then walked over quickly and hugged Lin Yi in her arms, and said with red eyes, "Are you finally willing to open the door to see me?" Hearing this, Lin Yi struggled to get away, then took 2 steps back, then lowered her head and whispered, "Lend it or not. Don't be like this." Feng Yi was a little panicked, took a look at the bag she was carrying, and took a step forward anxiously. Seeing this, Lin Yi stepped aside a little and said softly, "Then I will go by myself." After that, she planned to go to find Chinyu. This time, no one could persuade her. Seeing this, Feng Yi quickly grabbed her and gritted her teeth and said, Lei has set off again, hiding it from everyone. As soon as these words came out, Lin Yi turned her head and looked at Feng Yi, her eyes full of confusion. At this moment, Feng Yi was unwilling to hide it anymore. She pushed Lin Yi to the bedroom and said, "Go back to bed and lie down first. I will tell you slowly." A few minutes later, Lin Yi sat on the bed, breathed a sigh of relief and whispered, "You mean, Lei sneaked out alone to find Chenyu more than 10 hours ago, right?" "Yeah." Feng Yi had no choice but to tell the story. Lei didn't let me tell anyone else, because if this matter gets to Uncle Hua, Chi Hao, and Wu Rui, it will inevitably cause unnecessary misunderstandings. After all, the three of them came back and said that Chenyu was dead. If Lei went out to find someone again, wouldn't it mean that he suspected that the other party was lying? Hearing this, Lin Yi finally eased a little, and picked up the water cup on the bedside table and prepared to drink. But Feng Yi quickly snatched it from her and complained, "This water has been there for 2 days. It's too cold, and you haven't been feeling well recently. I go get you some hot water." Chapter 573. After saying this, Feng Yi turned around and ran downstairs. 10 seconds later, she ran upstairs with a thermos bottle. She took the cup of water to the window and poured it out. Feng Yi poured hot water for her while saying, "There's nothing we can do about it. Xiao Jiao and his group have just lived with us for a few days, and suddenly something so big happened. No one can stand it. I heard that the guy called Uncle Hua went to the city alone and found a lot of paper money to burn in 5 days. Lin Yi held the glass with both hands and blew the hot water gently. Her originally rosy cherry lips were a little cracked because she hadn't drunk water for a long time. She took a sip of water to moisten her throat, and then whispered, "Chin, you will not die, don't burn the paper." Hearing this, Feng Yi sat on the bed, then hugged Lin Yi's shoulders and said seriously, "According to their description, Chin Yu was probably bitten to death by the zombies together with the big tiger. To be honest, I can't imagine how he rushed out of the encirclement of hundreds of zombies alone." Lin Yi put down the cup and continued to ask, "Did Lei find anything?" Hearing this, Feng Yi let go of her, then stood up and closed the bedroom door, and even pulled the curtains. "I don't know the specific reason." Feng Yi shook her head and recalled what happened before. Lei sat near a stove for more than 10 minutes, and suddenly ran to me and said he was going to find Chenyu. "Huh?" Lin Yi frowned slightly. "Based on your understanding of him, how sure are you about this statement? Do you want to hear the truth?" Feng Yi sat next to her again, holding Lin Yi's hands, and asked. After the voice fell, Lin Yi pondered for a while, then nodded gently. She knew in her heart that no matter what the answer was, there was already a gap between the two groups. Seeing this, Feng Yi leaned close to Lin Yi's ear and whispered a few words. After listening, Lin Yi pinched the corner of her clothes with her fingers, her eyes kept looking at the floor, and whispered, "People used to say that a piece of paper can never be restored to its original state after it is crumpled into a ball. But if the right method is used, it may not be impossible to achieve." After saying that, Lin Yi stood up, bit her lip, and made up her mind. Xiao Jiao and his people have done Chenyu a favor. Before the matter is completely settled, we cannot let this thorn in the hearts of both parties. "Where are you going?" Feng Yi was startled and pulled Lin Yi's hand to prevent her from leaving. With her hand being pulled, Lin Yi stood there quietly and said in a calm tone, "If I'm not mistaken, our people have not had much contact with Brother Xiao and his people in the past 2 days?" Hearing this, Feng Yi once again showed a look of astonishment, then pulled her back to sit on the bed, and said in a serious voice, "I thought you locked yourself in the room and gave up on yourself. But it turns out you are also thinking about this." Then she nodded and said, "Lao Cheng and Xiao Kong think that even if Chenyu really died there, he can't just leave like this. At least a monument should be erected. They are a little dissatisfied with Uncle Hua and Chi Hao coming back like this. It's just nonsense." Lin Yi was rarely angry, and her little face instantly became indifferent. Su Dali's matter itself is something we need to solve ourselves, and Brother Xiao and the others just helped out. And they also sent 2 people to clean up the hidden dangers this time. No one wants to see an accident happen, so it shouldn't be so embarrassing for both parties. No, I still have to go to Brother Xiao to make it clear that Lei's departure is not because of distrust. Before she finished speaking, Feng Yi quickly said, "I have already scolded Lao Cheng and Xiao Kong. As for Xiao Jiao, I don't seem to have seen him recently." Just then, there was a sound downstairs. The two looked at each other, a little confused. It stands to reason that no one would rush in rashly now. Unless. Thinking of this, Lin Yi and Feng Yi hurried downstairs. Sure enough, at the entrance of the stairs, they happened to run into Xiao Jiao, who was running upstairs in a hurry. "It's just right, Dr. Shaolin, please come and help me analyze it. Xiao Jiu's breathing was slightly rapid, and he ran several hundred meters here. Seeing his appearance, Lin Yi turned her head and glanced at Feng Yi. Although she didn't understand the situation, she nodded and said, let's go downstairs. More than a minute later, Lin Yi sat on the sofa in the living room, wearing gloves and holding a bullet to look at it carefully for a few rounds, then put it down and asked, what's wrong? After saying this, Lin Yi took off his gloves. Then Feng Yi took a closer look and said, isn't this zombie bone powder? Hearing this, Xiao Jiu shook his head slightly and said, the smell is wrong, and it looks more delicate. That's because it's not made from grinding bones. Lin Yi suddenly thought of something, and leaned on the sofa and said. As soon as this was said, the other two showed puzzled expressions. Seeing this, Lin Yi first carefully sorted out the memories in his mind, and then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I now understand that Qin Yu had already given me a vaccination. Stop playing dumb, my dear, tell me. Feng Yi was about to collapse, and glared at her angrily. But at this moment, Lin Yi changed her previous sad expression and smiled. I have had my period these days, and I feel very uncomfortable. In addition, Chen Yu is away from home, so my mind is not very clear. When the three of them came back after the incident, there was a lot of zombie blood on their bodies, which made me subconsciously think that something big happened, so I didn't think of that incident for a while. Is it this? Xiao Jiu picked up the bullet, frowned and asked, this is what I found in Xiao Yu's pistol magazine. This is the only one that has been modified. That's right. Now that she has thought it through, Lin Yi is not so worried about Qin Yu. Then she slowly spoke. Last time, after everyone had dinner together and went home, for various reasons, Qin Yu and I slept in the same bedroom. Speaking of this, Lin Yi blushed a little. But soon she put away her shyness and continued to say seriously, at that time, Qin Yu told me that he had prepared a small trump card this time, and if there was an accident, I must not worry. But I drank too much that night, and I forgot this sentence the next morning. I only remembered the next sentence. What? Feng Yi blinked and asked. Qin Yu said that he cut off the heads of the zombies, dried them with fire, and ground them to make a finer zombie powder. Hearing this, Feng Yi understood everything, and Xiao Jiu breathed a sigh of relief. In this case, Xiao Yu must still be alive. Chapter 574. After saying this, Xiao Jiu held the bullet and said with a smile, grind the bullet head to make grooves, and then put this finer insect powder on it. Even if the first shot does not hit the vital point, it will definitely kill the enemy in a few minutes. But the strange thing is, how did Xiao Yu calculate that Su Dali did not want to run away? Did he guess that there was a tiger? Xiao Jiu raised this completely incomprehensible point again. After saying this, Feng Yi could not give a reason. I should be able to guess the reason, Lin Yi said weakly. On the first night before he set out, when we were having dinner in the backyard, he mentioned casually that he was not strong, but he would do his best to protect me. Don't be afraid of you laughing at me. At that time, I firmly believed that he would definitely do what he said. Hearing this, Xiao Jiu put the bullet in his pocket and nodded. Although Xiao Yu's skills are not the strongest among us, in terms of the means of survival in this doomsday, he ranks second, and no one dares to rank first. Then Xiao Jiu added again, to be honest, after hearing what you said, Dr. Xiaolin, I really think Xiao Yu is not simple. Originally, 5 or 6 ordinary people could not subdue him, and now he actually thought of adding insect powder to bullets to increase the lethality. It's really unexpected. Ah, is it so exaggerated? Hearing this, Lin Yi felt a little embarrassed. Although she felt that Qin Yu was calm in the face of things and liked to leave a way out for himself, she didn't think it was so outrageous. But what she didn't know was that this was already rare. Hearing this, Xiao Jiu looked at the time and then smiled. Anyway, it's clear now that Xiao Yu is probably not dead, and Uncle Hua hasn't come back yet. I go and notify him later, and I just talked to you about it. After the voice fell, Feng Yi stood up and said with a smile, well, I don't need to. I always think Qin Yu is very powerful. Really? Lin Yi was a little unconvinced, and turned to look at her. Of course. Feng Yi stretched out his hand and scratched Lin Yi's nose, and smiled. He can win the heart of a beautiful woman like you, which is already very powerful, okay. After saying that, Feng Yi was ready to leave. You guys continue chatting. I go get some meat soup for you to replenish your body. Silly girl, you're really not afraid of starving yourself. After Feng Yi left, only Xiao Jiu and Lin Yi were left in the living room. Seeing this, Lin Yi first apologized for Lao Cheng and Xiao Kong, but Xiao Jiu just waved his hand and said softly, we are all family. It's alienating to say these things. You are Xiao Yu's woman, And the others are his brothers. There's no need to be like this. I know Uncle Hua and Haozi very well. They won't mind these things. Hearing Xiao Jiao mention the word woman, Lin Yi's ears turned red again and whispered, Due to the current environment, Xiao Jiao did not think there was anything wrong. In his opinion, Qin Yu and Lin Yi had probably been together in private for a long time. They were both adults, and they were in the end of the world, so there was nothing to be embarrassed about. Then he paused and began to say, Do you know why the zombie outbreak quickly caused a large-scale infection? When it came to business, Lin Yi also answered seriously, because many people are afraid of those zombies entering the city, so they desperately want to run away, plus the infected rats. After all, there are too many of these things. Once they enter the city, it will cause more serious consequences. Lin Yi sighed. In fact, 90% of people died while fleeing, but those who didn't run away in the first place actually survived. Xiao Jiao nodded with satisfaction after hearing this. You are right. Many people are afraid when they hear about zombies. In addition, animals can also be infected, which makes them even more afraid. However, they overlook an important piece of news, that is, only animal corpses can be infected. Like living mice, they will not be infected with the virus. After most of them mutate, they will first eat their own kind, and then some of them will run around and attract the attention of zombies. Then Lin Yi whispered, The corpse rats are running around everywhere, and the zombies will not enter after smelling the smell. On the contrary, the corpse rats will not choose to step into that area after smelling the zombies. But unfortunately, most people know this truth too late. After the voice fell, Xiao Jiao snapped his fingers and said, This is also Xiao Yu's strength. I later learned that he deliberately hid at home, and did not go out until the number of zombies decreased, and most people ran away before leaving. I see. Lin Yi didn't realize until today how right she was to follow Qin Yu out of the city. She then spoke again, To be honest, I was once trapped for the same number of days as Qin Yu, but I couldn't leave. And at that time, although I guessed that the zombies would interfere with each other, I didn't dare to gamble. The two of them talked about Qin Yu for about half an hour. In the deep mountains, Qin Yu was picking up dry firewood on the ground, and suddenly sneezed, and then said to himself, Strange, is someone thinking of me or scolding me? After he finished speaking, he sneezed twice again. Then he touched his nose, and walked towards the temporary camp, with a pile of firewood. You must think seriously about what I said to you. This thought flashed through his mind. At present, he had no choice but to hope that he did the right thing. After hearing about Xioshuo's death, Qin Yu also began to understand that if the information was not communicated in time, it would also likely cause some serious consequences. So he gave Lin Yi a shot in advance, but he was not sure whether he would have any accidents. If the incident didn't happen, and Lin Yi was really worried about him, then he would be a jerk, so after thinking it over, Qin Yu said it in a somewhat obscure way. In this way, with Xiao Jiao's vigilance, Lin Yi would probably understand that he might not really have an accident, at least he wouldn't be too sad. But what Qin Yu didn't expect was that the special bullets he had originally placed in Xiao Jiao's pistol magazine were not discovered, but it was his own gun that reminded the other party. This is also because after hearing the news, although Xiao Jiao didn't dare to believe it, he was forced to accept it after Uncle Hua and Chi Hao said it in unison. However, the pistol was too dirty, so Xiao Jiao wanted to clean it thoroughly, and then he found something wrong. As for Alay, he found it step by step based on his own experience and judgment. At that time, Qin Yu was idle, and suddenly went out to catch some insects in the middle of the night. Alay happened to meet him, and asked if he needed help. Seeing this, Qin Yu asked him to find half of a zombie arm, but didn't say what it was for, and left with it. Chapter 575. After hearing about Qin Yu's accident, Alay carefully recalled all the details before, and then found the backyard of an uninhabited house, and found the insect bodies near the stove. In order to verify his guess, Alay took a dagger and left in the evening. As for why he didn't bring a gun, it was because since the recent stability, everyone's guns have been stored together, and ammunition also needs to be reported before it can be applied. If he went out with a gun, Xiao Jiao would also know, and Alay was just skeptical. What if he was wrong? Wouldn't it be giving everyone hope in vain? So after a brief thought, Ari still chose to go out alone. Anyway, for him, basically no people or zombies could threaten his safety. Time passed by, and after Qin Yu found out that Uncle Hua and the other two had left, he returned to the river bank and chose to get some food to fill his stomach. The camp had been set up long ago. Using the surrounding resources, Qin Yu dug 2 pits near the riverbed, then fixed 2 pieces of wood, and then went to the woods, broke some branches and carried them out. A wooden stick was placed horizontally on the 2 pieces of wood, and then leaves were spread on top, and a simple nest was made. In order to prevent zombies from sneaking over, he also threw many dry twigs at the edge of the woods in advance, which would make sounds as long as they were stepped on. In addition, there was a distance of more than 20 meters, so even if a zombie appeared, Chin-Yu would be able to find it in the first time, and then choose to kill it or evacuate. After picking up almost a few batches of dry firewood, Chin-Yu began to walk back and forth by the river, and his eyes were carefully looking at the stones. Without a lighter or even a dagger, he wanted to survive, and the first priority was water. Although there was a river next to him, and it was quite big, Chin-Yu didn't know whether the water was clean or not. He could bathe in the river because there were no direct wounds on his body, and he tried not to let the water enter his mouth and nose. But if he wanted to drink it, Chin-Yu thought about it, and decided not to take the risk. The most important thing was that dark clouds began to appear in the sky again. Chin-Yu guessed that it would rain soon, so the water problem could be solved, so he set up the camp first, and then tried to make a fire. The light around was getting dim. Chin-Yu looked at his watch and began to feel uneasy. It's only 9 o'clock in the morning, and it's getting dark. As soon as he finished speaking, Chin-Yu's eyes lit up, and he found a stone with a diameter of about 20 centimeters and a dark brown color. Chin-Yu raised the stone above his head, and then smashed it hard against the stone surface next to him. After several consecutive hits, the stone finally began to break into pieces. After squatting on the ground and selecting a few pieces, Chin-Yu selected the target. A piece of gravel about the size of a palm appeared in his hand, with a sharp edge and the other end about the width of an index finger. Putting the stone in his trouser pocket, Chin-Yu hurried to the temporary camp. Although it was going to rain, Chin-Yu was not panicked, because he planned to collect rainwater and filter it to drink. So although the camp was chosen by the river, it was actually 7 or 8 meters away from the river. Unless there was a heavy rainstorm upstream, the flood would not reach him. Being in the deep mountains and old forests, the surroundings were very quiet, and even the sound of birds was rarely heard. It was impossible for a person to survive in such a place without being afraid. But since Chin-Yu had seen many things in the apocalypse, he had no reaction to this. It is no exaggeration to say that if a few zombies suddenly appeared at this moment, Chin-Yu would not even want to look at them for a few more times. But if a living person appeared, Chin-Yu would definitely retreat at the first time. At this time, he would rather deal with zombies than meet other humans. After all, no matter whether they are men, women, old or young, who can survive in the apocalypse for a year, they are definitely not easy to mess with. Looking at the dark clouds above his head, Chin-Yu estimated the approximate rain intensity, then threw the stone knife on the ground, and then rushed into the forest again. Although the river water could not rush over, if the wind blew and the rain blew sideways, the dry wood collected by Chin-Yu would definitely be wet. Now he was wearing a t-shirt. Because he had been exercising frequently recently, he didn't feel how cold it was, but it was just because it didn't rain. Chin-Yu clearly remembered that Lin Yi had once said seriously how dangerous it was to get hypothermic in the wild. If you don't drink water, your life will be in danger in more than 3 days, but if you lose body temperature, you will die within 3 hours. If the environment is worse, this time will be shortened to half an hour. It can be said that if it weren't for the useful knowledge that Lin Yi taught Chin-Yu, he would definitely take many detours, and the price he paid in the end was often his life. The more he solved various crises, the more grateful Chin-Yu was to Lin Yi. A few minutes later, Chin-Yu dug a pit in front of the temporary camp and fixed another piece of wood. Chin-Yu used vines to tie a wrist-thick stick on top, and he put 2 more on top, so that he could create a little more area to block the rain. After laying leaves on top, the wind started to blow around. Chin-Yu knew that time was life at this moment, so he squatted down and tried to make a fire. In this environment, he would not choose to make fire by drilling wood with his hands. Not to mention whether he had enough time, Chin-Yu did not have that much energy to waste. At this moment, he was calmer than ever. If he didn't make a fire within an hour, he would have to move again and live in a cave. But if someone from his family came out to look for him, it was likely that both sides would just avoid each other. After a quick look around, Chin-Yu picked up a piece of wood, then picked up a stone knife and made a groove on it. Then he took out the shoelaces, and Chin-Yu chose a wooden stick that was 3 fingers wide and about half a meter long, then stood it up, stuck the stone knife on the edge, picked up a stone and knocked it, and immediately he split a gap. Breaking it apart with force, Chin-Yu placed the stick on the ground, stepped on the edge with his left foot, and then picked up another thumb-thick branch. The reason why he could carry out various steps so smoothly was because Chin-Yu had learned about this knowledge before. Because he had lived a particularly difficult life since childhood, he remembered these things very deeply. He didn't expect that many years later, they would actually come in handy. After Qin Yu tied the shoelaces to the branch, he then used a stick to pass through the thin rope and wrapped it around it. He held the wood chip in his left hand to press the top, and the split wood chip was below, and he began to pull with his right hand. Originally thought it would be smooth, but the progress was extremely slow. Chapter 576. At this time, the wind was getting stronger and stronger. As a last resort, Qin Yu moved to the right and used his body to block the wind. But after all, he was not a professional, and he had never tried to use this method to make a fire before. Living in modern society, Qin Yu had never thought that one day he would be without a lighter and matches. A few minutes passed, the wind was getting stronger and stronger, and even thunder began to appear. Qin Yu licked his dry lips and began to increase the strength of his right hand. At this moment, Qin Yu's hand slipped, and the wooden stick tied with the shoelaces broke directly. Then Qin Yu felt a pain in his right palm instantly. Seeing a few small wood chips piercing into his flesh, Qin Yu frowned slightly, but his emotions did not fluctuate at all, and he did not feel depressed at all. If he was surviving alone in the doomsday, he might really be a little irritable at this moment, but for some reason, every time Qin Yu thought of Lin Yi, his mood would be much calmer. Even if it wasn't for himself, Qin Yu would find a way to survive, because he had someone he wanted to protect. Picking up the broken wood, Qin Yu briefly analyzed it, and thought that there was something wrong with the material. Then he quickly left the camp and prepared to get a wet branch. But as soon as he stood up, he suddenly felt dizzy. Fortunately, there was wood next to him. Qin Yu quickly held onto it, and didn't fall down. Because he hadn't eaten for a long time, Qin Yu clearly understood why he felt dizzy. He shook his head slightly, forced himself to resist the discomfort, and chose a branch from the leaves above his head. Using a stone knife to remove the branches and leaves, Qin Yu tied his shoelaces again and prepared to make a fire again. Before, he had to step on the wood chips with his left foot, so he squatted. The second time, Qin Yu changed to pressing with a stone. Looking at the bottom, the sticks and wood chips began to burn with high-speed rotation. Seeing this, Qin Yu's face lit up, and his hands tightened. Even though his arms were a little sore, he did not stop at all. After a few minutes, Qin Yu finally saw smoke coming out, and his tense nerves began to relax. Unfortunately, it started to drizzle. Qin Yu quickly put away the fire drill, knelt on the ground, bent over in front of the wood, and used his body to block the rain. Then he took the hay next to him with his left hand, approached the wood carefully, picked it up with his right hand, and gently poured it into the hay. Then Qin Yu knelt on the ground, holding the grass with both hands, and his mouth was very close, blowing into it desperately. Seeing the smoke getting bigger and bigger, Qin Yu smiled again. But it turned out that he was too happy too early. After only a dozen seconds, the smoke had completely disappeared, and the sparks were gone. This scene made Qin Yu look ashen. It was raining, and he couldn't find any more ignition. If the rain got heavier, he would have to find another place to hide. If he left the river, Qin Yu would not be able to get food. He was just wasting his life walking back and forth in the woods. Once the zombies found him, they would definitely surround him in a blind spot. At that time, let alone surviving, Qin Yu had to find a way to escape from the zombies. He didn't think that he could escape once and escape a second time. Although he felt a little discouraged, Qin Yu gritted his teeth and picked up the fire bough again, ready to continue. Even if it wasn't for himself, just thinking of Lin Yi, Qin Yu had to survive. The two of them couldn't leave each other now, and Lin Yi even said that she was willing to give herself to Qin Yu. For this reason alone, he had to return to Lin Yi alive. Although he failed the first time, Qin Yu also began to learn from his experience. He first used a stone knife to quickly scrape the dry wood and got some wood chips, then put them in the pile of weeds. Then, Qin Yu was a little worried, and even searched around his clothes and pulled off a few threads. After finishing all this, Qin Yu took a deep breath and started working again. After another 10 minutes, the rain was getting heavier. In order to avoid being affected by the rain, Qin Yu was soaked. Although the weather was not that cold, he was already shivering because he was wearing little, and had not eaten much. Later, Qin Yu's lips even turned pale, but despite this, his eyes were still fixed on the wood chips. Finally, the smoke appeared again. Qin Yu quickly picked up the weeds that had been waiting for a long time, and this time, his movements were even more cautious. When the sparks touched the wood chips, Qin Yu blew air into them gently again. A few seconds was obviously very short, but to Qin Yu, it seemed longer than a day. Looking at the flames that appeared instantly, Qin Yu finally laughed again. With fire, he had the confidence to survive even in the wild. Soon the hay burned fiercely. Feeling the warmth from his hands, Qin Yu quickly placed them under the camp, and then carefully added branches. When the fire stabilized, Chinyu fell back directly, lying on the riverbed, feeling the rain on his face. Although he was thirsty, Chinyu did not drink the rain directly, but just used it to moisten his lips a little. In order to prevent the fire from getting wet, Chinyu tied many branches on the right side of the fire to block the wind. Then he threw a few big logs into the fire. Chinyu squatted by the fire and roasted for a while. After his body was much warmer, he walked towards the river. As he walked, he also collected the garbage around him. Unfortunately, he picked up a lot of plastic bottles, but didn't see any iron sheets. Throwing the bottles on the shore, Chinyu braved the rain and started walking towards the river. He was already wet, so he didn't bother to roll up his trousers. Now he had to find a way to find food. As for the fish in the river, Chinyu had no idea about them. What he wanted to find was something hidden under the stones. The rain gradually increased. At this moment, Chinyu was like a drowned chicken. While moving the stones, he also had to pay attention to various situations on the river surface. If a dead fish floated nearby, and he didn't notice it, it would be a disaster. After moving 3 stones in a row, Chinyu finally found the target, a super large crab, almost as big as his palm. You know, this was found in the river. He quickly reached down to catch it, but Chinyu had never caught it before, so his movements were not very standard. The crab moved its claws, and suddenly clamped his tiger's mouth. Chinyu grinned and took a breath of cold air. He didn't care about the pain, and quickly threw the crab to the shore. Chapter 577. Then he wiped the rain around his eyes with his left hand, and carefully checked the wound. He was relieved to confirm that it was just a little bruised, without any broken skin or bleeding. Then Chinyu quickly ran to the shore, stepped on the crab's 2 claws, and shouted fiercely, "Just wait, I will definitely catch your whole family and roast them for food today." After leaving this cruel word, Chinyu quickly squatted on one knee on the ground, dug a hole with his hands, then threw the crab in, and then pressed its 2 claws with a stone, and continued to catch crabs in the river. The river water had already started to turn muddy, and Chinyu had no time to rest, desperately searching for other crabs. After the first experience of being caught, Chinyu became much smarter afterwards, and basically never got caught again. He had only caught about 5 or 6 crabs, and the river water had become increasingly yellow, and even the water level had risen a lot. Chinyu didn't dare to stay by the river any longer, so he put the crabs in his t-shirt and quickly ran to the temporary camp. The fire was still burning, and fortunately he had picked up a lot of wood in advance, so he didn't have to worry about running out of firewood even if it was raining. After cleaning up the crabs quickly, Chinyu piled them on a relatively flat stone, then turned around and ran out of the camp again. He couldn't stop to get food now, as the water problem had to be solved. He had picked up many plastic bottles before, so Chinyu collected some that looked relatively clean and took the dirtier ones back to see if they could be used for other purposes. Sitting under the leaves, Chinyu looked at the pile of crabs and the 5 empty mineral water bottles in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. It's okay. At least I should be able to survive. Just when he was feeling smug, Chinyu saw a movement coming from the woods ahead. The next second, he stood up cautiously. Even if Xiao Jiao and the others found out that he was not dead, it would take at least a day or 2. Based on the time, Chinyu guessed that Uncle Hua and the other 2 would return to the camp in the afternoon. It was almost 11 o'clock in the morning, and there could be no human activities in the woods. If it wasn't too far from the villa area, Chinyu would never risk surviving here. It would take several hours to drive there, and if he walked, it would probably take a day or 2. But Chinyu's physical strength could not support him to do this. The most important thing was that he could only walk in the mountains. If he encountered any danger on the way, he would not even have the strength to resist. Before, although it took a shorter time to take the captives back to the villa area, it was because there was someone to lead the way. Chinyu did not remember it at that time, and now he can't remember it at all. After all, he felt that he would never walk this mountain road again, so there was no need to waste time to remember it. At most, I can just remember the road. If I walk on the road, it will take more time because I have to take a detour, which is even worse. If the surrounding roads are better, the driving speed can be faster, but in the current environment, the speed can't be increased at all. Basically, no one dares to drive fast, so for various reasons, Chinyu has no way to go back at present. After a few seconds, when Chinyu saw what it was, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's 2 zombies. Although he didn't have the right tools and knives, it didn't take much effort to deal with these 2 things. Picking up a 1-meter-long wooden stick, Chinyu rubbed it quickly on the stone for more than 10 times, and then walked towards the 2 zombies. He stabbed them in the head cleanly and easily killed them, and then Chinyu returned to the camp. He used a stone knife to cut a plastic bottle, split it into 2 halves, and then placed it in the leaf area above the camp, using the gap to jam it. Soon the rain gathered from the bottle and flowed down from the bottle mouth. Chinyu looked at the location, then dug a hole in the ground, placed the 2 bottles below, and slowly collected the water. Since the global blackout, Chinyu began to feel that the rainwater seemed to be less dirty, but Linny repeatedly reminded him not to drink raw water directly, let alone rainwater. There was no way. Although he was thirsty now, he did not touch it directly, but prepared to filter it with charcoal and boil it to drink. He moved 3 stones to the fire, and Chinyu put the stone slab with crabs on it. Although it was a little uneven, it could be used after patting it. The rain was a bit heavy, but Chinyu's camp was solid, at least it could block the rain. Unfortunately, the wind basically never stopped, but as long as the fire was not extinguished, he would not feel too cold. Because there was no pot, the cooking speed was much slower. Chinyu's clothes were almost dried out before the crabs were cooked. Holding the crab claws, Chinyu smashed them with a stone knife, and then blew air into his mouth while eating quickly. Hungry Chinyu didn't care about the heat, and almost bit off his fingers. Since he often killed zombies, he used his right hand to eat most of the time. If he had to touch the zombie body sometimes, Chinyu would touch it with his left hand. As long as there was no wound, it would be clean after a few days. After about 6 minutes, the ground was full of crab shells, and Chinyu's mouth and fingers were black from eating so much. There was no way, because the fire was a bit big, some crabs were smoked black, but he didn't care about it, as long as they were cooked. Although the taste was ordinary, after filling his stomach a little, his physical strength was slowly recovering. Chinyu pulled out a few pieces of charcoal, waiting for them to cool down, and resting for a while. Time passed slowly, the rain still didn't stop, and the river began to become turbulent. Looking around, Chinyu stood up and picked up some wet wood, then placed them next to the fire, so that they could be burned later after drying. After finishing all this, Chinyu sat quietly in front of the fire, and used a stone knife to cut a stick. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the rain had gradually subsided, the temperature dropped again, and the river water began to turn into a flood, which looked extremely terrifying. Chinyu sat under the leaves, and used a stick to crush the charcoal repeatedly. After confirming that it was broken enough, he picked up an empty bottle. I cut it with a stone knife a few times, but there was no reaction. There were only scratches, but it couldn't be opened. Seeing this, Chinyu stretched his head to look outside, then stood up to see if he could find some more useful supplies. The river was very fast at the moment. Chinyu had seen some garbage washed ashore before, so maybe he could pick it up now. Picking up a wooden stick as a crutch, Chinyu tried not to get close to the area near the river, and basically searched the surrounding area carefully. Soon, more than 10 minutes passed, and apart from some plastic bags, there were all kinds of rotten clothes and shoes. Chapter 578. It was drizzling, and Chinyu's clothes went from being soaked to being dried, and then from being dried to being soaked again. After repeating the steps several times, it was quite uncomfortable to wear them now. Finally, next to a big rock, Chinyu found a can full of rust. Seeing this, he hurried over to pick it up, with a look of surprise on his face. With this thing, getting a knife shouldn't be a problem. Back under the leaves, Chinyu added some more wood to the fire, then took off his pants and put them on the firewood next to him, trying to dry the inside. In this way, Chinyu, wearing a t-shirt and a pair of shorts, sat alone on the river bank, concentrating on handling the can in his hand. Taking off the lid and grabbing a stone from the ground, Chinyu quickly removed the rust. After all, this thing was too lethal, and he didn't want to increase the danger for himself. After a simple treatment, he washed it in the small puddle next to him, and then Chinyu took the can lid and carefully rubbed it on the stone. A few minutes later, he gently tested it with his fingers, and it was already quite sharp. Then he licked his lips again, and Chinyu began to deal with the plastic bottles. He was a little thirsty at first, but it was acceptable. But since he ate the crabs, he wanted to drink water more and more. Although both bottles were full, it seemed that there were too many dregs. It was strange to say that Chinyu saw that the rainwater was not very dirty, but he didn't expect that after collecting it, he couldn't bear to look at it directly. At this point, even without Lin Yi's advice, Chinyu would never drink it directly, unless he was only half a step away from death. Cutting the bottom of the bottle, Chinyu put the charcoal chips in it, and then took out a very thin branch from the fire, and used the burning part to poke 2 small holes in the lid. In this way, the charcoal would not fall down. Then he drilled 2 holes in the bottom area of the plastic bottle. Chinyu thought about it, and took off the shoelaces again. Then he passed the shoelaces through the bottle body, made a rack next to it, hung the bottle upside down, and then put the water bottle on the branch next to the camp to get it stuck, and then loosen the bottle cap. The rainwater slowly dripped towards the bottle below. Chinyu placed the last empty bottle below to catch it, and began to wait patiently. Soon the first drop of water flowed out from the bottle cap under the charcoal, followed by the second drop, the third drop. The water filtered very slowly. It took an unknown amount of time to collect 1/10 of it. Chinyu thought about it, and decided to take this opportunity to store more food. He did it right away. The rain had stopped, but the river was still rushing. Chinyu couldn't go down to the river, and could only look for opportunities near the edge. Soon he found a good place, not far from the camp. He had passed by here several times before, and hadn't noticed that there was a lot of water. It looked like a big puddle. Chinyu stood by and thought for a moment, then picked up a stick to make the gap a little bigger, and then piled stones on it. A few minutes later, he made a Y-shaped entrance. In this way, as long as the fish swam in, it would definitely not be so easy to get out. In the following time, Chinyu dug a little deeper in the water around them. Although his physical strength was consumed quickly, once he succeeded, he would not have to worry about food in the next few days. After about an hour, Chinyu had made 5 water pits, and filled the gaps with stones. After finishing, he felt that his body was almost at its limit. If he didn't drink water, he might be in danger. Back in the camp, looking at the rainwater that had been filtered halfway, Chinyu couldn't wait any longer. First tighten the bottle with water on top, then pick up the bottle below, and Chinyu carefully placed it on the stone next to the fire. This method was also learned from the internet by him, and he had never tried it before. However, because Lin Yi is a doctor, Chinyu had asked a long time ago whether this method would work. At that time, Lin Yi said without thinking, "Of course not." But she shook her head again soon. If it was before the end of the world, using a mineral water bottle to boil water would not work, but if it is placed in the wild, or in this doomsday environment, when you need water to save your life, then this method is indeed possible. After all, boiling will contain trace amounts of harmful substances, but not boiling will contain a large number of bacteria. It depends on which choice you make. The current situation is basically the same as what Lin Yi said before. If Chinyu doesn't drink this water, he will definitely be in danger soon. If he survives, he will most likely have diarrhea or diarrhea. He is currently in the wild, and there are zombies around him. If he has a problem with his body, he will definitely die. So without thinking, Chinyu chose to boil the water before drinking it. As the plastic bottle came into contact with the flame, the bottle body began to twist. But soon, Chinyu saw bubbles appear in the water in the bottle. Waiting patiently beside him, he occasionally added wood to the fire. Finally, Chinyu began to see steam coming from the bottle mouth. After a while, the water began to boil. Seeing this, Chinyu wrapped his hands with the bottom of his t-shirt, quickly removed the bottle from the stone, and then placed it in the puddle next to it to cool it down. Chinyu had never known this method before, but a few days ago, when he was in the villa area, he saw Chinshi making milk powder for the baby. There were all kinds of supplies in the warehouse, and no one needed milk powder, so Chinshi took it. When Chinyu passed by a house, he happened to see Chinshi preparing to feed the baby. The water temperature of Jiang Lingling was too high, so he couldn't feed the baby directly. Then Chinshi brought a basin of cold water, and put the bottle in it to cool it down. I didn't expect that I could use this method today. Chinyu held the bottle in his right hand, and shook his head with a wry smile. A few minutes later, he took the bottle out of the water, raised it and took a look. Although it was a little turbid, Chinyu didn't care so much and just opened his mouth to drink. As soon as the water entered his mouth, it immediately smelled of plastic and some firewood. It was a little hot, so Chinyu drank it slowly, but with water and fire, he could survive steadily. After drinking about 1/3 of it, Chinyu put the water aside. After all, Lin Yi also said that it could be used for emergency, but not too much. Thinking of this, he began to seriously recall the details on the map to see if he could remember anything. While thinking, Chinyu also drew on the ground with branches. Just like that, until night fell. After dark, it was basically impossible to continue sleeping on this ground. After all, zombies were not a joke. After thinking for a while, Chinyu simply buried the charcoal with the sand next to the fire. Chapter 579. Using this method, I hope to preserve the fire as much as possible. Before it gets dark, Chinyu has to find a place to sleep tonight. It's not that he doesn't want to leave, but there is really no place to go around. Before, he and Uncle Hua found an abandoned house, but it has completely collapsed and cannot be lived in. Because he often goes back and forth in the woods, Chinyu also found a small tree that can be peeled. Although it doesn't grow big, it's good that there are many of them. He used a stone knife to cut down 5 or 6 trees, about the thickness of a little finger, and then quickly peeled them off. Then Chinyu prepared to find a tree to climb up. Unfortunately, it had just rained, and the surface was wet. Chinyu took a lot of effort to successfully climb the tree. It was about 5 meters above the ground. Then he leaned his back against the tree, and then tied his thighs and the trunk below with the bark. After tying his upper body several times, he slowly closed his eyes and rested. After a tiring day, although the sleeping posture was very bad, Chinyu still fell asleep tied to the tree. At night, the temperature dropped, and Chinyu was even woken up by the cold twice. Finally, around 5 in the morning, he couldn't stand it anymore. If he stayed on the tree, he would definitely catch a cold and have a fever. He had no choice but to go back to the camp. It was just right, so he could check if the fire was out. He quickly slid down from the tree, and he didn't throw away the bark, but put it in his trouser pocket. In the wild, ropes are very important, not to mention that with this thing, he can replace the shoelaces that hang the bottle. As soon as he landed and took a few steps, he heard the sound of branches being pulled. Chinyu didn't have a dagger at this time, but he also used a stone knife to cut a wooden stick during the day. Now he was not so scared when he held it in his hand. There were too many trees around, and there was no moon at night, so the light was not good. Chinyu squinted slightly and looked, but he didn't find what it was. Strangely, the leaves moved a few times, and suddenly returned to silence. Seeing this scene, Chinyu didn't rush over to check. He frowned slightly, then quietly retreated behind the tree and chose to take a detour. As he walked and rubbed his palms, Chinyu finally saw the camp he had set up, but the next second, he quickly hid behind a big tree. His expression became solemn. How could there be someone? Chinyu was a little confused. He quietly stretched his head out to check a little, and finally confirmed that he was not mistaken. The area that he had covered with leaves before now has more light yellow. You don't need to think too much to know that it is the light of fire. But the strange thing is that Chinyu clearly buried the charcoal before leaving last night, and he confirmed it again and again. After all, he can't leave this thing in the short term. But now, the fire was actually lit again, and there was even a smell coming. Chinyu touched his nose, and after a few seconds of careful sniffing, he could tell that it was the smell of grilled fish. His face darkened instantly, and his hand clenched the stick. I worked hard to make the fire, and I worked hard to dig the pit to catch the fish. Why should you wait to eat the ready-made fish? After this thought passed through his mind, Chinyu snorted coldly and turned to walk deep into the woods. On the river bank, a bearded man was holding a charred fish in his hands and eating it voraciously. The fish, weighing about 1.5 kilograms, was eaten up by him very quickly, without even scraping off the scales. The man was wearing a down jacket and didn't look dirty, except for the fact that he only had one shoe left. He was also very dirty, with mud all over his fingernails, but even so, he licked the fish meat off his fingers until there was nothing left. After eating, the man picked up the unfiltered rainwater and started to drink it directly into his mouth. The more he looked at the man, the colder Chinyu's eyes became. Hearing the noise coming from behind, he quickly hid in a pile of weeds. 10 seconds later, the man on the river bank ate and drank enough, then stood up, tore off the pile of leaves, and threw them into the fire to burn. The green leaves came into contact with the open flame, and soon thick smoke appeared. Just as the man wanted to leave, he suddenly saw 5 or 6 zombies appear, and then he picked up a stone and threw it in another direction, but it was completely useless. The next second, the man looked at the remaining internal organs of the fish at his feet, and his face suddenly changed. Previously, he was busy getting food, but he forgot to throw these things away. Now, the zombies may have smelled them, but they gradually approached. Then the man picked up a broken bag he had placed on the ground and quickly ran downstream. Chinyu hid in the dark and watched this scene carefully. After hesitating for a moment, he followed him. Now he had no clothes on, but the coat that the man was wearing was not bad. If he could find a way to get it, it would be good. Previously, he just wanted to use the zombies to drive the man away, then take the charcoal away and move to another place, but he didn't expect that the other party would actually smash all the leaves. After eating and drinking, he was still not satisfied and actually wanted to destroy. Chinyu was unwilling to let him go. After about half an hour, more and more zombies chased the man. Chinyu held 2 zombie legs in his hands and followed quietly behind him. Soon there was no road ahead, only a cliff, and it looked very steep. It was dawn, and the man looked back at the dozen zombies behind him, gritted his teeth, and chose to walk towards the cliff. Then he grabbed the protruding stone and climbed down carefully. Seeing this, Chinyu narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at it, then threw away the zombie's leg and started to go around to the other side. Soon the zombies also walked to the cliff. They couldn't tell the road ahead, and they kept walking forward and fell straight down. The man held the edge of the stone tightly with both hands, and his whole body was very close, for fear of being hit by the zombies. The zombies fell off the cliff and broke into pieces. Some of them didn't hit their heads, and even if only the upper body was left, they were still moving, looking extremely creepy. The man looked down in fear, and then wanted to climb up, but his legs and feet began to lose control. He was still 2 meters away from the top, but it was impossible for him to do it. He had no choice but to retreat again. Just when he was only 3 meters away from the stone below, there was movement from above again. Zombie that was previously trapped in the mud on the river bank was miraculously free today. Coincidentally, when the man was about to climb down the cliff, the zombie fell down. With a bang, it hit him directly on the head, and the whole person fell down on the spot. Fortunately, the man was quick-witted and grabbed the small tree next to him with both hands. Although he couldn't control the speed of sliding down, at least it slowed down a lot. Chapter 580. Soon, a man and a corpse fell into the river. The man reacted quickly, grabbing the zombie's neck with his right hand to avoid being bitten by it, and then quickly climbed up. Under the cliff, there were zombies' broken flesh everywhere, which looked extremely disgusting. Without taking a closer look, the man hurried to the shore, then quickly checked himself, and found that he only sprained his ankle, so he relaxed. Damn, I almost capsized in the ditch. Swearing angrily, the man picked up a stone and smashed a zombie to death, then turned and walked towards the woods. Just as he passed a big tree, a stick suddenly hit him from the side. The man quickly stepped back and stretched out his hand to block it. But how could a flesh and blood body block Chin Yu's powerful blow? With a muffled groan, the man's eyes widened, and then he fell to the ground, howling in pain while holding his right arm. But Chin Yu was already prepared. He took a step forward with an expressionless face, pinched the man's mouth with his left hand, and stuffed a mineral water bottle in his right hand. The sudden movement startled the man, who looked at the person in front of him with horror and wanted to retreat. But the next second, the man's right arm was pinched at the place where he was hit, like an iron clamp, making him unable to move at all. Chin Yu smiled slightly, put a finger of his left hand in front of his mouth, and whispered. This scene frightened the man, and he even froze in place. Why did you move my camp? Chin Yu would not kill innocent people indiscriminately, nor did he intend to take this man's life, but he didn't want to let him go. Hearing the question, the man gradually remembered something, and then he looked at the mineral water bottle in his mouth and began to shake his head in panic. Seeing this, Chin Yu hesitated for a while and took out the bottle. Then the man hurriedly said, I didn't mean it. Really, I just saw a place to sleep over there, so I went straight over, but who would have thought that I would be burned as soon as I laid down? Later, I dug up the ashes and found charcoal, which was still burning. I looked around and found fish. Before he finished speaking, the man's pupil shrank, and he said nervously, Yes, you dug the trap? What else? Chin Yu snorted coldly. Hearing this, the man knew that he would not have a good ending today, and he didn't care about so much. He actually knelt on the ground with his legs and begged, Brother, big brother, I really didn't mean it. Can you please treat me like a fart? Hearing this, Chin Yu walked to the tree next to him, reached out, and took out the wooden stick stuck in the ground, and said lightly, Why did you put out the charcoal afterwards? Even the leaves were damaged. After saying this, the man's expression was uncertain, and he was a little hesitant about whether he should tell the truth. Seeing him like this, Chin Yu was furious and shouted coldly, I worked so hard to make a fire, and you just destroyed it. I dare not tell the truth. The man knelt on the ground, lowered his head, and muttered in a low voice. In this case, I will kill you now. After saying that, Chin Yu walked towards him with a wooden stick. This scene scared the man, and he stepped back and shouted in panic, I want the owner of the fire to starve to death. After all, it has just rained, and it is impossible to make a fire again in a short time. As soon as he finished speaking, Chin Yu stopped and stood there motionless, his face suddenly darkened. Are you telling the truth? I don't have that much patience to accompany you. Seeing this, the man gritted his teeth and said with determination, If you can let me live, I will tell you a very useful clue. What is it? Chin Yu's face was still expressionless. After all, he didn't intend to kill this person. Although the fire was put out, after all, Chin Yu had already planned to move to another place to survive today, so it didn't affect him much. As long as his life is not affected, Chin Yu will not take someone else's life casually. At present, he has water and food. As long as he can take the man's coat, it doesn't matter if there is no fire next. Moreover, in this forest, it is easy to be exposed if you often make a fire. Yu was worrying about how to get a piece of clothing next, but he didn't expect that the pillow would be delivered to his door just when he wanted to sleep. If he can gain some benefits from this, it would be good. Hearing this, the man touched his right arm with his left hand and whispered, "I know where there is a horse." At first, Yu thought he would tell him where there was food, but he didn't expect that he would mention the whereabouts of the horse. At this moment, Yu also remembered what Wu Rui had mentioned before, that when Li Yao was taken away, those people rode horses. Hearing this, although he was very excited, his face remained calm, and he pretended to be indifferent, saying casually, "I am not interested in horses. After all, bicycles are also easy to find." After saying that, Yu continued to take a step forward. Seeing this, the man hurriedly said again, "There are more than one horse, there are many horses." After the voice fell, Yu pretended to be moved and asked hesitantly, "Why should I believe you? What if you set up a trap in advance, or your teammates are hiding in the dark waiting for me to come?" After this, the man was very reluctant, but he had no choice but to say, "I take you there, okay?" At this point, Yu also knew that it was meaningless to drag it on, and then slowly nodded, and then said in a deep voice, "Take me to find the horse, and put out the fire, and we be done." The man was delighted and was about to stand up, but soon his smile stopped. "But you ate my fish, what should be done about this? Isn't that fish from the river? You didn't raise it." The man struggled to stand up, a little afraid to look at him, and said in a low voice. Hearing this, Yu sneered, "Without the pit I dug, can you eat fish? I haven't eaten it myself." Hearing this, the man touched his arm that was a little painful, and whispered, "I really have nothing else." "No, you have." "What?" The man looked up in confusion. The next second, he followed the man's gaze and saw his coat. Then he saw the man was wearing a t-shirt, and then he suddenly realized. A few minutes later, two people appeared on the river bank again. The one in front rubbed his shoulders while walking, with a bit of resentment in his eyes. As for Yu, he was wearing the coat he had just gotten, and walked behind contentedly. Chapter 581. After walking a short distance, the man saw the movement in the water pit, and ran over excitedly. "Fish, there are fish!" Soon Yu also quickly blocked the gap, then took the bark in his hand, rolled up his trousers, and went down the pit. Time passed, and the 5 water pits were checked, and all the fish were gathered in one area. The man held a wooden stick in his left hand, and was about to stab the fish to death, but was stopped by Yu. "Go away." Seeing this, the man smiled awkwardly, and handed him the stick. Then Yu took a look, pierced the gills of the fish that weighed more than 1 pound with tree bark, and then moved the stone in the gap. This scene scared the man, and he quickly jumped into the gap to try to stop the fish from running out. "What are you doing? These are all food. It's a pity to waste them." Hearing this, Yu picked up the 5 fish and turned to leave. Only when resources can be recycled can there be a constant supply of fish to eat. Hurry up and lead the way. You have to prove your worth, otherwise what's the point of keeping you? Hearing this, the man looked at the fishes running away reluctantly and hurriedly followed. "Brother, what's your name? We have to hurry on our way. Why don't we make friends? After all, we don't know each other without fighting." Yu just followed him with the fish in his hand, not bothering to say a word. Seeing this, the man was not annoyed, but spoke to himself. "Since you don't want to say it, then I will go first. I will not change my name, and I will not change my surname. You can just call me Xiao Fu." Listening to the man who was talking non-stop, Yu turned his head and looked at him, saying lightly, "You are full and have nothing to do, so you have a lot of energy?" "That's not the case." Fu Qian scratched his head and said with a smile, "Now I know that you showed mercy before. I was wondering why the pain in my arm was gone after a while. I have to repay you for this." After the voice fell, Yu said expressionlessly, "Just lead the way, stop talking nonsense. How far do we have to go next?" Fu Qian squatted down and rubbed his ankle, thought for a while, and replied, "It will probably take 2 days to get there." After that, the two began to hurry. At noon, Yu and Fu Qian had walked out of the deep forest and began to walk out of the mountain. Fu Qian stared at the fish along the way, and his mouth was watering with hunger. And Yu just said that these fish must not be moved before there is a fire. Just like that, around 1 p.m., the two saw a few houses built on the roadside again, which looked very dirty. The next second, Fu Qian was ready to go over and search for supplies, but was stopped by Yu. "Something is wrong." Hearing this, Fu Qian turned his head and looked around. He didn't see any survivors. Then he shrugged and said, "I didn't see a single person. Don't worry, it's okay." After that, he ran over directly, and his limp was gone. Seeing this, Chinyu was too lazy to continue talking. After all, it was hard to persuade this person, who was looking for death, with kind words, so he just waited and watched the show. More than a minute later, Fu Qian came to the big iron gate and picked up a stone and smashed the railing a few times. As the noises continued, there was still no movement around, so he turned around and shouted with a smile, "Look, there's nothing." Hearing this, Chinyu snorted at his heart. It would be abnormal if there were no zombies in this environment. Since he was not very familiar with this person, and they had a conflict before, Chinyu did not remind him. The location where the two of them were currently was exactly the bend of a road. 3 bungalows were built on the side of the hill, and there was a yard inside. It looked quite large, but there were a lot of weeds. Chinyu stepped forward, took a look at the iron gate, and then stood aside. Seeing this, Fu Qian smiled, stretched out his hand through the gap, grabbed the bolt inside, and pulled it to the side. At this moment, Chinyu suddenly saw the weeds inside move, but strangely, there was no wind now. In a flash, Chinyu reacted very quickly and hit Fu Qian's knee with a wooden stick, then at the same time, he threw himself to the side and quickly hid under the wall. Fu Qian originally wanted to go in, but the next second, he felt a sharp pain in his legs, and he was forced to cover his legs with his hands, and his upper body also bent down. At this moment, he still didn't understand why the man behind him suddenly attacked him, but he soon reacted and his hair stood on end. He only heard a few crackling sounds, and several very small objects flew out, as if they were brushing against Fu Qian's scalp, frightening him so much that he quickly shrank under the wall to hide. Fuck, why the hell is there anyone using hidden weapons? Fu Qian, who was almost poked in the head, was now staring with his eyes wide open in shock, and his voice was a little trembling. Chinyu ignored him, but picked up a handful of small stones from the ground and threw them into the house. There was a crackling sound, and there was no other movement except the sound of stones falling to the ground. Seeing this, Chinyu looked to the side and nodded slightly, then stood up. At this moment, Fu Qian no longer dared to stay by the iron gate, and hurriedly followed Chinyu away. "What's going on?" As he walked, he looked back and asked fearfully. Hearing this, Chinyu walked to the hillside opposite the road, then pulled out a thin wire stuck in the soil, looked at it carefully and said, "These are knitting needles for scarves and sweaters. One end has been repolished, and is extremely sharp." After he finished speaking, Fu Qian also came over and pulled out one to check, and then said angrily, "Damn it, we have no grudges against anyone. Why do we use such hidden weapons to harm people?" Hearing this, Chinyu took out all the remaining knitting needles, and prepared to use them as weapons. After all, tying them to a wooden stick can also increase the lethality. Then he squinted at Fu Qian and said expressionlessly, "Didn't you also want to make a fire extinguisher before? Zombies have been around for a year, and the apocalypse has been going on for so long. Most of them have already lost their humanity. Do they need a reason to do this?" "That's true." Fu Qian pretended not to hear the first half of his sentence, scratched his head, and said with a knitting needle, "After all, only humans can trigger this mechanism. Once successful, the opponent's supplies will be left behind." "Good to know." Chinyu tied the knitting needles to the stick with tree bark, then turned around and continued on his way. Seeing this, Fu Qian hurried over and asked, "The traps are gone, don't we go in and take a look?" "Go by yourself if you want to go." Although the person next to him is a bit talkative, Chinyu doesn't dislike him very much. At least, he can relieve his boredom by chatting with more people, otherwise it will be too boring. Chapter 582. After hearing this, Fu Qian hesitated for a moment, and then chose to follow Chinyu. "Forget it, I can see there is nothing good in it, so let's not waste time." Chinyu walked in front, patting the dirt on the fish with his hands as he walked, frowning and asking, "You said it would take 2 days to get there. Do you mean by driving or walking?" After hearing this, Fu Qian replied without thinking, "Of course I walk. If I drive, it will probably take another 3 days." After he finished speaking, Chinyu stopped and stared at him intently. Fu Qian was a little scared by being looked at, and smiled awkwardly, then replied in a low voice, "This road is very bad, and cars can hardly drive in. Once it rains, they will basically get stuck, and the distance is a little shorter. If you walk, it will indeed be faster than driving. After all, the speed of cars nowadays can't be driven as fast as before, right? You'd better tell the truth." Chinyu left this sentence and continued to walk forward. "Don't worry, I'm definitely not lying to you." Fu Qian hurriedly followed. After walking a few dozen meters, Fu Qian felt a little bored, and then asked curiously, "By the way, brother, I can't figure out how you found something wrong before. There are so many weeds in the yard, How did you see a hidden weapon? Hearing the sound, Chinyu hesitated and then whispered, how many places have you walked after the zombies appeared? Why are you alone? Why are you still alive? Hearing 3 questions at once, Fu Qian was stunned and said in astonishment, what do you mean? Answer me. Chinyu spoke lightly and continued to walk forward. Seeing this, Fu Qian scratched his scalp, not knowing whether to say it or not. And Chinyu did not continue to speak. The reason why he raised these 3 questions again was because he thought about it seriously. At present, he is alone. If he goes to rescue Li Yao alone, it is basically unrealistic. After all, he doesn't even have a gun. If you can survive for a year after the outbreak of the doomsday, you will basically not be trapped to death by zombies. Hiding behind the tree, the light was still a little dim, and Chinyu's sneak attack was blocked by the opponent's hand, which at least showed that he reacted quickly. If Fu Qian had a gun, the person who attacked him would probably be killed. Of course, this kind of thing would not happen to Chinyu. If Fu Qian's left hand had reached to his waist at that time, his body would be cold now. As long as his left hand did not press on the right arm area at the first time, Chinyu would kick his knee again. Since learning this move, Chinyu often uses it, kicking the joint hard from the side, and the enemy will lose the ability to react instantly. But because this move is too lethal, Chinyu would not use it unless he was sure that the person in front of him showed murderous intent. After about a minute, Fu Qian sorted out his thoughts and told the truth. I have been through 5 cities, surviving while walking, and finally chose to hide in the mountains. Why? Chinyu asked calmly. Hee. Fu Qian patted Chinyu on the shoulder, then lifted up his t-shirt, revealing a scar and smiled bitterly. See this? I was 2 centimeters away from death. With such a serious injury, can you survive? Chinyu looked at the shocking scar and frowned slightly. Hearing this, Fu Qian put down his t-shirt and smiled. I passed by a camp before. They had many doctors. I used all my food to exchange for my life. Hearing this, Chinyu asked, what kind of camp is it? Is it far from here? At this time, Fu Qian happened to be squatting on the ground tying his shoelaces. Just when he was about to answer directly, his eyes suddenly turned, and then he raised his head and chuckled. I almost fainted at that time, and I can't remember the specific location. Sorry. So is this related to why you hid in the mountains? Chinyu saw an abandoned van on the roadside ahead, and then walked over. Because it was stabbed by my girlfriend, Fu Qian said calmly. After the voice fell, Chinyu turned his head and looked at him, a little surprised. Then Fu Qian walked over and helped Chinyu to open the car door, and whispered, when the zombies first broke out, my girlfriend and I were about to get engaged, and we planned to go on a trip first. At this point, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. Now I know why some people used to say that if you want to see if 2 people are suitable for marriage, then go on a trip first, and you will understand. What do you mean? Chinyu was also a little interested at this moment. After checking that there were no zombies in the abandoned car, he leaned against the car body and listened with interest. We went to a tourist city and then chose a hotel to stay in, but I didn't expect that as soon as I entered, the waiter inside smiled and said, Miss Tang, we meet again. Ah? Chinyu was a little confused at this moment, and looked at him with a puzzled look. Seeing this, Fu Qian touched his nose and said lightly, the hotel was booked by my girlfriend, and the waiter was originally in another hotel, several kilometers away from here. In theory, it is impossible for them to meet again, but I didn't expect that the waiter who knew my girlfriend was poached. Later, we had a big fight. I asked her if she often came to book a room. She insisted that she had only been on business trips a few times, and didn't have enough public funds, so she booked a standard room with her colleagues. Do you believe it? Chinyu looked at a zombie in the distance, picked up a stone and threw it into the woods, and then said casually. Fu Qian sighed. There is no way to not believe it. My family is from the countryside. They emptied their family savings to buy me a car and a house in the city. I finally got a wife. What if she ran away? But I didn't expect that. I tried my best to protect her and treat her well, but in the end I met a man who was stronger than me and ran away, and even wanted to steal my food. When I found out in the middle of the night, she stabbed me during the argument. Where are your family members? Seeing that the zombie was not affected, Chinyu put the fish on the roof of the car and prepared to go over and kill it. Seeing this, Fu Qian quickly took out the knitting needle and said, I do it, I do it. Now he knew very well that although this young man looked cruel, he would not attack for no reason. If he could follow him, at least he could live more easily. The most important thing is that Fu Qian knew that he could never seek revenge on the couple by himself. He quickly killed the thin zombie with the knitting needle, and then Fu Qian continued to return to the abandoned van. With a touch of sadness in his eyes, he said, "He died a long time ago." Chapter 583. We were traveling when the zombies broke out. Although we managed to rush back home, our house was covered in blood, and we couldn't find anyone. Later, I took my girlfriend with me to survive. A muscular man appeared on the way, and she ran away with him. 2 other questions. Chinyu searched the car for a long time, and finally found a lighter in the storage box. Then he felt much better. It's just a pity that there was only a little bit of air left. Then he collected wood to make a fire while preparing to cook the fish. Although the knitting needles were very sharp, Chinyu didn't know whether they were contaminated with the zombie virus. He had polished off the rust on the can lid and processed the edges, so it was ready to use. A few minutes later, after listening to Fu Qian's words, Chinyu clapped his hands and looked at him and asked, "In other words, you followed others out to search for supplies, but were separated by the zombies and got left alone?" Hearing this, Fu Qian squatted beside the van and nodded, saying, "That's right, at that time, we were not teammates who lived and died together. Dozens of zombies rushed up, and the 4 of us ran away from 4 directions. It just so happened that the zombies chasing me were the most." Hearing this, Chinyu thought for a moment and felt that it was somewhat credible. After all, in the current environment, once you encounter a group of zombies, if you are not very familiar with each other, you are likely to run for your life. For the last question, Fu Qian also truthfully said that he survived by killing others in return. Chinyu simply asked for the details, and then stopped talking. He stood up and broke a few branches from the tree next to him. A little confused, Fu Qian carefully helped him control the fire and asked in a low voice, "Well, are we considered to be on the same boat?" Chinyu squatted down with a few thin branches, too lazy to answer him. Seeing this, Fu Qian was not annoyed, but ran to the forest to collect firewood. A few minutes later, when he appeared with a pile of dry branches, he heard a voice. "My last name is Qin." Before he finished speaking, Fu Qian dropped the pile of wood and said with a smile, "Brother Qin, take good care of me in the future." Hearing this, Chinyu frowned slightly, and while holding a branch cut from a can lid to thread the fish, he said softly, "You are older than me, there is no need to call me that, and after this is over, we will go our separate ways." Originally, Chinyu thought that after he said this, the other party would once again beg to follow him, but he didn't expect the answer to be completely different. Alas, in the doomsday, age and seniority don't matter. You are more capable than me, and calling you brother is just me trying to be friendly. As for whether we will separate in the future, I am used to living alone anyway. If you really let me follow you, I may not be used to it, haha. Fu Qian squatted on the left side of Chinyu, smiling as if they had a very good relationship. Few people who can survive to this day are simple, and they all have the ability to talk to people. Although he said that it doesn't matter, Fu Qian really wants to follow Chinyu. However, he knows very well in his heart that he must create value in order to gain a little voice. Otherwise, once he encounters a crisis, he will probably be the cannon fodder pushed out. Listening to his words, Chinyu just smiled slightly, took the fish meat, and started to roast. There was not much food, so he did not choose to roast the whole fish at once, but cut it into fish fillets. But the can lid was not very sharp, so it was too slow to cut. Fu Qian also took out his knife to help Chinyu, but he was ignored. Time passed by, and the two squatted in front of the fire. Neither of them spoke. Chinyu held 4 skewers of fish meat in his hand, and patiently held them to the side to roast. As for Fu Qian, he watched the fish meat gradually change color with his eyes wide open, and his throat was drooling. He didn't know whether Brother Qin would share food with him, so he could only watch. As they stayed here, several zombies appeared on the surrounding roads again, but Fu Qian had already gone over to kill them before Chinyu reminded him. When the last zombie was killed, Chinyu had already grilled the 4 skewers of fish. He looked up at Fu Qian, who was moving the corpse in front of him, hesitated for a moment, took out a skewer, and stuck it on the ground in front of him. 10 seconds later, Fu Qian came back clapping his hands after finishing his work. When he saw something on the ground, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he excitedly ran forward to pick it up. Then he put it under his nose and sniffed it. A fragrance that made people unable to stop came. Fu Qian said happily, "Thank you, Brother Qin. I gave you food just because I didn't want you to starve to death before you took me there." Although he knew that this person was not simple, Chinyu had to take the risk to trust him in order to find Li Yao's whereabouts. After all, in the doomsday, it would be too difficult for him to find someone without tools such as mobile phones and network communications. And there are so many zombies now, it is very likely that he will encounter a group of survivors every few kilometers. It is indeed a bit dangerous to be alone. While eating the grilled fish, Qin Yu thought of the taciturn female college student who used to be by his side. Qin Yu never had any other thoughts about Li Yao, but as Feng Yi said before, she seemed to be particularly dependent on him. When she was about to be bullied, it was indeed Qin Yu who saved her by accident. And Li Yao also knew afterwards that Qin Yu did not want to meddle in other people's business at the time, and it was because she threw the bag of food in front of him that he was discovered. Even if Fan Shuyang had not been too greedy, Qin Yu would not have rescued Li Yao at all. Logically, if it were someone else, they would probably feel resentful. But Li Yao did not do that. Instead, she always listened to Qin Yu. When she did not know about Lin Yi's existence, she had made up her mind to stay with this man. But later, in that dirty and smelly drainage ditch, she heard Dazhuang say that name for the first time. At that time, Li Yao still had a little fantasy, thinking that it was very likely that the two sides were not in that kind of relationship. But when the three of them went to that community, Li Yao completely understood that she and Qin Yu really had no chance to go further. When Lin Yi took off Qin Yu's clothes in the living room of Sister Feng's villa and checked his physical condition with red eyes, Li Yao knew that she had already lost. Because Qin Yu never let other girls get so close to him, but he didn't refuse Lin Yi's various attempts. When they were training in the basement before, everyone was often sweating profusely. Li Yao wanted to wipe Qin Yu's sweat every time, but he smiled and refused every time. Chapter 584. And at that time in the living room, Qin Yu looked at Lin Yi with a gentle look that had never appeared before when he looked at her. From that moment on, Li Yao felt a sense of inferiority in her heart. This feeling had nothing to do with her appearance and figure, just like what Li Yao said seriously when Xiaoying wanted her to consider whether to go with Xiao Jiao and others. There must be a first come first served. This sentence is also suitable for Li Yao. At that time, she was burning a fire in the backyard while listening to various hints in the house. Although Li Yao loudly echoed Lin Yi's words, she shouted with tears. Although Yang Zi saw it, she did not tell anyone about it, not even her brother. As a girl, Yang Zi knew it very well, and could only pretend not to see it. Since then, Li Yao rarely interacted with people in the community. She stayed by various cars every day, and didn't care even if she got dirty. Since she couldn't stay with Qin Yu as a partner, she would just go on as a teammate who lived and died together, but unfortunately, Qin Yu didn't know what she was thinking. Qin Yu didn't understand until Li Yao disappeared. Or maybe Qin Yu actually knew it a long time ago, but he had already decided that Lin Yi was the only one. Thinking of Li Yao for a moment, Qin Yu also threw the branch into the fire and burned it, muttering to himself, if only her childhood friend hadn't died, alas. Fu Qian was sucking the remaining fish meat on the branch, and suddenly heard a voice, and was stunned for a moment and asked, "What did you say?" "Nothing." Qin Yu shook his head slightly, looking at the last string of fish meat left in his hand. He handed it over. "You eat it, and we will roast all the remaining fish meat later, and wrap it with leaves. Next, we can avoid making a fire, and rush to the destination as soon as possible." "Okay." Fu Qian happily took the fish meat, and bit it directly, not afraid of the thorns at all. While chewing the food in his mouth, Fu Qian rolled his eyes and asked, "I guess, Brother Qin, you should want to find someone, right?" Hearing this, Qin Yu paused for a moment while dissecting the fish, and then whispered, "I haven't asked you yet. You are obviously not afraid of zombies. Why were you chased by the river before, and even risked climbing down the cliff?" Hearing this, Fu Qian swallowed the fish meat, picked out the fish bones between his teeth with a branch, and said casually, "Oh, it takes so much effort to kill zombies. Why would I touch them if I can walk?" "Then you had enough strength just now?" Qin Yu asked again. "Haha, I saw that you cooked fish, and I guess you don't want to eat too much, so I did this." After saying that, Qin Yu continued to grill the fish. Fu Qian finished eating quickly, wiped his mouth, and asked again, "Brother Qin, just tell me, maybe I know the person you are looking for. No one knows, right?" Seeing this, Qin Yu turned the fish in his hand over and asked lightly, "How did you guess that I was looking for someone?" "It depends on wisdom." Fu Qian picked up the fresh fish that had been skewered and stuck in the ground, and grilled it while saying, "There are zombies everywhere, and it's deep in the mountains and forests. Even if you want to find food, you can't go out hunting alone. Either you got separated from others, or you came out to look for someone, and I guess you probably have a little bit of both." Hearing his words, Qin Yu looked at him with a rare high opinion, and whispered, "I didn't expect that your analysis was actually quite right. Hee, I'm not a vegetarian." Fu Qian shook his bangs and replied with a smile. After thinking for a moment, Qin Yu recalled the appearance of Li Yao when he met her recently, and said, "Height about 1.65 meters, thin, skin is a little white, there's a small mole at the corner of the right eyebrow." Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Fu Qian. Stop, Brother Chen. Just tell me what hairstyle and clothes you wear. There is no need to be too detailed. I haven't been in contact with any women recently. Hearing this, Chen Yu thought for a while and continued, light-colored down jacket, hair should be long, black. I don't know if it will be tied up later. Any more details? Fu Qian asked seriously. She is a bit better than ordinary people and knows basic fighting skills. In order to find Li Yao as soon as possible, Chen Yu didn't care about so much and simply told Fu Qian everything. After listening, Fu Qian sat there in deep thought. Chen Yu didn't bother him until a few minutes later, when Fu Qian patted his knee. Some time ago, it was a long time ago, I did see two women being chased. One of them was very similar to what you described. What does the other one look like? Chen Yu's heart moved, and he asked again. Hearing his vague answer, Chen Yu immediately understood that he was talking about Wu Rui. Thinking of this, Chen Yu added some details again and said, I mean, when the long-haired girl was alone, or there were other people around her, about 7 or 8. No. Fu Qian shook his head. At the beginning, I just took a few glances, and those who chased them didn't look easy to deal with. How could I dare to chase them? I ran in the opposite direction a long time ago. Seeing this, Chen Yu knew that he had to find the camp with horses to find the clues. Wu Rui said that she saw the people who took Li Yao away riding horses, and now she heard the whereabouts of the horses from Fu Qian, so he had to go and check it out. Regardless of whether the group of forces abducted Li Yao, Chen Yu had to go and check it out. In this doomsday, if a girl like her was captured alive, it would be too dangerous. When he thought of this, Chen Yu felt powerless. He didn't have 3 heads and 6 arms, and he couldn't do several things at the same time. Now he could only hope that Li Yao could protect herself temporarily with her own skills. At least we can wait until Chen Yu appears. In the Panyawan camp, in a small factory full of men and women. At this time, in the corner, a girl who was covered in coal was working hard to add charcoal to the furnace with a shovel. The temperature around was very high, and the girl was already wet with sweat, and her curvy figure was somewhat looming, but she did not put on a coat to cover it. The main reason is that all the workers here are female workers, and they are not afraid of being seen. The second reason is that wearing clothes will make it easier to sweat, and the water in the body will be lost too quickly, and she has no way to replenish water. Just as the girl was concentrating on her work, suddenly a fat woman came over with a cart. Her speed did not slow down at all, and there was resentment in her eyes. But due to the loud noise around, the girl did not notice the cart behind her. Chapter 585. The car was about to hit the girl's legs, and the fat woman didn't hide her smile at all, and even increased the strength of her hands. When the distance was only a dozen centimeters, the girl's eyes condensed, and the whole person quickly dodged to the side, and at the same time stuck the shovel in the wheel of the cart. Then, the girl suddenly kicked the side of the cart. There was a bang, and the fat woman's hands went numb, the cart fell to the side, and she couldn't control her whole body and staggered a little. But soon, the fat woman's eyes turned fierce, and she took out a sharpened toothbrush from her bosom with her right hand, and rushed towards the girl with a roar. Looking for death. The girl snorted coldly, holding the shovel in her hand, standing there with a frosty face. She was a little tired from working here, and just wanted to get off work quickly, and go back to rest, but she didn't expect that this woman would come to trouble her again. Thinking of the last time, she was soft-hearted, and let the other party live. But it turned out to be worse. The girl decided to turn against her completely. Just as the fat woman rushed in front of her, the girl took a step forward, grabbed the other's wrist with her left hand, and then twisted it in the opposite direction. There was a click, and the fat woman's face instantly turned red, and her left hand also tried to grab the girl's cheek. But the next second, the girl raised her right arm and quickly hit the fat woman's arm joint with an elbow. This scene made the other female workers, who were watching the show, gather together in fear, looking at the area over there in shock. They didn't expect that this girl, who looked so weak, would become more and more ruthless each time she attacked. Just when the female workers thought that the matter was over, something unexpected happened again. The girl grabbed the fat woman's hair and pressed her face against the stove, ignoring her pleas. You know, there was a lot of coal burning inside, and the surrounding iron was very hot. Sure enough, as soon as the fat woman's left face touched it, she heard a deafening scream. Ah! The sudden scream made everyone in the factory stunned, and a large number of people gathered here. The intense pain made the fat woman faint almost instantly. The girl pulled her back with a cold face and threw her to the ground. Then she looked around at everyone around her and said expressionlessly, I just want to survive here and not trouble anyone. I also hope that no one will bother me. Next time, I will never let you off so easily. Hearing her slightly warning words, the people around her sighed. You disfigured someone, and you let him off so easily, then next time, won't it be? Are you stupid? I've made it so obvious. If someone doesn't have eyes next time, it will definitely be like this. After saying that, the woman in her 50s even moved her hand around her neck. Ignoring the voices of the people around her, a bell soon rang in the factory. The girl walked to the cabinet next to her and took out her clothes, then put them on and walked towards the door. The people on the road quickly dispersed, fearing that they would get too close to her. But soon, the girl stopped and looked at the 4 fully armed men in front of her with a slight frown. They all wore football helmets on their heads, held wooden sticks as thick as thumbs in their hands, and had very tall figures. The next second, a man picked up a stick and hit the girl's head hard. This scene also made the other workers step back in fear. The stick in the man's hand broke directly, and he looked at the girl in front of him with shock, and fear began to appear in his eyes. Why don't you hide? Why don't you hide? But the girl didn't react at all. She reached out and touched the blood on her forehead, grinned at the man, and then walked out from the side. The other 3 men in the patrol team were also stunned when they saw the scene, and their eyes looking at the man were full of pity. This scene made some workers confused and whispered to each other. Until an older man shook his head and whispered, "This man is finished dead." Huh? Everyone was a little confused, and a young man looked at him and asked, "Old man, what do you mean by this? Are you referring to the girl or the patrolman?" Hearing this, the old man laughed, put his hands in his pockets, and turned away. What do you think? We are all from the slums. Why are you pretending to be deep? The young man was a little speechless, and shouted in a low voice. Then a voice suddenly came from the crowd. I remember. After the voice fell, everyone turned around. Then the woman moistened her throat, first glanced at the patrolman standing in a daze in the distance, and said excitedly, "A few days ago, this girl was sent here alone by someone, and the relationship seems to be good. If I'm not mistaken, the man is wearing a jade ring on his hand." Hearing this, everyone understood. No wonder, the girl was assigned to burn the boiler when she arrived, and we were all cleaning toilets when we first arrived. Who is that man? Why do you look so scared? A little girl, who was not very old, only 16 years old, asked curiously. Well, that man, if I'm not mistaken, is Lin Hao, who is second only to one person in our camp, and one of his 2 subordinates named Crazy. They rarely come to the slums, so you haven't seen them. I also saw them when I went to the high-end area to collect garbage before. He was wearing a big ring on his hand. This man is quite scary. Don't think that he looks ordinary, but his skills are first class. I heard that he was the national martial arts champion before the end of the world. I don't know why he followed Lin Hao wholeheartedly. Hearing this, the girl who asked the question earlier hesitated for a moment, turned around and returned to her work area, quickly changed her clothes, and then hurriedly left the factory. She knew that whether she could change her future destiny might depend on the choice she made today. Li Yao dragged her tired body and walked slowly towards the residential area. As she walked, she covered her head with her sleeves and tried to clean up the blood. Many days have passed since she came here, and the watch on her hand has long gone. At that time, the one-eyed man chased Li Yao and asked her many questions, asking her if she had a camp and teammates. However, Li Yao insisted that she only had one friend, who had long been separated and had never joined any forces. And Lin Hao was not sure whether she knew her sister, let alone whether she was good or bad. So at that time, Lin Hao only said his sister's name, without describing her appearance and facial features, and even did not mention her occupation. But Li Yao had never heard of that name. Chapter 586. Naturally, Li Yao has always been determined that she has no teammates. But what Lin Hao did not expect was that his sister changed her name just after he went abroad. Many times it is just such a coincidence. Not long after Lin Hao went abroad, he encountered a zombie outbreak, and the communication was cut off. He could not contact his family, let alone his sister's current name. Although he did not get any useful clues, Lin Hao felt that it was always better to have more friends, so he said hello to his subordinates and found a job for Li Yao. At first, Li Yao was not used to this place. It was too big and crowded. Because the medical facilities were complete, Li Yao recovered quickly and then went to the slums. After learning about it, she found that the system here was also quite complete. Any newcomer who came to the camp had to stay in the slums for a full month before being eligible to apply for living in other areas. Because there were too many people, the amount of food consumed every day was also very large. For this reason, Pani Bei established a rule, which was to receive supplies based on points. After listening to the staff, Li Yao subconsciously thought that this was the same as the material currency mentioned by Feng Yi before, but as she learned more about it, she understood why this place could develop to such a scale. After the doomsday, whether it is money, diamonds, or gold, they have essentially lost their function. The only hard goods in circulation are medicine, food, and various weapons. To enter the advanced area, the first thing is to reach 50 points, and secondly, you have to take the assessment, which also has certain requirements for physical fitness. Once you step into the advanced area, you will be provided with enough food and water for one person to survive for free every month. However, it is not so easy to get in. After careful consideration, Li Yao gave up this path. The main reason is that she does not have much time to stay here, and the second is that the conditions are too harsh. If people in the slums want to survive, they need to do all kinds of dirty and tiring work, such as cleaning toilets, fertilizing vegetables, washing clothes, etc. Such work only earns 2 points every 7 days. 1 point can be exchanged for 3 days of food, which tastes terrible, but at least it can fill your stomach. Many people are like this, overdrawing their bodies every day, working more than 10 hours a day, just for a few bites of food in the end. But even if they are too tired to walk, no one is willing to leave, because at least they live here, without worrying about being kidnapped by bad guys, and they don't need to fight zombies. So most of them are old, weak, sick and disabled, and some beautiful women have already exchanged their bodies for a ticket to the high-end area. In the Doomsday, in the camp of Pawnee Bay, any transaction is allowed, provided that the other party is willing. Points represent everything in the slums. As long as you are willing, you can use it to exchange for anything, even a night with a strange woman. Of course, Brother Chen also knows how dark human nature is, so although he rarely comes to this area, he has also issued a death order that no one is allowed to deprive others of their personal freedom at will. It is also forbidden to rob supplies and threaten women with violence. Murder is also a capital crime in Panyawan in the Doomsday, unless it happens outside the wall. It can be said that if it weren't for these orders, the people in the slums would be more chaotic, and the status of female survivors here would be getting lower and lower. As for other types of work, the better ones are to burn boilers. People on the first floor have a harder time, and the second floor is where water is filtered and boiled. Because people in the slums can't afford firewood, they are not allowed to leave the camp at will. Of course, no one takes the initiative to go out. Although life was a little bit hard, the advantage was that they could save their lives. Secondly, the third floor was used to process various foods, such as baking dried meat or smoking meat into bacon. These foods were not for people in the slums. Some foods with good appearance and easy to preserve for a long time would be distributed to high-end areas first. As for those that were about to rot or even stink, they were kept and the smell was suppressed by seasoning and chili. For many people, this was also a rare delicacy. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Li Yao returned to the residential area. As soon as she approached, she smelled a foul smell and frowned again. It was the smell of sweat and feet, and the smell of not having a bath for a long time. It was called a residential area, but it was actually just a large warehouse with an area of about 100 square meters. Although it was a small area, it was crowded with about 60 people. Iron beds, wooden beds, etc. were densely piled together, and some people could only sleep on the floor. Even though there are many people, all the residents here are women. Even in the end of the world, men and women still don't live together. There are people of all ages. The youngest is only 2 months old, and the oldest is nearly 80 years old. When she first stepped into this place, Li Yao was shocked and couldn't accept it, but she hesitated for a moment and chose to go in. For some reason, she didn't want to have too much contact with Lin Hao. Although the man looked harmless, he was blind in one eye and had strong muscles all over his body. He looked like he was not easy to mess with. Li Yao just wanted to earn some points as soon as possible to exchange for weapons and food, because she was determined to go back to find her former teammates. Apart from anything else, in this environment, Li Yao would rather go to the wild and deal with zombies every day. After all, her skills are still pretty good now. Unless she encounters several men together, she can escape. The original plan was to work for half a month, so that she could exchange half of the 4 points for food and water, and the other half for daggers and matches. But later Li Yao found that she had overlooked 1 point. She still needed a map and a compass. When she went to the points exchange place to ask, she felt like a bucket of cold water was poured on her. The map and compass were a set, and it took 20 points to exchange them. This much was enough for one person to eat for 60 days. You know, the apocalypse has only been going on for a year and a month. 20 points would also require Li Yao to burn coal in the boiler room day and night for 70 days. Just thinking about it made her collapse. For a female college student before the apocalypse, she simply couldn't do it for so long, and she would probably be exhausted in the end. But in order to meet those familiar faces again, Li Yao still gritted her teeth and persevered. Today was also her most tiring day. After working hard for several days in a row, Li Yao felt as if her bones were about to fall apart. When she pushed open the door of the warehouse, there was a creaking sound, as if it was about to fall down at any time. Then, the exhausted Li Yao walked in. Chapter 587. There weren't many people inside. It was still 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Most people were working and few people came back to rest. Originally, several women and 2 old ladies were chatting. Suddenly, they heard the door open and turned their heads to look over. The next second, a woman stood up, wiped her hands on her apron, and walked towards Li Yao with a distressed look on her face. "What's going on, sister? Why is your head bleeding?" The woman hurried over and prepared to take a closer look. However, Li Yao smiled at her, took a step back and said, "I didn't see the road clearly when I went down the stairs, and I accidentally bumped into it. It's no big deal." Hearing this, the woman smacked her lips and continued, "You have to be more careful. The medicine here is expensive. People like us can't afford to get sick or injured." After the voice fell, another woman also spoke up and echoed, "Your Aunt Lon is right. If there is any accident, the food ration for that week will be spent. I remember it." Li Yao smiled and nodded at the people, then walked towards the bed further inside. Her bed was at the back, right next to the window, and it was the upper bunk. Logically, such a good place should not be for Li Yao, but the man who sent her here was a lunatic, and many people recognized his identity. Seeing this, the big sister in the dormitory gave the bed to Li Yao in order to please her. Because of the bad smell, Li Yao did not accept it the night before, but she could not stand it, and even felt a little dizzy, so she had to move here. With the window, Li Yao could sleep better at night because she could leave a gap. She took off her shoes and climbed onto the bed. She took out some clean cotton wool from under the pillow and continued to clean the bloodstains. Just as she was facing the window and throwing the bloody clothes at the end of the bed, a pair of hands suddenly stretched out from the side. Then, a timid voice came. "This is the herb I collected. Crush it and apply it on your head. It can stop the bleeding." Hearing this, Li Yao turned her head and saw a little girl beside her. She frowned slightly and recognized the person who was in the bed next to her, but because Li Yao worked shorter hours, she got off work much earlier. Every night when the girl returned to the dormitory, Li Yao had already fallen asleep, and the two had never greeted each other, let alone chatted. Seeing that the other party did not answer, the girl was a little anxious. She looked around and then leaned over. The next second, Li Yao put her right hand on the water cup next to the pillow with a solemn face. But soon her expression eased because of the words the girl said. "My father used to be a Chinese medicine practitioner, and I have been familiar with these since I was a child. Don't worry, this must be herbal medicine." The girl's voice was very low, as if she was afraid of being heard by others. Li Yao hesitated for a moment, stretched out her hand and pushed it back, and said lightly, "I appreciate your kindness, but this thing is too valuable, you keep it for yourself." Hearing this, the girl kneeling on the bed was stunned for a moment, and then reacted, "You don't believe it, right? Okay, I try to show you." After the voice fell, the girl kicked off her shoes, and then lay on her bed. She first looked back to make sure that no one else was staring at this side, and then lifted the bed sheet on the wall with her left hand. Then she reached in and quickly pulled out a small piece of iron with a sharp edge. Seeing this, Li Yao already understood what she was going to do, and was ready to stop her almost instantly. But the girl moved quickly and scratched her finger with the iron, and blood spilled on the spot. "You?" Li Yao looked at her with a surprised expression. "Why? What's the point of you doing this?" But the girl did not answer this question, but quickly hid the iron piece, then tore off a few leaves, put them in her mouth and chewed them, and then pressed them on her fingers. Then she wrapped it with a strip of cloth, held it in front of Li Yao and said, "Look, you see, if there is something wrong with this grass, then I will die with you." Seeing this, Li Yao shook her head helplessly, took the herbs from the other party, and applied them to her head in the same way. "I help you." The girl seemed to be fine, and took out a few more pieces of cloth and began to bandage Li Yao's head. She even made a bow for her at the end. Li Yao approached the window, looked at the reflection inside, then smiled bitterly, turned back and whispered, "What do you want to do? Just say it." Hearing this, the girl was delighted. She looked in other directions again, and found that some people were returning to the dormitory intermittently, so she sat on Li Yao's bed and whispered, "Let me introduce myself first. My name is Fong Xian. Li Yao. I think you are not an ordinary survivor. Li Yao nodded expressionlessly, admitting it. How did you know? You are so decisive, sister? Fong Xian whispered excitedly. The fat woman before was disgusting. She bullied others at every turn and often gave her work to others. I had no choice but to fight her. But I didn't expect that you, sister, looked so thin, but you were so cruel that you almost instantly disfigured the woman. Fong Xian was very excited and kept talking. Li Yao didn't interrupt, just listened quietly. In this way, the two girls chatted on the bed for a long time until the dinner bell rang and they left. This chat experience also laid the foundation for their friendship, and even changed the fate of many people one day in the future. Next to the abandoned van. As the sky gradually darkened, Qin Yu and Fu Qian had already baked all the fish meat, and now they just needed to eat it directly. In the current environment, eating cold food is not a difficult task for everyone, the problem is whether they can eat it. After a busy afternoon, several groups of zombies appeared around, but Fu Qian killed them all by himself. According to him, zombies are nothing to be afraid of. He is more afraid of encountering living people. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the two of them had a simple meal first, and then continued on their way. For safety reasons, no torches were made, and Qin Yu also tried to walk on the main road, so that he could use the moonlight to at least avoid falling. Just as Qin Yu kept walking forward, there was movement again in a certain area behind him where he had been. It was very dark at night, and the dark woods were very scary. A few seconds later, a man with a scarf on his face and a zombie leg in his hand appeared, and the whole person was very fast. Alay still wore the gray coat and appeared alone in the woods. He drove here, and a car was parked outside the villa area. Chapter 588. The car could not drive into the mountain, so Ari stopped at an open space, cut a lot of leaves to cover it, and sprinkled some zombie meat on it to cover it. Then he started to chase the location described by Uncle Wa alone. Soon Ari arrived at the place where Qin Yu and Lao who were surrounded by the zombies. There were still a few zombies around. He killed them with a dagger in hand, and then carefully piled the corpses into a line, and walked deeper. Not long after, R's eyes narrowed slightly, and he saw several pieces of flesh on the ground. 2 days had passed, and there were fewer pieces of flesh on the ground, and there were more footprints around. The ground was a little wet at this moment, and R squatted down and touched the meat. He roughly judged that it had been eaten by zombies again, so he began to check around. Although it was night, due to his previous job, R was very sensitive to unfamiliar environments, and his tracking ability was first class. However, because it was the end of the world, some zombies would interfere with the clues when they moved, so he basically didn't use it normally. But now, in order to find Qin Yu's whereabouts, RI was more careful than before the end of the world, and did not miss any trace. After more than 10 minutes, he finally found something wrong beside the bushes in a certain direction. At this time, RI did not rush to check, but stood in place, and turned to look behind him. When he confirmed that he was in front of the bloody mass, his expression began to become solemn. From this angle, Chi Hao, Uncle Wa, and the other two can't see you in the tree. With this sentence flashing through his mind, Alay became more certain that Qin Yu was definitely not dead. He then squatted down and took out a match to light it. With a rustling sound, a little light appeared around him. Similarly, some very thin threads of clothes caught Alay's eyes. He picked them up and recognized them almost instantly as being from pants. He put them under his nose and sniffed them. There was no odor at all, so he ruled out the possibility that they were from zombies. After confirming the direction, Alay stood up, then sped up and ran forward. Soon, several zombie bodies appeared around, and this scene also pointed out the direction for Alay in disguise. On a deserted road, two figures hurried along, occasionally picking up stones and throwing them far away. Brother Chun, let's take a break? Fu Qian put his hands in his trouser pockets, looking around cautiously while walking, and finally shouted to the front in the early morning. Hearing this, Qin Yu stopped, breathed steadily and looked back, and the latter was sitting on a stone by the roadside. Seeing this, he looked at the stars in the sky and whispered, "It should be 1 or 2 in the morning. Come on, find a place to rest for a while." Although it's just walking, long-term travel will also consume physical strength, especially when the road is difficult to walk. Fu Qian sat on the stone and pressed his legs. He looked up and said to the right front, "There is a shed over there. No one is there. We can stay there for half a night." "Yeah." Qin Yu took out the bottle and took a sip. The taste was still unpalatable, but fortunately the water was clean. Then he put it in his pocket and turned around and walked over there. At this moment, Fu Qian jumped off the stone, ran to Qingyu, and whispered, "Brother Chen." Hearing this, Qingyu used a stick to pull away the weeds in front of him, frowning and said, "What are you going to do? A grown man, walk for a while, and rest for a while. I am curious about how you survived until now." After saying this, Fu Qian's old face turned red, but he didn't care, but licked his lips and said, "Well, give me a sip of water, I'm so thirsty." Originally thought that the other party would agree readily, but did not expect that Qinyu's answer was so clean and neat. "You can eat, because there is a lot of fish meat, and it can't be preserved for a long time, but there is only this little water, and it can't be shared." Hearing this, Fu Qian was a little anxious. "I will starve to death without food, but I will die faster without water." "Then let's talk about it when you are about to die." Before finding a new clean water source, Qingyu could only rely on this small, half bottle of water. Seeing this, Fu Qian was a little speechless, but he was able to survive until now, and he must have his own way to find water, so he didn't mind and quickly followed. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Qingyu saw a large field, but the crops were gone. After finding the destination, Fu Qian yawned and said, "Here, we are, right there." After looking around for a few times, Qingyu said softly, "You go ahead." "Haha, no problem." Fu Qian was slightly startled, then smiled and agreed, "It's good to be cautious." After saying that, Fu Qian, who was already a little sleepy, ran over quickly, and then turned back and shouted, "Don't worry, there are no zombies here." Then, before he finished speaking, a dry hand suddenly stretched out from the 1-meter-high weeds next to him, and grabbed his shoulder instantly. The next second, Fu Qian's face turned pale, and he screamed. But when he looked back and found that it was a zombie, he was instantly furious and pulled out a knife to stab it. "You don't want to learn from others, and you're here to scare your father, right?" He cursed in his mouth, but his hands didn't stop moving, and soon the zombie stopped moving. Then Qingyu walked over, patted Fu Qian, and whispered, "Okay, why bother with a zombie?" Hearing this, Fu Qian wiped the blood off his knife with weeds, and then said speechlessly, it's scary to death, not to mention that this thing is scary. If I get closer and get bit by it, I'd be finished." Qingyu rolled his eyes, slapped the surrounding grass with a stick, and after confirming that there were no other zombies, he walked into the shed. It looked like it was built before, and it was estimated that someone would live there at night, so it looked decent. There were 2 wooden beds inside. Although there was a lot of dust, there were no zombies inside because the door was closed. As soon as he entered, Fu Qian pulled a pile of grass to spread on the ground, and then laid down to sleep. But soon, he opened his eyes, and sat up, because Qingyu stood by the door motionless. Seeing this, Fu Qian thought for a moment, and then suddenly realized, "Well, I know you don't trust me, and I'm not a person without vision. I know the difference in our strength, and I won't attack you in the middle of the night." He lay down again. 10 seconds later, Fu Qian sighed and sat up again, whispering, "We have been walking together for a whole day, can't you trust me?" Hearing this, Qingyu took out a water bottle and threw it over, saying lightly, "I can give you a drink, but you need to tie your hands with shoelaces." Chapter 589. When these words came out, Fu Qian's eyes widened, thinking that he had heard wrongly. However, looking at Qinyu's serious look, Fu Qian had no choice but to smile bitterly, and did as he was told. More than a minute later, Fu Qian bit his shoelaces with his teeth, rushed to the door and pouted, "Is this okay now?" Seeing this, Qingyu walked over to check it out, and after confirming that it was correct, he took the water bottle, unscrewed the lid, and then fed him 2 sips. "Hey, have some more." Fu Qian just raised his head to drink a little, and before he was satisfied, the water bottle was taken away. Forget about it. There's still a whole day ahead. What if the sun comes out tomorrow? After saying that, Qingyu hung the bottle on his waist, and went out to pull weeds. Soon he made another bed, and when Qingyu was done, he heard snoring. "You are really careless. You dare to sleep like this with strangers." Qingyu put the fish wrapped in leaves beside the bed, then got up and locked the door. There are no tools such as iron chains, but you can pull the bolt over to jam it, so that zombies can't get in. Although it looked safe, it was in the wild after all. After thinking for a while, Qingyu picked up 2 bricks from the corner, one on the bolt, and the other on the ground. In this way, as long as anyone reached in to open the door, the bricks would fall. With Qinyu's current caution, he could wake up within 3 seconds. After finishing, Qingyu was so sleepy that he began to yawn, turned around and went to the bed to lie down. There was no pillow, so he used his right hand to support his head, then turned sideways to look at Fu Qian on the other bed, slowly closed his eyes, and began to rest. Qingyu had been on the road for the first half of the night, and he felt a little cold, so he fell asleep almost immediately. Although there was a survivor in the room whom he had just met, his hands were tied, and the knife was given to him to keep, so Qinyu's tense nerves finally relaxed a little. The next day, just after dawn, Qinyu opened his eyes on time, then sat up and raised his left hand in front of him. 7 o'clock in the morning? Qinyu looked up at the door, and the bricks on it were still intact. Then he looked at the bed opposite, and the bed was still sleeping soundly, with his mouth open and even drooling. Seeing this, Qinyu was slightly puzzled. He couldn't understand why this person could sleep so peacefully. It was still early, and while he had time, Qinyu planned to process the remaining 3 pieces of bark to see if he could twist them into thin ropes. In this way, he could make a bow and arrow when he encountered bamboo or other suitable small trees next time. From bare hands to can openers, Qinyu was not satisfied. If possible, he wanted to get more weapons for self-defense. In this way, if he met other survivors, he would have a trump card for confrontation. After all, according to Qinyu's current philosophy, weapons can be used, but they must be used. In this dangerous doomsday with zombies everywhere, sometimes if you want to sit down and talk with the other party, you can only rely on whose fist is harder. Half an hour later, Qinyu looked at the bark that was getting bigger and bigger after rubbing it, and put it in his pocket again with some helplessness. At this time, Fu Qian also sat up in a daze and said hello. Brother Chen woke up so early, and there is no need to get up early to punch in this doomsday. Hearing this, Qinyu took out a piece of the fish and started eating it. It was a little cold, and because there was no seasoning, it tasted even worse. After swallowing the fish, Qinyu threw 2 small pieces to Fu Qian, and then asked softly, "Are you so relieved to sleep in front of me?" After taking the breakfast, Fu Qian wiped his hands on his t-shirt, and then answered while eating, "I am very good at judging people. Brother Chen, you don't look like a cruel person." "I believe you, I am right." Hearing this, Qinyu was a little speechless, but he was too lazy to say more. After finishing the meal quickly, Fu Qian took back his knife, and the 2 of them left the shed. As soon as they appeared, a zombie about 10 meters away instantly noticed them, and walked towards them with a low roar. After walking for almost 2 hours, Qinyu and Fu Qian found a few more houses. It looked like a small village, and each was a little far away from the other. "Do you want to go over and take a look?" Fu Qian squinted and looked, then turned his head and asked. Hearing this, Qinyu nodded and said, "We don't have much stuff. Let's go search and see if there are any supplies that can be used." "Okay." Fu Qian made an okay gesture and ran down the hillside. The road was not good, or there was basically no road here. The only places they could walk on were some field ridges. As soon as they approached the yard, the door was suddenly opened. Then, a woman wearing a cheongsam and a coat appeared. She was about 30 years old and looked pretty good, but her clothes looked dirty. The figure that appeared in an instant scared Fu Qian. He was stunned for a moment, then swallowed his saliva and shouted, "Hey, what are you doing?" Qinyu also held a stick and looked at the woman in front of him with a serious face. The next second, the woman hesitated, then stepped forward. Seeing this, Qinyu shouted coldly, "Stop! Don't blame me for being rude if you move again." After saying this, the woman looked up at Qinyu, and her expression began to look a little pitiful. She lowered her head again and said, "2 young men, do you have anything to eat?" As soon as she finished speaking, the woman touched her stomach and continued to whisper, "The children are almost dying after being hungry for a few days." After that, a few small hands appeared on the mud wall. Then the 5 children lay on the wall, stretched their heads to look at Qinyu and Fu Qian, and stared at the bag of leaves eagerly. They were of different ages. Qinyu took a quick look and found that the oldest was probably in his teens, and the youngest was only 6 or 7 years old. They did look a little pitiful. But now that winter has passed, some survivors who hid for the winter will gradually show up. Qinyu would not simply think that a woman could live so long with several children. He stepped back expressionlessly and said in a deep voice, "There is no food, but you can come up and try." Hearing this, Fu Qian was stunned. He originally thought that the man next to him would give him food because he was soft-hearted. After all, these children looked really miserable, especially one of them, who only had 3 fingers left on his right hand. As a result, Qinyu's answer was beyond his expectations. Strangely, the woman seemed to be accustomed to this sentence. She first turned her head to the left and nodded slightly. Qinyu did not act rashly, but looked at what the woman was up to. After receiving the instructions, an older girl inside the wall patted the children next to her, and then all the children retracted their heads. Chapter 590. Then the woman quickly took off her coat, then grabbed her shoulders and pulled down her clothes, revealing a large area of white. This scene made Fu Qian's head congested, and he even subconsciously took 2 steps forward. 1 hour, in exchange for half of your food. The woman lifted up her cheongsam again, and her white thighs appeared again. Seeing this, Qinyu hadn't spoken yet, but Fu Qian couldn't hold back. He blinked, poked him with his elbow, and whispered, "What do you think?" "No." Qinyu said 2 words lightly. "Don't." Fu Qian moved closer and muttered, "This woman looks pitiful, with several children alone. It's the end of the world anyway, and it's not against the law. We are doing a good deed." Hearing this, Qinyu turned his head and glanced at him. Seeing this, Fu Qian immediately shut up, gestured forward with his hand, and then stepped back. In this scene, the woman also understood who had the final say. She hesitated for a moment, and said in a begging tone, 2 hours, 1/3 of the food, okay? I just want the children to survive." Although the woman's words were pitiful, Qinyu still shook his head, his voice without a trace of emotion. "Their life or death has nothing to do with me." Hearing this, the woman also realized that continuing to talk would only make her bored, so she simply put on her clothes and stood aside a few steps. After that, Qinyu pondered for a while and asked softly, "Can we take a detour?" "What?" Seeing that there was no hope, Fu Qian was looking at the walls, and suddenly heard the question and was a little unresponsive. Then he looked at Qinyu, then walked over and whispered, "It's okay to take a detour, but we may not reach our destination today." "I don't care, it depends on you." Qinyu frowned slightly. He was reluctant to take this road, because according to his intuition, this woman was definitely not simple. But if it dragged on, Li Yao might be in more danger. It was not reasonable to let his former partner fall into dire straits. After thinking quickly, Qinyu made up his mind and spoke, "Just go from here, be careful next time, and pay more attention to the movements around you." After the voice fell, Qinyu took the lead and walked forward. The woman lowered her head, grabbed her coat with both hands, looked at the ground, and stood there motionless. When he reached the woman, Qinyu stopped, took out 2 pieces of fish from the leaf bag, and handed them over. "Whatever you want to do, you shouldn't use the children as a shield, so take care of yourself." Qinyu said this lightly, then put the fish in the woman's hand, and turned to walk towards the mountain road. Seeing this, Fu Qian hurriedly followed and asked in a low voice, "What are you doing? If I had delayed a little longer, the 2 pieces of fish would definitely have taken down the woman." Hearing this, Qinyu said expressionlessly, "In this environment, aren't you afraid of getting sick? That woman may have traded with you many times." "Of course I'm not afraid." Fu Qian was reluctant to leave. As he walked away, he looked back, with some regret in his eyes. He then took out a small plastic bag from his pocket, sighed, and said, "I've had this thing with me for almost 3 months, and I can't use it. How can I not be anxious?" "Then you can go back." Qinyu glanced over and found that it was a box of birth control products, so he casually said, "Anyway, I don't think she will dislike you." After that, he grabbed a small sapling and climbed up the slope next to him. At this moment, Qinyu suddenly felt that the leaves looked familiar, so he paid more attention. "Oh, what are you talking about?" Fu Qian quickly put the box of things in his pocket and followed Qinyu's steps. "Am I that kind of person? We promised to take you to find a horse, and we can't break our promise." Qinyu curled his lips, stretched out his hand to pull him up, turned around and continued to walk up the mountain along the path. In the apocalypse, such things are everywhere, and Qinyu has long been accustomed to it. The 2 of them walked and chatted, but they didn't know that the woman behind them was staring at them. A few minutes later, Qinyu and Fu Qian disappeared into the jungle, and the numbness in the woman's eyes instantly turned into indifference. Then she threw the 2 pieces of fish meat into the yard with her right hand. The children hiding in the wall rushed up to pick them up. Then, there was another rustling sound. If Qinyu heard it at this moment, he would definitely be able to tell that it was the sound of the iron chain. As the woman pushed open the gate and entered, the 5 children huddled together, and some fear began to appear in their eyes. The look they had given Qinyu before was actually fake. "Get away from me." The woman was a little annoyed because her plan had failed today, so she simply kicked a child in the face. Almost instantly, the 8-year-old child's eyes turned red, but he didn't dare to cry. He just bit his lips tightly and backed away desperately. The woman spat on the ground and then walked towards the house. Pushing the door open and entering, the woman moved the table away, then squatted down and pulled up the big wooden board. Then, a staircase came into view, and the woman snorted coldly, "Come out." After the voice fell, she stood up and walked to the somewhat tattered big sofa, bent down and pulled out a bag of melon seeds from the bottom, and then started to eat. 10 seconds later, people crawled out of the secret passage intermittently. The house, which was not big to begin with, was crowded with people in a moment, to be precise, a bunch of men. One of the bald men with tattoos and a lot of flesh on his face walked to the sofa, then sat next to the woman and said in a somewhat unhappy tone, "What's the matter? Why didn't you succeed today? You ask me, who should I ask?" The woman spat the melon seed shell on the man's face, and said irritably. But strangely, the bald man was not angry. Instead, he took the melon seed stuck on his forehead and put it in his mouth to suck it, and laughed. "I say, little sister, can you not be so angry?" "Oh what, you want to relieve me?" The woman spat the melon seed shells all over the floor, and said indifferently. Hearing this, the bald man waved his hand. "Everyone, I have a plan to discuss with my younger sister." As soon as this was said, the 7 or 8 young men in the house all walked out of the house, and began to walk towards another house. As the people left, the bald man stood up, quickly went over to lock the door, and even put down the cloth on the window. Then with a roar, the bald man pounced on the sofa. About 3 minutes later, the woman stretched out her hand to push the bald man away, and said in a somewhat sarcastic tone, "That's it?" Hearing this, the man was still not annoyed, took the clothes and put them on, and said with a slightly red face, "Well, the weather is not very warm yet, you just have to wait a few days." Chapter 591. The woman lay on the sofa as if nothing had happened, and said lazily, "Those 2 men don't have much food. I don't think we need to do this business." When it comes to business, the bald man stopped laughing and took out a wrinkled cigarette from his pocket, then lit one and put it in his mouth. As the smoke filled the room, the woman frowned slightly and said again, "I'm talking to you, don't smoke here." Hearing this, the bald man held the cigarette in his hand, turned his head and smiled, revealing a pair of yellow teeth. "A mosquito leg is also meat, and a large amount is enough. Besides, we have decided to take a different route, and these 2 pretty boys are just the appetizers." Hearing this, the woman put her legs down from the sofa, then took the cheongsam next to her, and put it on, and said softly, "Call everyone in and have a meeting." The bald man laughed, put out the cigarette, then put his right hand on the woman's chest and pinched it, then stood up and walked out of the house. The woman kicked him, and said angrily, "You are only this good." More than a minute later, the room was crowded with people again, but unlike before, everyone was squatting on the ground. The bald man sitting on the sofa relit the cigarette, briefly explained the plan, then blew a smoke ring and said lightly, "Tell me, what do you think?" After the voice fell, a thin young man spoke first. "Tie up those who came out to search for supplies, wait for their families to come out to look for them, and then we use them to exchange for supplies. That's what you mean, right?" "Yeah." The bald man took another puff, and then passed the cigarette to the younger brother next to him. The younger brother happily took it, and said with a smile, "Thank you, big brother." Then he took a small puff, and passed the cigarettes out one by one. Soon all 7 of them smoked once, except for the thin young man who spoke earlier, who waved his hand. "I don't smoke." Then, he looked at the woman lying on the sofa and resting, and said softly, "I don't think this method will work." As soon as these words came out, the bald man hadn't spoken yet, but the woman opened her eyes instantly, and said expressionlessly, "Tell me what you think. First of all, the other party dares to come out and wander around in the wild like this, which is definitely not simple." The thin young man pondered for a while, and said in a deep voice, "Secondly, the more this kind of person looks harmless, the more dangerous he is likely to be. I personally think that there is some truth in the saying that a biting dog doesn't bark." After saying that, the thin young man put his hands in his pockets, stood up, and walked to the window to look in the direction of the mountain. "I say, Lao Wei, can you stop standing here to show off to others and destroy your own ambitions?" As soon as he finished speaking, a young man with a crew cut stood up and shouted loudly, "What do you think?" "I'm listening." The young man called Lao Wei did not quarrel with him, but looked at him calmly, and then said lightly, "Humph." The young man with a crew cut was obviously not so stable. He first bowed to the bald man and the woman on the sofa, and then faced the people in the room. "We have been in this doomsday for so long, isn't it because everyone works together? There were also strong men who could fight against several people in the past, and they were killed by us? In my opinion, instead of wasting time and effort, it's better to tie up the 2, kill one and leave the other, and just beat them up. Anyway, we can still use the old method and succeed every time." As the short-haired guy finished speaking, the others also raised their hands in agreement, but the remaining 2 looked at the thin young man and chose to abstain. "Sister Yuan, what do you think?" The thin young man did not speak rashly, but looked at the woman on the sofa and asked. At this time, Sister Yuan was cutting her nails with one leg up, not caring about exposing herself. She put down the nail clippers and said softly, "What Erbal said makes sense, but it's not entirely right." Then she put her legs down, patted the dust off her cheongsam, and said seriously, "The two men before, the one with long hair is not threatening, not to be feared, it's the short-haired young man who is rare." "Oh, what do you mean?" The bald man leaned on the sofa, crossed his legs and asked. "Since the zombie outbreak, we have survived together, and we can say that we have basically never failed to use these children. Anyone will let down their guard after seeing the pitiful appearance of those children. Although they may not necessarily agree to the transaction, they will also leave some food. But the young man outside just now was different. He knew I had a problem, but he still gave me some food. Tell me, why is that?" As soon as the words fell, various voices came from the room. "What else?" The man saw that Sister Yuan was pretty, and wanted to make her smile. Just then, Sister Yuan raised her eyebrows, picked up the shoes on the ground and threw them at her. "Is your brain stuffed with donkey hair?" With a snap, the young man who was speaking was hit directly on the face, and he didn't dare to dodge at all. Then he picked up the shoes, ran to the sofa and put them down, then retreated. Sister Yuan put on the shoes with a frosty face, and said calmly, "Men in the doomsday are all the same. When they are full, they start thinking about that. Although my appearance is not the most beautiful, my figure is not bad. Looking at the doomsday, that man is unwilling to look at me even once. What does this mean?" Hearing this, the other people in the room did not dare to speak anymore, for fear of being hit by the shoes again. But the thin young man looked outside and whispered, "It means that there is a woman who is more perfect and more beautiful than Sister Yuan beside him." When this was said, everyone was shocked and began to stay away from the window to avoid being affected. But strangely, after hearing this, Sister Yuan was not angry, but nodded and said, "Sure too is right. When there is a rose at home, no one will look at the wild flowers on the roadside. The more this happens, the more curious I am about the man. I saw him up close before, and he should not have a gun. Are you sure?" Shertu turned around, looked at Sister Yuan and frowned, and asked, "Don't make any mistakes, which will lead everyone into a trap." Sister Yuan picked up a small mirror from the gap in the sofa and began to look at her hair. While styling it, she said, "Of course, if a person has a gun, when meeting a stranger, he will definitely take out the gun as quickly as possible. But the man's coat was pulled up, and it was impossible for him to pull out the pistol from his waist in an instant. So Lao Du, you take 4 people to chase them. Don't alarm the other party first. Try to stay as far away as possible, and I will also take 4 people to go around in front of them, and try to attack them from both sides." Chapter 592. After she finished speaking, the bald man next to her thought for a moment, then stood up and told the 4 people to leave. "Remember to bring your crossbow and shotgun," Sister Yuan reminded calmly. "Okay." Old Du hummed and walked towards other rooms. With the sound of rummaging through boxes and cabinets, the 5 men took their weapons and equipment and began to rush into the mountains. For people were left in the house again, waiting for the next instruction. Soon Sister Yuan trimmed her toenails, then stood up and straightened her cheongsam, then picked up her coat and put it on, and said expressionlessly, "Erbao, go and put those little beasts outside in the cage and leave them food for a day." "Okay." The young man called Erbao nodded and was about to leave. Suddenly he thought of something and turned back to ask, "Sister Yuan, how many days will it take for us to be back this time?" 3 days. Bring more food. Don't underestimate the enemy." After saying this, Sister Yuan got up and walked into the inner room, as if the life and death of those children had nothing to do with her. Hearing this, the people in the room looked at each other, and Erbao was even more hesitant about whether to do this. Seeing this, Shertu still put his hands in his pockets and said softly, "Didn't you hear what Sister Yuan said?" Hearing this, Erbao glared at him, then waved his hand and said, "Brothers, let's go." Then the 4 of them left, and the remaining Shertu looked at the inner room and turned around to prepare his weapons. In the inner room, Sister Yuan walked to the big stove, stretched out her hand to test the water temperature, then took off her clothes, and then stood in a big wooden barrel next to it. Holding a ladle in her hand, she poured hot water on her body, while scrubbing her body with some disdain, and her eyes did not hide the disdain at all. If it wasn't for the purpose of surviving step by step, she would definitely not want to rely on that bald man. It's okay that she looks ugly, and she likes to get tattoos on her face. The key is that she can't live well. A few months ago, Sister Yuan just escaped from a group of villains. She didn't dare to stop even when her feet were rubbed with blisters. When she found the well in this deserted village, she chose to hide here and planned to survive this winter. There were no survivors around originally, but due to the good geographical location, people gradually discovered this place. Lao Du was one of them. But at that time, Lao Du didn't have much to say, he was just an errand boy. Since she came to this deserted village in advance, Sister Yuan was more familiar with the surroundings. She used the zombies and the jungle to get rid of those people at the beginning. But this would not work. She knew that she would run out of energy sooner or later. So she simply joined the game and invited Lao Du to join. With the advantage of her appearance, Sister Yuan quickly pulled Lao Du into the camp. The main reason why she was successful was that the other party wanted to turn against her. Then she pretended to be captured, and Sister Yuan's clothes were cut several times, looking completely pitiful and touching. At that time, Lao Du's eldest brother couldn't help it at first sight, and dragged Sister Yuan into the bedroom. Halfway through the matter, Sister Yuan seized the opportunity, gently touched her hair with her right hand, and took out the blade. Then she quickly turned over and sat up, holding the sharp blade in her hand, and slashed forward with a fierce look. In less than 3 seconds, the man who was originally happy was killed on the spot, and the blood from his throat even dyed the bed red. Then, there was a movement outside, and Lao Du led his men to subdue all the former eldest brother's men, and they knelt neatly in the yard. There were a total of 20 people at the time, and 5 of them were captured. Lao Du didn't want to waste these people, so he planned to recruit them. Women are the most vicious. None of the men present thought of taking those people's lives, but Sister Yuan firmly believed that the grass must be cut off at the root. But the knife was placed in front of them, and no one dared to pick it up. Instead, Sister Yuan, with a gloomy face, picked up the axe and chopped those people alive, and then fed the corpses directly to the zombies. She even raised corpse dogs, and the meat of the survivors was used as feed. It's funny to say that Sister Yuan, who had just experienced the apocalypse, was terrified all the way, fearing that she would be caught up by zombies. But in the end, the ones who hurt her the most were the humans, especially the man named Han Shirshan, who beat and scolded her like a beast. At that time, a group of people appeared out of nowhere. Sister Yuan took the initiative to save her life, and finally escaped when she had the chance. Afterwards, she also thought clearly that there was no mercy in the apocalypse. If she wanted to gain the respect of other survivors, or even villains, she had to be ruthless. Only when you are more ruthless than those bad guys, they will not arbitrarily control your life and death. So after that day, everyone else was scared by Sister Yuan. After that, they occupied this deserted village, because although the place was not big, there was a well, and it was sealed, so zombies could not pollute it at all. Later, other survivors often passed by, and Sister Yuan controlled some hostages. Most of the parents of those children were thrown into the pigsty by her to feed the corpse dogs. This is also the danger of the doomsday. Many people have been good people all their lives, but in the end, they have to be worse than others in order to survive. It takes many years to learn to be good, but it often only takes a moment to become bad in the doomsday. A few minutes later, Sister Yuan by the stove had washed herself clean, then walked to the corner, took out another cheongsam from the plastic bag and put it on. These clothes were basically taken from the survivors before. After wearing them, Sister Yuan walked a few steps and felt a little tight, and then tore it up with a sullen face. After taking out a set of wrinkled underwear again, putting on a t-shirt and pants, Sister Yuan walked out. The other 4 people were already ready and standing in the yard, and 2 of them even led 2 corpse dogs. The reason why this thing can be controlled is that there is a big iron ring on the neck, and a wooden stick is used to support it from behind, so the corpse dog cannot turn around and attack from behind. Of course, the safest point is that the dog's mouth is fixed. Sister Yuan once thought about raising corpse dogs before they mutated, but later they were infected with the virus and poisoned, and one of them was eaten by the other 2. When needed, the corpse dogs will be muzzled and coated with zombie blood, which can confuse the smell of living people. Although the risk is high, relying on these 2 guys, Sister Yuan and others can basically eat other survivors quickly every time they meet them. Let's go! Sister Yuan put on a pair of leather gloves and walked towards the mountain. She is already very familiar with the plants and trees here, and knows where to take shortcuts. Chapter 593. In the woods, Qinyu walked very fast, and Fu Qian couldn't even keep up, so he had to run in the end. Time passed by. Qinyu looked at his watch and asked softly, "It's 12 o'clock now. How far is it from the place you said?" Hearing this, Fu Qian held the tree and panted, then he stood up straight, looked around and said, "Well, I have to go to a higher place to see the terrain, otherwise I can't recognize it." Hearing this, Qinyu looked at the hill in front of him on the left and gestured, "Can I see it over there?" Fu Qian squinted and looked at it, then nodded and said, "Okay." Then let's go. After that, the two began to walk up the mountain. Every time they walked a distance, Jinyu would stop and look at the surrounding environment. Fu Qian was very confused about this, but he didn't say anything when asked. When they reached the top of the mountain and confirmed the direction, Jinyu patted Fu Qian on the shoulder and then whispered, "Next, you do as I say." While listening, Fu Qian also widened his eyes, asking if this would work, but Jinyu just nodded slightly and told him to just do it. Fu Qian had no choice but to agree after hesitating for a moment. Then Jinyu took out half of the fish meat and gave it to him, and then walked into the jungle alone. After he left, Fu Qian looked at the zombies in the distance, curled his lips, and began to walk down the mountain with the fish meat. After leaving the woman, Jinyu tried his best to observe the surrounding terrain. When he heard that there was only half a day left, he began to execute the plan and planned to get rid of the tail behind. After entering the mountain, Jinyu asked Fu Qian to find a place to stay for a while, and then he climbed up the tree and kept his eyes on the houses. Although the matter of finding Li Yao could not be delayed, Jinyu would not let the woman come to cause trouble. And he was sure that the other party had accomplices. If he rushed to the destination like this, if the person behind him did not let Jinyu go and chose to stay in the dark, then he would be in trouble. Let's not talk about whether Li Yao was really in the camp. It would not be so easy to take people away at that time, and there would inevitably be some conflicts. If the people behind him jump out to cause trouble at this time, Jinyu will be more passive, and it will be easy for him to be controlled. So after thinking about it, he still felt that things had to be solved one by one, and it was useless to rush. Just as Jinyu was quietly making plans, Sister Yuan and Lao Du led their men and started to attack him. But what these people didn't expect was that there were other people rushing here, and there were more than one group. Beside a small path in the mountains. At this time, several people were walking on the road. Although they looked haggard, their steps were very steady. "Are we really going there?" An old man in a coat suddenly asked. Hearing this, the young man walking in front squatted down. He glanced at the footprints on the ground and said softly, "If we can't find the car and can't accurately confirm the direction, we can't go back. But I feel that I can't find the way here either." Wang Tianhai has changed his previous appearance. Even when he is just talking, he looks much more stable. Hearing this, Zhang Yin stood up, looked forward and said in a deep voice, "It's better than going around in circles." After the voice fell, he waved his hand. "Rui, come here." After that, the little girl who was squatting on the roadside digging soil lowered her head and responded, then picked up a big earthworm with a branch. Opened the lid. Then Yufeng next to him hurriedly did the same, put the earthworm in a plastic bottle, and there was still a lot of soil inside. "You keep digging." After leaving this sentence, Zhang Rui ran over there and asked curiously, "What's wrong, Dad?" "This is for you." Zhang Yin smiled and touched his daughter's head, then took out a slingshot from his pocket with his left hand. "Hey, where did this come from?" Looking at the slingshot carved from branches, Zhang Rui was very happy, and happily took it in her hand and looked at it carefully. Zhang Yin said with a doting look, "I found a tree that was quite suitable before, so I just cut it down. I originally planned to give it to you in a short time, but I might encounter danger next, so I just gave it to you in advance." Then the old man laughed and said, "Xiao Zhang finally found some bicycle inner tubes and made this one. Do you like it?" Zhang Yin handed his daughter another bag of mud balls and smiled. "I divided it into two areas. The upper one is used to kill zombies, and the lower one is some relatively uniform-sized stones, which can be used to deal with other bad guys." "Yeah." Zhang Rui happily pulled the slingshot, then nodded, and then continued to run to the side of the road with a bag of mud balls. The next second, Zhang Yin looked helpless as he watched his daughter whispering to Yufeng, "This kid hasn't been sticking to me much lately." At this moment, Wang Tianhai came over. He stood beside the two and whispered, "Xiao Feng is a very capable kid. He doesn't scream when he encounters zombies, and he will find a way to escape when he encounters bad guys. Although it's a bit selfish for me to say this, Xiao Rui is still young after all, and it's good to have more friends of the same age." Hearing this, Zhang Yin patted Wang Tianhai on the shoulder and whispered, "I didn't say it was bad. It's certainly a good thing for these two kids to be friends. It's just a pity that two other children in the community have gone missing and their whereabouts are still unknown." Hearing this, the old man asked in confusion, "Who? I remember that there were not many children in your camp at the beginning." Seeing this, Wang Tianhai sighed. In addition to Zhang Yin's daughter and Yufeng, there is also a child named Luo Qinshin, whose family also died at the hands of others. I don't know the name of the other child very well, and can't remember it. It's called Mo Tong Tong. He's only in his teens, and he's a bit withdrawn. Zhang said softly. Oh yes, that's his name. He and Luo Qinshan are close, maybe they are together now. Wang Tianhai suddenly realized. Even if they stick together, they are both in their early 20s, and it's a question whether they can survive in this doomsday. Zhang Yin looked up at the sky, and said with a bit of melancholy, it's so difficult for everyone to survive, but they have to fight each other. Sighing again, Zhang Yin looked at the horse hoof prints on the ground and continued, okay, let's go, there's no need to dig so many earthworms. Okay. Yu Feng turned around and replied, then hung the bottle on his waist with a rope. Then everyone continued on their way, going deeper into the path. Time passed quickly, and it was almost dark. At this time, Lao Du and his men squatted more than 100 meters away, quietly looking at the flat ground in front. Chapter 594. Since they were in the jungle, it was not easy to be discovered. The 5 people squatted in different directions, and looked behind them from time to time to prevent zombies from coming. At this time, Sister Yuan also took a shortcut with the other 4 people, and hid in the front area first. In order to pretend to be pitiful, she did not wear a watch on her hand before, but now she continued to wear it after going out, so that she could better outflank them. Sister Yuan looked at the time, then her eyes drifted for a while, and she said softly, Erbao, take 2 people and go around to the right to see if you can gather some zombies, and let them take the lead when the time comes. Okay. Hearing this, Erbao turned around and tied the 2 corpse dogs to the tree with the people next to him, and then left directly. A few minutes after the 3 people left, Sister Yuan picked up a small stone from the ground and threw it into the bushes in front. With a click, Shirtu turned around and looked behind him. The next second, Sister Yuan covered her mouth and smiled, and then began to take off her clothes. Seeing this, Shirtu licked his lips, his eyes were full of heat, and then he took out the folded sheets from his arms, bent down and ran over. As soon as they spread on the ground, the 2 began to linger, not caring at all that they were in the woods, as if those zombies did not pose a threat to them. After almost half an hour, Sister Yuan patted Shitu's shoulder with satisfaction and motioned him to get up. You are the best fit. Sister Yuan was sweating all over and looked at the man in front of her, who was putting on clothes. Her eyes were full of seduction. She lay on the bed sheet sideways with her right hand supporting her head. Put on your clothes, don't catch a cold. Shirtu threw the clothes next to him on Sister Yuan and whispered, Put them on me. Sister Yuan stretched out a finger and poked the man in front of her chest, with a smile in her eyes. Seeing her like this, Shirtu felt a nameless fire rising in his heart again, and he rushed over again. 10 minutes later, the 2 of them were lying on the bed, looking at the stars in the sky. Just then, Sister Yuan looked at the time, her face flushed, and said, Erbao and the others will be back soon, and we have to clean up the mess. Hearing this, Shirtu reluctantly let go of her and whispered, When can we be together openly? As soon as these words came out, Sister Yuan, who was dressing, stopped, and then her expression instantly returned to her usual appearance, and she said lightly, Didn't we agree on that? If we want to stay alive, we have to hide it from everyone. With your physique, you are not good enough in the apocalypse except for serving me. Isn't it good enough like this? After saying that, Sister Yuan, who was dressed neatly again, tidied her hair, then stood up and prepared to release the corpse dogs. Seeing the woman's face change instantly, Shirtu smiled with a self-deprecating look in his eyes, and began to fold the bed sheet. If it weren't for his delicate appearance that made the woman a little moved, she would have died long ago. In order to survive, he had to coax the other party privately. In addition, there was not much food in the apocalypse, so Shirtu was getting thinner and thinner. But the others didn't know the reason, and thought he was born not to gain weight. Soon the others came back. Because it was dark, the 3 of them didn't notice that the grass on the ground was crushed, but started to gnaw on the dried meat. Not long after, it was 8 o'clock in the evening. Sister Yuan blew a whistle softly, and the 5 people, with the corpse dog, began to approach the place where Fu Qian had made a fire. Similarly, Lao Du on the other side also led his men to the center, with his hunting rifle loaded with bullets, and his men next to him even raised their crossbows. As they approached, they heard voices. Brother, can you give me more food? Just gave it to me. You gave it to me yesterday, okay? I'm really starving, hurry up. After hearing the voices, Lao Du quietly stood up, and looked at the 2 figures beside the fire in front. One of them was talking non-stop, but the other just sat there motionless. Seeing this, he reached out, and took the crossbow from the side, then aimed and quickly pulled the trigger. Almost instantly, the arrow flew towards the figure mercilessly, and shot through the head with a swish. The next second, Fu Qian's eyelids twitched wildly, and he screamed and ran to the woods nearby. At this time, Sister Yuan also rushed over here. When she saw the arrow stuck in the grass, she immediately cursed, "You useless guy who can't even hit the sneak attack." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned her head and shouted, "Erbao, go and lure the zombies over, the other two release the corpse dogs, and sure too, and I will follow from the side to flank." After saying that, Sister Yuan took the bow and arrow and chased after him. But because of what happened just now, her legs were a little weak, and she couldn't run much faster. After the arrow hit him, Lao Du smiled and just stood up. Then his eyes suddenly widened. He touched his throat with his right hand with difficulty, trying to open his mouth to speak, but couldn't say anything at all. "Help!" Before he could say the last word Lao Du fell down with his eyes wide open. It was not until then that he realized that the arrows he shot at the survivors on weekdays finally pierced himself at this moment. It was just too late to understand. Before the others could react, they suddenly heard a sound from the side. One of them turned his head and looked pale. "Du? How did Brother Du die?" Upon hearing this, the remaining four were shocked and quickly surrounded him, then took out a lighter to illuminate the light. Old Du, who was still talking the last second, was shot through the throat by an arrow at this moment. Having survived for so long, the others were not vegetarians either. They quickly picked up their hunting rifles and shot at a distance. With a bang, the sound of the gunshot was particularly obvious in the silent night. But unfortunately, Qin Yu, who was hiding in the tree, had already moved to another place after shooting an arrow. At this moment, Qin Yu was just running in the woods in socks. He was holding a simple bow, an arrow made of shoelaces in his hand, his face was smeared with mud, and there was even a hat made of leaves on his head. According to the plan, Fu Qian deliberately chose to make a fire in an open area, so that with the light of the fire and the moon, Qin Yu could also see the position of those people clearly in the tree. And because he was in the dark, it was not so easy for the other party to find Qin Yu. Using Fu Qian's knife, Qin Yu prepared 10 arrows and bows during the day, and even had leaves stuck on the tails of the arrows. This was also thanks to De Zhuang's daily teaching, which came in handy now. Although Qin Yu rarely used arrows, that was only during normal times. When he had free time on weekdays, he would also find ways to practice archery accuracy, just to save his life at a critical moment. In addition, Zhang Yin had taught him how to hide himself when fighting in the jungle before, so it can be said that now, these 10 people have been surrounded by Qin Yu. Chapter 595. After consulting with his friends, Qin Yu has completely changed. But he was not familiar with this tactic before, so the noise he made when retreating was a little too loud, which also attracted the attention of the enemy. Fu Qian had long gone to hide, and at this moment, Qin Yu was being chased by the remaining enemies. Using the trap he had dug in advance, Qin Yu led the group of people over. He originally thought that the other party would foolishly chase him, but the woman and her people stopped. This scene made Qin Yu a little confused. He hid behind the tree and looked carefully, and then he found that the other party had brought out 2 dogs. Seeing this, Qin Yu frowned slightly, a little puzzled. There were many zombies in the woods. Even if there were dogs, it would not be easy to catch up before they smelled his scent. But the next second, Qin Yu understood what it was. I saw that the woman was holding a bow and arrow, and it seemed that there was a piece of meat tied to it. Then the 2 men took the things off the dog's mouth, and then they suddenly became crazy. Corpse dogs. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes, and found something unusual. At this moment, one of them suddenly let go of the stick, and then the corpse dog on the left turned around and pounced on the man fiercely. Fortunately, Sister Yuan was watching all the time. She took the stick from the person next to her and smashed it hard. Then she took out a piece of meat from the bag next to her and threw it out, attracting the attention of the 2 corpse dogs. Stepping back a few steps, Sister Yuan pulled the bow and arrow and quickly shot the arrow tied with meat, which was inserted half a meter behind the corpse dog. Almost brushing against their noses, the 2 corpse dogs actually started to move because they were often fed with this kind of meat. As the second arrow hit, the corpse dogs also began to run towards the trap. The sharp sticks in the pit, and tied with tree bark, were all destroyed one by one. Seeing this, Qin Yu picked up another arrow and tried to kill a corpse dog. When the arrow left his hand, Qin Yu stared forward, but he ran away the next second. Not to mention hitting the head, he didn't even touch the scalp of the corpse dog. The main reason was that it was night, the light was dim, and the 2 zombie dogs were fast, so it was difficult to kill them with just a bow and arrow. More than 10 minutes later, although Qin Yu led these people to run around in the woods, he only attacked and killed 2 people again. At first, he hid in the tree and didn't intend to kill these people. The bow and arrow were not smeared with zombie blood, so at most, he would injure a few people. But what Chinyu didn't expect was that the man actually aimed at the dummy's head and shot the arrow, completely aiming for death. So in this situation, Chinyu did not show any mercy and aimed his arrows directly at the vital points. As the noise became louder and louder, the zombies around were gradually attracted. Chinyu's coat was still on the dummy, and he was running in a t-shirt, and he began to sweat. With a swish, the last arrow shot out and hit a man's thigh on the spot. The man was caught off guard and howled suddenly. Just when his teammates wanted to reach out to pull him, two zombies suddenly walked out of the bushes behind him. Seeing this, the man's teammates panicked instantly and ran away directly. As more and more zombies appeared, the situation became more chaotic. With his previous experience, Chinyu was already adept at dealing with these zombies. While running, he also threw the rotten meat beside him, so that he could interfere with the smell. However, since the sound never stopped, most of the zombies still followed closely, and Chinyu also tried his best to avoid being surrounded. Just as the forest was getting more and more lively, a group of people suddenly rushed out. The people who appeared here were Zhang Yin, Wang Tianhai and others. They were still a little confused, and didn't understand why people were fighting here. But thinking of the doomsday environment at this time, everyone didn't think too much about it. After all, nowadays, it is very common for survivors to fight over a disagreement. Because it was dark, Zhang Yin couldn't see what was going on, but he didn't panic. Instead, he asked the old man Bai to take Zhang Rui and Yu Feng to hide, and be careful not to be injured by mistake. Then he was about to get closer to observe, but Wang Tianhai followed him. Seeing the latter's serious expression, Zhang Yin patted his shoulder without saying anything, and the two of them bent down and approached. Although they didn't know who the other party was, this was the first batch of survivors they had met recently. If they could get some useful clues, it would be better than rushing in the dark now. Soon Zhang Yin brought Wang Tianhai closer, only a few dozen meters away. Seeing this, Wang Tianhai whispered, "What do you do next?" "I listen to you." Hearing this, Zhang Yin first glanced at the two men who were chased by zombies, and then whispered, "These people seem to be chasing someone. Can you see who it is?" "No, it's too far away and it's dark. If we get any closer, we'd be discovered." Zhang Yin shook his head slightly. At this moment, the two men in front of him were running around in panic. Suddenly, the one on the left slipped and fell down the slope, grabbing his companion at the same time. After seeing the two men fall, the zombies were getting closer and closer. Zhang Yin made up his mind and said quickly, "Help, save these two first." As soon as he finished speaking, the two men quickly rushed out of the bushes. But Zhang Yin was a soldier after all, and his speed was much faster than Wang Tianhai, and he arrived in front of the zombies almost instantly. Wang Tianhai was slightly stunned, but then he did not hold back. Although his left hand was also disabled, it was not difficult for him to hold the dagger, especially since he had recently practiced using this hand to kill zombies. With a snort, Wang Tianhai held the knife in his backhand and quickly killed a zombie, kicked the one behind him away, and then jumped down the slope with Zhang Yin. The sudden appearance of the figure scared Erbao and his teammates so much that they were about to resist, but saw that the other party was helping to kill the zombies. Seeing this, Erbao pulled the man up from the ground, and then rushed to Zhang Yin's side, chopping the zombies while thanking, "Thank you two brothers for your help. It's a small matter." Zhang Yin didn't know at this time that he had helped the wrong person by mistake. Using the corpses to block the zombies' steps, Wang Tianhai hurriedly shouted, "Less here, we can get up from here." Hearing this, Zhang Yin kicked down the last two zombies with a serious face, then grabbed the person next to him and pushed him back. "Hurry up!" A few minutes later, the four had shaken off the zombies, and were hiding behind a few trees, breathing heavily. Chapter 596. After calming down a bit, Zhang Yin walked up to the two men and asked softly, "What are you doing?" Hearing this, a young man was about to answer, "There are two." But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted. Erbao said first, "Oh, we were living well in the mountains, and suddenly two men rushed out, killed a wild boar we raised, and even wanted to steal food. Isn't this revenge?" Hearing this, the young man was slightly stunned and looked to the side in a daze. But Erbao just nodded his right hand behind the slaughtered man, signaling him not to talk nonsense. Seeing this, the young man said again, "Ah yes, yes, those two fearless people had to come and provoke us, so it became like this." "Is that so?" Zhang Yin nodded, turned around and prepared to leave. At this moment, Erbao suddenly stepped forward a few steps, grabbed his hand, and said with a smile, "Well, the two brothers can deal with zombies so calmly, I guess they must have strong psychological qualities. Do you want to make a deal?" "Not interested." After hearing what this person said, Zhang Yin had already concluded that it was not Chen Yu. Apart from anything else, based on his understanding of Chen Yu, the other party would definitely not steal the supplies of other survivors. After all, in this doomsday environment, food is very important to everyone. In many cases, stealing other people's food is no different from taking their lives. Others may do such a thing, but Chen Yu will definitely not, so after listening to it, Zhang Yin planned to take Wang Tianhai away. At this time, Herbao didn't expect that he wanted to lie and let the two men think that they were in a weak position, and maybe they would be soft-hearted and lend a hand, but in the end, he was doing more harm than good. Seeing Zhang Yin preparing to leave, Herbao stepped forward anxiously, and then he changed his approach. "Hey, brother, don't be anxious, listen to me." Then Herbao leaned his head closer and whispered. At first, Zhang Yin listened expressionlessly, but soon he frowned and whispered, "Are you serious?" "Of course." Herbao patted his chest and assured, "Not far from here, there is a large camp with bicycles and horses." In this doomsday environment, how important these two tools are, I don't need to say more, right? Hearing this, Zhang Yin was a little moved, but he did not agree directly, but shook his head slightly and said, "Even if you know, it's someone else's stuff, I won't rob it, let alone steal it." After saying this, although Herbao looked down on him in his heart, he still had a smile on his face. "Don't do these, you can also use supplies to exchange. As far as I know, those people rarely go out. If you can bring something they don't have, then this matter won't be done." Hearing this, Zhang Yin pondered for a while, and said again, "If that's the case, why don't you go and change it?" "Oh!" Herbao stood in front of him and spread his hands, saying helplessly, "We live in the deserted village below, there is not even a good path. What's the use of a bicycle?" "Didn't you say you have a horse?" Wang Tianhai suddenly asked. "Horses are too valuable. This thing was very expensive before the end of the world, but I didn't expect that after the end of the world, it would be even more valuable. With our thin arms and legs, it was taken away by other survivors in less than half a month." After he finished speaking, Zhang Yin did not answer directly, but said that he needed to think about it. Then he stepped back a few steps and motioned Wang Tianhai to come closer. If it was the Zhang Yin of the past, he would definitely not ask Wang Tianhai for his opinion, but he had been with Chen Yu for a long time and learned a lot. That is, in many cases, everyone discusses and makes decisions together to be more like a team. If someone gives instructions for everything, it is inevitable that after a long time, it will be difficult to do it. What do you think? Zhang Yin walked to a position more than 10 meters away from the two people, first glanced at the zombies in the distance, and then asked in a low voice. Hearing this, Wang Tianhai thought for a moment and said softly, "We originally followed the horse's footprints, but now the footprints have disappeared and we can't find the direction. But I don't think they are good people." Zhang Yin shook his head slightly. After the voice fell, Wang Tianhai smiled. "Where are the good people now?" At this point, the two looked at each other for a few seconds, and then Zhang Yin nodded and said, "I understand. Follow my command next." "Okay, that's what I think. In fact, it's the same even if you don't ask me. I support you unconditionally." Wang Tianhai patted him on the shoulder. Then Zhang Yin took Wang Tianhai back and said seriously, "We can help you, but we won't kill or hurt anyone. We can only capture them at most." Okay. Herbao smiled happily and agreed immediately. "Don't worry, I will personally take you to the camp over there once this is over." "Where are those two people?" Zhang Yin asked calmly. "Look, they should be a few hundred meters to the right, and you can see them after running a distance. Lead the way." "Okay." Herbao hurriedly ran over there. On the way, the young man looked back at the two people more than 10 meters behind him, and then whispered to the person beside him, "Speaking of which, Brother Herbao, what you said just now is very convincing. Are you really going to take them there afterwards? Have you forgotten that 2 of us were killed by the other party before, and Sister Yuan didn't dare to go back for revenge?" "Humph, Sister Yuan is nothing," Herbao whispered back. "She is just a slut. She definitely doesn't dare to go back, but my childhood friend can't die in vain, so it's just right to use these 2 scapegoats. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone?" The young man was slightly startled and asked while running. Hearing this, Herbao thought of Sister Yuan's graceful figure, pursed his lips and sneered, "It's 3 birds with 1 stone." At this time, Fu Qian was frightened by the gunshots in the forest and couldn't move. Fortunately, it was night, and he had a chance to escape. Taking advantage of the zombie area, he happened to hide at the root of a tree. Just as he was about to change to another place to hide, he suddenly heard footsteps in front of him, which scared him back again. The 2 people in front didn't notice him and ran over, but at this moment, the 2 behind him stopped. Seeing this, Fu Qian even stopped breathing, fearing that he would be heard. Wait! Zhang Yin stopped and whispered. Hearing this, Erbao ran back and asked curiously, What's going on? Someone was here just now. Zhang Yin reached out and pulled the leaves next to him, frowning and saying. Seeing this, the three of them walked forward, and a plant with many barbs came into view. Then Wang Tianhai reached out and touched it, nodded and said, It's blood. Strange, there is no one here. We fought with the zombies for a long time before and didn't see anything. Chapter 597. Even though he said that, Erbao went forward to touch it, and his hand was pierced. Then he wondered, Fuck, this thing is sharp. Then he put it to his nose and smelled it, and said in surprise, It really smells like blood, but how did you find it, brother? It's impossible to smell it, right? Hearing this, Zhang Yin pointed to a tree on the right and whispered, The color is wrong. There are also such barbed plants over there, but they are gray. Hearing this, Erbao went over to take another look, then walked back and gave a thumbs up with admiration. Great, you are so detailed in the middle of the night. Luckily you are not our enemy. But how did you do that? I had to get closer to find it. Erbao added. After saying this, Zhang Yin wanted to say, If I can't find this, then wouldn't it be a waste of my service for so long? But due to his personality, he would not take the initiative to reveal it. When he first met Chen Yu and Lin Yi, Zhang Yin always said that he was a water deliveryman. It was not until they had lived together for a while that he said he had joined the army. Just as Erbao continued to ask curious questions, footprints suddenly came from a distance. Seeing this, Zhang Yin took out his dagger and looked over there seriously. 10 seconds later, 3 men and 1 woman appeared. In an instant, the situation became tense and both sides were very nervous. But Erbao stood up from the grass, waved his hand and shouted, Sister Yuan, come here quickly. Seeing that it was one of their own, Zhang Yin put away his knife. Although the woman's clothes were a little torn and her chest was vaguely visible, Zhang Yin didn't even look at her for half a second. Even Wang Tianhai didn't care about that at this time, but followed Zhang Yin to check the clues around. Looking at Sister Yuan's disheveled appearance, Erbao blinked and asked, What's going on? How did you get into this state? As soon as she finished speaking, Sister Yuan stepped forward, slapped her with her right hand, and shouted angrily, Where have you been? Old Du was killed, and you are still here chatting with people? With a snap, Erbao moved a few steps to the side. He covered his cheek with his left hand, his eyes were blazing with fire, and he wished he could strip the woman naked and teach her a lesson right now. But the timing did not allow it, and Erbao did not get angry. Instead, he smiled and said, Well, Sister Yuan, I'm going to find helpers. These two are quite powerful. As soon as she finished speaking, Sister Yuan, with a frosty face, raised her foot and kicked out again. A stranger appeared, and you believed it so much? But this kick was avoided by Erbao. He retreated a few steps. Although he was furious, he still smiled and replied, Those two are quite powerful. If we have more people, we will have more helpers, right? Humph. Sister Yuan put her legs down and said in a deep voice, That young man is quite capable. He made us run around in this jungle. I didn't hurt him at all, but I lost several of my men. At this moment, Zhang Yin suddenly snapped his fingers and shouted, Come here. Hearing this, Sister Yuan looked over expressionlessly and did not move. Instead, Erbao responded first, Hey, I'm coming. What's wrong, brother? He ran to Zhang Yin's side and asked curiously. Then Zhang Yin pointed to the bottom of a tree in front of him and whispered, The blood on the ground is a bit abnormal. Someone must have killed the zombie and dragged the corpse away for a distance. Hearing this, Erbao's eyes turned, and then he turned back and shouted, Come on, 2 people, come over and help. Sister Yuan snorted coldly, You two go over and take a look, be careful of those 2 men. Okay. The 2 young men nodded and ran over there quickly. Then Zhang Yin stood by and signaled with his eyes. Soon, the 2 men moved the corpse, but found it a little difficult to move. Seeing this, one of them turned around and said, It seems that the corpse is stuck. Seeing this, Zhang Yin stepped forward and kicked the corpse's shoulder, then quickly stood beside him and said, Continue. As soon as the voice fell, the 2 men exerted force, and the corpse was indeed moved away, but a figure also rushed out, holding a sharpened wooden stick in his hand, and was about to stab a person's throat on the spot. Seeing this, Zhang Yin moved quickly, rushed to the black shadow, and suddenly punched out. A muffled groan sounded, and the figure fell to the ground, holding his shoulder and screaming. Just as the man wanted to get up, Erbao rushed over and started punching and kicking him, and at the same time cooperated with others to subdue him. Looking at the man kneeling on the ground with his hands behind his back, Zhang Yin sighed in his heart. His face was a little unfamiliar, and he didn't recognize him. Then he whispered, "Don't forget what you promised me, continue to lead the way." At this time, Sister Yuan had also walked up. Seeing the t-shirt and pants on the man, she recognized that it was one of the two people in the morning, and was immediately a little surprised. "Is that really the helper you found?" Sister Yuan walked over and squatted, lifting Fu Qian's chin with her hand, but the other party was pretending to be unconscious at the moment. Hearing this, Erbao called on others to take Fu Qian up, and then proudly said, "Of course. Let's go, find the last one." Sister Yuan nodded to the two young men, and then the two began to lead the way. Looking at their backs, Sister Yuan stayed where she was, looking thoughtful. At this time, Shi Tu, who was almost killed by Qin Yu before, had a psychological trauma. He said again, "My suggestion is that we retreat as soon as possible. That young man is really not simple. If we delay any longer, we will definitely be wiped out." Then Shi Tu wiped the cold sweat from his head and said with some fear, "I have never seen anyone in my life who can kill two corpse dogs with bare hands. Let's go." A few seconds later, Sister Yuan turned around and left. "Where are you going?" Shi Tu asked after her. Hearing this, Sister Yuan laughed. "Those two people took this road, most likely for the manor across the mountain, and today these two people should have reached some kind of deal with Erbao, and most likely their purpose is the same. In that case, let's just go with the flow." "Ah?" Shi Tu was a little confused when he heard that. He stepped forward and grabbed Sister Yuan's wrist, frowning and said, "We had a conflict before, and that group of people said on the spot that if we enter their range again, they will kill us without mercy. Isn't it suicide to go there?" After the voice fell, Sister Yuan stopped, looked ahead and said lightly, "Everything has benefits, especially in the doomsday. As long as the benefits are big enough, there will be no unsolvable hatred." Hearing this, Shi Tu had to let go of his hand, then looked back and chose to follow Sister Yuan away. Chapter 598. Two people are missing. After walking a distance, Zhang Yin subconsciously looked back and said softly. Seeing this, Erbao waved his hand. "Sister Yuan's clothes are torn. I guess she was shot by that stinky boy. It doesn't matter. Leave her alone." A few minutes later, several people had gone deeper into the woods. Although Fu Qian pretended to faint, Zhang Yin reminded him when he was about to get close. "I suggest that this person's mouth be blocked to prevent him from leaking information later." At this time, Zhang Yin didn't want to help Erbao catch the last person, because he felt that something was a bit strange. If these two people really stole their food or even killed wild boars, why didn't they run away but stayed there and hid? But it was night now, and it was dangerous to run away in the dark. Especially if they ran into a group of zombies, they would just wait for death. So even though he felt something was wrong, he didn't think much about it. Now Zhang Yin just wanted to finish this matter as soon as possible, and then let the man take them to the camp with horses. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't get a car in the wild, Zhang Yin would definitely not deal with these people. After hearing the reminder, Erbao immediately took off Fu Qian's shoes, and then stuffed the stinky socks directly into his mouth. The stench that hit him made Fu Qian open his eyes on the spot, and even tried to struggle away. But his hands were pressed down, and he couldn't move at all, and finally his tears were smoked out. As they continued to travel, they soon heard the sound of fighting coming from the front. "How many people?" Zhang Yin asked softly. Hearing this, a young man replied, "There are only two left, and that person is very powerful, so Sister Yuan brought us to find Brother Erbao. Let's go together, and make a quick decision." Zhang Yin nodded and stepped forward. When he walked out of the woods, Zhang Yin saw several people in the open space in front of him. On the right was a young man with short hair, with his back to Zhang Yin and his friends. Seeing this, Zhang Yin sighed again, feeling helpless. He even hoped that this might be Qin Yu. After all, no one can stop fate. And he felt that if Qin Yu knew where the horse was in the doomsday, although he would not go to rob it, he would definitely find a way to exchange it with the other party. However, when he saw this figure at this time, Zhang Yin knew that it was not Qin Yu. When he was still in the community, Qin Yu's hair was a little long. Opposite that person, although the two were injured, they still did not fall down, but fought more and more bravely. At this time, Qin Yu twisted his shoulder with his left hand and squinted his eyes slightly to look forward. Although these two were not very powerful, they had a good tacit understanding. Every time Qin Yu attacked one of them, the other would quickly attack him from the side. In this case, even if Qin Yu could seriously injure one person, he would also be injured. In the deep mountains, in the wild, there was no medicine. If the opponent's knife was contaminated with the virus, Qin Yu would be injured if not dead, so he did not exchange injuries. Just as he was about to launch another attack, the scattered footsteps from behind also made Qin Yu's heart sink. At this time, he would not think that it would be Fu Qian's footsteps. Without time to think, Qin Yu flipped his right hand, held the knife in his hand, and then rushed up quickly. Zhang Yin did not attack first, but waited to watch the show. After all, in his opinion, 2 against 1 should not be suspenseful. But soon, as the man attacked, Zhang Yin frowned. The man rushed to the front of the two, holding the knife in his right hand and smashing the enemy on the left. Just when the opponent raised his hand to block, the man suddenly kicked with his left foot, and at the same time, the right knife changed direction. The sudden change in the attack method made the person on the right unable to block in time, and was forced to take a knife with his arm on the spot, so that his neck was not stabbed. Then, the man on the left also hit the man with an elbow, causing him to step back a few steps. Just when Zhang Yin thought that the man would take the opportunity to run away, he was stunned again. After all, in Zhang Yin's opinion, the current situation is that the number of people has been completely crushed. If it were him, he would definitely think of retreating first. After all, a head-on confrontation is an unwise choice. After being hit by an elbow, the man did not choose to run away or even rest, but instead kicked the tree trunk behind him with his right leg and rushed back quickly. When he approached the area in front of the two men, he suddenly slid down and kicked the man on the right side with his right foot at the calf. At the same time, his body quickly turned over, crossed his 2 feet, and clamped the other person's legs, and suddenly knocked the man down. In a flash, the man turned his body to the right, dodging the attack from the left, then grabbed the other person's hair and pulled it down, and then stabbed the other person's heart with the knife in his right hand. Finally killing one person, Qin Yu quickly got up from the ground and used the corpse to block the fatal blow. Although he dodged, he also successfully changed his direction, from facing Zhang Yin with his back to facing him. But because he was fighting with the enemy, Qin Yu did not see the people in the shadows clearly. He wiped the blood off his face, raised his left hand, moved his fingers, and then smiled and said, "Now let me see how you survive." As soon as these words came out, Wang Tianhai's eyes widened instantly, and Zhang Yin's expression became a little excited. However, Herbao did not notice it, but Fu Qian noticed this detail, and his eyes began to turn again. Although the blood on his face made it hard to see clearly, and his hair was shorter, Zhang Yin was very familiar with that voice. And Wang Tianhai was also very familiar with this former enemy and current teammate. The two looked at each other and instantly exchanged their thoughts, while carefully pulling out their knives. Seeing that his own people were at a disadvantage, Herbao laughed and walked out with his men, sneering, "Now we are 6-1, how are you going to deal with it?" "Oh no, including the one in front of you, it should be 7-1. Seeing this, Qin Yu's face darkened, and he tightly grasped the only knife in his right hand, and then began to think about how to escape. But soon, when he saw the figures of the last 2 people, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. It was a smile that Herbao couldn't understand, as if he had met an old friend. At this moment, a chilling sentence suddenly appeared in his ears. "You are wrong, it's 4-5 now." After the voice fell, Herbao suddenly widened his eyes, and then looked back with horror. You? Before he finished speaking, there was a movement in the bushes on Qin Yu's left, and then a young man in gray appeared, holding a zombie controlled by a wooden stick in his hand, and then he said softly, "It's 5-5. Seeing this, Herbao's face suddenly lost color, and he said tremblingly, "It's over, sure 2 is dead too." Chapter 599. Haha, we meet again. The sudden appearance of these people made Qin Yu's eyes slightly hot. He said excitedly, "Fortunately, you are all here. Sorry, I just chased these 2 people." Lei smiled slightly at this time and pushed the zombie forward. They wanted to go around to the front. "Fortunately, I met them and solved them. Unfortunately, the other one ran away." As they were talking, Herbao quickly gave a look to the person next to him and ran away. Seeing the signal, the young man drew a dagger from his waist without thinking, ready to kill Fu Qian. But just as he raised his hand, a knife suddenly flew over from the opposite side, almost instantly piercing his palm, and then he lay on the ground screaming a few times. The one who made the move was none other than Lei. Among all the people present, there was no one else who could throw such an accurate flying knife in the forest at night. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Yin also made a move. He moved forward cleanly and neatly, and with a few simple hits, he beat those people to the ground, and they dared not move at all. Then he wanted to chase the runaway Herbao, but Qin Yu smiled and chased after him. "I do it." After he finished speaking, the man who had fought with Qin Yu before also tried to run, but was caught by Lei. Soon, the 4 of them knelt on the ground in an orderly manner, and no longer had the prestige they had before. Fu Qian, who had regained his freedom, first lay on the ground and retched for a long time, then stood up viciously and rushed to those people, and began to beat them desperately. While kicking, he cursed, "Just now, the majority bullied the minority, now it's my turn, right?" At this moment, Fu Qian perfectly demonstrated what it means to be a fox borrowing the power of a tiger. Since these people were Qin Yu's enemies, Zhang Yin was too lazy to persuade them. As for Lei, let alone him, he didn't care about the lives of these people. About a few minutes later, Qin Yu came back while wiping the blood off his face with his sleeve. "Is it over?" Zhang Yin looked at him with a smile. "Haha, I didn't even do anything, and the man was so scared that he ran into the group of corpses. I came back after watching him get bitten to death." Qin Yu walked up to him, punched him lightly with his fist, and then gave him a hug. "I'm glad you're okay." Hearing this, Zhang Yin, a man in his 30s, also had red eyes and whispered, "I'm glad you're okay, Brother Qin Yu." Just then, a cheerful little girl's voice came from the side. The old man with 2 children had also quietly come over. Hearing this, Qin Yu let go of Zhang Yin, knelt on one knee and greeted him with a smile. "Hello, little Ruiwei, I haven't seen you for a long time. How are you doing recently?" After saying that, Qin Yu also touched Zhang Rui's hair with his clean right hand, with a doting look on his face. He also liked this little girl whom he had known since the zombie outbreak. It can be said that the reason why he did not give up the seriously injured Zhang Yin after leaving the city was partly related to this child. At that time, Qin Yu was an orphan since childhood, so even if the doomsday came, he could not be too ruthless at the beginning. This point actually made Lin Yi decide to follow him. Lin Yi knew how dangerous it was for her to walk in the apocalypse with this appearance, but there was no way. She knew very well that she could not survive for a long time alone. Once in the apocalypse, Lin Yi also knew that only someone like Qin Yu would save her at the critical moment. And the fact proved that she was right. When she entered a factory full of zombies, it was Qin Yu who reacted very quickly and pulled her out. If Qin Yu had chosen to abandon Zhang Yin and his daughter, Lin Yi would not say anything on the surface, but she would definitely find a chance to leave. At this time, Qin Yu was still chatting with Zhang Rui with a smile on his face, and he was completely unaware that if he had made a wrong decision once, everything would have changed now. After chatting for a few minutes, Qin Yu stood up and waved to the distance. "Mr. Bai, long time no see." The sudden change of address made the old man Bai a little panicked. He smiled awkwardly. "Well, Brother Qin, you can still call me as before. I am not qualified for you to call me that." Hearing this, Qin Yu shook his head slightly and said softly, "When the community was in danger, you did not choose to escape alone, but with your friends. This alone is enough to make me look at you with new eyes." Hearing this, the old man Bai blushed and even felt a little embarrassed. At this time, Wang Tianhai laughed and said truthfully, "To be honest, I am a cripple, the old man Bai is old, and Xiaofeng is still a child. Even if the 3 of us escaped, we would not be able to survive. We must rely on the Zhang Yin brothers. It's not important." Qin Yu corrected again. "At least you are thinking about living with your former partners, instead of choosing to join other forces." Seeing that he was about to say something, Qin Yu waved his hand and changed the subject. "Let's not talk about this for now. Let's finish the business first." After the voice fell, he turned around and looked at the people kneeling on the ground, and then said in a deep voice, "Mr. Bai, Wang Tianhai, please take these 2 children away and be careful not to be attacked by zombies." After these words came out, the 2 looked at each other and understood that Qin Yu was going to cut the grass and root it out, and then nodded in agreement. "Okay." After saying that, the 2 of them took Zhang Rui and Yufeng to the woods. Soon there were only 8 people left in the open space. Seeing this, Fu Qian hesitated and said, "Do you really want to kill them all? What do you think?" Hearing this, Qin Yu glanced at him indifferently. After pondering for a while, Fu Qian smacked his lips and said, "Let these people do the hard labor. You should also have a camp. It would be great to let them work like cows and horses." Hearing this, the 4 people kneeling on the ground quickly agreed. Okay, we have no objection, even if you just watch the door." Qin Yu suddenly smiled. He gently patted the dust on his left hand, and continued expressionlessly, "These people wanted your life before. But I'm still alive and well now. If your friend hadn't found me, to be honest, I would still be hiding at the root of the tree." Fu Qian lowered his head and whispered. At this point, Qin Yu already understood his attitude, and then spoke word by word. "Mercy is useless in the doomsday. A knife can save people, but it can also kill people. You can ignore it at ordinary times, but at critical moments, you must not be soft-hearted even if you should be ruthless." Chapter 600. Then Qin Yu looked at the people on the ground and said in a deep voice, "If they were not the ones kneeling here, How likely do you think you would be alive? If you hadn't left me alone, I wouldn't bother wasting time with you now. If you can't bear it now, then send him out of the mountain yourself." After the voice fell, Chinyu nodded to Alay, and then the two began to retreat. Before leaving, Alay pulled out the knife from the previous man's hand, and immediately more blood flowed. When he walked to the shade of the bush, Alay had already hidden himself before Chinyu reminded him. Seeing this, Chinyu also squatted down and quietly waited for the next good show. The reason why he did not take action on the spot was to let this man understand that some people do not need to be killed in the end times, but some people cannot be left alive. In the morning in the deserted village, Chinyu felt that the woman was very abnormal, but with his personality, he would not rashly attack other survivors. But the reality is just like this. Without law and order, if you give in blindly, those people will become more aggressive to suck your blood. Although Fu Qian was not very skilled and had no powerful abilities, he was an ordinary person who could survive until now and avoided living people, which was really good. In addition, he had used his life to seduce those people to attack, which barely made Chinyu willing to help him. At the very least, if the man had aimed at Fu Qian when he was about to shoot the crossbow, he would have died on the spot. After this, Chinyu decided to teach Fu Qian a good lesson. As the two left, Fu Qian glanced at the people on the ground and said softly, "Let's go, I take you out. Don't hurt people again in the future." "Don't worry, big brother. We will definitely be good people in the future," the four people said in fear, and then supported each other, and stood up and walked out of the woods. Watching the five people gradually walk away, Chinyu gradually caught up. Alay still looked like he didn't talk much, he just walked quietly beside him. Seeing this, Chinyu first looked at the backs of those people in front of him, and then laughed. "Alay, don't you want to ask me why I did this?" Hearing this, Alay stretched out his hand to lift the mask on his face, and replied calmly, "Xiaoyi admires you very much, and so do I. No matter what you do, I believe you will never hurt us." Hearing this, Chinyu was moved and stopped. He opened his hands and said, "Good brother, I feel relieved to have you here." But Alay stretched out his right hand to block his chest, shook his head slightly, and said, "It's okay to be brothers, but forget about hugging." Chinyu's forehead was black, and he said helplessly, "Okay, if you don't want to hug, then don't hug." Since the relationship between the few people is getting better and better, even if they meet again, the two sides did not stop to exchange too many small talk. Because Alay knew that Chinyu would tell everyone slowly when he was free. After walking a few dozen meters, Alay suddenly heard a voice from the side. "Well, Fengyi can't hug you?" "She can, and only she can." Alay thought about it. A smile appeared on his face, and he said softly, "Haha, it's good too." Chinyu smiled and patted his shoulder. They soon reached the edge of the forest, and the light was much better. At this moment, there was a quarrel in front of him. Seeing this, Chinyu ran over with Alay quickly, and the two squatted behind a pile of weeds. At this time, the three people actually quarreled because of the argument, and finally even started fighting. Fu Qian was about to turn around and leave, but suddenly saw the man whose hand was pierced lying on the ground twitching. Then he gritted his teeth and walked back to check on the man. Seeing this, Chinyu sighed and shook his head slightly. "When this man chatted with me before, he said how decisive he was, and he didn't deal with anyone along the way, and he survived until now by hiding. He even said that he killed others to survive. I guess he did it with the help of zombies." As soon as the words fell, just as Chinyu guessed, the injured young man pretending to be sick quickly grabbed Fu Qian's right hand, holding the machete, and twisted it in the opposite direction. At the same time, the other three people who were fighting instantly dispersed, picked up the stones on the ground and rushed towards Fu Qian. Seeing that they were about to hit the back of his head, Chinyu curled his lips and said, "Let's go, it's our turn." After saying the last word, the two of them quickly rushed out of the bushes. At this time, Alay's eyes also showed a little surprise. Xiaoyu's speed was so much faster that it seemed that he was actually comparable to him. As they ran a few meters closer, they threw the flying knives almost at the same time. Although their movements were inconsistent, they both aimed at the wrists of those people. But the difference soon emerged. After all, Alay had undergone professional training and his physical fitness was much stronger. The flying knives he threw were not only accurate, but also very powerful. It pierced through another person's palm on the spot. On the other hand, Chinyu only stabbed one person's wrist, and the knife flew directly past. The figure that appeared in an instant scared everyone present. They were about to beg for mercy, but they had no time to speak. In less than 10 seconds, the four people died and fell to the ground with their eyes wide open. Two of them were killed by Alay, and the fatal wounds were in the throat, and the wounds were almost the same size. As for the other two, Qin Yu stabbed them in the heart with a knife. After dealing with them, Qin Yu looked at the time on his watch, walked to Fu Qian, who was kneeling on the ground, and said expressionlessly, "Do you understand now?" Hearing this, Fu Qian touched his wrist that was almost broken by someone, and whispered, "I can't figure it out. I can survive if I take one more step forward. Why did they have to attack me? What good is this?" Qin Yu was about to answer, but a lay came over with a dagger in his pocket. Because they can't do what they said. Hearing this, Fu Qian turned his head, raised his head with a numb face, and whispered, "You mean, they know they can't be good people in the future, right?" But Alei was too lazy to continue talking to him, and turned away, ready to meet up with Zhang Yin and the others. Qin Yu glanced at the corpses on the ground and said in a deep voice, "On this doomsday when even people can become food, what's the use of your kindness? I can guess now that your girlfriend must have been caught by you, but she was too soft-hearted to do anything to her former lover, so she stabbed you. The reason you avoid people is not because you think they are worse than zombies, but because you can't fight those bad guys because you can't bear to do it." Chapter 601. Secondly, you are being attentive to me because you still can't do anything to that couple even if you meet them again, so you plan to wait for a chance in the future to provoke a conflict between me and them. Am I right? After asking several questions in a row, Qin Yu's voice was almost cold to the extreme, and his whole demeanor was refreshed. Fu Qian lowered his head again, too ashamed to speak. But Qin Yu didn't leave, as if he was waiting for his answer. A few seconds later, there was a sudden movement in the woods next to them, and two zombies came out. Looking at their dirty and smelly bodies, Qin Yu walked over there with a dagger, holding the zombie's collar with one hand, and quickly killing it with the other hand. With two thumps, Fu Qian also stood up from the ground and began to slowly say, "I did tell a lie before. But don't worry, only part of it is false, the rest is very real." Fu Qian raised his left hand and swore. "But there is no way, the survivors don't show up much in winter, I can still hide, but after the new year, the temperature rises, and then I will definitely meet people when I go to find food. It's not so easy to catch animals." Fu Qian said bitterly, "I really have no choice. I heard the gunshots in the forest before, and then I kept an eye on you. I saw that you didn't have a coat, so I dared to create an opportunity and talk to you smoothly." Qin Yu looked at him and didn't say anything else, but walked away. Seeing this, Fu Qian was a little anxious and asked quickly, "Can I still follow you?" "No." Hearing these two words, Fu Qian's heart was dead. But then, Qin Yu's calm voice came again. "But you can join us." Hearing this, Fu Qian's face lit up, and he quickly followed. After running a few steps, he returned to pick up the machete on the ground. After all, hot weapons are more powerful now, but cold weapons cannot be wasted either. Listening to the footsteps behind him, Qin Yu felt mixed emotions. Although this person seems useless and likes to be clever, but then again, who doesn't grow up step by step? And there is another point, people like Fu Qian, when he is weak, can be trusted in the future if they are given a little help. After all, it is often better to give timely help than to add icing on the cake. The most important thing is that even if Fu Qian is useless, he will not be a drag and can protect himself. Before, Qin Yu was chased everywhere and couldn't get rid of him, but Fu Qian was able to hide himself. Zhang Yin said that if he hadn't found something wrong, this person would definitely be able to hide until dawn. This is also an unspoken rule that Qin Yu has taken a fancy to in the end of the world. It is okay to take in survivors, but it must not affect the entire team. Especially the kind who rushes up to show mercy when seeing the pitiful people on the roadside. If Qin Yu encounters this, he will definitely not even look at it. You can save people, but use your own resources and abilities to save them. A few months ago, when Chen Yu, Li Yao, and De Zhuang found Xiaoning lying on the riverside, he did not take the initiative to offer a helping hand. As for Li Yao at that time, he basically listened to Qin Yu, and would not say anything about saving people. Because there are so many pitiful people in the doomsday, if you save everyone you see, it will be even more difficult to survive. Xiao Jiao could take in many survivors, because he was a retired soldier. He was kind-hearted, and it was hard to change him even in the end of the world. The same was true for Feng Yi. Even in the end of the world, she was still a woman, and could not watch those women, the elderly, and children being bitten to death by zombies in the wild. But she also had the ability to build a wall, and a base, so that everyone could live safely inside. But Qin Yu did not have this ability at that time, so even when Xiaoning fell into the freezing cold river, he did not move at all. If Dazhuang hadn't said that, he should eat less and take the girl with him, Qin Yu would definitely not agree. Although they had a lot of food at the beginning, Dazhuang didn't need to say that, But at least, he didn't blackmail Chinyu morally. So Chinyu didn't refuse what Dajwan wanted to do, because in his opinion, everyone has a different personality. It is because people have various emotions that they can be called human beings. And Chinyu gradually figured out a truth, that is, if the camp wants to develop, what it needs most is not various materials, but manpower. People are the most important resource in the apocalypse. If it were Chinyu half a year ago, he might not help Fu Qian. But now, he is preparing to expand the camp, and he cannot do without people. It will take a long time to rely on these friends around him. Walking in the woods, Fu Qian also curiously asked how he knew he was lying. Hearing this, Chinyu walked back along the road and said calmly, "You can kill people with your knife. I guess you have to be very careful to kill zombies." Soon everyone met again. It was late, and there was still some time before dawn, so they needed to find a place to rest. After all, everyone was not made of iron. If they didn't sleep all night, they would inevitably be in a bad mood. Hearing this, Fu Qianza raised his hand and shouted, "Well, I've been to this road before, and I know where there is a cave. I put a lot of wood to block it, so ordinary people can't find it." After he finished speaking, Chinyu looked at Zhang Rui, who was a little sleepy, and whispered, "Then let's go, it's safer than sleeping in the wild." After he finished speaking, Fu Qian first walked a few steps to the side, then he looked up at the moon, then looked at the trees around him, and then walked in a certain direction. Seeing that he knew how to identify the direction, Chinyu was also somewhat relieved, and it could be of some use. More than 10 minutes later, everyone came to the side of a mountain. Then Fu Qian looked around and quickly walked to the left front. As the wood was moved away, a hole with a diameter of 2 meters and a height of more than 1 meter suddenly appeared. In order to reassure Chinyu and others, Fu Qian went in the dark. Seeing this, Chinyu followed closely. He had handed the lighter to Fu Qian in the afternoon. At this time, the latter felt all over and said with a bitter face, "It's over, I don't know where it fell." But Alay took out an object from his pocket and said, "It's okay, I took one with me when I went out." It was much more convenient to have a lighter. Soon a fire was lit in the cave, and Chinyu also took advantage of the firelight to look around. The wall was bumpy and a little damp, but the middle was dry. It looked quite large, about dozens of square meters, and it was no problem to accommodate everyone. After Zhang Yin blocked the entrance of the cave with wood, he brought a small bundle in. Chapter 602. A few clicks sounded, and the wood was placed around the fire. Zhang Yin took off his coat and spread it on the ground, then picked up his daughter, who was sleeping next to the stone, and gently placed her on top of his clothes. After finishing all this, he returned to sit on the left side of Chinyu, took out some roasted dried fish from his trouser pocket, and smiled. "Do you want to eat?" "Haha, I'm just hungry." Chinyu took it with a smile and gave Fu Qian 2 pieces. Thank you. Fu Qian gratefully wrapped his fingers with his sleeves and quickly ate them. The cave was a little quiet, with only the sound of burning wood. Soon Chinyu finished eating the dried meat, and Zhang Yin handed him a water bottle, which still had half a bottle of water left, and it was also a little turbid. But Chinyu knew that it must be clean and drinkable, so he drank it twice without thinking, but he did not touch the bottle mouth directly with his mouth. "I have something to tell you." Zhang Yin took the bottle from Fu Qian and put it on his feet, then said softly, "It's about the horses' camp, right?" Chinyu used a stick to stir the fire while frowning. Hearing this, Zhang Yin nodded. "Yes, you and Alay came here to find horses too? Why are there only 2 of you?" Hearing this, Chinyu sorted out the clues, and then simply picked out a few key points to tell the series of events after the community was attacked. When he heard that Chinyu was almost hacked to death in order to protect Lin Yi, Zhang Yin also patted his shoulder with a heavy heart, and everything was in his eyes. "Xiao Rui was also injured at that time, and I couldn't go back to find you alone. If I hadn't met Old Man Bai, to be honest, I don't know how I could survive alone. This kind of thing will never happen again." Chinyu looked at the fire and said softly. After about 10 minutes, Zhang Yin had roughly understood it. He crossed his hands and hugged his knees and said, "I will tell you about my matter when I go back." "So now you are planning to come out to find Li Yao and the prosthesis, right? Just now Wang Tianhai took Yufeng to the cave entrance to relieve himself, so he didn't hear clearly what he was looking for. Now the 2 of them came back, and just heard those 2 words. Wang Tianhai sat down excitedly. "Do I have a share?" After he finished speaking, Chinyu looked up at him and nodded lightly. "Of course." Then he looked at the Old Man Bai, but the latter waved his hand. "I just broke a thumb, it's a small problem. Anyway, I have learned to eat with my left hand." The Old Man Bai raised his right hand and said with a relaxed look, "It's better if you can be so optimistic." Chinyu said softly, In the future, I will arrange for you to learn how to deal with external injuries, and try to learn as many as possible." Hearing this, the old man said gratefully, "Thank you so much, Brother Chen." At this moment, Chinyu suddenly thought of something. He turned his head to look at Arai, who was sharpening arrows on the right, and whispered, "Well, how is Yi recently? Is Chi Hao really going to tell everyone that I'm dead?" Hearing this, Arai was about to answer, but thinking of Chinyu always teasing him in Feng Yi, he put down the dagger and said solemnly, "The situation is very serious." "Ah?" Chinyu was a little anxious now, and asked quickly, "Tell me quickly." After hearing about your accident, she fainted and locked herself in the bedroom for 2 days without eating or drinking. You know that food in this apocalypse is not nutritious. Xiao Lin even lost weight. After the words fell, Chinyu's mind instantly appeared Lin Yi's cute face, and his heart was a little painful. He thought quickly, then frowned and asked, "Where is your car parked?" "What car?" After spending so much time with these friends, Alay's personality began to improve a lot, and he even pretended to be stupid. Seeing this, Chinyu rolled his eyes. "You came here from the villa area, you can't have walked here." Speaking of this, Chinyu looked at his watch and stood up. "I guess you can only stay at the foot of the mountain. Fortunately, I still remember the way now, and it's still in time to go back." His movement scared Zhang Yin, and he quickly grabbed Chinyu's arm and asked, "What are you doing?" At this time, Chinyu said seriously, "When I fell off the bridge when I was helping Dazhuang, Lin Yi was already so sad. If she hears Uncle Hua mention that I'm dead this time, who knows what will happen? I have to go back and let her see that I'm still alive. No matter how big the matter is, it's not as important as Lin Yi's safety." At this moment, whether it was looking for Li Yao, looking for prosthetic limbs, or those horses, Chinyu had forgotten everything. Even in the middle of the night, he was determined to go back to the villa area first. Alay now looked at Chinyu with a look of relief, then stood up and walked in front of him, smiling, "Sure enough, I was right about you. Give me the car keys." Chinyu stretched out his hand in front of Alay, curled his lips, and said, "You stay with Zhang Yin. I'll be back soon. Sit down." Ali pulled him back to the fire, then said helplessly, "You are still worried about me doing things? Didn't you say he was in a bad condition?" "Very bad." Ali sat down again, sharpening arrows while saying, "I can find clues and sneak out. I must have considered that if you are still alive, the information cannot be transmitted back in time." Then Ali looked at him and said lightly, "I told Shi that if I don't come back within 2 days, it means that I found you, and you happen to be out doing things." Hearing this, Chinyu glared at him and said, "Ali, when did you joke with me? I don't see you for a long time." He must have finally confirmed that you are still alive, and he is happy for once. Zhang Yin smiled and said softly. Hearing this, Chinyu didn't say anything more, and continued to roast the fire and said, "You can joke about other things, but forget about Lin Yi's matter. She is more important to me than anyone else or anything else." "I'm not kidding." Alay shook his head. "After she heard that you were dead, she really refused to eat or drink. When I left, Xiao Yi was trying to persuade her. I don't know what's going on now, but I haven't been back for 2 days, so Xiao Lin should understand. You really scared a lot of people this time." After saying the last sentence, Alay looked at him earnestly. "Damn." Chinyu rubbed his hair irritably and said depressedly, "How could I know that they left like this? Didn't you see my body? You don't understand." Alay took off his mask and said in a deep voice, "When I rushed there later, I was a little surprised to see the blood and flesh everywhere, not to mention that they were only 1 night apart." Chapter 603. A lot of mincemeat is piled up together, and your coat is also there. They will inevitably think that you have an accident. After all, no one has the time to take off clothes when being chased by a tiger. At this time, Fu Qian was sitting next to him. He was afraid to breathe when he heard him. Only then did he deeply understand what kind of people he met. Let alone tigers, he usually has to take a detour whenever he encounters a corpse dog. This is just a temporary idea. I forgot to communicate with them in advance. Chinyu sighed. But soon he said again, "But as long as you don't return to the camp for 2 days, your family should be relieved. I hope Uncle Hua, Chi Hao, and Wu Rui don't have any psychological burden. After all, it has nothing to do with them. Hundreds of zombies are surrounding us. It's right to protect yourself first." When he said this, Alay suddenly took Chinyu's left hand and looked at the time, and chuckled, "He's out too." "Who?" Chinyu was slightly startled, and everyone present also looked puzzled. "Guess." Alay kept it a secret, and didn't say who it was, mainly because he couldn't confirm it. Seeing that he didn't want to say it, Chinyu couldn't ask in detail, and then changed the subject. "Zhang Yin, What did you want to say just now? Are you also planning to look for horses? Chin Yu looked at him and suddenly asked. After the voice fell, Zhang Yin waved his hand. Looking for horses is to go back to the community to see if I can find the whereabouts of you guys. Now that we have met, this thing is useless to me. Although horses are still very valuable in the apocalypse, I don't want to cause myself unnecessary trouble because of this. What I want to say is another thing. After listening to him, Chin Yu frowned slightly. His expression was a little solemn. You mean, someone mentioned before that the people in that camp don't go out much, right? Yes, at that time I was about to leave, and he might have told the truth in order to get me to help catch you. Hearing this, Chin Yu began to think seriously. While thinking, he was also sorting out the various things in his mind. A few minutes later, Chin Yu looked to the right and asked, Alei, do you still remember that when we met Wu Rui, she seemed to have mentioned some aspects of those people? When it comes to business, Alei is more serious than anyone else. He thought about it carefully, then nodded and said, those people had iron sheets wrapped on their left hands. Yes, it's iron sheets. Chin Yu snapped his fingers and said in a deep voice, under what circumstances would you wrap your hands with this thing? This means that they need to go out for a long time and fight in the wild frequently. Because they will encounter various animal zombies and corpse dogs, they need to rely on this thing to protect themselves. But at this time, Zhang Yin also mentioned that those people did not go out much, but this is strange. How was Liao captured? There is one more thing. Alei put the arrows aside and reminded, the stone house was a distance away from us, not to mention the camp of those people. Even if there were horses, they would not walk so far. While everyone was discussing, Fu Qian, who had not spoken, raised his hand cautiously. What's wrong? Chin Yu looked at him. There is another detail that I think I should tell you, just as a thank you for letting me join you. Everyone looked at him at this time. Chin Yu nodded slightly and said, go ahead. The camp over this mountain is a large manor. It was a scenic spot before the end of the world. It has complete living facilities, and the key is that the land is still large. Later, I heard that it is very suitable for survival, so I thought about going there to take a look. At this point, Fu Qian seemed to be afraid that they would not believe him, so he added, I used to know a friend who was a housekeeper and had worked in that manor, so I knew about it. What happened next? Did you get in? Chin Yu continued to ask. I couldn't get in at all. Fu Qian shook his head and whispered, those people patrolled the periphery on horses and didn't accept any survivors. I once saw the gatekeeper put a 3-month-old baby on the grass and refused to open the door, no matter how much the mother begged. I had no choice. I gave them some food and tried to lead them out of the mountain. I don't know if they are still alive now. When he said this, Fu Qian's eyes actually showed a trace of grief. He couldn't understand why these poor people had to be bitten to death when the end of the world came. It was as if all the camps were thinking about accepting those muscular men, and some beautiful women would also be given priority. As for ordinary people, as well as the elderly and children, it seemed that they were hated by everyone. They were regarded as a burden wherever they went in the doomsday, although in Fu Qian's opinion, they really couldn't help much. But even so, Fu Qian thought that he couldn't bear to watch the baby being eaten by zombies. Although Fu Qian was hungry at that time, he still took out some food for the mother and daughter. Perhaps it was because of his momentary softness that he was able to find some food every time he was about to starve to death, even wild fruits. Fu Qian even felt that his meeting Chin Yu and others now was somewhat related to the kindness he had in the past. However, from now on, he also began to understand that in the doomsday, kindness alone is useless, and you must be ruthless at critical moments to survive to the end. You are kind, Chin Yu said softly. Hearing the voice again, Fu Qian came back to his senses and said with a wry smile, it is also because the child is too young. I can help as much as I can. I am not afraid of you laughing at me. If it were 2 women, I would definitely not care. So according to the current situation, those people will not take in the survivors at all. So will they come out to find someone to take them back? Wang Tianhai asked seriously. No. Fu Qian shook his head. I have thought about this method before. I stayed in that area for almost 2 months. They came out to search for supplies every 15 days. Although they brought horses, they were all used to carry things. At first, I got a pheasant, smeared the chicken blood on my legs, and deliberately fell on the road those people had to pass. I even pretended to faint. Aren't you afraid that the zombies will smell the blood first? Yu Feng suddenly asked. Hearing this, Fu Qian said truthfully, there are corpses around that I covered with leaves, which can protect me for at least half a day. Then what? The old man added some wood to the fire and asked the same question. Oh, I promise, I will definitely surprise you when I tell you later really. Fu Qian blinked and kept it a secret. Chapter 604. Hearing this, Qinyu pondered for a while and said softly, "They didn't take you away, and didn't even take away the supplies on you, right?" "Fuck." Fu Qian widened his eyes and raised his thumb and said, "How did you guess that? This is the end of the world, not the society of the past. Because I heard you mention before that although they didn't take in the mother and daughter, they didn't treat them rudely, and even just put the baby on the grass. If it were some bad guys, they would probably just throw it away without caring about life or death. After all, human life is not as valuable as food nowadays." Qinyu said softly, with no emotion on his face. "You guessed it right." Fu Qian actually started to applaud, and he continued, "Just as you said, those people didn't take in the survivors, but they were not bad, because one of the girls left me food and water." "Surprised?" "To be honest, after I opened my eyes, I was stunned for a long time," Fu Qian said helplessly. Even Alei was a little confused. He put on his mask again and said, "They didn't take people in, nor did they give food to the mother and daughter. Instead, they left food for the survivors on the roadside, when they went out to search for things. It's really strange." Everyone was silent for a long time, and no one spoke. Fu Qian couldn't figure this out, so he placed his hope on Qinyu at this moment, because he felt that this man was not only good at fighting, but also good at brains. After about a minute, Qinyu suddenly smiled and whispered, "I understand." Everyone looked at him with confusion. Even Alei frowned. "It's easy to understand, because those people must have been betrayed." "Betrayal? So that's it." Alei and Zhang almost said those 4 words at the same time. "What is it, Dad?" The sudden voice of the little girl almost scared everyone. Turning back, I found that Zhang Rui had woken up again, with her eyes open and her hands under her head listening to them. Hearing this, Zhang Yin lifted his daughter's clothes and covered her, then turned his head and said, "Thank you for your coat, Mr. Bai." Hearing this, Mr. Bai laughed and said, "Children, it's easy to catch a cold when sleeping. I have a fire here, it's okay." As soon as he finished speaking, Yufeng muttered, "Why didn't you give me clothes when I was cold before?" Bang! "Hey, why did you hit me?" Yufeng covered his head and looked at the man next to him with a wrong look. "As a man, you are jealous of a little girl, aren't you ashamed?" Wang Tianhai retracted his left hand and said expressionlessly, "That's right." Zhang Rui made a face and said with a smile. The former teammates met again, and the atmosphere was much more cheerful. Qinyu looked at them with a smile on his face. As for these recent events, if Lin Yi hadn't been by his side, he really didn't know how he could have survived. After all, if Qinyu was injured when he was besieged, most people would have died. Even if Xiao Jiao and De Zhuang came, they could only stand there and worry. It is precisely because of these reasons that Qinyu always believes that as long as everyone is still alive, it is enough. No matter what supplies and tools are lost, it doesn't matter. Zhang Ying paused and continued, "Xiao Yu is right. According to what this little brother mentioned. My name is Fu Qian, you can just call me Xiao Fu." "Haha, okay." Zhang Ying smiled and changed his address. According to Fu Qian's description, the reason why those people have 2 different attitudes is probably that they were stabbed by their own people. But what does this have to do with giving food to others? The old man didn't quite understand. After the voice fell, Qinyu said softly, "The survivors at the door, once you give them food, they will probably stay nearby and kneel down at the door every time they are about to starve to death. When that scene appeared in front of you, do you think those people should be given or not?" After hearing this, everyone understood and looked at each other, feeling a little depressed. Then Qinyu continued to speak softly, "A little bit of kindness, a big bit of hatred, after you give a few times, others will think it is due. Once the subsequent food is reduced, the other party is likely to choose revenge. After all, zombies are something that can attract a large number of them with a little thinking. But if that's the case, those people themselves will be more dangerous, right?" Fu Qian was stunned and spoke. "In the face of hunger, most people can't sacrifice themselves. In the doomsday, it's better to drag a few people down with you before you die than to starve to death alone. After all, others will only think that you are watching people die without helping." Qinyu thought about it, and then answered his question. "Then why did you give me food? Aren't you afraid that I will come over?" Fu Qian was silent for a moment, and suddenly asked again. Seeing this, Qinyu looked at his watch. It was getting late, and then he said in a serious tone, "First of all, they must not recognize your face, and secondly, they gave you food, or those people are not the same group as the people at the door. Anyway, all these can show that they are unwilling to believe any survivors now. Perhaps they were also hurt by someone familiar on a certain night before." After saying that, Qinyu rubbed his hands and glanced at everyone. I now think that Liao should not have been captured by those people. Reason? Alei asked expressionlessly. First, those people came out on horseback. Even if these things can eat grass to replenish physical strength, no one is stupid enough to use them to walk hundreds of kilometers. Second, according to the current information, the other party has not accepted survivors for a long time. They didn't care about Fu Qian, who pretended to be injured or even fainted in the wild. So why did they take Liao away? After the words fell, Alei frowned slightly. You forgot an important point. Liao is a woman, and a beautiful woman. But she was more seriously injured. Qinyu said earnestly. According to Wu Rui's description, Liao's condition was very bad at the time, and even her face was pale. In this case, bringing such a person back will only increase the danger to the camp. After all, no one can guarantee that every wounded person can be saved in the doomsday. Hearing this, Zhang Ying pondered for a while and asked, So what you mean is? Liao's current location is likely to be farther away than we imagined. Although Qinyu was unwilling to accept this result, he had to say it. Perhaps we will not be able to meet her again for a long time. Chapter 605. After hearing this, everyone except Alei felt heavy-hearted. If it was a man, I wouldn't be too worried, but she's a pretty girl. To be honest, I can't imagine what will happen. Wang Tianhai said in a low voice. At this time, Zhang Rui and Yufeng didn't understand what happened, but they were a little confused. In the eyes of these two people, it's just death. They have seen many dead people, so it doesn't seem to be scary. Since Liao didn't talk much before, the children in the community were not familiar with her, but like Sister Lin more. But the more this happened, the more depressed Qinyu felt, and whispered, The only thing to be thankful for now is that Liao has also learned some skills. Although she can't be on the stage in a short period of time, like me, she will become more and more powerful. I think she will also practice regularly. Seeing that he was a little depressed now, Alei thought about it, then stretched out his hand to pick his nose, and then spoke. There is something I have to tell you. What? Zhang Ying turned his head to look at him, with some confusion in his eyes. Hearing this, Alei slowly said, After the three of you return to the community for a while, Shao Yi asked me to do something. Can you stop keeping me in suspense? Qinyu used a stick to dig the ashes beside the fire, and said helplessly, Has Feng Yi asked you to do less? She asked me to train Liao privately. Alei said calmly. When this was said, everyone was dumbfounded. Qinyu even stopped what he was doing. He widened his eyes and asked, Why have I never seen you two talk to each other, and even rarely appear in the same area? I haven't seen it either. Zhang Ying said with a wry smile. And me. Wang Tianhai also raised his bare arm at this time. If you all know, how can it be called private? Alei glanced at everyone and said lightly. Hearing this, Qinyu's mood also improved. No matter what Liao learned from Alei, it would be useful in the doomsday. Because Qinyu clearly remembered that Alei had told him what skills he had. It is no exaggeration to say that before the end of the world, those skills were only suitable for him. But in this environment, they are simply life-saving trump cards. But Qinyu was still a little curious and asked, By the way, what did you teach her? Simple preparation of poison, close combat, and setting traps, just these three things. R thought for a moment, and told the truth. Anyway, there was no need to continue hiding it, and he also wanted everyone to know that Xiaoyi had been doing a lot of things. TSK, you haven't taught me yet. Qinyu smiled and said, If you want to learn, I teach you anytime. Alei glanced at him, and said seriously, although I don't have any special skills, it's no problem for you to reach a higher level. Zhang Ying also spoke up. After the voice fell, Qinyu felt warm in his heart, and at this moment, he didn't know what to say. It can be said that people will regret many things in their lives, but Qinyu can be 100% sure that there are two things he will never regret. That is, after the zombies appeared, he chose to walk into a villa area in the city that afternoon. Then when he heard a girl shouting in the middle of the night, Qinyu did not turn around and leave directly. Secondly, he did not regret choosing to survive step by step in a group. Maybe he could live more safely alone, but he did not believe that his previous ability could support him to survive for a long time. Brother Dazhuang said last time that he would teach me archery. Now you two are here again. Forget it. It is inevitable that I can't digest too much at a time. It's good to take it step by step. Qinyu smiled. Seeing this, the two did not continue talking. It was getting late, so they each chose to prepare for rest. Although there was no bed or cushion, they did not complain to everyone. After all, they were used to it. Zhang Rui still slept on the floor, but she had clothes to cushion her, and covered herself with a piece of clothing. As for Yufeng, although he said it, he actually did not dislike the dirty floor at all. He directly picked a flat area and started sleeping. A child who can survive alone must have experienced much worse environments than this. The others basically slept against the rocks. Soon the cave became quiet, leaving only the crackling sound of burning wood and the dim firelight around. But there were still two people who did not rest, Chinyu and Alei. After everyone fell asleep, Chinyu spoke again. Why did Fengyi ask you to teach Li Yao? Hearing this, Alei hesitated for a while, then nodded. Do you want to hear the truth? Yes. Alei glanced at the cave entrance, and then began to speak. She thinks that your focus in the future will definitely be on Xiaolin, and Li Yao, a girl who has followed you so far, has no one to rely on. If time goes by, it will inevitably make it difficult for you to choose. If Li Yao and Lin Yi are attacked by bad guys at the same time, she also thinks that you will definitely save Xiaolin first, but this is actually a bit cruel to Li Yao. And the facts prove that her guess was indeed correct. A few months later, when the community was attacked, you almost immediately went to find Lin Yi. At this point, Alei sighed, which was rare, and spoke again. Xiao Ning and Yang Zi have De Zhuang, and Zhang Rui has her father. Xiao Yi has me, and even the two sisters of the Yu family, as well as Yu Dajiang, Xiao Kong and Huang Lulin, can also rely on Lao Cheng and Hong Wu. Li Yao really didn't rely on others. She even rescued Wu Rui. After he finished speaking, Chinyu was quiet for a few minutes, and then said something that made Alei feel a little emotional. Perhaps for her now, leaving is a better choice. I really can't choose two people at the same time. For me, Li Yao is just a teammate, but for Lin Yi, I want to spend the rest of my life with her. Do you know why everyone follows you so wholeheartedly? Suddenly, Ari patted Chinyu, his tone somewhat inexplicable. I don't know. Chinyu shook his head very simply. After hearing this, Ari looked around and then laid down to rest. If it were another camp boss, he would probably take them both in at the same time. After saying that, he closed his eyes and fell asleep. A few minutes later, Chinyu was the only one awake in the cave. He sat alone in front of the fire, staring at the fire in front of him quietly, and no one knew what he was thinking. After a long time, Chinyu stood up and walked to the entrance of the cave. After checking that the wood was stuck tightly, he found a flat ground to lie down and sleep. Perhaps, this is the best choice for you. He put his right hand behind his head, and this sentence floated through his mind. Chapter 606. Nothing happened during the night, and everyone woke up one after another the next morning. Although Chinyu slept the latest, he woke up pretty quickly, but to his surprise, Alei woke up even earlier. Is this guy made of iron? Chinyu sat up and rubbed his shoulders, muttering. He also knew clearly that Alei was still able to catch up with him even though he was behind for a while, so he must have not rested much during the journey. But he didn't sleep in, and went out early in the morning. As they continued to build a fire, everyone sat together again to dispel the coldness in their bodies. A few minutes later, Alei came back with a squirrel and a pheasant. Seeing this, everyone was even more happy. The old man walked over happily and said with a smile, although I am a veterinarian, I am also very good at dealing with these animals. Leave it to me, and you just wait for the food. Hearing this, Wang Tianhai gave Yufeng a look, and the latter immediately stood up and trotted over. Grandpa Bai, I will help you. Oh, okay. I come too. Zhang Rui couldn't sit still, and was also ready to go over to help. At this time, Zhang Yin chopped wood with a machete and smiled. Run slowly, Xiao Rui, remember to take a clean dagger. Oh, right. Zhang Rui reacted, went back to the tattered bag to search for a while, picked up a knife boiled in boiling water and ran out. After they walked out of the cave, Wang Tianhai turned his head to look at Chinyu, and said a little embarrassedly, I regard Xiao Feng as my godson, and I want him to learn more useful things, so I mentioned it. It's okay, don't tell me this. Chinyu shook his head slightly, telling him not to worry about it. What time did you go out? Aren't you sleepy? When Alei sat down to warm himself by the fire, Chinyu looked at him and asked. I am sleepy, but being hungry is worse. Hee, let's think of a way to hunt together later. Chinyu chuckled. Then he clapped his hands again and shouted, Well, let me tell you something. Well, does that mean you are not going to look for that girl? After a night of conversation, Fuqian also knew the main purpose of Chinyu's coming out, and then looked at him and asked. Hearing this, Chinyu shook his head and said earnestly, I originally thought it was not far from us, so I just asked about the whereabouts of the horse. As a result, I found out that this matter is not that simple. At this time, Alei also took off the bow and arrow from his body and whispered, Last night, When I was chasing those two people, I seemed to hear them discussing what they were going to do. Chinyu looked puzzled. Did you hear it clearly? Hearing this, Alay shook his head. No, I didn't find them at first. When I found them, I only heard a general idea. They should want to reach some kind of cooperation with the people in the camp. After the voice fell, everyone quieted down and waited for Chinyu to continue. Forget it. Chinyu pondered for a while, then raised his head and said seriously, since the person we are looking for is not there, there is no need to go there. Horses are indeed important, but with our current strength, we can't face too many enemies at the same time. Xiao Yu is right. I don't think horses are necessary, at least not yet. Zhang Yin also said. We talk to these people again in half a year. By then, supplies will be even more scarce, and we have eggs and milk, as well as vegetables and radishes. We don't have to worry about them not opening the door. When Chinyu said this, his eyes revealed pride. He was very confident that in the new year, he would definitely let everyone's life experience in the end times take a step forward. But what if the other party also grows these? Fu Qian asked weakly. Seeing this, Wang Tianhai laughed and asked back, would you dislike too many eggs in the doomsday? Only when they can make it can they understand how difficult it is for this thing to appear again. After all, this is not the past. Just as they were chatting, the old man Bai and two children also came in, and they were reluctant to throw away some internal organs. They quickly skewered them with clean branches, and simply roasted them to fill their stomachs. The more he lived, the more Chinyu wanted to grow rice. Now eating these things can only be called survival, which is far from life. After eating and drinking, the fire in the cave was not extinguished. Fu Qian once again prepared to use the wood to block the cave entrance, but because a little was burned, it was not enough now. Seeing this, Chinyu and Zhang Yin also went to the woods to cut some. After all, it was really good to use it as a temporary overnight stay. As long as it was blocked with something, the zombies could not get in. After the work was done, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. When everyone was eating earlier, Chinyu spoke up and said that they should not rush back, but find a large abandoned hospital to see if they could find a prosthesis. After all, after the outbreak of the apocalypse, although the survivors will go to major pharmacies and hospitals as soon as possible, it does not mean that everything will be taken away. Prosthetic limbs are not used by ordinary people, and few people prepare them in advance. That's why Lin Yi suggested that Chinyu go to the hospital. Everyone had no objection to this. Anyway, they had been outside for so long and were not in a hurry. But just when they were about to leave, an uninvited guest came out of the woods. He was wearing a black coat that was a bit tattered, his shoes were covered with mud, and he was holding a machete in his hand. The most important thing is the sniper rifle that this person is carrying behind him. Seeing Uncle Hua, who looked haggard but still had a resolute look, appear alone, Chinyu felt warm inside and his nose was slightly sour. He whispered, "Why are you back again?" After he finished speaking, Uncle Hua coughed a few times, lowered his head, and looked at the ground, and slowly replied, "I can't let the two groups of people who have just merged together be stabbed in the back privately because of me and Chi Hao." Hearing this, Chinyu walked forward, looked into Uncle Hua's eyes, nodded seriously, and everything was self-evident. Then he whispered, "Can you still hold on? We're going to the city next. We're just getting started." Uncle Hua shook his head, and put the machete into the sheath behind him. Seeing this, Chinyu began to walk out of the mountain. However, when Alay passed by Uncle Hua, the man with a dark face suddenly spoke. "You are the one who left a mark for me on the road ahead, right?" "Thank you." Hearing this, Alay stopped and looked at the backs of the people in front of him. He whispered, "You can still find it without me, but it will take more time. There are still many things to do at home. Xiao Yu needs to go back as soon as possible. Actually, if we really talk about it, we should be considered the same kind of people." Chapter 607. Alai glanced at Uncle Hua, nodded slightly, and stepped forward. Since Uncle Hua also drove a car, everyone could just sit separately. However, the gasoline was basically not enough for the return trip, but fortunately, after experiencing the apocalypse for so long, everyone knew how to get gasoline. Although there were many zombies, there were also many cars, especially many of them could not be driven out. The only bad thing was that Alai and Uncle Hua did not bring a map. First, many small roads were not marked, and it was not as easy to use as a mobile phone navigation. Second, it is easy to damage it when you bring it out. After all, if you walk the road more often, you can basically remember it. After returning to the foot of the mountain, a group of people and two cars drove in the opposite direction. The road was very bad and a little uneven, so the car drove a little slowly. Uncle Hua didn't sleep all night, so he just lay on the back seat to rest, and Chinyu tried to drive the car as smoothly as possible. Time passed quickly, and everyone also went from the dirt road to the concrete road, and the speed could be relatively increased. After driving for almost 2 hours, they arrived at a national highway, with a cliff on the left and a hillside on the right. Just as Chinyu drove around a bend, the scene 1 kilometer ahead suddenly made him step on the brakes. Because they were halfway up the mountain, and there was no obstruction in front, the sight of several people was very far away. Even if the scene was a few kilometers away, of course, they just couldn't see it clearly. But even if the picture was blurry, everyone's expression became solemn at this time. Chinyu even got out of the car, took out the sniper rifle from the trunk, and then climbed onto the roof of the car, holding the gun and looking over. Then Zhang also got out of another car. He stood beside and asked curiously, "What's the situation? Why did it stop suddenly?" As soon as he finished speaking, he subconsciously walked a few steps to the front of the car, and then his brows frowned slightly. "Here, take a look for yourself." Chinyu jumped off the car and handed him the sniper rifle. Zhang took the gun and looked through the sniper scope. His face changed slightly and said, "It's over. Why is it a zombie tide?" When they heard these 2 words, everyone understood the seriousness of the matter. Fu Qian's face was pale and trembling. "Are you sure it's not a zombie group, but a zombie tide?" Hearing this, Zhang turned his head and looked at Chinyu. After seeing him nod slightly, he handed the sniper rifle to Fu Qian. When his right eye moved away from the sniper scope, Fu Qian returned the gun to Zhang as if he was distracted, muttering, "It's over now. The car doesn't have enough gas to return. There is a hillside on the right, and a cliff on the left. There is no place to hide." As they were talking, the zombie army in the distance came closer, and the others could see it clearly. Dense zombies appeared in front of them, and they couldn't even see the end at a glance. "What should I do?" Wang Tianhai asked with a heavy heart, his hand on Yufeng. Everyone was silent, looking at each other. Chinyu glanced at Lei, who also had a determined look, and then he said in a serious tone, "Once the gasoline runs out, we will definitely be trapped here. Such a large number of zombies can appear, and it must not be for no reason. The city is probably ahead," Zhang said in a deep voice. At this time, Chinyu walked to the right road, looking at the drainage ditch below, and began to have ideas in his mind. Then he looked at the time and quickly shouted, "According to the speed of the zombies, this is about 1 kilometer away, and it can basically be reached within 15 minutes. Now, let's park the car at the bottom of the right slope. Remember, you must put it close." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang had returned to the second car and drove back quickly. A few minutes later, the 2 cars were neatly parked on the right side of the road. The front of the car was even close to the mud. Zhang also parked the car very close, trying not to leave any gaps. Because it was a little high from the hillside, everyone couldn't go up to collect branches to block the road, so they could only protect the car this way. Although this road is currently built halfway up the mountain, and there is a slope below, it is also a 2-lane road, and the width is enough for zombies to pass. A large number of zombies came, and Chinyu was worried that the car would be damaged. As time passed, several people could hear the deafening noise coming. Seeing this, everyone rushed to the drainage ditch quickly, and got in one by one. The space was a bit narrow, only about 1 meter wide, and less than 1.5 meters high. Zhang Rui and Yufeng were in the middle of the team, while Zhang Yin was on the periphery near the cliff below to prevent zombies from falling here and crawling in. Chinyu and Lei stood at the entrance of the drainage ditch, holding daggers in their hands, staring at the front with a serious face. This was the first time that everyone encountered this zombie tide. Everyone was very nervous, and their hearts were in their throats. Ali was the same. There was no way to kill so many zombies with human power. They had to either lead them away or wait for death on the spot. Just when everyone was hiding under the road and dared not breathe, a vibration sound came from above their heads. The zombies' roars were getting closer and closer, and the stench almost reached everyone's nose. Soon, the first zombie hit the car. Then the second one. There were banging sounds from above, and even the sound of tires rubbing against each other as cars were pushed back. Even the sound of broken soil falling from the hillside above. This scene frightened everyone to the extreme. Although few people are afraid of zombies now, there are only a few of them. When Chinyu ran around in the woods, he was too lazy to look at them. But if they encountered a group of zombies, whether it was Chinyu or others, they would take it seriously, and never deal with it carelessly. But the problem now is that everyone is facing a zombie tide. Thousands of zombies gathered together and moved in a large area, which is quite scary. Uncle Wa had already become alert, but there were too many people crowded below, so he couldn't use his fists and feet. Soon the first zombie began to fall down and fell in front of the drainage ditch. Even his hands were exposed to the bones, but he was still alive. After struggling for a few times, he got up from the ground. Almost instantly, this zombie found everyone hiding in the cave. Jean-Ray covered her mouth nervously. She was not afraid of the zombies in front of her, but the ones above. Hiss. In front of her was a male zombie. Half of his face was rotten, and his nose was even eaten to half of it, which looked extremely scary, but Chinyu held the knife and stood in front of him firmly. Just as Alay, who was lowering his head, was about to go out and kill it, Chinyu quickly pulled him back and whispered, "Don't worry, come in a little later." As the voice sounded, the zombie became more crazy and walked straight towards them. Chapter 608. When the rotten hand stretched out in front of him, Chinyu narrowed his eyes slightly. Now is the time. Then he suddenly grabbed the hand, and instantly felt a cold touch, and then pulled it hard. Alay, who had been waiting for a long time, quickly stepped forward, grabbed the zombie's head with one hand, and stabbed it directly with the knife in his right hand. In less than 2 seconds, the zombie that was still moving before stopped and fell directly into the gutter. Then Chinyu looked at Alay and nodded slightly. Seeing this, Alay reversed his grip on the dagger and smashed it on the zombie's jaw and neck, and then slashed it hard to the side. As the zombies were gutted, the stench became stronger than before. Even though everyone was exposed to these things frequently, they felt like vomiting. But Chinyu still had a blank expression and a nonchalant attitude. He didn't care about that anymore. He quickly reached out and took out the zombie's internal organs, and then wiped them on the wall outside the gutter. More than a minute later, Chinyu and Alay squatted at the entrance again. Because there was another corpse on the ground, they were forced to squat tighter, but their eyes were still fixed on the outside. When the second zombie fell down and struggled to stand up and walked away, they also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, these beasts can't tip off or analyze the environment. It should be safe next. Just as he finished speaking, a strange sound came from behind. Suddenly, a pair of dry hands stretched out from the side and quickly climbed up the hole. The next second, Zhang Yin's right hand suddenly grabbed the zombie's throat, and then he was about to kill it with a dagger, but the person next to him was faster than him. 2 little hands held the knife and stabbed the zombie's forehead quickly and accurately. With a hiss, the zombie stopped moving again, and then Zhang Yin pushed the corpse down the hillside, turned his head to look at his daughter next to him, frowned slightly and said, "Didn't I ask you to hide in the middle? Why are you here?" Hearing this, although Zhang Rui's lips were bloodless due to fear, she still answered seriously, "Every time we encounter danger, we can't always let Dad face it alone." Hearing this, Zhang Yin's heart moved, and he hugged his daughter with his left hand, and whispered, "Don't worry, your dad is more powerful than you think, and the situation where he was seriously injured before will never happen again." Seeing the warm scene between father and daughter, Chinyu also smiled gently, and then continued to look at the cave entrance. I don't know how much time has passed. Chinyu basically didn't look at his watch, for fear of any accidents. When everyone's feet were numb from squatting, the sound above seemed to be much quieter. At this time, the old man was beating his legs with a bitter face, while looking at the mud at his feet. If it weren't for the fact that the drainage ditch was too dirty to sit in, he really didn't want to squat for so long, and felt that his legs were about to break. Every second was torture for the people hiding below. Finally, the noise became quieter and quieter, and there seemed to be no footsteps above. But Chinyu did not go out. He first looked at his watch, and then said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, wait another 5 minutes." Although it was only a short time, it felt like a year had passed for the old man. Soon the surroundings were completely quiet. Chinyu looked at Alay, and then the two of them went out one by one. Because the cave entrance was narrow, and they couldn't stand up straight, everyone squatted. As soon as Chinyu went out, his legs and feet became inconvenient, and he even walked back and forth for more than 10 steps before he felt better. Although he stopped, Alay seemed unaffected and quickly crawled out from the side. "Come up, the zombies are gone." After the voice fell, he squatted on the side of the road with only one hand left. After everyone went up one by one, they were all stunned by the mess on the ground. The cement road, which was originally clean, turned black at this moment, and there were dense footprints everywhere. But zombies walk differently from humans. They basically drag their legs, so they look even more disgusting. "Fuck, the car is in this state?" Fu Qian's shocked voice came. Hearing this, everyone started to move forward. Because they were worried that the zombies would push them and block the drainage ditch, they stopped more than 10 meters away. Now when they looked over, they found that the car body was covered with various handprints. At the same time, there were several zombies stuck in front of the car, and they stretched their hands to pull upwards. Seeing this, without waiting for Qin Yu to speak, Fu Qian picked up the sharpened wooden stick and quickly killed them. Then Zhang Yin came forward and dragged the body away with him, clapped his hands and asked, "Can we still drive?" Qin Yu stood in front of the car, he looked at the blood on the windshield, nodded and said, "Of course we can drive." After the voice fell, he walked to the side and tore off the clothes on the body, and then began to wipe the blood on the car window. Seeing this, everyone also tore off the pieces of clothes and quickly cleaned up the mess. Before, Qin Yu had emptied the belly of the zombie with his hands, so it was inconvenient for him to drive next. He rubbed his hands with mud and sat in the passenger seat. Then Lei drove the car, and everyone continued to drive along the road. Looking at the surrounding scene along the way, Wang Tianhai was so moved that he couldn't speak. He knew very well that Qin Yu should have found a very good camp recently, but he went out again because he wanted to find Li Yao. Although he was looking for a prosthesis, neither he nor Huang Lulin was affected by the survival at all. In other words, even without a prosthesis, they can still live, but it is just inconvenient. Moreover, Wang Tianhai knew clearly that if it were not for Li Yao's whereabouts, Qin Yu would not have wasted time in the wild. At most, he would go to the hospital to look for supplies when searching for supplies. But now, everyone went to the city again, regardless of how many zombies there were. Not to mention that there were Lei and Zhang Yin in the team. Wang Tianhai thought that these two people could not be called. The closer the car was to the city, the more grateful Wang Tianhai was to Qin Yu, and the more determined he would try his best to help him in the future. At about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the gas of the car was almost empty. It was not full when it came out, and it was already very good to be able to go this far. Although everyone was walking at this moment, the good news was that the tall buildings in front of them appeared in everyone's eyes again. However, they had lost their former glory. After more than a year, these cities were basically in the same dilapidated state. Even many tall buildings were burned into empty shells, and everything was dark. Although there were many abandoned cars stuck in the ground around, everyone still walked straight towards the city. Because it was an unfamiliar area, Qin Yu also asked everyone to put away their daggers and take bows and arrows. He used shoelaces to make it before, but his socks were too dirty, and he had to take them off. Now he put on his shoes again, but the bow and arrow were gone. Chapter 609. But fortunately, Zhang Yin brought it, and 2 bows were barely enough. "How many bullets does Uncle Hua have?" Qin Yu and a few others pushed away the abandoned car blocking the intersection and turned back to ask. "1 bullet, I brought it out, mainly for seeing far away." Uncle Hua did not hide it, and told the truth. Hearing this, Qin Yu looked at the dilapidated houses in front of him, and said softly, "It's better than nothing." After the voice fell, he stepped forward. A few minutes later, everyone came to the street. The surroundings seemed so desolate, and the occasional wind would blow the garbage on the ground, as if it didn't welcome them. "Where are we going next?" Fu Qian hadn't been back to the city for a long time, so he rubbed his hands and asked. Since the zombie outbreak, he had basically never thought of stepping into such a place. Although there would be more food and tools, the dangers were the same. Hearing this, Qin Yu looked at the time on his hand and said, "It's still a while before dark. Let me ask first, has anyone been here?" As soon as this was said, everyone shook their heads. Seeing this, Qin Yu continued, "In that case, we don't rush to search on the first night. First, we should confirm which places have the most zombies, and where we may encounter survivors, and try to avoid them. We are not many, let's split into 2 groups. Zhang Yin, you 5 can continue together. Can you handle it?" "Okay, we are used to it anyway." Zhang Yin nodded, and did not refuse. Then Qin Yu looked at Fu Qian and said softly, "You continue to follow us. I won't tell you more about the specific matters. I don't believe you are stupid to live this long. Don't worry." Fu Qian smiled and said that he would definitely be fine. After speaking, Qin Yu looked at the intersection in front and said seriously, "If you find a bookstore or other place, remember to go in and find a map, remember the location first, and we will go there the next day. Everyone, gather here in 2 hours." Everyone was smart, and they knew what to do without Qin Yu saying much, so they quickly split up. In fact, Qin Yu also knew that it would be more stable to stick together, but there was no other way. After all, this was his first time here, and it would be best to leave as soon as possible. Staying 1 minute longer would make it more likely for accidents to happen. Zhang Yin and the others chose to walk along the street on the left, and Qin Yu took Lei and the other 2 to the right. Just a few minutes after they separated, Uncle Hua looked up at the tall building in the northwest and whispered, "If we go another 20 meters, we will be easily discovered by the people in that building." Hearing this, Chinyu stopped and looked in the direction of his gaze. What came into view was an office building with many broken windows, and what seemed to be a rooftop. At this moment, Alay also nodded slightly and said, "He is right. Once someone is on duty there, we will definitely be noticed if we enter. We are not here to attack them. It's okay even if they are discovered, right?" Fu Qian asked curiously with some doubts. Listening to the reminders of the two, Chinyu pondered for a while, turned his head, and looked behind him, and found that the figures of those people had disappeared. It seems that Zhang Yin is also very cautious. Then he frowned slightly and said, "Although that's what I said, no one can guarantee it. It's better to have less trouble than more. Let's go through the shop here, and walk along the street on the right." After the voice fell, Chinyu looked at a sofa shop on the right, and went there first. Seeing the broken glass of the doors and windows, Fu Qian smacked his lips and said, "The advent of the doomsday really aroused the evil in many people's hearts. Most people can't take this thing away, but they rushed in and set it on fire. Several people stepped into the room through the French window, and there was a crackling sound. The walls inside the room were also black, and the ceiling was burned into an empty frame. Be careful of things falling from above. Pay attention to safety." Chinyu reminded him with some worry. Alay and Uncle Wa did not need his reminder, and he only said this to Fu Qian, because he did not want to have more injured people in the team later. Hearing this, Fu Qian made an okay gesture and followed the black-faced man carefully. In fact, Uncle Wa's skin color is not dark, but when he was a mercenary abroad, the sun was very strong in many places, so he got tanned. In addition, the doomsday outbreak made water resources precious, and he couldn't wash his face every day. Over time, he looked darker than the people around him. Especially when he stood with Xiaoyin, the difference was more obvious. But when he entered the house after the fire, Uncle Wa's cheek complexion actually looked much better. Carefully walking past the former store, Chinyu saw that there was still an area under the counter that was not burned, and then walked over to pick it up a few times to see if there was anything useful. 10 seconds later, he held a half-burned pack of cigarettes in his hand and asked, "Does anyone smoke?" After the words fell, Alay and Uncle Wa shook their heads. It was not until then that Chinyu realized that it seemed that only De Zhuang and his team smoked, and no one else had ever touched it. Seeing this, he put the cigarette in his pocket and prepared to take it back. Fu Qian, who was standing next to him, also instantly found a gray coat with one sleeve burned on the ground, and then pulled it out with a smile. As he patted it, the room was suddenly filled with dust. Chinyu turned his head to the side and whispered, "Be careful, there are a lot of dirty ashes." Hearing this, Fu Qian's face turned red, and he quickly put on the white clothes and whispered, "Well, I'm afraid I catch a cold and hold everyone back." Hearing this, Chinyu didn't say much, and stood up and walked towards the entrance of the inner room. When they came to another street, the four of them also began to encounter a few scattered zombies. Most of them were scattered, and some were still sitting in the driver's seat of the car, but unfortunately they were tied by the seat belt and could not get out. When the living appeared, the zombies in the car moved more violently. When Chinyu and his companions came to the front of the car, it actually tore off its lower body and crawled out. Seeing this, Alay walked over with a knife and killed it. While walking and looking at the surrounding shops, Chinyu didn't see anything useful. There must have been a big fire here before, and many shops have traces of being burned. Basically, if you don't go closer to see, you can't find out what was sold before. At this time, Chinyu felt uncomfortable wearing shoes barefoot. He wanted to find a pair of socks, and even more wanted to find a pair of clean shoes. Although zombies occasionally appeared, most of them were trapped, and seeing this, no one went forward to kill them. Of the four people, Chinyu and Fu Qian were the ones who spoke most often. Uncle Wa and Alay would never say a word unless they were asked. On the other hand, Fu Qian asked this and that along the way, and Chinyu, like usual, selectively answered him, and sometimes just kept silent. Chapter 610. After walking almost the entire street, they came across the first relatively intact store, but it had been completely looted. Chinyu was about to walk over when he suddenly saw a pair of sneakers placed inside the door, and stopped. He wiped the dust off the door with his hand, looked carefully, and then reached out to open the door, only to find it was locked. Then, just as Chinyu was about to speak, Alay walked into another store. Seeing this, Chinyu was startled, somewhat curious about what he was going to do. A few minutes later, Alay came out from the side, holding two very thin wires in his hands. "Haha, you still understand me." After saying that, Chinyu moved aside and gave him the seat. Alay, who was still taciturn, squatted forward, inserted the wire into the keyhole, and fiddled with it for a while, then pushed the door, and it opened directly. "Thank you." Jinyu patted Lei on the shoulder, walked in and took out the pair of shoes. There was also a pair of socks inside, which looked like they had been worn by someone for too long, and they were basically covered with dust inside and out. Although the shoes on his feet were uncomfortable, Jinyu did not put them on directly. He remembered that Lin Yi said that he had to be more careful in the doomsday than before. Then the time was almost up. 2 hours passed quickly. Jinyu and his 4 companions walked through the street without finding a bookstore, and even the shadow of a hospital was not seen. The only good thing was that there were many abandoned cars on this road, and they could find a way to get some oil the next day. But since many cars were newer models, if they wanted to extract oil, they had to find a way to deal with the anti-theft filter inside. Many times before, when looking for gasoline, Jinyu would try to find an old car. Firstly, it can be started without a key, and secondly, it is convenient to pump oil. When they returned to the place they had agreed on, Zhang Yin and his friends had been waiting for a long time. As soon as Jinyu approached, Zhang Yin smiled and took out a folded paper from his pocket and handed it to him. Here, I have the map, but unfortunately the hospital marked on it is very far away. It turns out to be over there. Jinyu walked over and took it in his hand, then squatted down and spread it on the ground to look at it for a few times, and then put it away again and gave it back to Zhang Yin. You should keep it in your pocket. My clothes pocket is too small. Hearing this, Zhang Yin did not refuse and nodded. As soon as the voice fell, Zhang Rui also ran forward happily, holding a plastic bag in her little hand, looking up and shouting, Brother Jinyu, close your eyes. Hearing this, Jinyu smiled, then squatted down and closed his eyes. Is that so? Although there were zombies around, they were still quite far away, so Jinyu was also happy to play with Zhang Rui for a while. Stretch out your hand. Seeing this, Jinyu still did it, covering half of his hand with his sleeve. As the fluffy touch came, Jinyu was stunned and opened his eyes. In her hand was a pair of men's socks. Then Zhang Rui said proudly, The gap is not big, only I can get in and take it. You phone can only watch from the side. Hearing this, Jinyu's heart moved, and he whispered, Thank you, Xiao Rui. Zhang Yin put his hand on his daughter's shoulder and smiled and said, She saw you wearing only socks in the woods before, so she remembered it. To be honest, I forgot about it the next day, but I didn't expect Rui to remember it. You're welcome. Zhang Rui shook her head and said seriously, Dad said that you and Sister Lin Yi saved us. This favor can never be repaid. I will continue to help you in the future. Hearing this, Jinyu also wanted to reach out and touch her head, but thinking that his hands were just stained with zombie blood, he patted her head in midair and said softly, Brother Jinyu will do his best to make you happy every day in the future. Yeah, I believe you. Zhang Rui's eyes revealed determination. Then everyone started to walk to the left side and choose the camping site for tonight. Many places on the right side were burned, but the left side was okay. At least you can see what it was used for before. Soon they came to a hotel on the side of the road, and there was only one alley to enter. Before it got dark, Jinyu put the shoes on the ground, and then he and Lei went in to check first. The rest of the people stood outside, looking around cautiously. Anyway, there were zombies coming over. More than a minute later, there was movement inside, like something fighting. Seeing this, Wang Tianhai was about to run in to help, but was stopped by Zhang Yin. Don't worry, if there is an accident, Xiu Yu will definitely call us loudly. As expected, the movement soon resumed, and a few minutes later, Jinyu came out, waved his hand and shouted, Come in. After the voice fell, several people looked behind them, picked up their things and walked into the alley. It was a bit dirty inside, and there were some corpses on the ground, as if they had been gnawed to only skeletons. After walking through the alley, they stopped at a small courtyard. There was a dusty sofa next to it. Fu Qian saw this and hurried over to help. Together with Lei, he blocked the entrance. Then he moved many chairs from inside and placed them behind the sofa to block the entrance. At night, it was basically impossible to see inside when standing outside, so Jinyu chose to spend the night here. Then he found a water cup from the cabinet behind the cash register inside, and carefully placed it on the chair to get stuck. In this way, any zombies or survivors who come over will fall to the ground almost instantly. After finishing his work, Jinyu took a bunch of keys and went upstairs with everyone. Although they came here, they did not rashly choose a room to rest, but checked one by one to make sure there were no zombies or living people left. Half an hour later, it was completely dark, and the rooftop was locked. Everyone chose a room on the second floor, put their things in it, and then returned to the first floor to prepare food for tonight. Fortunately, Zhang Yin and his friends brought a lot of food, so they were not short of food. Ale also went out hunting in the morning. Even after a day, there was still enough food left for everyone. Everyone sat in the lounge on the first floor and quickly started a fire using everything that could burn except plastic. Since the hotel here is located in a hidden place, it doesn't matter if there is a fire, it basically won't spread. Wang Tianhai and the old man were busy making dinner, the other two children helped, and Xinyu and others went to search the first floor to see if there was any food left. After searching around, I found that all the food was expired, but there was still some water left, but it was a pity that it had been opened. But it was not wasted. Xinyu took it back and boiled the water in a stainless steel bowl in the kitchen, and then simply washed the shoes. After all, this water had been drunk by someone. It would definitely not be okay to drink it again, but it would be a pity to waste it like this. After washing and baking the shoes by the fire, everyone started to eat today's dinner.